Congratulations to Brother Boo for advancing. Long Yu said sincerely. What nonsense. He waved his hands on foot, and said impatiently, Junior Brother Long Yu, since the first time I saw you, you have made great progress all the way, and you have been promoted from the 7th level of martial arts to the 2nd level of the current real spirit secret realm, and you can even kill an expert who is 2 levels stronger than you. But I have only taken a small step, compared with you. I am so ashamed. No, today, I must decide the outcome with you. Come. Walking up and talking defiantly, a hint of provocation appeared in the eyes looking at Long Yu. Haha, Long Yu, just promise him. Today is not just Xiaobu, all the elders are also very curious about your strength. Bai Yunzong chuckled, since this is the case, let's make a lottery. Long Yu, as long as you can defeat one person, that person will give you a treasure, whether it is a pill or a soldier. It doesn't matter if you want to challenge Long Yu. Yes, everyone please. When Long Yu heard this, he couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. These elders, or something, do they treat him like a monster? However, according to what Yan Huanma Fij wrote in the letter, Long Yu was undoubtedly a monster who was able to kill the 4th level powerhouse of the true spirit secret realm. I'll come first. Walking wildly smiled, he stood up, Junior Brother Long Yu, please. If you can defeat me, I will give you the top-grade spirit level pill that I just got. What do you think? No problem. Long Yu squinted his eyes. On the one hand, he also wanted to see how his walking strength had changed. On the other hand, he really needed pills to improve his martial arts realm. He had to be prepared, in case Yu Qianing had stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. His current cultivation at the 2nd level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm would definitely not be enough. At least, you have to upgrade to the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. As for condensing the True Spirit into a solid body, it's not that easy, and Long Yu didn't want to achieve it in a short time. When the challenge was issued by the foot, Long Yu readily accepted it, and Bai Yunzong and the other elders scattered around, leaving a space for the two of them. In the bamboo forest, the two stood opposite each other, walking without mercy. The real entity of the eagle emerged from behind, and the cry of an eagle resounded throughout the audience, and spread far away in the night sky. Sure enough, it is the entity of the Skyhawk True Spirit. Amazing. Feeling the tyrannical coercion emanating from the Sky Eagle's True Spirit, Long Yu's eyes could not help but light up. The Skyhawk True Spirit entity he saw now was 10 times more powerful than what he had seen before. It seems that condensing the true spirit into a solid body is indeed a major hurdle in the journey of martial arts. If it can be achieved, the strength will be vastly different from before. However, the strength of the walking eagle spirit was not impossible for Long Yu. The sun that suppresses the sky. Long Yu snarled, and the true spirit of the sun emerged from behind, shining with the blazing sun's rays, making the surrounding night look like day. The next moment, the coercion of the heaven-suppressing domain exploded wildly, enveloping the pedestrians. Haha, the field of suppressing the sky, I just realized it not long ago. Walking up and laughing, a burst of extremely powerful sky-suppressing coercion was released from the body of Skyhawk True Spirit, and it competed with Long Yu's sky-suppressing sun coercion, and kept suppressing it. Wake up palm reincarnation. Long Yu punched out, and the power of reincarnation surged out suddenly, and it was generated out of thin air in the midair in front of him. However, the target of Long Yu's punch was not walking, but the walking Skyhawk True Spirit entity. Long Yu has been using the move of awakening palm reincarnation to attack other martial arts before, but he has never attacked the real spirit. It is not a life and death fight now, so Long Yu just used it to test it. Immediately afterwards, the power of endless samsara completely enveloped the walking Skyhawk True Spirit entity, and then, under everyone's shocked eyes, the Skyhawk True Spirit entity turned into a phantom. Awaken the palm of reincarnation, punch out, and enter reincarnation. Even if it is a true spirit, it is the same. Long Yu's punch actually knocked the walking skyhawk spirit from the real body into the phantom, and the sky-suppressing pressure released by walking was 10 times weaker. Sharp. Many elders, including Bai Yunzong, all looked dignified and their hearts trembled. This martial skill of Long Yu's is really hard to defend against, and the effect is extremely terrifying. If someone with the same level of martial arts as Long Yu, it is impossible to be the opponent of Long Yu. Walking against Long Yu head-on, I felt the most deeply. He only felt that the skyhawk true spirit that he had condensed into a solid body not long ago suddenly fell into a phantom, and its power was weakened by more than 10 times. The next moment, Long Yu laughed, and holding the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, accompanied by numerous spear shadows, he rushed towards the pedestrians. Whirlwind Spear. Walking quickly reacted, with a wave of his hand, a spear made of whirlwind brought a gust of wind, and faced Long Yu's heavy spear shadows. After a bang, the attacks of the two sides collided together, and a burst of strong air burst out. Whirlwind Spear is a spirit-level middle-grade martial skill of Tianjin sect. Its power is not outstanding, but it has one of its biggest advantages, that is, its consumption is extremely low. Based on his current level of martial arts, the recovery speed of the profound energy in his body is enough for him to release the Whirlwind Spear all day long, without such a thing as exhaustion of profound energy. Therefore, the Spear of the Whirlwind is considered a quite popular spirit-level martial skill in the Tianjin sect. It is a very good choice to consume and test opponents. Because of this, Long Yu's spear was full of shadows, and he was knocked out by the Whirlwind Spear on foot. If it is said that both sides suffered losses, Long Yu definitely had more losses. Because the sky-suppressing spear art consumes more than condensing a Whirlwind Spear. What's more, due to the gap in the realm of martial arts, the total amount of profound energy in Long Yu's body is far less than that of walking. This is the #1 core disciple of Tianzong in the town, and he has extremely rich combat experience. Even though the true spirit of Tianying was beaten into reincarnation by Long Yu and fell into a phantom, his cultivation is still there. The power of martial arts is still not affected in any way. Whirlwind Spear. Walking and waving his hand, the profound energy in his body surged out, and in an instant, a hurricane was generated out of thin air around Long Yu, forming a sky-reaching tornado. And above Long Yu's head, this tornado quickly turned into a giant spear and fell from the sky. The tornado wind blows Long Yu's gray cloth into the air, but his body remains motionless. Tying Wings, Psychic Martial Arts, Soaring. The tying wings flashed behind Long Yu's back, just taking advantage of the strong wind. He flew at a faster speed than usual, and left the bombardment range of the Whirlwind Spear in an instant. Walking, I only felt a gray-black figure stretch out its wings in the whirlwind, flashed into the air in an instant, and then rushed towards him quickly. Thousands of people are killed, and the killing intent is condensed. Long Yu let out a stern shout, and the tying wings flapped behind him, and his whole body turned into a gray-black streamer, and came to attack and kill with a bang. This killing intent. Walking's face changed slightly. He could feel that Long Yu's spear contained a strong killing intent, and the power of the 10,000 killing move. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger it will be. The world is so close. The steps moved in an instant, turning the end of the world into a short distance, and instantly retreated a distance of tens of feet to the rear. However, Long Yu's speed was faster than him. With just one slap of tying wings, his whole body came to the pedestrians like a streamer, and he shot out with one shot. The end of the world barrier. Walking immediately condensed a layer of Tianya barrier to defend against Long Yu's spear. With his cultivation at the 4th level of the true spirit mystery realm, even when performing ordinary martial arts such as the end of the world barrier, his defensive ability is extremely extraordinary. Long Yu struck with a shot, and it hit the Tianya barrier, instantly bursting out with infinite killing intent. However, these killing intents were completely absorbed by the Tianya barrier, like a stone sinking into the sea, without even a single ripple. Even so, Long Yu's spear shot that day's end barrier also withstood the limit force, and it shattered in the next moment. The divine charm of thunder. The artistic conception of Tyene. The artistic conception of the dry marsh. Long Yu calmly released the artistic conception and charm of the other three major laws that he had comprehended, and together with the Tianjing domain, he shocked the whole person on the spot in an instant. The combination of the four moods brought unimaginable coercion. At this moment, while walking in shock, he couldn't make any defensive moves, and could only watch Long Yu's attack. For artistic conceptions. It's really surprising, two of them seem to be the Imperial Seal-level artistic conceptions. Bai Yunzong looked serious, observing the battle on the field, and gained a deeper understanding of Long Yu's combat effectiveness. With the strength that Long Yu has displayed now, it is indeed enough to kill the fourth-level powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm. It's a pity that as the number one core disciple of the Xintian sect, it is impossible for him to be defeated by Long Yu just like this. His strength is still stronger than the ordinary fourth-layer powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Just when Long Yu felt that he was going to win, suddenly the walking figure flashed like a ghost, and instantly disappeared in front of him. What kind of physical martial skill is this that can break the common pressure of my four moods? Long Yu put away his spear and quickly turned his head to look around, but he didn't see any walking shadows at all. Walking the whole person, as if disappeared from this space. Fantastic, powerful, junior brother Long Yu's strength is really extraordinary, I am no match on foot. Following these words of walking, a phantom like a ghost emerged from the top of Long Yu's head, and landed in front of Long Yu, with a bold smile. This high-grade spiritual medicine, Zilioli pill, is yours. Gone. After saying this, he threw a small porcelain bottle containing the elixir into Long Yu's hands. Long Yu caught it subconsciously, and then his face changed slightly. Senior brother Boo, you didn't lose to me. If you had made a move just now, I would be a dead body now. What are you talking about? The 7 schools of martial arts are coming soon. Even if I have this purple glass pill, it is impossible for me to make breakthroughs. He waved his hands on foot, and said with a smile, it's you, if you can go a step further, your fighting power will be stronger than mine. You must not shirk this purple glazed pill. Long Yu finally accepted the purple glazed pill presented by walking. He could feel that the kindness he felt when he walked to present the purple glazed pill was not only for Long Yu himself, but also for the entire Tian sect. Every session of the 7 schools of martial arts is very important to the 7 major sects of the Tang dynasty, and this time, the 7 schools of martial arts is the most important. Now the news has almost spread that Chu Chaoxing, the left prince of the Great Tang Kingdom, and Yu Ruyan, the lord of the Qianxi sect, joined forces to make an agreement with the other 6 sects. If the members of the Qianxi sect can win the first place in the 7 sects of martial arts, then all the cultivation methods of the 6 sects must be handed over to the left prince Chu Chaoxing. Under such circumstances, the 6 major sects other than the Qianxi sect have secretly united. However, if they want to fight against Yu Qianning, who is at least the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm and has also cultivated the Xuanhuan level Spring and Autumn Emperor Sutra, it is basically impossible to fight against Yu Qianning. Is unrealistic. Among the 6 major sects, I am afraid that there is no young man who can compete with Yu Qianning. Under such circumstances, the 6 major sects are secretly cultivating the younger generation of geniuses, concentrating almost all their cultivation resources on the strongest. If this is not the case, as long as the sect's cultivation method is handed over, the entire sect will decline sooner or later. Immediately after walking, Bai Lao also stood up with a smile. Long Yu, your growth rate is astonishing. It is only you and Xiaobu who can defeat Yu Qianning in this 7 martial art discussion. Bai Lao stroked his beard and said with a friendly smile, my martial arts realm is only the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. I can't give you any advice on the first stage of martial arts, But if you have any questions about pills, you can come here ask me, old man, I will know everything and say everything. Thank you, Bai Lao. Long Yu respectfully clasped his fists and saluted, and then said, Old Bai, I have quite a few corpses of monsters here, take a look, is there any material that can be refined into pills? After saying this, he took out the corpses of the Ghost Valley Snake Disciple and the 2 long barbarian monsters stored in the Joyo space, and threw them in the open space in the bamboo forest. Ghost Valley Snakes. The eyes of many elders are so sharp, they recognized the corpse of Giga Snake Disciple at a glance, and they were all taken aback. Previously, they only knew from Yan Huanma's flying pigeon message that Long Yu cooperated with her in beheading 2 powerhouses in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, including Wenze, a talented disciple who disappeared from Zhenshenzong. But they didn't know that Long Yu actually entered the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, and even beheaded a Ghost Valley snake. These elders have all been young before, and they must have had the idea of longing for the world of Dakian martial arts. Of course, they have been to the Ghost Valley of the Heavenly Soul, and they know a lot about it. Long Yu was able to kill a Giga snake, which shows that his strength has definitely far surpassed the ordinary 2nd-level people in the True Spirit Secret Realm. If he can be promoted to the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, then, Long Yu is likely to be able to defeat Yu Channing. The only thing that can be refined from the corpses of Ghost Valley snake disciples is snake gallbladder, but snake skin, snake teeth, etc., can also be used as materials for refining warriors. Bai Lao's eyes lit up, and he explained, as for the corpses of long barbaric monsters, they are not of much value, only their skins can barely be used to refine soldiers, but they can't make 2 strong soldiers, not very valuable. I see. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded, and continued to ask, the body of the long barbaric monster, the snake skin and teeth of the Giga snake, and the horn of the stone-roaring dragon rhinoceros, how many crystal coins can you sell for? He has a lot of wealth. If he can exchange these materials into crystal coins, he will definitely be able to buy more medicine pills or monster inner pills. Because of this, he must find out the prices of these things in advance. Bai Lao has been refining elixir all the year round, and went to the Tang Imperial City to exchange for soldiers. He must have a better understanding of the prices of these monster materials. The snake gall of Giga snake disciples is worth about 1,000 crystal coins. If it is refined into a pill, it will basically become a top-grade spiritual pill. The old man stroked his beard and explained kindly, the other parts of the Ghost Valley snake can be sold for about 500 crystal coins. As for the Changman monster, each head can be sold for 200 to 300 crystal coins, not many people bought it. As for the rhinoceros horn of Shihulangxi you mentioned, the value is high, at least 2,000 crystal coins can be sold. Long Yu did some calculations, and in this way, the items on the corpses of these monsters can probably be sold for more than 3,000 crystal coins. Bai Lao, I will leave the snake gall of the Ghost Valley snake disciples to you. For the rest, I will find a place to sell them when I arrive at the Tang Imperial City. While talking, Long Yu took out the snake gall of Giga snake disciple, and then put the corpses of many monsters into the 9 nether space. Bai Yunzong and the others, watching Long Yu move the corpses of monster beasts, obviously knew that Long Yu possessed an extremely precious space soldier. Others couldn't figure out where Long Yu came from, but as for Bai Yunzong, they thought to themselves, could it be a treasure left by Long Zitian to Long Yu? I don't know where Long Zitian is now, and whether he knows everything about Long Yu's growth. This snake gall, I can refine it into a pill within 3 days, and then I will give it to you. Bai Lao put away the snake gall of Giga snake disciple, then turned around and retreated to the side. Immediately afterwards, Elder He, who had always been taciturn, stepped forward. One journey of martial arts, the heart is like still water. He Lao said 8 words in a deep voice, then came to Long Yu, and punched out a flat punch. Long Yu was still thinking about what Elder He would do to him, but when he saw this punch, his expression changed. Although this punch is not a profound martial skill, or even just a top-rank boxing move in the Tian suppressing school, but in the old hands of He, it is infinitely changeable. He Lao had only used the second level of power in the True Spirit secret realm, but this punch made Long Yu feel irresistible, and subconsciously wanted to step back and avoid it. The level of martial arts is important, but if you don't practice it to the extreme, it's still useless. Elder Bai explained kindly at the side, Lao Hei's crane dance fist is only a top-grade martial skill of the mortal level, but he has comprehended the realm of transformation. After comprehending Hua Jing's mortal-level high-grade martial skill, just one punch made Long Yu feel irresistible, which made Long Yu's expression change. Originally, he felt that relying on the various martial arts he now knew was already strong enough. But now he knows that the extent to which he can improve in martial arts is no less than the extent to which he can improve in the realm of martial arts. Ordinary high-grade martial arts of the ordinary level, entering the realm of transformation, can force Long Yu to retreat, not to mention, if some powerful martial arts are cultivated into the realm of transformation, what kind of terrifying power will it be? Long Yu couldn't help thinking of Yu Shuiyin's disciple, Lu Guanming. Lu Guanming has comprehended Yu Poncher's martial arts skills to the realm of transformation. This black-faced young man has only cultivated 2 martial arts skills in his journey of martial arts. One of them is Yu Pancher, and the other is practiced by following Long Yu Voldemort Overlord body. At that time, Lu Guanming was only at the 8th level of martial arts, but he was able to compete against someone at the 9th level of martial arts, and even in the abyss of soaring snakes, he was able to resist the law enforcement elder Tan Wuchuan who stepped into the secret realm of the True Spirit for a short time. This is the powerful power generated when a martial artist cultivates martial arts into the realm of transformation. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to comprehend martial arts to the realm of transformation, and it takes too much time. Long Yu really wanted to comprehend the martial arts he knew to the highest level, but what he lacked most was time. Of course, in order to improve the level of comprehension of martial arts, in addition to working behind closed doors, competing with others is also a great way. In fact, life and death fighting can improve martial arts the most, but who can really go through life and death fighting continuously and survive? Although Elder He didn't talk much, he was one of the 2 elders protecting the Tianzong. His cultivation was much stronger than Elder Bai at the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm. But just like Long Yu couldn't see through Bai Yunzong, he couldn't see through He Lao. It can be seen that He Lao's cultivation base is at least at the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm, or even higher, reaching the realm of unity of True Spirit. He Lao, without a doubt, is the backbone of Zhenshenzong. At this moment, He Lao made a move, continuously attacking Long Yu. Although he only exerted the 2nd level of power in the realm of True Spirit, the martial arts that he comprehended to the level of transformation came one after another, making Long Yu completely unable to find any chance to fight back. This is the real master. Long Yusen understood, knowing that the focus of future training should be put more on the comprehension of martial arts. He Lao's attack benefited Long Yu a lot, as if it opened another door of martial arts. Immediately afterwards, Yu Xingshi, the elder who had previously sparred with Yan Huanma, made a move. Yu Xingshi is a middle-aged man in a white robe, with a gentle smile and a long sword in his hand. What he is best at is swordsmanship. This time the 7 sects discuss martial arts. The main opponent of our heaven-suppressing sect is Yu Qianning of the Qianxi sect, but apart from that, we should not be careless towards the disciples of the other 5 sections. Yu Xingshi said with a gentle smile, among them, the Rainfall Sword sect, one of the 7 great sects, is a sect that uses swords. The overall strength of this sect is quite strong, and it has always been arrogant. You won't work together with us to fight against Qianzizong. After the words fell, Yu Xingshi pointed at Long Yu and blatantly drew his sword. Long Yu immediately resisted with a spear in his hand. Yu Xingshi sparred with him, obviously wanting him to familiarize himself with the fighting style of martial arts, with swords. Generally speaking, sword martial arts are extremely fast, and the martial arts attacks they use are extremely terrifying, much stronger than other martial arts of the same level. Next to Yu Xingshi was another disciple of Bai Yunzong, Li Bufan. Elders one after another stepped forward to give advice to Long Yu, and after the fight, they each gave him pills and inner pills, which made him a little flattered. This kind of treatment can be said to have never been seen among the disciples of Zhenshenzong. Even walking, I am afraid that there is never a time when so many elders take care of them. However, Long Yu discussed martial arts with many Zhenshenzong elders this night, and he really gained a lot of insight into martial arts. The bottlenecks of certain martial arts that have not been touched for a long time seem to be broken through, thus stepping into a deeper realm. Late at night, Long Yu sat alone in a bamboo hut in the forbidden area of the bamboo forest, absorbing various pills presented by the elders. The current hymn can be said to be one of the hopes of suppressing Tianzong, and even the entire Great Tang Kingdom except for Qianzizong, the 6 major sections. Many elders of Zhenshenzong can be said to have invested their lives in him. It would be fine if Long Yu succeeded in defeating Yu Qianning at that time, but if he failed, what he would fail would be thousands of people in the entire suppressing Tianzong. Elder He, I gave you a high-grade spirit-level pill. Elder Yu Xingshi, I gave you 4 middle-grade spirit-level medicine pills. Elder Li Bufan, I gave you a super high-grade spirit medicine pill. Long Yu counted the many pills in detail, feeling emotional in his heart. If in the future, if he succeeds in Long Yu's cultivation, he must not let down the people of the Tian sect, who is his biggest family. So many elixirs, together with the various monster inner elixirs obtained in Mixed Sound City and Tianhun Gigu, are enough for Long Yu to try to sprint to the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. From the 2nd level to the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it is also only a quantitative change. Generally speaking, there is no bottleneck. You only need to get enough spiritual energy to refine the Tian Mai, and at the same time condense the true spirit in the Dan Tian. Among the Long Yu Dan Tian, the 2nd true spirit, the Dragon of 9 Serenities, really puzzled him. Normally, he would not dare to release this 9 Nether Dragon true spirit, otherwise, no matter if it is drunk lying in the underworld or awakening palm reincarnation, the power of these 2 moves relying on the 9 Nether Chi will be more than doubled. It can't be released, but when raising the realm, it needs to spend more spiritual energy on it, and to condense it, it really makes Long Yu miserable. Not to mention, if he wanted to step into the 4th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, he would need even more aura. It shouldn't be difficult for Long Yu to condense a heaven-suppressing Yang True Spirit into a solid body. But if you still want to condense the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit into a solid body, the difficulty is beyond even Long Yu's imagination. Fortunately, I didn't rashly condense the 2 laws of heaven and earth, Taiyin artistic conception and thunder charm, into true spirits. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to improve the realm. While thinking in his heart, Long Yu absorbed the rich aura from many elixirs, and used it to refine the Tian Mai and condense the phantom of the true spirit. It didn't take long for the Tian Mai in his body connected to this world to be tempered to a strong level, reaching the level of the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. He could clearly feel that the power of the law of heaven and earth that he could borrow would become infinitely stronger with only one more hurdle to overcome. This hurdle is to condense the true spirit into an entity and step into the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This is not what he should be thinking about right now. Suppressing the sun of the sky, condense it for me. As Long Yu absorbed the spiritual energy of the elixir and the inner alchemy of the monster, bursts of rich spiritual energy transformed into profound energy in his body, thus gradually consolidating the phantom of the true spirit of the sky-suppressing sun. As the phantom of the true spirit of the sky-suppressing sun became clearer and clearer, the coercion of the sky-suppressing law that it could amplify became stronger and stronger. Finally, when the sky was getting brighter, Long Yu condensed the true spirit of Tianziang to the level of the third level of the true spirit secret realm, and immediately after that, he was going to condense the true spirit of the 9 nether dragon. And half of the elixir and monster inner alchemy in his hand are left. These will be consumed when condensing the true spirit of the dragon of the 9 serenities. Even if the effect of absorbing 1 elixir is equivalent to that of an ordinary martial artist absorbing 3 or even more, due to the existence of the true spirit of the 9 nether dragons, his current martial arts realm can't be improved much faster than ordinary martial artists. Too much. The next day, he used it to condense the true spirit of the dragon of the 9 serenities. When the phantom of the dragon of the 9 nethernesses becomes more and more solid in his dantian, it only takes one more step to truly condense into a solid body. At that time, Long Yu's strength will undergo a qualitative leap. The improvement of the realm of martial arts requires too much aura to condense the true spirit into a solid body, and there are still bottlenecks. Now I can't break through. But there are many other ways to improve the combat power. Long Yu thought of some insights he gained from exchanging lessons with many elders last night, and his eyes shone brightly. There is still less than a month before the 7 schools of martial arts. During this time, he must try his best to comprehend the various martial arts he has learned, and he must comprehend the power of the Taiyin Tianbei and the law of thunder in his body. At the same time, many elders of Xintian's sect will also fight with him at any time, so that he can understand the essentials of the martial arts he uses faster. In just 3 days, Long Yu made a breakthrough with the first technique of Jiuyou Longquan, Zuo Huangquan. The original Zuo Huangquan is at the peak state, and it can use the 9 nether burst, which is extremely powerful. And after 3 days of constant sparring and comprehension, Long Yu finally raised the drunken crouching underworld, which he had learned for a long time, to a perfect state. Although there are 2 levels of transcendence and transformation beyond the perfection of martial arts, but as a top-notch martial art of the mortal level, the trick of drunkenness in the underworld, even if it is only realized to perfection, already has extremely terrifying power. At this moment, Long Yu punched out, and he could condense the infinite energy of the 9 secluded worlds and summon the spirit of the underworld. The spirit of the underworld is a strange creature born from the underworld and condensed with the aura of the 9 seclusions. It is invisible and invisible. It can completely bind the opponent quietly and erode the opponent's meridians with the aura of the 9 seclusions. Long Yu had just comprehended the 9 nether dragon fist to perfection, and with one punch he struck the elder Yu Xingshi, who was sparring with him. His whole body was bound by the spirit of the underworld, unable to move at all, and even unable to perform any martial arts. If Long Yu hadn't taken the initiative to scatter the spirit of the underworld, I'm afraid this move would have killed Yu Xingshi. He had just returned to Tiantian's sect for only 3 to 5 days, and his own strength had been greatly improved. It can be seen that the sect is indeed the cradle for cultivating strong men. Of course, all this is because Long Yu has received special care from almost all the elders of Zhenshenzong. Stepping into the 3rd stage of the true spirit secret realm, and comprehending the Zuo Huangquan martial arts to perfection, Long Yu's combat power suddenly increased by a large amount. Even when He Lao competed with Long Yu with the strength of the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm, Long Yu would not lose quickly. In this way, if Long Yu really met an opponent at the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm, he would not be powerless to fight back. As for the powerhouses at the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm, they are nothing in the eyes of Long Yu now, unless they are geniuses who are as evil as him. Unfortunately, such existences are considered a minority in the entire Tang dynasty. I've been back for 3 to 5 days, and I haven't gone to see how the people of the Feng family are doing. Long Yu opened his eyes, thought to himself, then stood up, and rushed towards the residence of the Xintian sect disciples. He has just made a breakthrough in the martial skill of Zuo Huangquan, and it is very difficult for Long Yu to make other breakthroughs in a short period of time. Why don't you take advantage of this free time to see how the Feng family members living in Zhenchenzong are doing? Leaving the forbidden area of the bamboo forest where he practiced in seclusion, Long Yu took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. He had inquired about it a long time ago. After Feng Chang'e came back, most of the Xingfeng family had returned to Yuguan City. After all, after Feng Chang'e came back, Xingfeng's family had a head, and they still had a certain degree of security within the territory of the Tang dynasty. However, 3 members of the Xingfeng family stayed and became disciples of the Xintian sect. One of them, Feng Yusen, became Bai Lao's disciple and was personally taught the art of alchemy. The other 2, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei, who together with Feng Yusen and were called the 3 heroes of Xingfeng family, joined Tianjin sect and became disciples of Tianjin sect. These 2 people, of course, stayed mainly to accompany Feng Yusen. The one Long Yu wanted to go and see was the 3 masters of the Feng family. Among them, Feng Yusen, he had never seen before. Not a shallow impression. The 3 heroes of the Xingfeng family have all reached the 8th level of martial arts before, and now after 3 months, they don't know how they are doing? But what is certain is that whether it is Feng Haofeng or Feng Xiaofei, they must already be at the level of core disciples. Long Yu thought in his heart that in Zhenchenzong, as long as he reached the 8th level of martial arts, it would not be difficult to become a core disciple. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to find 2 people in the area where the core disciples lived. However, when he went to the area where the core disciples lived and asked someone several times, no one said he saw Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei. Someone told Long Yu one thing. Senior brother Long Yu, not long ago, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei planned to challenge the core disciples, but they were provoked by Su Biao, the 4th core disciple. A core disciple who seemed to admire Long Yu said nervously, although the 2 of them have reached the 9th level of martial arts, Su Biaoxin is a strong man who has stepped into the secret realm of the true spirit. How can they beat it? You mean, they were provoked by Su Biaoxin, and then they chose to challenge Su Biaoxin? Long Yu frowned slightly. Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei's personalities are quite loyal, but if so, they are too impulsive. That's right, senior brother Long Yu, so now Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei should still be inner disciples, they don't live here. The man still said nervously, moreover, after they lost to Su Biaoxin, they were even forced to hand over their respective soldiers because of a bet with Su Biaoxin. All the rewards were taken away by Su Biaoxin. It makes no sense. Long Yu's eyes flickered with coldness. Although he hasn't seen Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei too many times, he also knows that these 2 boys are definitely not people who will cause trouble. Then, Su Biao must have used some means to stimulate them and provoke them so much, so that the 2 of them would be fooled. Without any hesitation, Long Yu rushed towards the mountain where the inner disciples lived. He must find out what happened to Su Biao's heart. No matter what, he would never allow the members of the Xingfeng family to suffer any grievances in Tian sect. Of course, the premise is that Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei did not initiate this matter, otherwise, Long Yu would not be able to bully others and find trouble with Su Biaoxin. Soon, Long Yu came to the residence of inner disciples. Here, many people know the names of Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei, and even praise them endlessly. Since joining Tian sect for 3 months, the 2 have helped many inner sect disciples of Tian sect, and rescued many people in places such as Soaring Snake Abyss where monsters were hunted. As soon as Su Biaoxin was mentioned, many inner disciples all hated him. Senior brother Long, it's good if you come, Su Biao's heart is really disgusting, he must be taught a lesson. An inner sect disciple who took Long Yu to Finghao Peak and Feng Xiaofei's residence gritted his teeth and said, relying on my cultivation in the realm of true spirits, to actually provoke 2 senior brother Feng and even try to snatch senior sister Feng by force, it's simply absurd. Act like a hooligan. Senior sister Changfeng? Long Yu frowned slightly. It's senior sister Feng Yusen, a disciple of Mr. Bai. It is because of this that the two senior brothers Feng have a conflict with Su Biao. The inner disciple explained. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. He really wanted to see what kind of thing Su Biaoxin was. Ahead is the courtyard where senior brother Feng lives. Senior brother Long, I'm leaving first. After the inner disciple finished speaking, he turned and left. Long Yu raised his head, looked around, and saw a courtyard that was not spacious in front of him. It stands to reason that such a small courtyard was lived by an inner sect disciple, but now, both Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei lived in it. It can be seen that in Zhenchenzong, the law enforcement elders are suppressing the two of them. The law enforcement elder who is in charge of the daily life of the disciples of the inner sect, is it possible that he is in the same group as Su Biaoxin? Long Yu's eyes shone coldly, and he stepped into the courtyard. He saw Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei who were exercising in the courtyard at a glance. They were both at the 9th level of martial arts, and they were only one step away from condensing the true spirit. And this step is a step that many people will not be able to cross in their lifetime. Now, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei are both less than 17 years old, and they can reach the 9th level of martial arts, so it should not be a problem to condense the true spirit. Long Yu looked at it for a while, and saw that the two were exchanging ideas and sparring, and they were using several martial arts skills of Zhenchenzong, including Zuan Fengpo, Yupanqi, and so on. Among them, Feng Haofeng's martial arts are more defensive, while Feng Xiaofei is more speed and offensive. The two of them have already mastered many martial arts skills of Zhenchenzong to the point of perfection, and basically every move has reached a great success, or even the peak state. This level has long surpassed ordinary inner disciples, and it stands to reason that they have long been core disciples. But because of Su Biaoxin's provocation, the two are still only inner disciples at this moment, unable to practice the supergrade martial arts in the back mountain of the martial arts pavilion. Haofeng, Xiaofei. Long Yu stepped into the courtyard and shouted. Brother Long. The two stopped their movements at the same time. Seeing Long Yu at the first sight, they couldn't help but look happy. Haha, I have long heard that Brother Long, you are not dead, so I just said, how could Brother Long die halfway through with such a high talent? Feng Xiaofei laughed and strode forward. Feng Haofeng wanted to be calmer, and walked forward with every step was solid and very steady. When Long Yu met the two, the first thing he did was of course to ask about Su Biao's heart. Soon, Long Yu knew everything about it. It turns out that at the very beginning, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei didn't know Su Biaoxin at all, but one day, Su Biaoxin wanted to extend his magic hand to Yu Yexin because he was the third core disciple. At that time, Feng Yusin was not at Bailao's place, but was in the martial arts pavilion with Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei. After being seen by Su Biaoxin, he was shocked and wanted to pursue him immediately. It's a pity that it is impossible for Feng Yusin to fall in love with a guy like Su Biaoxin, so she naturally refused. After being rejected, Su Biao's heart is not dead, and he even wanted to use force at the gate of the martial arts pavilion, and wanted to invite Feng Yusin to his yard for a talk. Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei naturally stood in front of Feng Yusin. Su Biao was about to knock them down and snatch Feng Yusin by force, but at this moment, elderly Bufan, who was in charge of the martial arts pavilion, appeared, thus avoiding a conflict. When Li Bufan made a move, Su Biao was naturally not his opponent, so he had to bear it back and hold a grudge. Since then, Su Biaoxin has been looking for troubles for Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei everywhere. Even when the two wanted to challenge the core disciples, he made provocative words and made a bet. It's a pity that Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei are not Long Yu. Although the talents of the two were not bad, after all, they didn't have such a heaven-defying thing as the 9 Serenity Dragon seal. They were only at the 9th level of martial arts, and they were defeated by Su Biaoxin one after another, without any room to fight back. Fortunately, the two of them saw the opportunity quickly and admitted defeat in time. otherwise they might lose their lives and cultivation bases. So that's the case, this Su Biaoxin, will he still have trouble finding Feng Yusin in the future? A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he asked. I have to say, this Su Biao heart, Long Yu is going to teach him a lesson. Of course there is. Feng Xiafei said bitterly, that Su Biao's heart is never dead, he always thinks about Yusin, but it's a pity that Yusin has been with Bailao since that incident, so that the thief has no chance to attack him. Call Shang Yusin, let's go find Su Biaoxin. In the past 3 months, he took away the rewards of your sect disciples, and it's time to pay back. After Long Yu finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the yard. He didn't expect that this incident happened again because of Feng Yusin. It seems that Feng Yusin, who has never met before, must also be a woman who is so beautiful. As the saying goes, a beauty is a curse. When Feng Yusin was in Yuguan City, she was admired by close friends of Jianghu Wuxiu Qiu, and now she joined Tianzhang Zong, and she was also admired by Su Biaoxin. It can be said that she is indeed a troublemaker. Of course, this is not Feng Yusin's fault. For those who want to play with Feng Yusin, Long Yu will never forgive him lightly. Not only that, as long as anyone dared to bully the Xinfeng family, Long Yu would regard him as an enemy. As long as he could fight well, he would never let him go easily. Even if he can't beat him, Long Yu won't make him feel better. Emir Su Biao's heart has not yet been taken seriously by Long Yu. Soon, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiafei split into 2 groups, one followed Long Yu and waited at the fork in the road, and the other went to Jintian Canyon to call Feng Yusin. With Long Yu's support, Feng Xiafei was very excited. The bullying he had suffered in the past 3 months could finally be repaid to Su Biaoxin in full. The matter of Long Yu's powerful defeat of Bai Heng in the martial arts arena a few days ago has spread throughout the Tian sect, and everyone knows about it. Not to mention, if you want to deal with Emir Su Biaoxin, with Long Yu's strength, you can definitely catch him. Not long after, Feng Xiafei led a young girl and walked quickly from the top of Jintian Canyon. The young girl was wearing a pale yellow dress, with flawless facial features dotted with her fair face, and a pair of big beautiful eyes showed a little excitement. Obviously, seeing Long Yu soon made her mood fluctuate a little. There is a girl named Yusin in the Feng family, who is, as her name suggests, with a fragrance like a flower, which makes people feel refreshed and happy when they see her. When seeing Long Yu, Feng Yusin's eyes lit up. Ever since Long Yu showed his might in the Feng family, defeated Feng Yun, and fought against the heads of the 3 major families in Yuguan City, Feng Yusin remembered this name. Long Yu. It's a pity that since then, she hasn't been able to see even one side of Long Yu. Even when Long Yu later passed through Yuguan City, she happened to arrive at Zhenchenzong, so she missed the meeting with Long Yu. At this moment, she was finally able to see Long Yu. 9th level of martial arts. As soon as Long Yu saw Yu Yusin, he saw through Yu Yusin's cultivation and nodded secretly. Feng Yusin is only 16 years old, but she has reached the 9th level of martial arts. With the same resources, she has already surpassed most martial arts. Even Feng Yao is not as talented as Feng Yusin. It's just that in the previous Feng family, Feng Yusin was only a collateral line, and such talent could only be buried until the Feng family's incident finally revealed itself. Brother Long. Feng Yusin followed Feng Xiafei, pacing slowly, looking at Long Yu with a touch of admiration in her beautiful eyes. Yusin, since we're here, let's go. Long Yu nodded with a smile and turned around. Then Su Biao's heart is so rampant within the sect, I'm afraid there is some backing behind him, but I am not afraid. I want to see, that Su Biao, why is the heart so overbearing? His tone contained strong self-confidence, which invisibly infected Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiafei, and Feng Yusin, making them more confident. With Big Brother Long around, Su Biao's heart must not be rampant. Feng Xiafei was filled with anger when he thought of Su Biaoxin's insults, provocations, and oppression towards them in the past 3 months, as well as the disgusting look he gave Feng Yin Zi. Now, it's finally time for this anger to erupt. All of this depends on Big Brother Long, but we can't always rely on Big Brother Long. If we want to never be bullied, we must become strong ourselves. Whether it is Feng Haofeng or Feng Xiaofei, they all think so in their hearts. As for Feng Yin Zi, I didn't think too much about it. Her character is relatively quiet and natural. Because of this, her talent in alchemy even surpassed Liao Leilei's by a lot. The four of them walked forward and soon reached the mountain where the core disciples lived. Many people along the way were surprised when they saw Long Yu, but when they saw the Feng family behind him, they immediately knew that Long Yu was going to trouble Su Biaoxin. When Long Yu led the three of them to the living area of the core disciples, there was already a large group of people following behind them, all of whom wanted to watch the fun. Everyone knows that Su Biao's heart is in trouble now. However, when they came to the place where the core disciples lived, everyone was dumbfounded. In Su Biao's heart, when he heard the news that Long Yu came to trouble him, he did not hide in fright, but appeared in front of Long Yu openly and aboveboard. Wearing a blue cloth shirt, this thin young man with extremely small eyes looked at Long Yu with contempt and disdain. And in front of him stood an elder of Zhenshenzong. This elder of Zhenshenzong is Su Biaoxin's master, Yu Xingshan, the fifth level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is also the chief executive in charge of all law enforcement elders. Yu Xingshan, wearing a green robe, looks like a mountain, as if no one can shake it. At this moment, Yu Xingshan and Su Biaoxin stood together, blocking Long Yu and the others. Core disciple Long Yu. There was no emotion in Yu Xingshan's eyes. When he saw Long Yu, he called his name lightly. Elder. Seeing Yu Xingshan and Su Biaoxin standing together, Long Yu basically understood what was going on, and looked at Su Biaoxin with a touch of contempt. This guy is indeed the same as Yi Yan before, he only dared to do such an arrogant act because he had a master. Since you know I'm an elder, why don't you salute? There was a faint dissatisfaction in Yu Xingshan's eyes, and he was always staring at Long Yu. Salute? Long Yu couldn't help laughing. In his life, he would only salute the elders he respected. As for Yu Xingshan and others, he was definitely not among them. Long Yu regards Jin Tianzong as his own home, but there are only a few of his family members in this home: Bai Yunzong, Yu Shuiyun, Bai Lao, He Lao, Yan Huanma, Yu Xingshi, Walking. Wait, as long as someone respects Long Yu will respect him. But how does the Yueshing mountain in front of him help Long Yu? What respect? Nothing at all. On the contrary, he indulged his disciple Su Biaoxin, bullied others with his power, played against Feng Yin Zi's ideas, and even suppressed and persecuted Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei. I will salute to Sect Master Bai. I will salute to Elder Bai. I will also salute to Senior Brother Bu. Long Yu said lightly, but facing you, I can't find a reason to salute at all. Presumptuous. Hearing the words, Su Biao stood up immediately, pointed at Long Yu, and scolded sharply, "You are so rude to the elders of the sect. You Long Yu, do you really think that you are the hope of suppressing Tianzong? If I'm not, are you?" Long Yu asked back, his disdain was beyond words. Facing someone like Su Biaoxin, Long Yu didn't bother to say anything more. If he wanted to fight, then come. Even in the face of Elder Yu Xingshan, who was the fifth level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Long Yu still wouldn't back down, just because he wanted to see how far his strength was now. You. Su Biao was very angry, but pointed at Long Yu, but couldn't say anything. Even if he took away Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei's 3-month sect rewards, coupled with Yu Xingshan's full training, he has now reached the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. However, Su Biao knew that he was not Long Yu's opponent. Bai Heng, who was also in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, was strongly defeated by Long Yu, not to mention that Long Yu was at the 2nd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The current Long Yu has stepped into the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and his strength is obviously stronger. Su Biao didn't dare to do anything, so he could only turn his eyes to his master, the fifth-level powerhouse of the True Spirit's secret realm, Elder Yu Xingshan. Yu Xingshan took a step forward. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Yu Xingshan said indifferently, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. A mere young junior is so arrogant, and even claims to be the hope of suppressing the Tianzong. If it spreads, it will make people laugh. Yeah? Long Yu chuckled disdainfully. Yu Xingshan, as an elder, you are in charge of the entire team of law enforcement elders, and you actually connive at your own disciples being domineering, and even have unreasonable thoughts about female disciples of the sect. If it gets out, wouldn't it be even worse? Makes people laugh out loud. Long Yu's words were retorted, making Yu Xingshan at a loss for words, his eyes filled with anger. You. Yu Xingshan reacted, and immediately couldn't help stretching out his hand, pointing at Long Yu, and said sharply, as a disciple of Xintian's sect, you are disrespectful to your elders. Today, as an elder, I, Yu Xingshan, will teach you a lesson. You know what it means to respect the elders. Not all elders are worthy of respect, at least not like you. The contempt in Long Yu's eyes grew stronger. The two men's swords and tongues immediately stunned all the Tian sect disciples around them. Even Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, and Yu Yexin were shocked by Long Yu's words. Everyone believed in Long Yu's strength, and it would be easy to deal with Su Biaoxin, but they never thought that Long Yu could talk to Elder Yu Xingshan. The Tian sect disciples around didn't know Yu Xingshan's true cultivation level, but based on their feelings and aura, they also knew that Yu Xingshan's martial arts realm was definitely higher than Long Yu's. Even so, Long Yu didn't have the slightest timidity, and dared to talk to Yu Xingshan. It was really shocking. Could it be that Long Yu actually had the confidence to resist Yu Xingshan? Many people kept shaking their heads. After all, Yu Xingshan was an elder, and to these ordinary disciples of the Xintian sect, he was really a superior existence. They couldn't imagine that Yu Xingshan, as the head of law enforcement elders and one of the 13 elders in the Elder Pavilion, would not be Long Yu's opponent. Anyway, Long Yu is only a core disciple. Yu Xingshan, if you want to teach me a lesson, then just come. I, Long Yu, will not be afraid of you. Long Yu immediately smiled contemptuously. Court death. Yu Xingshan couldn't bear Long Yu's continuous ridicule. He shouted sharply, and then a figure in a brown robe flashed and attacked Long Yu. Careful. The girl Feng Yusin couldn't help but exclaimed. The fragrance in her words was like orchid, beautiful and refined. Do not worry. After Long Yu finished speaking in a deep voice, he also stepped out. Although he was very confident on the surface, he certainly wouldn't underestimate Yu Xingshan's enemy. The person in front of him was the first time he really faced the fifth-level powerhouse of the True Spirit's secret realm. After stepping into the third stage of the True Spirit's secret realm, Long Yu's basic strength has also grown to 4 June, and with the activation of the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, he has 5 June strength. However, the powerhouse at the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm has a base strength of 16 June, which is more than 3 times that of Long Yu. Of course, apart from basic strength and True Spirit entities, Long Yu has the upper hand in all other factors. Suppressing the sun of the sky, suppressing the field of the sky. Long Yu let out a soft shout, and the phantom of the sky-suppressing sun emerged behind him. In an instant, the blazing sun's rays carried the infinite pressure of the sky-suppressing, covering the brown-robed figure who was galloping forward. Sky-suppressing domain. Yu Xingshan snorted coldly. He didn't even condense his true spirit at all. He stomped his feet casually, and released a burst of coercion in the field of suppressing the sky that was stronger than Long Yu. Yu Xingshan was still thinking that with his double martial arts realm, even with the coercion of the heaven-suppressing domain, he could completely suppress Long Yu. After all, he didn't go to the Forbidden Bamboo Forest to compete with Long Yu, and he didn't know what strength Long Yu had. Obviously, Yu Xingshan was probably also excluded by the real core of Zhenshenzong, or in other words, he was not trusted by Bai Yunzong. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to know some of Long Yu's strengths. Ji Lei Shen Yun, destroy me. Long Yu felt the tyranny of the opponent's sky-suppressing coercion, and immediately attached the destructive power of the thunder charm to his own sky-suppressing domain. In the next moment, the lightning around Long Yu flickered, and he rushed towards Yuehang Mountain like electric snakes. Yu Xingshan approached quickly, but he didn't have time to dodge. After all, the speed of Ji Lei Shen Yun was too fast. Boom! Yu Xingshan's entire body was hit by the destructive power of Ji Lei Shen Yun. Relying on the tyrannical realm of martial arts, Yu Xingshan released his profound energy in an instant, forming a layer of barriers in an instant, resisting the destructive power of these thunder charms. However, the heavenly end barrier that he hastily condensed was also completely destroyed by these thunder charms, and was shattered into pieces. Stinky boy, you actually comprehended the double life environment. Yu Xingshan immediately reacted and put more thought on Long Yu. He felt the destructive power of the Ji Lei Shen Yun, and immediately thought of the Ji Tian Lei pool, and couldn't help guessing, could it be that Long Yu really got the fragments of the Tian Bei after entering the Ji Tian Lei pool? Otherwise, where did these thunder charms come from? In addition, there are rumors among the top officials of the entire Tang dynasty that Long Yu has obtained the Taiyin Tian Bei from the Ling family villa. There must be a lot of treasures on Long Yu's body. Thinking of this, a kind of light appeared in Yu Xingshan's eyes. That is the light of greed and longing. The steel of heaven is extremely precious to a martial artist who is in the realm of harmony between man and nature, let alone Yu Xingshan. He, Yu Xingshan, is over 50 years old now. If he can't get any adventures, he probably won't have the possibility of breakthrough in his life. The Tian Bei is his great opportunity. Suppressing Tianshan, the true spirit is alive. Yu Xingshan yelled loudly, and immediately raised his hand. An extremely tall mountain true spirit entity emerged from behind, exuding an extremely terrifying sky-suppressing coercion. Yu Xingshan, the true spirit he condensed, is Zhentian Mountain. After he condensed the true spirit into a solid body, the true spirit of the Tianshan Mountain was a real mountain, releasing extremely terrifying coercion from the whole body. Go! Yu Xingshan snorted coldly, and the true spirit entity of Zhentian Mountain immediately slammed down towards Long Yu's place. The true spirit entity that suppresses Tianshan Mountain, the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm. This coercion is really powerful. All of a sudden, Long Yu was so suppressed that he couldn't move. He couldn't help feeling Yu Xingshan's strength. This combat power was more than a notch stronger than the Elder Ing Luo of Qianxi sect that he beheaded not long ago. The sun erupts. Behind Long Yu, the Taiyin wings appeared instantly, followed by a burst of Taiyin energy. Back then when he went to Jitian Leiqi, Long Yu relied on his ability to resonate with Taiyin's wings to get rid of Yu Qianning's entanglement. Now he was suppressed by Yu Xingshan's heaven-suppressing coercion, and once again used this trick. I saw the air of Taiyin erupting from the wings of Taiyin in an instant, completely dispelling the sky-suppressing pressure on Long Yu's body, and then, the wings of Taiyin took Long Yu with him, turning him into a gray-black streamer, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. This scene stunned everyone including Yu Xingshan. Under such terrifying pressure, Long Yu actually disappeared? Master, he is behind you. Su Biao's heart immediately came to his senses, and hurriedly pointed to the back of Yu Xingshan. Innocent. Yu Xingshan snorted coldly, and was about to turn his head back, but at this moment, he felt a strange invisible force descending, binding his whole body on the spot. Long Yu's figure appeared behind Yu Xingshan, and he punched out. 9 Nether Dragon Fist, the spirit of the underworld. The chi of the netherworld condenses into the spirit of the underworld, and the shadowless and invisible existence completely restrains Yu Xingshan. After Long Yu had comprehended the technique of lying drunk in the underworld to a perfect state, he used it against the enemy for the first time, and it achieved results. This punch made Yu Xingshan's face change drastically. Immediately afterwards, before Yu Xingshan could react, Long Yu's punch simulated the road to the underworld, enveloping him in it. Even the strongest who had reached the 5th level of the True Spirit's secret realm, Yu Xingshan was completely intimidated without any resistance. Wake up, palm reincarnation! Long Yu immediately punched out, and the power of reincarnation condensed out of thin air, pushing Yu Xingshan into reincarnation, and temporarily dropped him to the 4th level of the True Spirit's secret realm. The next moment, Long Yu took a step forward and swept his spear across, aiming at Yu Xingshan's neck. You lose. Long Yu said lightly. With the martial arts he has mastered now, the 9-nether dragon fist is unstoppable, and even the 5th level powerhouse of the True Spirit's secret realm can't resist it for a while. It wasn't until this time that the Tian Shan Jinling of Yueshing Mountain finally fell to the ground with a bang, and made a deep hole in the ground, but it didn't hurt Long Yu at all. On the contrary, Yu Xingshan had the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear lying across his neck, announcing that he had lost to Long Yu. Yu Xingshan woke up suddenly, his whole face was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes flashed with fear. He never thought that Long Yu would possess such tyrannical power. Just the means to break through the coercion of his suppressing true spirit in Tian Shan Mountain is definitely not available to ordinary people in the 3rd level of the True Spirit's secret realm. Not to mention a person in the 3rd level of the True Spirit's secret realm, even a strong person in the 4th level of the True Spirit's secret realm who has condensed the True Spirit into a solid body, it is difficult for him to break through the coercion of his suppressing Tian Shan True Spirit. How did Long Yu do it? No matter what, the life of Yu Xingshan just now is completely in Long Yu's hands. If Long Yu wanted to kill him just now, he would have died thousands of times. As one of the 13 elders of Zhenshenzong and the chief executive of the law enforcement elders, he lost to a young junior. If this matter gets out, people will really laugh out loud. However, at this moment, with so many Tian sect disciples around watching, trying to keep the matter from getting out is simply as difficult as going to heaven. Everyone around became extremely excited at this moment. Long Yu defeated Yu Xingshan. In the past, although everyone knew that Long Yu was very strong, they never thought that Long Yu would be so strong. Brother Long. Feng Yusin's eyes were full of splendor, but also complicated. She was delighted to see that Long Yu became stronger, but it also caused other troubles. If Long Yu became stronger and stronger, wouldn't the distance from her be getting further and further away? This is not a situation that Feng Yusin would like to see. It's a pity, of course, it's impossible for her to stop Long Yu from becoming stronger, not to mention that she can't do it. Even if she can, it's impossible to ask Long Yu to do so. Respecting martial arts is the eternal theme of this world. There is no reason to stop people from becoming stronger. Haha, Brother Long is amazing. Feng Xiaofei jumped up all of a sudden, his face was filled with joy. Sure enough, when Long Yu came out, everything became extremely simple. Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei looked up and saw the core disciple, Su Biaoxin, who had oppressed them to the point where he couldn't hold his head up, and his face was ashen. Su Biao was heartbroken. He never thought that his master would lose to Long Yu. This simply overturned his lifetime perception of martial arts. At first he thought he was dreaming, but he soon confirmed that his master, Yu Xingshan, was indeed held to the throat by Long Yu with a spear, and lost to Long Yu. Apart from these people, the other Tian sect disciples who followed also had their eyes widened, and they couldn't quite believe what they saw was real. At this moment, Long Yu suddenly noticed that a strong murderous aura erupted from Yu Xingshan's body. Want to kill me? A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes, and the spear in his hand suddenly exerted force. Thousands of people killed. The killing intent erupted from the tip of the spear immediately enveloped Yu Xingshan, and the spear rushed forward. Just before Yu Xingshan wanted to turn around and attack Long Yu acted first, and fired a shot, which immediately hit Yu Xingshan's throat. Yu Xingshan had been prepared for such a long time. Of course, a mountain shield appeared from his throat, blocking Long Yu's spear. However, the tyrannical force of Long Yu's spear still knocked his whole body away, and he fell 10 feet away. Yu Xingshan staggered, looking extremely embarrassed. Elder Yu Xingshan, I have already pointed the tip of a gun at your throat, but you refuse to admit defeat and want to sneak attack me? Long Yu sneered disdainfully. This is your demeanor as a senior? If it spreads out, I'm afraid it will make people laugh. This sentence was originally used by Yu Xingshan to teach Long Yu a lesson. But now, it has been quoted many times by Long Yu, making Yu Xingshan even more ashamed. When Long Yu's words came out, the Tianzong disciples in the surrounding field were in an uproar. This Yu Xingshan is extremely shameless. After losing to Long Yu, he still wants to sneak attack. It is really contemptible. Even putting aside the two's identities, even in the contest between the disciples of Tian sect, such behavior is disgusting. Not to mention, this Yu Xingshan is also an elder. Yu Xingshan's eyes were full of fierceness. At this moment, he felt that his martial arts realm had gradually recovered, and he finally stood up straight again, straightening his waist. Long Yu, as a disciple of Tianjin sect, you still have too little combat experience. Yu Xingshan snorted coldly, and said, as an elder, I, Yu Xingshan, will teach you now what a real battle is. Now he already has some understanding of Long Yu's moves. If he does it again, he will never be easily caught. As soon as these words came out, Long Yu almost admired this person's thick skin. Obviously already defeated, Long Yu let him go because he was the elder of Zhenshenzong, but now, Yu Xingshan still said that he had too little combat experience and wanted to teach him a lesson. It seems that Long Yu is indeed still too young. You shouldn't have shown mercy just now, but you should have killed him directly, and it's over. But it is useless to regret now. Who would have thought that Yu Xingshan was so shameless? Although Long Yu had exhausted his martial arts skills and prepared Yu Xingshan to be prepared, he might not be invincible in the next battle, and it is still unknown who will win and who will lose. Just when the eyes of the two were intertwined and they were about to make a move at the same time, suddenly the real spirit entity of a giant spear appeared in the midair. Fall. Accompanied by a light shout, the real spirit entity of the giant spear suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Yu Xingshan. Immediately afterwards, a burst of endless killing fields spread out from the giant spear, covering Yu Xingshan's entire body in brown robes. With the murderous intent pervading, Yu Xingshan felt as if he would be killed by the giant long spear spirit if he moved, and his head was covered in cold sweat. Of course he recognized it. The appearance of the giant spear spirit represented the sect master of Tian sect, and Bai Yun had arrived. Yu Xingshan, is that enough? Bai Yunzong's voice came in right after. Following these faint words, a short-haired man in striped clothing slowly paced over. It seemed that his movements were very slow, but his speed was extremely fast. In a few breaths, they have already come from a distance and stepped into the field. This person is none other than the Lord of the Heaven-suppressing sect, Bai Yunzong. The real spirit entity of a giant long spear completely suppressed Yu Xingshan just by appearing, not daring to move an inch. This is the coercion of a real strong man. Bai Yunzong should be a strong man in the realm of unity of true spirit, otherwise, it would be impossible to suppress Yu Xingshan so easily. Seeing Bai Yunzong approaching, Long Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of continuing to fight to the death with Yu Xingshan, since Bai Yunzong came, things would definitely end well. Since Bai Yunzong didn't bring Yu Xingshan with him when he greeted him, it can be seen that this person is definitely not on Bai Yunzong's trustworthy list. Sect Master, this Dragon Yumu has no respect for his elders. He provoked me. I just followed the sect's rules. When Yu Xingshan saw Bai Yunzong appearing, he immediately glared at Long Yu, and began to insist on Long Yu's crime. It's a pity that Bai Yunzong couldn't be more clear about the whole story. Enough. Bai Yunzong raised his hand and interrupted Yu Xingshan from continuing to speak. Seeing Yu Xingshan's words froze, Bai Yunzong nodded in satisfaction, and lowered his hands to stroke his two mustaches. Yu Xingshan, you have been the head of the law enforcement elders of my Tianzong for quite a long time, right? Reporting to the suzerain, this year is the 9th year. Yu Xingshan felt that something was wrong, so he even lowered his voice a little. It's a pity that there is no 10th year. Bai Yunzong said indifferently, before you accepted Su Biaoxin as your apprentice, you were conscientious and diligent. It's just that Su Biaoxin, although a little talented, has bad intentions. After getting along for a long time, it makes you even more difficult. The heart of martial arts has changed. As soon as these words came out, Su Biao felt something was wrong. This Bai Yunzong clearly came prepared to punish their master and apprentice. Elder Yu, I can understand your intention to cultivate Su Biao's heart, but the method is wrong. Bai Yunzong's face became serious. This Su Biaoxin is domineering in the sect, and you are also guilty of laxity as a disciple. From now on, you will be imprisoned. Imprisonment punishment. As soon as Bai Yunzong said this, everyone around was in an uproar. It turned out to be the punishment of imprisonment. Even Long Yu's expression changed slightly. The punishment of imprisonment is the most serious punishment in the Tianzong's regulations, second only to expulsion from the sect and the abolition of cultivation. It can range from a few years to decades, and you have to spend it in captivity, unable to go out. From Bai Yunzong's words, Long Yu also heard that this Yu Xingshan was quite good before, but after getting in touch with Su Biaoxin, his mentality began to change a little. Thinking of this, Long Yu couldn't help looking at Su Biaoxin, who was pale, and was a little curious, wondering how Bai Yunzong would deal with Su Biaoxin. All eyes were on Su Biaoxin. As for you, Su Biaoxin. Bai Yunzong turned his head sideways, glanced at Su Biaoxin, and shook his head regretfully. Originally, I gave you many chances. If you can correct it, I will let it go. However, you have repeatedly rampant in the sect. If you bully others, I will abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Abolish your cultivation base and drive you out of the sect. This can be said to be the most severe punishment in the Tian sect. Even if the traitors are treated in the Tian sect, most of them are punished by abolishing their cultivation base and expelling them from the sect, such as the former elder Wu Jianxin. Suppressing Tianzong will not forcibly deprive Wu Xiu of his life. In any case, the other party was once a member of the Tian sect, and had made a lot of contributions to the suppressing Tianzong. When Bai Yunzong's words came out, Su Biao's face was ashamed. It's all over. His greatest reliance was Yu Xingshan, his master as the elder of Zhenchenzong, but now, facing Bai Yunzong's disposal, not even his master Yu Xingshan could save him. Bai Yunzong's giant spear spirit just trembled out of thin air, and a burst of murderous aura attacked wantonly, smashing Su Biao's dantian to pieces. You go. Bai Yunzong put away the giant spear, true spirit, and said calmly. Su Biaoxin covered his dantian with one hand, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, at the same time he glanced at his master, Yu Xingshan. With a dark face, Yu Xingshan waved his hands, let's go. Su Biao gritted his teeth, turned and left. From now on, Su Biaoxin is a useless person, not only being expelled from the sect, but even the realm of martial arts has been abolished. It is extremely miserable. However, when he thought about his domineering appearance of Yu Xingshan who relied on his master as Yu Xingshan before, this situation made people feel very happy. Seeing Su Biaoxin's desolate back when he left, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei also felt a little bit in their hearts. In the past, this Su Biaoxin could bully them at will, but when he met a stronger person, he was still easily subdued, and ended up being abolished and expelled from the sect. This alerted Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei. From now on, no matter how strong you are in the realm of martial arts, you can't take it lightly. In this Tianyu continent, the strong have their own strong hands, and if you act recklessly and arrogantly, you will only die in the end. Brother Long, thank you. Feng Yusen, the girl in a light yellow dress, came to Long Yu's side lightly, pursed her lips, and thanked him. No need to thank me. But Long Yu shook his head, and said, from the moment you made the choice in Yuguan City to follow my adoptive father, you decided to stand with me. If I help you, you are helping your adoptive father, and you are helping my adoptive father. Own. Hearing this, Feng Yusen couldn't help feeling a little sad. Obviously, Long Yu is not fascinated by her appearance like other ordinary people, but seems to want to alienate her a little bit. It turned out that Long Yu helped her only for the patriarch Feng Chang'e. Okay, Yusen, don't think too much. Long Yu smiled immediately, and turned his head to glance at her beautiful face. Now the three of you are stronger than the adoptive father. From now on, the adoptive father will entrust you first. As for the injuries suffered by the adoptive father, I'll figure it out. Brother Long, don't worry, I'll drive Haofeng and Xiaofei back and let them protect the patriarch. Feng Yusen covered her mouth lightly. Well, as for Yusen, you must learn alchemy well. This is very important to the Feng family. Long Yu nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yunzong personally escorted Yu Xingshan to accept the sentence of imprisonment. From now on, he will live and practice in prison for 3 years. This kind of life is definitely a kind of torture for Yu Xingshan. However, after these 3 years have passed, I hope he can recognize his mistakes and stop allowing his disciples to run amok. In any sect, in any family, there will be people who have such power and use it for personal gain. Even martial arts monks are not immune. Long Yu thought in his heart, feeling something in his heart. Immediately, he also turned around and left, preparing to go to the forbidden bamboo forest and continue to practice. More than half a month later. There are still 7 days left before the 7 schools of martial arts, which are attracting national attention in the Tang dynasty. At this time, in the bamboo grove in the forbidden area of Zhenshenzong, a young man in black with wings stretched out from behind was crossing back and forth between several cliffs. Behind him, a pair of gray-black lunar wings lead him to soar in the sky, as fast as a shooting star. This young man in black is none other than Long Yu. In more than half a month, his martial arts realm, the 3rd level of the true spirit secret realm, has been consolidated to a certain extent, and he has been able to use the basic power with ease. Not only that, but his biggest change was his comprehension of the martial art Waking Palm Reincarnation. Not long ago, after practicing Awakening Palm Reincarnation day and night, Long Yu finally raised this move from a small success to a great success. The Awakening Palm Reincarnation of Xiaocheng realm can gather the power of reincarnation out of thin air, and push the opponent's martial Dao realm into reincarnation, temporarily dropping 1 level. And the Awakening Palm Reincarnation that has reached the Desheng state greatly reduces the profound energy consumed, and can be quickly and repeatedly performed, reducing the power of any opponent's martial arts. Long Yu and Walker have compared each other, and found that the Awakening Palm Reincarnation of the Desheng realm can weaken martial skills to a terrifying degree. A random punch can weaken the defensibility of the walking barrier by more than half, so that it can be easily broken. A random palm can weaken the power of the walking whirlwind spear to the extreme, and even allows Long Yu to use the thunderbolt body to resist it head-on. The Awakening Palm Reincarnation of the Desheng realm is the real Awakening Palm Reincarnation. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As a result, his combat effectiveness has once again leapt. If he were to face a 5th-level powerhouse in the true spirit secret realm like Shangyue Xingshan, he would not need to be caught by surprise to win, but would be able to fight a war of attrition with the opponent. Even if Yu Xingshan's heaven-suppressing true spirit was suppressed, Long Yu could weaken it with 1 punch by relying on his Awakening Palm Reincarnation, and resisted from the front. Moreover, due to many times of training with walking, Long Yu is already familiar with the use of this move, and can release the power of reincarnation with a random punch or palm. Drunk in the underworld, wake up and reincarnate. Just one move of 9 Serenity Dragon Fist is already surpassing countless martial arts in the world. And from Long Yu's memory, once he can condense the true spirit into a solid body and step into the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm, he will be able to transform the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal again and derive a new martial skill. As for what the brand new martial skill is, Long Yu still doesn't know, but he can imagine the horror of that brand new martial skill just by looking at 9 Nether Dragon Fist. At this time, Long Yu urges the wings of Taiyin, soaring like a goshawk among the peaks of the cliff. The reason for this is because he feels that the degree of compatibility between himself and the Taiyin wing is getting deeper and deeper, and with the influence of the half of the Taiyin Tianbei in his arms, it is very likely that he will be able to match the Taiyin wing even more in the near future. I and the 9 Nether Dragon Spear are compatible with psychics, comprehended the psychic martial arts, and touched the scales. However, there has been no further movement after such a long time. Instead, it seems to be more compatible with the Taiyin Tianbei. Regarding this, Long Yu was a little puzzled. In his guess, maybe the 9 Nether Dragon Spear belonged to his father after all, and it was almost the limit to be compatible with him in psychic communication. As for the wings of Taiyin, they were transformed from the 9 Nether Dragon Seals with the power of the Taiyin Tianbei, which fit him very well. With such a comparison, it is not surprising that the situation Long Yu is facing now. Long Yu soared in the sky, and it took a long time before he stopped on a cliff or a mountain peak. During the flight, he felt as if he could feel the soul of Giguishur. Giguishur is a tyrannical monster in the depths of the Ghost Valley of the Heavenly Soul. Any adult Giguishur has at least the 7th level of terrifying power in the secret realm of true spirits. Even though it was transformed by the Taiyin Tianbei with the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, there is still a wisp of illusory thoughts of Giguishur left in the Taiyin wings, which Long Yu can occasionally feel. After all, it's still a little bit worse. Long Yu thought in his heart that after the sun had completely set, he landed in the bamboo forest in the forbidden area, feeling a little disappointed. Several times, he felt that he was compatible with Taiyin wings, and was about to break through the most critical level, but he was still a little bit short. It was this little bit that became the farthest distance between him and the Taiyin wings. Tomorrow, the suzerain will lead a team to the imperial city of the Tang dynasty to participate in the 7 schools of martial arts. Long Yu made some calculations in his mind, and for the time being, he could only let go of the matter of matching the Taiyin wings. When he arrived at the imperial city, he still had a lot of good things in the 9 Nether space, such as the spiritual level supergrade long sword he won from Feng Yao, the meteorite from the outer sky, the corpses of monsters, and so on. If you take all these out, you will definitely be able to exchange them for a lot of pills or monster inner pills. Of course, it is still impossible to condense the true spirit into a solid body. After all, it is too difficult to step into the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. Not only does it require a large amount of spiritual energy, but it also has a bottleneck that is extremely difficult to break through. At night, Long Yu had a good night's rest. Early the next morning, Walker knocked on his door. Junior brother Long Yu, the suzerain is leading people to gather in the heaven-suppressing hall. This time, the 7 sects discuss martial arts. You are the mainstay of our suppressing sky sect. You must work hard. The sound of walking came from outside the bamboo house. Brother Boo, you too. Long Yu smiled heartily and stepped out of the bamboo house. The two looked at each other and smiled, then turned around together and rushed towards the Jintian Hall. Sovereign Master Bai Yunzong led his people to gather in Tian Hall. When Long Yu came to the square in front of Jintian Hall, he immediately saw a familiar figure, Feng Changge, who appeared here with Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei and Yu Yexin. Father! A flash of surprise flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Feng Changge wants to go to the imperial city too? Xiao Yu. Feng Changge looked at Long Yu and smiled approvingly. I haven't seen Lu Yu for a long time. It coincides with the 7 schools discussing martial arts, and I want to go to Lu's house in the imperial city. Imperial City Lu family. As soon as Long Yu heard these 4 words, many familiar figures immediately appeared in his mind. From childhood to adulthood, Long Yu has come into contact with too many people from the Lu family in the imperial city. Feng Yao's mother, Lu Yu, also Feng Changge's wife, treated Long Yu coldly since she was a child. After the Feng family incident in Yuguan City, she left Yuguan City and returned to Lu's house in the imperial city. Lu Mingxian, a disciple of the Frost sect and Feng Yao's cousin, was beheaded by Long Yu in the royal ancient ginseng forest. Lu Yi, the 5th core disciple of the Broken Knife sect, known as the Burning Soul Knife, was beheaded by Long Yu in the abyss of soaring snakes. Lu Mingqing, a collateral descendant of the Wang family of the imperial city family, and Wang Tianzhuo's follower, witnessed the destruction of Long Yu General Wang Tianzhuo's cultivation in the Ling family villa. What impressed Long Yu the most was Lu Yuan. In the Ling family villa, the two fell into the strange stone room together, and each got half of the Tying Tianbei, and even later had a relationship of borrowing a horse. Since then, Lu Yuan's black hair has turned into white snow, adding a bit of glamour to her. I don't know what's going on now. Father, Lu family in the imperial city, I will go with you. Some past events flashed through Long Yu's mind, and then he smiled and said to Feng Changge. The Lu family in the imperial city is not considered a big family in the imperial city, it is just an ordinary business family. The members of the Lu family, even Wang Tianzhuo, a collateral child of the Wang family, spared no effort to curry favor with them. It can be seen that there is a huge gap between the Lu family in the imperial city and the Wang family of the noble family. Long Yu believed that with his own strength, no one in the Lu family in the imperial city could stop him. In this way, Feng Changge went to find Lu Yu with some security, otherwise Long Yu would not be at ease. Well, it's good to be together. Feng Changge nodded, then turned his head away, as if he was thinking about something. Long Yu thought, should I tell him about Feng Yao? But after thinking about it, forget it. Feng Yao joined the Xinghai Impeller Force, one of the 7 disaster stars, which is probably not good news for Feng Changge. Moreover, if Feng Changge is told this news, it will definitely make Feng Changge worry about Long Yu's safety. This is not good for Feng Changge, and even if he knows, with his current strength, he can't do anything, it will only add to the sadness. After a little thought, Long Yu buried this moment in his heart. Long Yu looked up and saw Bai Yunzong, the lord of Tianjin sect, who was gathering people in the Tianjin Hall. Going to the Great Tang Imperial City to participate in the 7 schools discussion on martial arts is a major event for the entire heaven-suppressing sect. Naturally, everyone wants to go. However, it is impossible for a sect to lead the sect. Therefore, only a part of the suppressing sky sect can go. Young male and female disciples who are under the age of 25 and have reached the 8th level of martial arts are of course eligible to go, because they are the protagonists of the 7 martial arts debates and will represent Tian sect in the battle. In addition, Bai Yunzong will personally lead the team to ensure the safety of the entire sect, especially the core disciples Long Yu and Walking. These people are the pillars of Tian sect in the future, and there must be no accidents when they go to participate in the 7 martial arts debates. Besides Bai Yunzong himself, there were also 4 elders from the Elder Pavilion, Bai Lao, Yu Xingshi, Li Bufan, and Yu Shuiyun, who went to the Great Tang Imperial City together. In addition, Yan Huanma was already in the Great Tang Imperial City, waiting for everyone, and had already reserved a place for them to stay in the Great Tang Imperial City. In addition to Bai Yunzong and the 5 elders, there were 15 law enforcement elders who followed them to the Great Tang Imperial City. All the heaven-suppressing sect disciples who are not qualified to participate in the 7 schools of martial arts, during the whole month of the 7 schools of martial arts, no one is allowed to leave the range of the heaven-suppressing mountain range. This, of course, is for the safety of all sect disciples. After all, when the 7 sects were discussing martial arts, Bai Yunzong and many other powerful elders were not in the sect, and the remaining defense force was much weaker than usual, so it was necessary to guard against sneak attacks by others. With fewer people, the area that can be guarded is much smaller, so many Tian sect disciples are not allowed to leave the sect during this period of time. Calculated in this way, there are more than 70 people in the entire Zhentian zone who will go to the Great Tang Imperial City. Among them, 15 law enforcement elders of the 9th level of martial arts and the 1st level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, plus Bai Yunzong and 5 elders of the Elder Pavilion, and the remaining 50 people are all young geniuses participating in the 7 martial arts debates. No matter who it is an honor to participate in the 7 schools of martial arts. Therefore, all disciples of Tian sect who meet the requirements will not easily let go of this opportunity. Except for Bai Hang. Bai Hang was destroyed by Long Yu, the Longsword soldiers, and the White Sword Shadow, the True Spirit Phantom, was defeated at the same time, and Bai Hang's confidence was also crushed. This made him even give up participating in the 7 schools of martial arts this time, and chose to practice hard in the heaven-suppressing school. Regarding this, Long Yu certainly would not feel the slightest bit of guilt. The challenge was initiated by Bai Hang. Since you initiated the challenge, you must be prepared to bear the consequences of failure. Long Yu looked around. He knows many of the people who participated in the 7 schools of martial arts this time. Among them, the strongest are of course him and Walker. The 2 sides have not yet decided the real winner, and it is not known who is stronger. Although Long Yu is formidable, he obviously has reservations about walking. It's not as simple as it seems on the surface. In addition to the 2, there are more than 40 core disciples of Tianzong, and 3 of them are strong men who have stepped into the secret realm of true spirits. Among these 3 people, one of them was the original core disciple number 8, a very low-key swordsmanship martial artist called Zhuge Jian. He had been practicing outside before, and he didn't return until recently. For this Zhuge sword, Long Yu didn't understand at all, but told him on foot that this person focused on practicing swordsmanship and was extremely talented in swordsmanship. The last time this Zhuge sword appeared in the sect was already 2 years ago. At that time, this Zhuge Jian Kai had the 9th level of martial arts, ranking 8th among the core disciples. Long Yu took a look, and saw that it was an indifferent young man in purple clothes, with a purple scabbard on his back, embellishing his whole body even more indifferent. The 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Long Yu felt awe-inspiring. This Zhuge sword has been practicing outside on weekdays, and this time, it has the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, which is quite good. As for the other 2 strong men who recently stepped into the realm of the True Spirit, they were Long Yu's acquaintances. Yu Shuiyin's disciple, the black-faced youth Lu Guanming, and the former young master of the Ling family villa, Ling Han. Lu Guanming and Ling Han have been condensing their true spirits recently and preparing to break through. Because of this, Long Yu didn't see them. In order to perform better on the stage of the 7 schools of martial arts, of course the 2 of them will not slack in their daily practice. Long Yu took a quick look and found that Lu Guanming and Ling Han were both at the 1st level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, but the strength of the 2 of them may be more than that. Among them, Lu Guanming, although he is not tall, but standing there with a dark face, he gives people a calmness like Mount Tai. What martial skill has he cultivated to the extreme? Long Yu couldn't help guessing, but for martial arts, it's impossible to tell just by looking at it. As for Ling Han, the aura on his body was quite familiar to Long Yu. With the aura of the Law of the Sun, did that small piece of the sun make Ling Han understand something? Long Yu guessed in his heart, happy for the breakthrough of the 2 martial arts realms. No matter what, the two of them had indeed made a major breakthrough in strength. Even though they were only at the first level of the True Spirit secret realm, they had taken the most crucial step, crossing the bottleneck that many people might not be able to overcome in their entire lives. In less than a year, the core disciples of Zhen Qinzong's core disciples have undergone earth-shaking changes. The second core disciple, Bai Heng, stepped into the third level of the True Spirit secret realm, but was cut off by Long Yu, who came from behind, defeated the True Spirit, and destroyed his confidence. The former third core disciple, Su Biaoxin, was abolished and expelled from the sect not long ago. Duanmu Tsonglong, the fourth core disciple, and Yao Yan, the fifth core disciple, were both imprisoned by Long Yu in the Ling family villa. Beheaded. The original top 5 of the core disciples suddenly went to the third place, and even Bai Heng, who was ranked second, was defeated by Long Yu, which is no longer worthy of the name. On the contrary, Zhuge Jian, who returned recently, and Lu Guanming and Ling Han, who had just stepped into the secret realm of the True Spirit, became the most eye-catching powerhouses among the crowd. As for those who are still in the 9th level of martial arts, there are many acquaintances of Long Yu. Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, and Feng Yusen are all at the 9th level of martial arts. As the disciples of the Xintian sect, they will of course participate in the 7 schools of martial arts together this time. Liao Lele, who just met Zhen Qinzong last night, has stepped into the 9th level of martial arts, and she also has a condensing pill, which can increase the success rate of condensing the True Spirit. If it is a coincidence, it is very likely that she will quickly step into True Spirit's secret realm. Ling Yue, Ling Han's biological sister, kept looking at Long Yu in the crowd. At this time, she has also stepped into the realm of the 8th level of martial arts. Although she can participate in the 7 sects of martial arts, it is only a formality in the past at best. The 8th level of martial arts, among the sect powerhouses participating in the 7 sects of martial arts, belongs to the bottom existence, and generally speaking, it will not have any impact on the overall situation. However, those who can reach the 8th level of martial arts before the age of 25 are all young people with good talents, so this threshold is set so that these young people can also show their faces in the 7 schools of martial arts, and share with them the disciples of the 7 schools' greatest glory. Since everyone is here, let's go. Bai Yunzong looked around, counted the number of people, then stroked his mustache and said with a smile, "Old Hey, the Zoman side is up to you to take care of it. If there is any accident, send me a message immediately." Follow. He Lao, dressed in black, stood behind Bai Yunzong, and answered one word lightly, expressing his agreement. Apart from Bai Yunzong, He Lao has the highest level of martial arts in Tian sect, and the important task of guarding the sect naturally falls into his hands. By the way, there is more. Long Yu, come here. Bai Yunzong nodded to old He, then turned his head sideways and waved to Long Yu. "Sect master, what's the matter?" Long Yu heard the words and walked forward, but he was somewhat puzzled. "This soldier is made from the same monster as the wings you usually use. It may be very useful to you." Bai Yunzong smiled slightly, and threw a down jacket made of white feathers over. As for this soldier, Long Yu had seen it before. It was the Bailu feather shirt that was placed with Gigazi at that time. Long Yu subconsciously reached out to take Bailu's feather shirt. At this moment, he seemed to feel the trembling of the Taiyin wings hidden in his arms, and there was indeed a certain connection with the Bailu feather shirt. It just so happens that the degree of fit between me and Taiyin Yui is only a critical step away from stepping into the apocalypse. Now that I have the Bailu feather shirt, I may be able to break through in one fell swoop. Long Yu's eyes bloomed with brilliance. This Bailu feather shirt itself is a high-grade spirit-level warrior. Wearing it on the body can not only strengthen the defense, but also increase the speed, and the effect is not bad. The most important thing is that it seems to be able to help Long Yu and Taiyin wings have a deeper fit. "Thank you, Sect Master." Long Yu looked up. What is there to think, above the 7 sects of martial arts, with all your heart and effort, that's enough. Bai Yunzong stroked his mustache, and smiled slightly. This time the 7 schools discuss martial arts. It seems that we still have to rely on you to keep our heaven-suppressing school, so don't let everyone down. Clear. Long Yu said solemnly. The conversation between the two made many nearby Tianquanzong disciples listen, and they couldn't help being a little surprised. The hope of suppressing Tianzong is actually in the hands of Long Yu, not in the hands of Walking? Obviously, Senior Brother Bu's martial arts realm is one level higher than Long Yu's. Originally, they didn't think that Long Yu had any strength, but at this moment they all cast curious eyes on him, especially the swordsman Zhuge Jian, who returned from training outside. This young swordsman wearing a purple shirt and a purple scabbard behind his back looked at Long Yu indifferently, with a hint of challenge in his eyes. He and Long Yu are also the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but Bai Yunzong is more optimistic about Long Yu, which obviously makes Zhuge Jian quite unhappy. Anyway, he, Zhuge Jian, also left the Tang dynasty, went to various places to practice, and experienced hundreds of battles. He thought that his combat experience was definitely much richer than that of Long Yu, even if he was also the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. In a fight, Long Yu would definitely not be his opponent. However, no one knows the truth now. When Long Yu took over the Bailu feather shirt and put it on his body, his whole body seemed to become much more elegant and graceful, which attracted the attention of many young disciples of Zhenchenzong. Originally, according to Long Yu's personality, he didn't like to wear such conspicuous clothes. But since you want to rely on the Bailu feather shirt to achieve a deeper fit with the Taiyin wings, it's okay to wear it temporarily and experience it. I didn't think much of it before, but now I see you wearing this white feather shirt, it looks pretty good. Liao Lele came to Long Yu's side, his eyes lit up, and he said with a soft smile. Lele, if you also pay attention to your clothes, maybe Big Brother Long will take a fancy to you. Feng Yusin covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. They are also Bai Lao's disciples. Feng Yusin and Liao Lele are naturally acquainted, and they are very close friends. These 2 young girls have already become friends who talk about everything. As soon as these words came out, Liao Lele was a little moved. Yes. She used to be in front of Long Yu, but she never paid much attention to her own attire. Although this is something that every girl cares about, she, Liao Lele, really lacked a girl's mind since she was a child. But all men must like beautiful women. She, Liao Lele, has been going to see Long Yu in such disgrace, no wonder he looks down on her. Looking at Liao Lele's eyes, Long Yu knew that this girl must have thought of something, so he immediately coughed and said, Ahem, Yusin, stop talking nonsense. Now that everyone is here, we can go. Good, let's go. Bai Yunzong walked at the front, while 2 elders, Yu Xingshi and Li Bufan, followed at the back of the team, responsible for guarding and protecting everyone's safety. As for the others, they all walked in the middle of the team. After setting off, Liao Lele and Feng Yusin walked together, apparently discussing how to attract Long Yu's attention. They don't know what type of girl Long Yu likes, so they have to keep guessing. Long Yu watched from behind, full of doubts in his heart, but he quickly put this matter behind him. As soon as he set off, he felt that the Taiyin wings in his arms and the Bailu feather shirt on his body seemed to have a tendency to merge together. This is? Long Yu's face changed slightly, guessing that something might happen to these 2 soldiers. He reacted immediately. Sovereign, I'll go ahead and explore the way first. Long Yu ran to the front of Bai Yunzong in 2 or 3 steps. Bai Yunzong glanced at him meaningfully, with a see-through smile in his eyes. Go, be careful, and come back when you're done. Long Yu nodded, and continued to stride out. After a few ups and downs, he completely disappeared from the sight of the team of more than 60 people. The reason why he wanted to leave the team was because he sensed the abnormal movement of Bailu feather shirt and Taiyin's wings, which might produce some strange scenes. And these strange sights, he doesn't want too many people to see them. This is his secret, and it is also his trump card in the 7 schools of martial arts. If others know it in advance, it will definitely not have much effect. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Long Yu felt his own heartbeat, and as the breath flowed faster and faster on the Taiyin wings, at the same time, the Bailu feather shirt on his body also fit the Taiyin wings, and the power in it began to move rhythmically. Speed. Defense. The 2 kinds of power in Bailu's feather shirt unexpectedly turned into 2 streams of heat, along Long Yu's body, and gradually merged into Taiyin's wings. In this process, Long Yu also felt that the 9 Serenity Dragon seal was working in it. I already knew before that this 9 Nether Dragon seal seems to have a strange function, which can transform soldiers and enhance their power. But now, it seems that it is more than that. Long Yu felt awe-inspiring. Under the influence of the 9 Nether Dragon seal, not only the 2 powers of the Bailu feather shirt, but also its shape was gradually disassembled, and gradually merged into the Taiyin wings in Long Yu's embrace. The Taiyin feather wings completely absorbed the strength and shape of the Bailu feather shirt, and soon formed a new warrior. This soldier is still in the shape of Taiyin's wings, and it is still the best warrior at the spiritual level, but its speed has increased a lot compared to before, and it has a lot more defensive ability, all from the Bailu feather shirt. Absorb it. This is not enough to give Long Yu experience, and just relying on this will not cause a qualitative change in Long Yu's strength. However, the most important thing is that at this moment, Long Yu seems to have established a very special connection with the wings of Taiyin through his own comprehension of the laws of Taiyin. Fit, Apocalypse. A bright light flashed out of Long Yu's eyes, and the next moment, he clearly felt that a vague idea seemed to be born in the wings of Taiyin. In this idea, the remnant soul of Gigu Ishur and the cold and strange law of the sun are combined to form a brand new consciousness. Lunar consciousness. Long Yu felt that the speed that Taiyin wings could improve him was twice as fast as before. Even the terrifying powerhouse at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm may not be able to catch up with Long Yu, who is fully urging the Taiyin wings, because his speed is really too fast. Once a soldier is in harmony with the apocalypse of martial arts, he will have self-awareness and possess a soul, which will double the effectiveness of the soldier. Not only that, after Wuxiu and the warriors are in harmony with the apocalypse, the biggest change is that they no longer need profound energy to motivate the warriors. The self-awareness of the soldiers will actively motivate the soldiers to help Wuxiu fight. I and this Taiyin consciousness seem to have the same mind, and it can understand my thoughts. If that's the case, let's try it first. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the Taiyin wings stretched out from behind him. The Taiyin wings fused with the Bailu feather shirt, a white streamer emerges from the hole, accompanied by the 9 secluded patterns, black and white 2 colors flow, it looks extremely mysterious. The huge wings stretched out, leading Long Yu forward immediately, turning his whole body into a black and white streamer. It was twice as fast as before. This speed is too fast. Long Yu was shocked. At this moment, relying on the Taiyin wings to move forward, his speed is even better than the Tianya close martial skill that has been cultivated to the transcendent state. The integration of martial arts and warriors, from the initial resonance, to the psychic, and then to the apocalypse, is a 3-step process. Until they meet the apocalypse, soldiers will have self-awareness and souls. When the consciousness of Taiyin is generated in the wings of Taiyin, this soldier can be regarded as possessing its own soul, and this soul exists by relying on Long Yu. If Long Yu dies, the consciousness of Taiyin will disappear. The reason is that this consciousness of Taiyin was born because of Long Yu. Swish. Long Yu's body stopped abruptly. Looking back with a sense of loss, he found that in this short half an hour, he had already run hundreds of miles, which was really appalling. If you haven't reached the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm and achieved the unity of the True Spirit, there are very few who can catch up with his speed. The Taiyin consciousness contains the remnant soul of Giguisher, as well as the power of the Taiyin law. Suddenly, Long Yu seemed to feel a touch of sadness in Taiyin's consciousness. This touch of sadness comes from the remnant soul of Giguisher. Gigazi and Bailu Feather Shirt are all warriors refined from the body of Giguisher. Among them, of course, the residual consciousness of Giguisher is left behind. But at this moment, in the remnant soul of Gigi Envoy, the resentment had long since dissipated, leaving only a touch of sadness, which seemed to penetrate deeply into Long Yu's bone marrow. This kind of sadness seems to want to tell me something. Long Yu tried his best to catch it, but he still couldn't perceive what the Taiyin consciousness wanted to tell him. Maybe it was because he didn't match the Taiyin consciousness enough. He had a vague feeling that if he could go further, he would definitely be able to learn some secrets about Giguisher. It's a pity that it is definitely not something that can be done in a short time if you want to further integrate with Taiyin wings. Soon, Long Yu returned to the Tian Tian sect team led by Bai Yunzong. At this time, the white feather shirt on his body had disappeared, replaced by the original black cloth shirt. Many people wondered, where did the white feather shirt on his body go? However, Long Yu certainly wouldn't tell what happened just now. He didn't even tell Bai Yunzong and walking. It was unnecessary after all. The Great Tang Imperial City is located to the east of Zhenshenzong, more than 2,000 miles away. Since most people did not condense the true spirit, they each rode forward on the fierce horse. Only the strong who stepped into the secret realm of the true spirit could always keep up with the full speed of the fierce horse. Along the way, everyone was looking forward to the upcoming 7 schools of martial arts, and each talked about possible situations. Among the 7 major sects of the Great Tang Kingdom, besides Xintian sect, there are also 6 major sects: Duandao sect, Hanbing sect, Qianxi sect, Sanhua Palace, Qingqing Pavilion, and Reigning Rain Sword sect. In detail, among the 6 major sects, most of them have a bad relationship with Long Yu. Duandomen, Elder Wu Li, core disciple buried soul Dao Liuya, etc. all died because of Long Yu, and his relationship with Duandomen is absolutely impossible to become friendly. In the Hidden Fire Hall, Long Yu even beheaded the son of the Hall Master, and Huafu, the young Hall Master, also instantly killed an elder of the 3rd level of the True Spirit secret realm near the Jitian Leiqi. As for the Falling Rain Sword sect, Long Yu hasn't come into contact with it yet, but it is said that all the disciples of this sect are sword cultivators, and they have always been contemptuous. Needless to say, Qianxi sect, Princess Qianxi Yu Channing is Long Yu's biggest opponent on this trip. However, when Long Yu thought of the sect master of Qianxi, who actually liked his father Long Zitian before, he had an indescribably strange feeling. The Ice sect is the sect where Feng Yao belongs, but Feng Yao is no longer there, but the master of the Ice sect seems to have a good relationship with Bai Yunzong, and they may be able to unite in the 7 schools of martial arts. As for Qingqing Pavilion, there are mostly women in this sect, and Long Yu's understanding of it is limited to Lu Yuan, a beautiful girl with black hair turning into white snow. Although the biggest enemy of the 6 major sects is Qianxi sect, how can it be so easy to let go of the grievances between the sects? Long Yu understands people's mentality very well. Even at this critical juncture, sects such as Zhang Guodian and Duandomen cannot sincerely cooperate with Zhenshenzong. Even if they join forces on the surface, they may do some small tricks secretly, so they have to guard against it. Long Yu needs to be on guard even more. He killed a lot of people in the Palace of Hidden Fire and the Broken Knife Gate, and the other party definitely held a grudge. At noon 3 days later, Bai Yunzong led the crowd to the vicinity of the Imperial City. Long Yu walked slowly, raised his head and looked forward, and saw a magnificent city rising from the ground on the vast grassland. The outermost city wall was more than 40 or 50 feet high. If you are at the foot of the city wall, you have to raise your head straight to be able to see the top of the city wall. A city wall of this height is not comparable to the city wall of Tongguan, and it is nothing to Long Yu, but to ordinary people, it looks extremely magnificent. It is impossible for a strong man who has not stepped into the secret realm of the true spirit to cross over. Moreover, as the imperial city of the Great Tang Kingdom, no one is allowed to jump over the city wall, otherwise it will be a violation of the laws of the Great Tang Kingdom and the consequences will be dire. It's time to enter the city, everyone should be careful, don't provoke people in the imperial city, casually. While leading the crowd forward, Bai Yunzong stroked his mustache and said, Elder Yin, he has booked an inn for us in the imperial city, and all of us will stay in that inn in the next month or so. If you want to book an inn in the imperial city and live there for more than a month, the price is definitely high. I am afraid that you will need thousands of crystal coins, which is equivalent to a high-grade spirit-level soldier. Yan Huanma, of course, used the assets of the sect to book this inn. Zhenshenzong, as one of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom, still has a profound background, and of course it is easy to get 1,000 crystal coins. Many people began to discuss, and they were extremely curious about the imperial city that they had never been to. Long Yu, on the other hand, didn't feel any special feeling, he just walked to Feng Chang's side. Father, after entering the city, should you go directly to Lu's house? Long Yu lowered his voice and asked. Settle down first, and then go before it's too late. Feng Chang'e said with a smile. He and Lu Yu have been separated for half a year, and they are not in a hurry to meet each other, at least they have to go to the inn where they are staying first. Long Yu nodded, agreeing. Soon, more than 60 people from Jintian sect, led by Bai Yunzong, stepped through the gate of the Great Tang Imperial City. Look, this is the person who suppressed Tianzong, it doesn't seem to be very good. That's right, among the younger generation, the strongest is just the 4th level of the true spirit mystery realm, which is incomparable to Princess Qianxi. It seems that this time, Chu Chaoxing's plan is about to succeed. With Princess Qianxi around, who can compare to her? The only way is to obediently offer the sex cultivation method. On the streets in the city, there were many martial arts cultivators and descendants of powerful clans. When they saw Bai Yunzong leading the crowd, they all pointed and whispered. Regarding this, Bai Yunzong acted as if he had never heard of it, and moved forward calmly. On the contrary, quite a few Tian sect disciples expressed their indignation at this. What do you mean the Tian sect's people are not good? Obviously, their senior brother Long Yu was able to defeat Elder Yu Xingshan, who was the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and they would definitely be no worse than that Princess Qianxi. Although many people were filled with righteous indignation, they did not speak out. No matter what time it is, what you say is useless, fists are the last word, as long as the 7 martial arts debates start. These guys who are talking about it will know that they are wrong. Everyone walked along the main street in the city, and soon began to turn left and right, and after a while, they came to a rather remote and quiet inn. Elegant residence in the mountains. This is the name of this quiet inn, but this name confuses many people. This inn was obviously built in the imperial city, why did it take the name of elegant residence in the mountains? Could it be that there is a hole in this inn? The elegant residence in the mountains is the Naga Inn contracted by Yan Huanma, with a total of more than 30 rooms, which is just enough for 2 people in Zhenshenzong to live in one room. Moreover, although this inn is built in the imperial city, it has mountains and rivers and an elegant environment, which is of great benefit to martial arts cultivation. That's it, go in. Bai Yunzong snapped his fingers, stepped forward, turned a corner, and stepped into the gate of the elegant residence in the mountains. Everyone followed closely, and they couldn't help but feel a little strange when they vaguely heard the sound of a dispute coming from the gate of the inn. Long Yu even heard Yan Huanma's icy voice, it seemed that someone was causing trouble. As Bai Yunzong led the crowd, they stepped into the elegant residence in the mountains together, and they saw the scene in the inn at a glance. A noble woman in a long black dress, with her hair tied up in a bun, with an indifferent face, and a group of people. The gorgeously dressed sons confront each other. That noble woman is naturally the elder of Xintian sect, Yanhuanma. And that group of sons is obviously a local force in the imperial city, especially the leader of the young man in Chinese clothes, with greedy eyes and frivolous actions. He is not a good thing at first glance, but he is respected by other sons as the leader. Elder Yan, what's going on? Bai Yunzong frowned as he stepped into the inn. Seeing Bai Yunzong leading people forward, Yan Huanma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to explain, the young man in a fancy dress in front of her spoke up first. You are the people who suppressed the Tianzong? The young man in Chinese clothes sneered disdainfully. It's a pity that I want this elegant residence in the mountains now. You guys, go find a place to live elsewhere. Your Excellency is the Luo family, Luo Zixing? Bai Yunzong asked indifferently, and saw the identity of the other party at a glance. The Luo family is one of the 4 great families in the imperial city, the same as the Wang family that Long Yu had come into contact with before. In the imperial city of the Tang dynasty, the 4 great families stand on the same level as the 7 great sects, second only to the 3 top families. The Luo family is one of them. Even Bai Yunzong could recognize the handsome young man in front of him, so this guy must have a high status in the Luo family. It's me. Hearing Bai Yunzong calling out his name, the young man in Chinese clothes couldn't help puffing out his chest, looking extremely arrogant. He glanced at the person behind Bai Yunzong, and said contemptuously, this elegant residence in the mountains has not condensed the true spirit either. Are people eligible to live there? Regardless of qualifications, this elegant residence in the mountains has already been booked by our Tianzong sect. Bai Yunzong continued to say indifferently, Your Excellency, you should find another place. If you must make things difficult for our heaven-suppressing sect, you should let your senior Luo family come here. This sentence is very clear. You, Luo Zixing, are not qualified to speak here. This made Luo Zixing's complexion suddenly changed. I, Luo Zixing, as a direct descendant of the Luo family, have never had anyone say such a thing to me. Luo Zixing's face was gloomy, and there was endless anger in his words. As soon as he rolled his eyes, he focused his gaze on Long Yu behind Bai Yunzong, and pointed out, Yu Tianzong doesn't have any decent people. This kid is the 3rd level of the True Spirit secret realm, just like me. Let him come out and fight me. If he wins, I, Luo Zixing, will leave immediately without talking nonsense, but if I, Luo Zixing win, you all get out of here. Of course, this sister can stay, let us have fun. The person next to Luo Zixing smiled and looked at Yan Huanma, and he could tell what he was thinking at a glance. Yan Huanma didn't pay attention to them at all, but the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, and he glanced at Long Yu with great interest. It's not good for Luo Zixing to pick anyone, but he actually picked Long Yu. He is looking for death. A long time ago, Long Yu was able to deal with the strong man at the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Now, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Luo Zixing, a kid at the 3rd level of the True Spirit secret realm? Long Yu was also surprised that the other party pointed the finger at him. This Luo Zixing really has a thick skin, and I don't know if he really has strength. When Luo Zixing pointed the finger at Long Yu, everyone in Zhenchenzong laughed. The people from the imperial city are really interesting. They just came here and wanted to perform a comedy show for them. It's really self-inflicted. Only Bai Yunzong's expression remained unchanged. In that case, Long Yu, you should compete with young Master Luo Zixing. Bai Yunzong said lightly. It was inconvenient for him to teach the juniors a lesson, since Luo Zixing offered to challenge Long Yu. It was just what he wanted. Of course, as the suzerain, Bai Yunzong remained vigilant at all times. Luo Zixing looked very arrogant and domineering in front of him, but maybe there was something hidden in it. Bai Yunzong had to be vigilant at all times. After all, the fate of everyone in Zhenchenzong depended on him. If he, Bai Yunzong, was injured in an accident, everyone in Zhenshenzong would be in a very bad situation. After all, this is a world where martial arts are the most important thing. If one loses strength, one can only be bullied. Yes, suzerain. Long Yu nodded, walked casually into the arena, and took a look at Luo Zixing. Luo Zixing, as the young master of the aristocratic Luo family, his own cultivation is not weak, and he has reached the 3rd level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. Considering that he is only in his 20s, it is quite good to have such achievements in martial arts. It is a pity that his martial arts talent is still relatively insufficient, otherwise, it is normal to step into the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. A young master from an aristocratic family at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm reminded Long Yu of the son of Yuqi's family, Yu Chitao, whom he met in Mixing City before. That Yu Chitao also wanted to hit Yan Huanma, but in the end, Long Yu cooperated with Yan Huanma to kill 2 helpers from the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and then fled in embarrassment. If Yan Huanma's true spirit hadn't been damaged at that time, Long Yu would have caught up with him long ago and wiped him out. Now this Luo Zixing, with the same level of martial arts as that Yu Chitao, should not be a threat to Long Yu. However, if you face this Luo Zixing now, you will inevitably face other strong members of the Luo family. You still have to understand the Luo family's mentality and martial arts. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu stood in front of Luo Zixing with his eyes as calm as an ancient well. You have courage. Luo Zixing narrowed his eyes, raised his chin, and said arrogantly, if you beg for mercy now, I can let you go, otherwise, my soul-chasing whip will kill you. Since I have stood up, how can I run away without a fight? Long Yu chuckled lightly, go ahead. What do you want to die in such a hurry? Luo Zixing smiled contemptuously, since we are both in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, why not make a bet before starting to fight? Besides the ownership of this mountain villa, if you lose, you, the elder of Tianzong sect, will be how about spending the night with me? As he spoke, he pointed at Yan Huanma beside him. Obviously, Luo Zixing has taken a fancy to the noble and beautiful Yan Huanma. Yan Huanma didn't have any special expression, but just looked at Long Yu. She didn't care about betting on herself, anyway, she was sure that Luo Zixing was definitely not Long Yu's opponent. But for Long Yu, this is not the case. I'm just a disciple of Tianjin sect, how can I represent the elders? Long Yu said lightly, and refused without hesitation. Long Yu, actually, I believe in you. Yan Huanma said with great interest. Elder Yan, it's one thing to believe, but it's another thing to bet on you. Long Yu squinted his eyes. Long Yu, will never do such a thing. Yan Huanma's heart was slightly touched by these words. Women, not a bet. Why, you elders trust you so much, but are you afraid? What a coward. Seeing Long Yu's refusal, Luo Zixing sneered and said contemptuously. It's a matter of principle. Long Yu said disdainfully, are you going to fight or not? If you don't, then get out by yourself, don't be ashamed here. Boy, you are dead. Luo Zixing's face became gloomy, and he didn't care about the bet with Long Yu anymore, so he threw out the snake-like soft whip wrapped around his waist. Whip Shadow True Spirit. As soon as Luo Zixing's profound energy was urged, a phantom of a Whip Shadow True Spirit suddenly appeared behind him, and it was about to condense into a solid body, reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of the True Spirit Secret Realm. No wonder, Luo Zixing was so confident in challenging Long Yu. It turned out that he was about to break through to the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. It's a pity, even so, Long Yu is not afraid at all. As the form of the True Spirit spread behind Luo Zixing, whip shadows covered the blue sky, like countless poisonous snakes, sweeping towards Long Yu. Does the Luo family use whips? Long Yu thought in his heart, facing Luo Zixing's Whip Shadow True Spirit, he didn't even release the True Spirit. He felt the power of the opponent's Whip Shadow True Spirit, and knew that he could completely suppress Luo Zixing without releasing the true spirit. The opponent's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be only at the stage of the general trend of heaven and earth. Sky-suppressing domain. Long Yu remained calm until the true whip shadow was about to cover his whole body, then he finally let out a stern voice, releasing a burst of terrifying coercion from the heaven-suppressing domain. This burst of coercion instantly dispersed the surrounding whip shadows. It turned out to be a field. Luo Zixing's face changed slightly. He had heard that the disciples of the third level of the true spirit secret realm of the seven sects rarely had comprehension domains, which gave him enough confidence to defeat Long Yu. However, now it seems that this is not the case. In that case, watch the whip. Of course Luo Zixing will not give up easily, because he still has his own advantages. The long whip in his hand is a super spiritual soldier, and its power is extremely terrifying. An ordinary person in the third level of the true spirit secret realm can't even catch his whip. However, he miscalculated again. Seeing him whipping his whip, Long Yu immediately took out the 9 nether dragon spear from the 9 nether space. I didn't see how the spear appeared in his hand, but I felt a burst of heaven-suppressing coercion condensed on the tip of the spear, stabbing out quickly, and instantly condensed the shadows of the spear. How is it possible? It turned out to be a top-quality warrior. The moment Luo Zixing saw Long Yu's spear, he was stunned, and he almost couldn't hold the whip in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu attacked with heavy spears, and easily lifted the long whip from Luo Zixing's hand, and the tip of the long spear, condensed with endless murderous aura, arrived at the opponent's neck. Luo Zixing wanted to compete with Long Yu in terms of true spirit and law, but was repelled by Long Yu's heaven-suppressing domain. He wanted to compete with Long Yu in combat, but Long Yu shot the whip in his hand and flew away. But then, Luo Zixing did not give up completely. Look at my martial arts, my shape is like the wind. Luo Zixing gritted his teeth, and immediately unleashed a family martial skill, a top-rank spiritual martial skill. Immediately, his figure turned into a breeze, and he stepped back instantly, dodging Long Yu's spear, but then he discovered that Long Yu was not thrown away by him at all. Your speed is too slow. Long Yu urged the tying wings, and within a few ups and downs, he had already caught up with Luo Zixing. At this moment, he even only used 30% of the speed of the tying wings. Reverse scale touch. The 9 nether dragon spear in Long Yu's hand swept across, the 9 nether chi condensed, and the psychic martial arts burst out immediately, and the tip of the spear pierced through the air. The next moment, Luo Zixing was swept across the cheek by Long Yu's gun, and the tyrannical air flow blasted past him, knocking him into the air and falling heavily to the ground. You lose. Long Yu stood holding a gun, with neither joy nor sadness on his face, as if he wasn't the one who defeated Luo Zixing. This scene had long been expected by everyone in Tian sect. However, Luo Zixing and the 7 or 8 followers he brought with him never expected that this would be the case. This kid in black would be so tyrannical? Its terrifying strength made Luo Zixing unable to resist it. Luo Zixing gritted his teeth, and wanted to stand up and fight again, but the next moment, Long Yu held his soft whip soldier in his hand and waved it immediately. Snapped. Long Yu hit Luo Zixing's face with a whip, and a whip mark appeared on his handsome face immediately, making him stunned. This disciple of Zhen Tianzong dared to whip him? Still use his own soft whip to fight soldiers. You have already lost, then just get out. Long Yu said in a cold voice, this whip of mine is to let you know that as a man, you must be willing to admit defeat and don't take what you say as fart. You wait. Luo Zixing got a whip on his face. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. However, he also knew that now that he was defeated by Long Yu, he would definitely not be able to take revenge on his own, and it was even impossible for him to get back that soft whip soldier. He had to go back to the Luo family, asking for help. Let's go. Luo Zixing covered his face, stood up, took the 7 or 8 followers, and left the elegant residence in the mountains quickly. After these sons and brothers left, everyone in Tian's sect was completely relieved, and then they chatted and laughed, saying that Long Yu's whip just now was really refreshing. Junior brother Long Yu, this Luo Zixing will definitely not let it go. Walking with an unruly smile on his face, he came to Long Yu and patted him on the shoulder. If you go down with the whip, you will hit the face of the entire Luo family, so you have to be careful in the future. Brother Boo, don't worry, I have my own sense of proportion. Long Yu smiled easily, and then looked at Yan Huanma not far away. The whip he just gave was probably to seek some justice for Yan Huanma. These young masters, if they didn't take Yan Huanma seriously and insulted him wantonly, then naturally they should show some color to them. If they were let go like this, Long Yu would not be reconciled. Soon, a group of several old men in butler costumes walked over tremblingly from not far away. These are the housekeepers of the Mountain Elegant Residence, who are in charge of the food and daily life of the Mountain Elegant Residence on weekdays. The conflict between Tianzong and the Luo family was suppressed just now. These old butlers, of course, did not dare to come forward, and they did not come out tremblingly until the members of the Luo family left. Hey, you guys have gotten into a big disaster. One of the old housekeepers came over and said with trembling hands and feet, then Luo Zixing is the precious son of the head of the Luo family. He has a heart. Now that he has been whipped on the face, the head of the Luo family will probably come forward in person. This little brother is in danger. While talking, he shook his head and looked at Long Yu. In my opinion, everyone should take the initiative to apologize to the Luo family. Only in this way can we turn hostility into friendship. Seeing the appearance of the old housekeeper, Bai Yunzong waved his hand, and said calmly, this old man need not worry, he is the Luo family who deceived others first, so why should I be afraid of Tianzong? If the head of the Luo family came in person, I want to ask him about how to teach children. The 4 great aristocratic families in the imperial city are at the same level as Zhenshenzong. Bai Yunzong, of course, would not be afraid of the Luo family. What's more, Luo Zixing started this matter himself. Now that he has suffered a disadvantage, he asked for it. Do they have to come to apologize? Zhen Tianzong is not so humble yet. This? The old butler's hands and feet were trembling, and he didn't know what to say. Don't worry about this old man. If the owner of the mountain house is here, he won't stand by and watch. The people of the Luo family are not that capable of causing any big trouble here. Bai Yunzong stroked his mustache, smiled lightly, and patted the old housekeeper's shoulder. These words obviously made the old housekeeper heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that only the owner of the elegant residence in the mountains could make him feel at ease. This made Long Yu wonder, what is the identity of the owner of the elegant residence in the mountains? After Luo Zixing took the people away, everyone in Zhenshenzong quickly obeyed the arrangement and each found a room to live in the elegant residence in the mountains. The reason why Mountain Yaju is called Mountain Yaju is that although the inn is built in the imperial city, the inside of the inn is surrounded by mountains. These mountains are the owner of Mountain Yaju. Bring it back. Long Yu walked among the gurgling waters of the elegant residence in the mountains, looking at the surrounding peaks as high as hundreds of feet. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The owner of this elegant residence in the mountains is definitely a powerful martial artist. Otherwise, it would be impossible to move all the 100-foot-high peaks back from outside the city. Long Yu couldn't move even one of the peaks in this elegant residence in the mountains. There are more than 30 attic rooms in the entire mountain residence, which are far apart from each other, and there are more than 60 people from Tianzongzhen. Therefore, basically every attic room has to accommodate 2 people. Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei quickly picked a room and lived in it. Feng Yusin shared a room with Liao Lele, and Ling Han shared a room with Lu Guanming. Long Yuha walked straight forward on foot, and soon chose a room to put some sundries down. Junior brother Long Yu, are you going to lose mansion later? walked casually to ask. Long Yu nodded. You must be careful, now we are in the Imperial City, and there are many people who want your life in the Imperial City. Walking said solemnly. Thank you, Brother Boo, for reminding me, I must pay attention to safety. Long Yu lowered his voice. But you don't have to worry too much. No matter what, my master is nearby. If you encounter any danger, take this. Walking while talking, he took out a fiery red stone from his luggage bag. This is called a signal flint. If you crush it in an emergency, you will be able to notify us. Remember? Long Yu took the red stone, felt a burst of heat, and put it away. Unexpectedly, there are things like signal flares in this world. Thank you, Senior Brother Boo, then I'll go find my adoptive father first. Long Yu bid farewell to Walking, and left the room. Datong Imperial City, on the street. Long Yu put the signal flint into the Joyo space. Once in danger, just crush it immediately. I believe Bai Yunzong will arrive soon. The current Long Yu, as long as he doesn't meet a strong person in the realm of unity of true spirit, there is no problem in saving his life. Unless, if he meets someone above the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm, then Long Yu may not even have a chance to escape. If so, only Bai Yunzong can deal with it. My current level of martial arts is only the 3rd level of the true spirit secret realm. Even if someone wants to deal with me, I'm afraid they won't send out the masters of the true spirit unity realm. Long Yu thought in his heart, why use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? Those forces in the Imperial City thought that if they wanted to kill Long Yu, one of the 5th or at most the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm would be enough. Biggest reason. Accompanying Feng Chang'e to Lu's house is important, but Long Yu obviously wouldn't make fun of his own life. Lu family auction house? The two were walking on the street when they suddenly saw a magnificently decorated attic building beside the road. There were people coming and going at the door, and it seemed that the business was very good. The Lu family is another big family in the Great Tang Imperial City, together with the Wang family, Yuchi family, and Luo family. They are also known as the 4 great families in the Great Tang Imperial City. The Lu family auction house in front of me was full of people, and it could be said that it was the place where Long Yu saw the most people along the way. Those who entered and exited the Lu family's auction house were not only gorgeously dressed aristocratic children, but also plainly dressed Jianghu martial arts, rude men full of murderous looks, and beautiful women with soft-spoken voices. No matter who they are, they can find what they want at the Lu family auction house. The name of this auction house is Buying and Selling World, and it lives up to its name. Father, I have something I want to sell on consignment, why don't you take a look at the trading world? Long Yu stopped, thinking that there were still many corpses of monsters, inner alchemy, etc. in the 9 nether space. He couldn't help but feel a little moved. I'm not in a hurry to go to Lu's house, let's take a look over there first. Feng Chang'e nodded with a smile, and took the initiative to go towards the business world. Long Yu followed closely and stepped into the attic where the business world was located. At a glance, he could see that the space in the attic was wide and divided into several parts. The most eye-catching one is the auction house, but it is a pity that the auction is not being held now, and the auction house is closed. In addition, the first floor of this trading world is the place where all kinds of pills, inner pills, materials, and herbs are sold. It is also the place with the most people. Basically, most of the things needed for martial arts cultivation can be found here. As long as you can take out enough crystal coins, you can take what you need. The second floor of the trading world is where Wu Shou consigns and sells things. Most of the things in the buying and selling world are purchased from other martial arts at a lower price, and then placed on the first floor for sale. After Long Yu stepped into the business world, he went straight to the second floor. I want to sell something, there are a lot of things, is there a place to hide? Long Yu went upstairs, looked around, found a girl in front of the stage and asked. Hearing this, the girl was a little impatient at first, but when she raised her head, she found that Long Yu was actually the third most powerful person in the True Spirit Secret Realm. The third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is so young. Which family is this child, or is it a disciple of the sect who came to participate in the 7 schools of martial arts recently? The girl's face turned red. No matter if she was a family member or a disciple of the sect, she was not ordinary to step into the third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm when she was less than 20 years old. Follow me here. As if realizing that Long Yu didn't want others to see the items for sale, the girl immediately got up and led Long Yu to a side compartment. Long Yu and Feng Chang'e stepped into the compartment and found that the compartment was indeed closed on all sides, and no one else could see the scene inside the compartment. Give me an estimate of the price of this thing. Long Yu calmed down, and took out the Ghost Valley Snake Disciple's body from the 9 nether space. The snake gall of the Ghost Valley Snake Disciple has been handed over to Bai Lao to refine it into elixir, which was swallowed by Long Yu himself, thus stepping into the third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. However, according to what Bai Lao said, the snake skin, snake scales, snake teeth, etc. of the Ghost Valley Snake Disciple should be able to sell for about 500 crystal coins. When Long Yu took out the Ghost Valley Snake Disciple's body, the girl was startled. Although the body of the Ghost Valley snake is not big, if the corpse of such a snake-like monster is carried on the body all the time, it will definitely stink. However, she hadn't smelled the slightest stench from Long Yu's body before, and even now, the corpse of the Ghost Valley Snake Disciple seemed to have just died and hadn't started to rot. Could it be that this young master has a space warrior? The girl's heart was beating wildly, and she didn't dare to neglect it. The corpse of the Ghost Valley snake, without the snake gall, we can only give out a maximum of 490 crystal coins. The girl quickly checked and said immediately. When Long Yu heard this, he felt that the price was fair. After all, buying and selling the world was to make a difference, and apart from this kind of large chamber of commerce, other places probably wouldn't buy all his miscellaneous things. In order to save some time, Long Yu decided to sell it here. Immediately afterwards, he took out the corpses of the 2 long barbaric monsters. Since they were well preserved, the estimated price was 600 crystal coins. The rhinoceros horn of stone roaring dragon rhinoceros is an excellent material for refining warriors, and it is very uncommon, 2,200 crystal coins. 15 inner alchemy of long barbaric monsters, low-grade spirits, a total of 135 crystal coins. A mid-spirit level long barbarian monster, inner alchemy, 90 crystal coins. As the girl kept quoting prices, even Long Yu was a little surprised at the girl's expertise. She was able to estimate the prices for so many things. Moreover, the purchase price of this trading world seems to be 10% off the market price. For example, the market price of low-grade and middle-grade inner alchemy is 10 or 100 crystal coins, but the trading world is only willing to give 9. The price of 90 crystal coins is purchased. However, I have to say that for Shihulangxi's rhinoceros horn, Changman monster's corpse, etc., this girl's valuation is very good, and even the purchase price for the rhinoceros horn is higher than what Long Yu thought in his heart. This left Long Yu with nothing to say. Let's sell everything here. And this long needle, a high-grade spirit-level warrior. Long Yu Jiang took out the Qianying bronze needle from Ying Luo, the elder of Qianzizong. When the girl saw it, she couldn't help being stunned. Isn't this the imperial soldier of Qianzi sect? Sorry son, we don't accept this thing. The girl said with some embarrassment. What about this one? Long Yu frowned slightly, and took out the soft whip warrior that he had snatched from Luo Zixing just now. This is... The girl saw again that this was the royal soldier of the Luo family. She smiled wryly and shook her head. My lord, I don't accept this either. It's fine if you don't charge it. Long Yu nodded, but he also understood the difficulty of the other party. The Chinning Bronze Needle and the Soft Whip Warrior are extremely easy to cause disputes. People buy and sell the world for business, so of course they won't ask for trouble. Seeing that Long Yu understood, the girl secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this young master would turn his back on him all of a sudden. What about this one? Immediately afterwards, Long Yu took out the spiritual level supergrade long sword that he snatched from Feng Yao. As soon as the long sword appeared, the girl's eyes lit up. If it is said that the things that Long Yu took out before were all possible for ordinary martial arts practitioners, this long sword warrior of the spiritual level is not so simple. The origin of Feng Yao's super spiritual long sword must be related to the Xinghai Impeller among the 7 plagues. Its quality is not inferior to the original Ghost Valley wings and Dry Dragon Spear. Of course, the 9 Nether Dragon Seal transformed the wings of Gigu into Taiyin wings, and transformed the Dry Dragon Spear into the 9 Nether Dragon Spear. It can be seen from this that for ordinary martial arts, the best fighters at the spiritual level are things that can be encountered but not sought after. The best thing they can pursue is the super fighters at the spiritual level. Moreover, Feng Yao's warrior is still a longsword type. If it is put up for auction, there must be many competitors. My lord, I can't tell the price of this long sword, but what is certain is that the value of this long sword is definitely more than 5,000 crystal coins. The girl's face became a little dignified. My lord, I will notify our housekeeper to come here. Well, let's go. Long Yu nodded. After the girl's valuation of other things just now, he still has a lot of trust in the business world of the Liu family of this aristocratic family, and it happened to be able to see who the steward of the business world is and get in touch with the people of the Liu family. After the girl left, she walked in with an old man in green robes. Looking at the appearance of this green-robed old man, he looks quite serious, and he should be the housekeeper of the business world. Old man Lu Fuji, in this business world, he can be said to be the top leader. As soon as the old man in green robe came in, he sized up Long Yu and Feng Chang'e, and smiled faintly. This young master, he is from Xintian sect. Senior has good eyesight. I am the disciple of Xintian sect, Long Yu. Long Yu had nothing to hide. The other party's eyes were very tricky, and he must have seen his identity right away. Although Lu Fuji is old, his cultivation is extremely high, probably reaching the peak of the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This made Long Yu feel awe-inspiring, knowing that the other party must also have a very high status in the Liu family. Long Yu, Long Yu. The green-robed old man Lu Fuji murmured these 2 words, and then waved his hands. Forget it, let's talk about business today, not other things. This spiritual level supergrade long sword of yours is extremely rare. If I guess correctly, among them, there is some kind of power of the heavenly tablet law. The law of the monument. Long Yu frowned slightly, and glanced at the spiritual level supergrade long sword in his hand. He had been holding the long sword before, but he didn't observe it carefully, and even if he observed it carefully, he couldn't notice anything unusual in it. Now, this Lu Fuji actually said that this long sword contains some kind of power of the heavenly tablet law? Brother Long, can you show it to me? Lu Fuji stared at the long sword in Long Yu's hand and said. Senior, please. Long Yu directly threw the long sword over. One of the Lu talismans grasped the hilt of the sword, observed it shrewdly, and at the same time murmured softly, Xinghai, the 7 calamities. The power of the Xinghai Tianbei, although weak, can still be felt. It's worth a lot. The power of Xinghai Tianbei? Long Yu frowned slightly. As expected, the Xinghai Impeller, one of the 7 calamities, must have mastered the power of the Xinghai Tianbei, and even the long sword given to Feng Yao contained the weak Xinghai law. 3 days later, before the official start of the 7 schools of martial arts, there will be a grand auction in the world of buying and selling. Lu Fuji held the hilt of the sword in his hand, and looked at Long Yu with burning eyes. Brother Long, we will buy and sell this long sword with you for 8,000 crystal coins for the time being, and then put it at the auction for 8,000 crystal coins. Coins are auctioned at the reserve price. How about we divide the excess of the final transaction price 50/50ths? 1-9. Without even thinking about it, Long Yu said straightforwardly. 55 points? Only a fool can do this kind of thing. In case the long sword was sold for tens of thousands of crystal coins, wouldn't he lose tens of thousands of crystal coins all at once to the trading world? 1-9, we will never accept this ratio. Lu Fuji smiled slightly, shook his head and said, 8,000 crystal coins, the reserve price has already been given to you. If you go to other places, the purchase price will never be higher than this price. You can still get half of the reserve price, why not? Wouldn't it be fun to do it? As far as I know, in the auction of buying and selling world, the owner can finally get 90% of the auction price, that is to say, buying and selling world only charges 10% of the profit. Long Yu smiled and said, how about this, I don't want a reserve price for this long sword, I just follow the rules of the world of buying and selling. You will get 10% of the proceeds from the auction, and 90% will be mine. When he first came to the second floor of the trading world, he saw some introductions on the wall. This rule was exactly what he saw at that time. The proceeds from the auction will be divided into 91% between the owner and the buyer and seller. This can be said to be the fairest. Long Yu is not afraid of losing money. Buying and selling the world is also a net profit. No matter how much the long sword is auctioned, both parties can accept it. Since little brother Long doesn't want a reserve price, then follow the rules. The proceeds from the auction will be divided into 91%. Lu Fuji smiled immediately, and didn't argue much. Originally, he just wanted to make more profits for the business world, but now it seems that Long Yu in front of him is not stupid. At the beginning of the 7 schools of martial arts, such a spiritual level super long sword will definitely be auctioned for a higher price than usual, not to mention, this time the 7 schools of martial arts will have an extremely far-reaching impact. Even if this long sword fetched 20,000 to 30,000 crystal coins, Lu Fuji would not be surprised. Brother Long, do you have anything else to sell? Lu Fuji handed the long sword to the girl behind him, asked her to pack it, and then turned around to ask Long Yu. Long Yu shook his head. You don't seem to accept the Chenying bronze needle from the Chanxi sect and the super soft whip from the Luo family, so forget it. The reason why he brought this up again was because he faced Lu Fuji. This green-robed old man is the manager of the business world. Maybe he has the guts and courage to take these 2 things away. Spirit level soft whip. When Lu Fuji heard this, his pupils shrank slightly. Brother Long, did you get this from Luo Zixing? Yes, Senior has good eyesight. Long Yu was a little surprised. The members of the Luo family all practice whipping and use soft whips to fight soldiers. Lu Fuji smiled indifferently. As for the soft whips of the spiritual level, the entire Luo family only has a few pieces. Except for the one in Luo Zixing's hands, the rest are in the hands of the masters of the Luo family. Brother Long may not be able to get it. Guessing like this, it must be Luo Zixing's one. Then this soft whip, will the trading world accept it? Long Yu asked again. Accept, 5,000 crystal coins, one price. Lu Fuji said decisively. For the same super spiritual warrior, the value of the long sword and the soft whip is completely different. Long Yu also understands this, not to mention that the soft whip belongs to the Luo family, and everyone in the imperial city knows it. If the world accepts it, there will definitely be more conflicts with the Luo family. Whether the Lu family and the Luo family had conflicts before, Long Yu didn't know. But what is certain is that apart from buying and selling the world, there is definitely no other place that would want this soft whip. 5,000 is 5,000, deal. Long Yu nodded, and threw the soft whip warrior over. Immediately afterwards, he took out the extraterrestrial meteorite from the 9 nether space. This was what he got from beheading the rude man when he was helping Yan Huanma outside the mixing city. It contained the xuanhuan level law, the power of the meteorite law. Senior Liu, let's make a price for this thing. Long Yu was playing with the meteorite, and the power of the meteorite law emanating from it made Lu Fuji's whole face change. An extraterrestrial meteorite containing profound jade-level laws. As we all know, all the martial arts in the entire Tang dynasty, except for the adventurers, are only able to come into contact with the xuanhuan level laws, and only the 3 top families. The Chu family of the imperial family, the Long family of the general family, and the Mo family of the Xian family, the cultivation methods passed down by the 3 major families contain the mysterious jade-level law. In addition, the rest of the Great Tang Kingdom's martial arts generally only have access to the lowest level of Huangshi level laws. The level of the law is different by 1 level, and the power is very different. Last time, if Yan Huanma and Long Yu hadn't teamed up, it would have been impossible to kill that rude man. Fortunately, Yan Huanma had also comprehended the xuanhuan level ink field. Even Yan Huanma's drawing paper soldiers and pen and ink true spirit entities were defeated and injured by that rude man's move, which shows the horror of the power of the meteorite law. 200,000 crystal coins. There was some fire in Lu Fuji's eyes, and he couldn't help but said. Lu Fuji has been busy in the trading world for most of his life, but he has never seen anyone selling treasures like this, which contain the power of xuanhuan level laws. If he got something like this, he definitely wouldn't put it in the auction, it would definitely be the treasure of the Lu family. If it is used properly, the entire Lu family can even take off from now on, and even gradually compete with the 3 top families. Okay, 200,000 crystal coins. Long Yu didn't bargain, but agreed with a smile. Now, it was Lu Fuji's turn to be surprised. He thought that Long Yu would definitely fight for a sky-high price for this kind of thing. 200,000 crystal coins, this amount is indeed quite a lot, and even the entire trading world has never had such a high profit in a year. However, this extraterrestrial meteorite is a priceless treasure to the Lu family. Not to mention 200,000 crystal coins, but 2 million crystal coins, Lu Fuji dares to take it out, even if it makes the Lu family go bankrupt. However, he did not expect Long Yu to agree so simply. Of course, there is an additional condition for selling 200,000 crystal coins of the extraterrestrial meteorite to you. Long Yu smiled and said, the Lu family owes me a favor, Senior Liu, do you agree? This is very clear. When Long Yu was in danger and needed help, he hoped that the Lu family would stand up and stand in front of him. This is what Long Yu was thinking from the very beginning. He offended the Luo family, Luo Zixing, when he first came to the imperial city. In addition, the Long family of the general family, the Chu family of the royal family, the Wang family of the aristocratic family, etc., were all staring at him, which made him very insecure. Time to get an ally. If it were not the case, Long Yu would definitely not sell the meteorite from beyond the sky, even if it was kept for Zhenshenzong, it would be more useful than selling it as the treasure of Zhenshenzong. It's just that it takes a long period of time for the meteorite to have an effect on the sect and the family. What Long Yu lacks the most right now is time. In Long Yu's opinion, it is definitely a good deal to use an extraterrestrial meteorite to make a favor transaction. At the same time, thinking about it, the rude man who died in his hands must have a certain organization behind him, otherwise it would be impossible to carry such a precious extraterrestrial meteorite around. A favor. Lu Fuji's face changed slightly, and after a little thought, he said, no problem, as long as it is within the reach of my Lu family. If Brother Long has any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to our Lu family. After saying this, he took out an exquisite jade tablet from the pocket of his green robe. This is the VIP jade card of the world of buying and selling. With the Jade card, little brother Long can get a 20% discount on any purchases on the first floor of the world of buying and selling. Lu Fuji threw the exquisite Jade card to Long Yu. In addition, little brother Long has a total of 208,500 crystal coins. I personally decide to add 210,000 crystal coins to the little brother. Right, that is, 21 crystal nuclei. Of course, it is impossible to use crystal coins for such a huge transaction. 210,000 crystal coins, piled up together, may even fill a room, and it is very inconvenient to carry. Therefore, in Tianyu continent, in addition to crystal coins, there is also a currency called crystal core. One crystal core is equivalent to 10,000 crystal coins. The raw materials of the crystal nucleus are also some ores affected by the law of the sky tablet, but this kind of ore is extremely rare, and it contains extremely strong law power. With 21 crystal cores, if Long Yu is free, he can comprehend 21 different Yellowstone level laws. Unfortunately, the Yellowstone level laws are not attractive to Long Yu at all. These 21 crystal nuclei are better used to buy some pills. Long Yu took the 21 crystal nuclei handed over by Lu Fuji, glanced at them, and saw that each of these crystal nuclei was crystal clear, and the power of law contained in them might really reach 10,000 times that of ordinary crystal coins. Senior Lu, in the world of buying and selling, is there a mysterious pill that can heal damage to the Tianmai? Long Yu had enough money, so of course he had confidence, so he asked immediately. Feng Changge's injury was always something that Long Yu was worried about. Now that he had enough crystal nuclei, it was time to find a mysterious healing elixir. What's more, Feng Changge is about to go to Lu's house to look for Lu Yu. If he can really restore his cultivation, it will undoubtedly be a beautiful thing. Feng Changge, who had been observing Long Yu just now, never made a sound. Until now, when he heard that Long Yu seemed to be buying pills for him, his expression changed slightly. Xiao Yu, no, black-grade pills are expensive, 10 crystal cores may not be able to exchange for one. If you buy it yourself, these pills, with your talent, can definitely step into the 4th level of the true spirit mystery realm. Father, don't worry, I have my own measure. Long Yu smiled slightly, held down Feng Changge, then raised his head and looked at Lu Fuji. Of course, Lu Fuji knew Feng Changge's identity a long time ago. In fact, Lu Fuji recognized Feng Changge earlier than he recognized Long Yu, because he was old and had seen Long Zitian and Feng Changge in his early years. The scene where Yu Ruyan and others galloped back from the battlefield. At this moment, when he heard Long Yu's words, he couldn't help but smiled. We happen to have one of the healing elixir for treating Tianmai, but it is left by an owner and is going to be auctioned. What price does he want to sell it for? Long Yu frowned slightly. From Lu Fuji's words, Long Yu knew that the other party was going to beat him up hard. Because it is rare for the Tianmai to be damaged, it will suppress the cultivation base of the martial artist under the secret realm of the true spirit, so this mysterious level healing elixir, although not many people need it, is very precious. Lu Fuji smiled slightly. The reserve price offered by the owner is 10 crystal nuclei, and the part of the auction price exceeding the reserve price is 50 to 50 cents from the world of buying and selling. What if I want it now? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. 15 crystal nuclei. Lu Fuji said decisively, if little brother Long can't accept this price, then wait until the auction 3 days later. These words made the corners of Long Yu's lips curl up slightly. The price Lu Fuji offered for 15 crystal nuclei was quite high. Even if this kind of elixir appears at the auction, there may not be many people who need it. It is difficult to raise the price of this elixir from the base price to 15 crystal nuclei. Moreover, Lu Fuji's attitude was very firm. If Long Yu could not accept the price of the pill would not be reduced, and he would only be asked to come back in 3 days. This auction will be held just before the start of the 7 schools of martial arts. There will definitely be a lot of participants, and there will be a lot of people at that time. If someone deliberately raises the bar, the real price may be higher than 15 crystal nuclei. That's the price. Long Yu played with the jade token of buying and selling VIPs in the world. With this jade token, there is a 20% discount. Is it enough for me to give out 12 jade tokens? Lu Fuji smiled and shook his head. You can use this VIP jade token on the first floor of our business world, but the mysterious medicine pill is not an item on the first floor, but an auction item, so. Yeah? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. I don't think 3 crystal nuclei are too much for the Lu family. If so, I won't sell meteorites from outside the sky, and I don't need the Lu family's favor either. As soon as these words came out, Lu Fuji suddenly looked embarrassed. Brother Long, please forgive me, I am old and confused, and I always think about business matters. In this case, I will ask someone to send that coin to you. Take out the mysterious pill, count your 12 crystal nuclei. This is about the same, the price of 12 crystal nuclei is still within an acceptable range. For this, Lu Fuji, Long Yudao, still admired it a little. At least, they didn't rely on the cultivation base of the 6th peak of the True Spirit secret realm to grab Long Yu's things by force. Of course, even if Lu Fuji wanted to snatch it, Long Yu could still release the true dragon spirit of 9 nethernesses, so he wouldn't be afraid of the other party. Instead, what he was afraid of was the possible negative effects of the true dragon spirit of 9 nethernesses. Soon, Lu Fuji asked the girl behind him to go out and brought back an exquisite jade box. This is the mysterious pill, the heaven-bending pill. Lu Fuji took the exquisite jade box and handed it to Long Yu. Long Yu opened it a slit, and smelled an incomparably rich medicinal fragrance, which made him feel refreshed, and the sky veins seemed to be much clearer all of a sudden. This heaven-mending pill is indeed a mysterious pill that can heal the damage of Feng Chang's Tianmai. Long Yu took out 12 crystal nuclei and threw them to Lu Fuji, which was considered to be the completion of the transaction, but there were only 9 crystal nuclei left in his arms, equivalent to 90,000 crystal coins, which was still a sum of money. Huge sum of money. Father, please submit. Long Yu handed the jade box to Feng Chang'e. Feng Chang'e took the jade box with a serious expression, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he opened the jade box and swallowed the budian pill inside it in one gulp. Father, I will protect the law for you. After Long Yu finished speaking, he went to Feng Chang'e's side. As Feng Chang'e sat cross-legged and began to refine the medicinal power, Lu Fuji took the girl and left quietly, knowing that they were no longer needed here. The sky is getting dark and night is falling. In the attic of buying and selling the world, Feng Chang'e finally spent nearly a day refining the medicinal power of the budian pill. When his Tianmai was repaired by the mysterious pill, his martial arts realm finally gradually recovered. Before being injured, Feng Chang'e was at his strongest at the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. After taking the budian pill, he would be able to regain his cultivation at the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm in a short time. Although the Tianmai is intact as before, it will take some time to restore the realm of martial arts. Feng Chang'e opened his eyes, stood up, and his demeanor was completely different from before. The original Feng Chang'e looked like an ordinary Jianghu Wuxiu, an ordinary uncle, but now, he brought a burst of murderous aura together, as if he had returned to the old man who was galloping on the battlefield 20 years ago. When? The pill of mending the sky is really extraordinary. Long Yu's eyes lit up. He could feel that Feng Chang'e's cultivation was in the process of rapid recovery, and he might be able to recover to the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm tonight. Not only that, the aura that Feng Chang'e has accumulated and absorbed in the past 20 years is stored in his limbs and bones. When he recovers his cultivation, he may be able to go a step further, maybe. Feng Chang'e did not say thank you to Long Yu, because he knew that such words between him and Long Yu were completely unnecessary. Father, let's go downstairs to have a look and pick some pills. Long Yu was in a great mood and said with a smile, Feng Chang'e recovered from his injury, and he can fully improve his martial arts realm. Feng Chang'e nodded, and the two went downstairs together. Originally, Long Yu also wanted to take a look at the world of buying and selling, buy some pills, and try to break through to the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm. But when he went downstairs, he found that all the wushou on the 1st floor of the trading world were leaving, as if there was something lively on the street to watch. Have you heard? Major General Long Ji, the second son of the Long family of the General clan, actually led a team to the Liu family to propose marriage. The Liu family? Which Liu family? Don't you know? It's the Liu family that opened the Golden Pavilion. Unexpectedly, this Liu family will have such a lucky day, and I'm afraid it will be prosperous in the future. Do you know who the person is looking at? It is said that she is the most talented woman of the Liu family, Liu Yuan. A long time ago, this Liu Yuan had rejected Major General Long's invitation. I never thought that Major General Long would come to propose marriage in person now. That's the one, Liu Yuan, a talented girl with all white hair, overnight? She is indeed a beautiful woman, and her talent is not bad. Marrying into the Long family should not insult the reputation of the Long family. Listening to this series of words, Long Yu suddenly felt interesting. Long Ji, the Major General of the Long family of the General family, actually wants to propose marriage to Liu Yuan. You can't miss this matter. You can buy things later, but if you miss the good show, it will be gone, not to mention that the two of them were going to the Liu family to find someone. Father, let's go to Liu's house first. Long Yu suggested. Feng Chang'e glanced at Long Yu, smiled gratifiedly and said, just listen to you. Once upon a time, Long Yu, who still needed his protection, has grown into a martial arts expert. Even in the Imperial City, he is no longer something ordinary people can bully. Long Yu, it's time to meet the members of the Long family. At night, in the Imperial City of the Tang Dynasty, the Liu family. There are still 4 days before the 7 schools discuss martial arts. On this night, Long Ji, the Major General of the Long family of the General clan, led a group of people to the Liu family to propose a marriage, which attracted countless martial artists from the Imperial City who wanted to find out. Near Liu's house, there was a lot of people's voices, and countless spectators surrounded the street. The Liu family in the Imperial City is mainly engaged in business, and the main business is the high-end restaurant Golden Pavilion. At the same time, the Liu family has been committed to cultivating the younger generation in recent years, sending the family's children to various sects, so as to be able to open up various relationships. In this generation, there was a Liu Yuan. It is said that this Liu Yuan is a famous talented woman in the Imperial City. Heavy. It's no wonder that such a woman is favored by the second son of the Long family, Major General Long Ji. As the day of the 7 schools discussing martial arts is approaching, Liu Yuan, as a disciple of the Qingqing Pavilion, naturally came to the Imperial City and lived in the Liu family's mansion. Perhaps she did not expect that Long Ji would come to propose marriage. Long Yu and Feng Chang'e mixed in the crowd and soon arrived near Liu's house. This Long Ji is full of spirits. Long Yu glanced and saw a handsome young man in golden armor at the front of the crowd. It was the Major General Long Ji he had seen in Tongguan. Beside Long Ji, there were 3 generals, including the bald General Yan Shan, the small-eyed fox-eyed General Ma Shirley, and another sturdy general. Long Yu had a little impression that he was called Fu Biaoji. These 3 generals can be said to be Long Ji's henchmen, and they are all at the 3rd level of the True Spirit secret realm. But Long Yu looked from afar, and he had already stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm. As a direct descendant of the General family Long family, Long Ji naturally has no shortage of elixir, monster inner alchemy, etc. It is much easier than ordinary people to improve his realm, but if he wants to break through the bottleneck, he can only rely on himself. The 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Xiaoyu, you have to be careful. Feng Changge was in the crowd, squinting his eyes, and said in a low voice, the members of the Long family of the General Clan practice the Blood Dragon art, comprehend the xuanhuan level Blood Dragon law, and the Blood Coagulation Dragon True Spirit is better than the ordinary True Spirit Secret Realm no. 5-fold is stronger. Don't worry, foster father, if I confront him, I will be careful. Long Yu also said with a serious face. He is very clear about the power gap between xuanhuan level laws and huangshe level laws of ordinary martial arts practitioners. But fortunately, that Longji seemed to have just stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Before he had time to consolidate his cultivation, he ran out to show off his power and propose marriage to Lu Yuan. In this way, if the battle is resolved quickly, Long Yu's chances of winning are still very high. As the crowd moved forward, Long Yu and Feng Changge soon saw the gate of Lu's mansion. At this moment, the Lu family's mansion was decorated with lanterns and festoons. It was obvious that they had heard the news that Major General Long was coming to propose marriage, so the whole family celebrated happily. At the gate of the Lu family's mansion, stood the head of the Lu family and some other important figures of the Lu family, but Lu Yuan was not there. Major General Long is here, and Lu is welcome from afar. I hope Major General Long Haihan. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Zian, was wearing a long robe, with a flattering and joyful face, and greeted Longji's chariot and horse team. Patriarch Lu, you are welcome. Longji was riding on a horse, wearing golden armor, and said proudly, I believe Patriarch Lu already knows the purpose of my visit. Then, where is Lu Yuan? Major General Long, this. Hearing this, Lu Zian suddenly became troubled. Lu Yuan is still in the mansion, but maybe it's a girl's thoughts, which made her a little shy, and stayed in the room all the time. I've come to propose marriage to Lu Yuan, what's the Lu family's opinion? Longji didn't care, waved his hand, and asked with a casual smile. Naturally, it's a great honor. Lu Yuan's being favored by Major General Long is a blessing from her previous life. How could he think so? Lu Zian said flatteringly, with that appearance, it seemed as if he wished Longji could see him. This caused many onlookers around to feel chills. The patriarch of the Lu family really tried his best to climb up to the Long family of the General Clan. However, if it was another patriarch of a small family at the same level as the Lu family, facing this situation, he might not be much better than Lu Zian. You know, in the entire Lu family, there is no one who can match Longji's martial arts realm. Lu Zian, who is the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is of course servile to Longji. That's good. Since that's the case, the marriage is considered settled. The corner of Longji's mouth curled up, and he said proudly, Patriarch Lu, please tell Lu Yuan that when the 7 schools of martial arts is over, it will be the day of my wedding with her, let her be ready. Shut up. At this moment, an indifferent female voice shouted suddenly from the Lu family mansion. The mere 2 words interrupted Longji's words immediately, and everyone was shocked. Who was this voice? Dare to interrupt Longji's words, are you impatient? Soon everyone knew the truth. I saw a white-haired girl in a black dress slowly pacing out of the Lu family's mansion. Her snow-white pretty face was as cold as ice, and her pair of star-like beautiful eyes stared at Longji without any emotion. Lu Yuan appeared. Moreover, she doesn't seem to have a good impression of Longji. At this moment, the surrounding crowd immediately boiled, and each of them started whispering. Looking at Lu Yuan's expression, it seems that she doesn't want to marry Major General Long. What's going on? Impossible, just now Lu Zian clearly agreed to their marriage. Lu Zian agrees, what's the use? Lu Yuan is the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, if it's not for her father's sake, she doesn't need to stay at Lu's house at all. Everyone talked and pointed, and soon, Lu Yuan walked in front of Lu Zian under everyone's gaze. Lu Yuan, it is your honor that Major General Long personally came to Lu's house to propose marriage to you. Why did you speak so rudely? Seeing Lu Yuan, Lu Zian's expression darkened, apologized to Major General Long. My marriage is my own decision. Lu Yuan said coldly, looking at Long Ji with her beautiful eyes. She was full of hatred. No matter how bad I am, Lu Yuan, I will never marry a beast that is not as good as a beast. Wow. This sentence suddenly caused the surrounding crowd to explode. Lu Yuan, in front of so many people, actually said that the second son of the Long family of the general clan is a beast. What is going on? Could it be that this Long Ji had done something against Lu Yuan that caused Lu Yuan to hate him so much? Everyone couldn't help but guess what happened between the two of them. Long Yu was also a little surprised. He and Lu Yuan had been in the same room before, and he dare not say how much he knew her, but at least, according to Lu Yuan's character before, it is impossible to hate Long Ji so much, right? Could it be that Long Ji really did something like a beast? Compared to the explosive reaction of the crowd around him, Long Ji sat calmly on his horse and said calmly, Lu Yuan, didn't your parents tell you that you need to think before you speak? Major General Long, calm down. Lu Zian immediately said with trepidation, Lu Yuan's mother died a long time ago, and her father is an idiot. Major General Long, don't be as knowledgeable as her in politeness. Lu Zian, shut up. Lu Yuan heard it, her pretty face was even colder, and a burst of power from the Law of the Sun exploded. In just an instant, Lu Zian's figure was blown away by the power of the Law of the Sun, and he fell heavily in the Lu family's mansion. His whole body seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, and his beard and hair were all turned white by frost. It's the Law of the Sun. Long Yu hid in the crowd, and suddenly his thoughts moved. As expected, Lu Yuan had also comprehended the half of the Taiyin Tianbei. Judging from the power she just erupted, she should have comprehended the level of Taiyin's charm just like Long Yu. No one thought that Lu Yuan would brazenly attack Lu Zian, the head of the Lu family, and knock him into the air with just one blow, causing him to fall to the ground injured. The power that erupted at that moment made countless people around feel terrified, and they all backed away. In an instant, a large open space was left at the gate of Lu's mansion, and all the onlookers retreated, leaving only 3 generals led by Long Ji, 4 of them riding horses, blocking the gate of Lu's mansion. Lu Yuan, standing alone in front of them, was not afraid at all. After shaking Lu Zian away, Lu Yuan's voice became even more indifferent. Long Ji, do you know that Xian Yueya has thrown herself into the lake? What does this have to do with me? Long Ji said lightly. The beast is really a beast, don't tell me you don't know, she died because of you. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with hatred. Today, I will seek justice for her. Only by you? Long Ji smiled contemptuously, sat on the horse, and looked down at Lu Yuan, not paying attention to her at all. He was just thinking, why hasn't the person he really wanted to deal with come yet? Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan didn't talk nonsense with him, holding 2 red daggers, her whole body turned into a streamer of sword shadows, and rushed towards Long Ji. A good marriage proposal turned into such a situation. Long Yu and Feng Chang'e stood aside, exchanged a little bit, and learned some things they didn't know before. It turned out that Lu Yuan's parents went out in the early years, and they didn't know what happened to them. Their mother died, and their father became a fool, nagging about some crazy things every day. Lu Yuan's father, named Lu Hongyan, was the younger brother of the head of the Lu family, Lu Zian. After Lu Hongyan became stupid, he was bullied all the time in the Lu family, but Lu Zian didn't care about it, and even helped him bully Lu Hongyan, which made Lu Yuan feel bad for Lu Zian, the head of the Lu family. Who is Xian Yueya in her mouth? Feng Chang'e frowned slightly and asked. It's Lu Yuan's junior sister in Qingqing Pavilion. It seems that something happened with Long Ji. Long Yu shook his head while talking. Seeing Lu Yuan attacking Long Ji brazenly, he sighed slightly in his heart. Now it seems that he can't do it if he doesn't make a move. It's not that he has any thoughts about Lu Yuan, but at least, the other party lent him his beloved horse, and Long Yu must repay the love for borrowing the horse. More importantly, he thought that Longji was not pleasing to the eye, so it would be good to take this opportunity to test Longji's strength. If Longji's strength disappoints, Long Yu doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Relying on the Taiyin Tianbei, Lu Yuan comprehended the seal-level law, the verve of the Taiyin law, which was her advantage in the battle against Longji. However, this advantage is also extremely limited, because although Longji only comprehended the Blood Dragon law contained in the Blood Dragon formula, it has reached the level of the domain. The Xuanhuan level Blood Dragon domain is by no means inferior to Taiyin Xinyun, and even surpasses Taiyin Xinyun in terms of absolute strength. Other than that, Lu Yuan is inferior to Longji in all aspects. Martial arts realm, warriors, martial arts. In everything, Lu Yuan was at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, no one would think that Lu Yuan would be Longji's opponent. And in fact it is. Lu Yuan held two red short swords and turned into a white flowing sword shadow. When she attacked Longji, Longji was riding on a fierce horse, his body was motionless, and there was a sneer in his eyes. Blood Dragon, true spirit. Longji snorted coldly, and a blood-colored flying dragon, true spirit entity, appeared behind him. At the same time, the murderous Blood Dragon domain was released instantly, completely covering the surrounding space. Lu Yuan's dashing figure seemed to be entangled in this murderous field, and it was difficult to advance an inch. Lu Yuan, your words are rude. I, Longji, will teach you a little lesson today, let you know that there are people beyond people, and heaven beyond the sky. It is not just anyone you can slander with words. Longji snarled, and the true spirit entity of the blood-colored flying dragon descended, almost hitting Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan was hit by the true spirit of the blood-colored flying dragon, she must have been injured and flew out. Under the cover of the Blood Dragon domain, Lu Yuan didn't even have time to release the true spirit. Whether it's the phantom domain she comprehended before, or the Taiyin charm she comprehended later, at this moment, none of them can stop Longji's true spirit at all. The majestic Major General of the Long family is showing off his power in the imperial city and bullying a woman. He is really majestic. At this moment, a sarcastic voice came from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a figure in black rushed out quickly and stood in front of Lu Yuan. This person is Long Yu. This turn of events shocked the people around. Who is this kid? Didn't he jump into the field to scold Major General Longji? It is clear that this kid is only the third martial arts realm of the True Spirit secret realm, and if he appears like this, he will not be able to seek death. However, before everyone could react, Long Yu swung out his fist, awakening the reincarnation. A burst of samsara power was released, and it immediately hit Longji's blood dragon spirit, reducing its power by more than half. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity and finally released the true black butterfly spirit. When she was in Ling family villa before, Lu Yuan's black butterfly spirit was just a phantom, but now, the black butterfly has condensed into a solid body. The black butterfly spirit appeared, and Lu Yuan released the phantom domain without hesitation to fight against Longji's blood dragon domain. After Long Yu suddenly jumped in and blocked the blood dragon true spirit, Lu Yuan finally reacted and suppressed Longji's swift attack. It's you. Only then did Lu Yuan realize that the young man in black who jumped over was actually Long Yu. She couldn't help but snorted softly, as if she didn't really want to see him. Seeing this, Long Yu felt a little strange. What's wrong with Lu Yuan? She lent him that snow-white beloved horse well before, but now she doesn't like him. He didn't know that when he and Ling Yu rode on that fierce horse together, Lu Yuan was very upset with him. Sure enough, you are here. Long Ji, who was riding a fierce horse in front and wearing golden armor, smiled faintly when he saw Long Yu. Long Yu, you may not want to see this Lu Yuan being bullied, but you definitely don't know. The purpose is to force you to show up. Hearing this, Long Yu frowned slightly. How did Long Ji know that he would come to Lu's house? Would you still attack, because of Lu Yuan? Xinyuea told her. Lu Yuan stood by Long Yu's side. Even though she didn't like Long Yu, she still said in a deep voice, Xinyuea, she is my best junior sister, but she was deceived by Long Ji, who used her possession and then directly abandoned her. Let her throw herself into Qingqing Pavilion Lake not long ago and commit suicide. I see. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. No wonder Lu Yuan just said that this dragon is a beast that is not as good as an animal. This guy actually deceived Xinyuea, used and possessed her, and then abandoned her. Any girl would not be able to accept such a blow. Xinyuea committed suicide by throwing herself into the lake, which is nothing more than normal. In the final analysis, it was Long Ji's deception. Unexpectedly, this Long Ji turned out to be such a person. Lu Yuan's voice was not small, and it immediately reached the ears of the surrounding crowd, making everyone stunned, looking at Long Ji, who was riding on a fierce horse. The second son of the Long family of the general clan, is he such a chaotic person? No wonder, Lu Yuan from the Lu family hated Long Ji so much. Whatever you say. Long Ji heard Lu Yuan's words, but he was calm and composed. It was Xinyuea who took the initiative to seduce me, and even wanted to be my Long Ji's official wife, and didn't even look at what status I was, worthy of my Long Ji? When these words came out, the surrounding crowd immediately fell silent. No one knows the truth of the words of both parties, but the most sensible choice is not to offend Long Ji. After all, Long Ji's strength and identity background are put there, and if he offends Long Ji, no one can afford to go around. Seeing the silence of the people around him, Long Yu certainly knew what those people were thinking, but he didn't care. Most importantly, he finally knew what kind of guy Long Ji was. Such a person is actually Long Yu's cousin in terms of blood, which undoubtedly makes Long Yu feel ashamed. You three, go and get rid of this kid. Long Ji tilted his head, not paying attention to Long Yu at all, and said to the three generals behind him. The bald-headed General Yan Shan, the fox-eyed General Ma Shirley, and the sturdy General Fu Biaoji, the three of them were shocked when they heard the words. The final general obeys the order. The three of them rode out immediately, and rushed towards Long Yu in the middle from three directions. As for Lu Yuan, they don't need to pay attention to it, although she is right beside Long Yu, but her black butterfly spirit is confronting Long Ji's blood dragon spirit. It is impossible to withdraw to deal with the three of them. In other words, the current situation is that Long Yu is facing the impact of the three generals alone. When the people around saw it, they immediately gasped. To deal with a boy in the third level of the true spirit secret realm, this Long Ji, do you need to order 3 people to besiege it? This seems like a bit of a fuss. In this way, the young man who jumped out to protect Lu Yuan would definitely be knocked down in an instant. That kid is called Long Yu, the son of the traitorous General Long Zitian. No wonder, Long Ji's trip is to force him to show up. Looking at it now, Long Yu has a good relationship with Lu Yuan, but it's a pity that he offended Long Ji, the only way to die. Everyone whispered and pointed. No one thought that Long Yu could survive such a pincer attack. Although they admired Long Yu's courage, it is impossible for someone to help Long Yu now. In this case, his life will be lost. Young people, destined to be too young. Etc. What's happening here? Soon, everyone's eyes widened for a moment, and they couldn't believe what they saw. The bald General Yan Shan rode on the fierce horse and sprinted towards Long Yu, but before halfway, Long Yu's figure suddenly disappeared and turned into a gray-black streamer, flashing behind Yan Shan. Tying wings, appear. Long Yu only exhibited a speed suitable for the psychic stage, and the bald General Yan Shan couldn't react. Mill 10,000 people, one shot, 10,000 people. Long Yu's 9U dragon spear swung across, sweeping across with murderous aura, immediately enveloping the bald General Yan Shan. The other two, Ma Shirley and Fu Biaoji, had no time to rescue them. Yan Shan's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Long Yu's speed to be so fast. Before he made any reaction, Yan Shan was enveloped in murderous aura. This set of marksmanship, which was originally only used to kill the enemy on the battlefield, is now used against his own people. Faced with this shot, Yan Shan knew how terrifying this shot was. Endless killing intent enveloped him, and he couldn't help feeling a touch of fear, fear of killing intent, fear of death. Long Yu didn't kill him, but pierced through his soldier's armor with a single shot, crippling one of his arms, then kicked him off the fierce horse and rolled on the ground. Don't send a cat or a dog like this out to make a fool of yourself. Long Yu sneered, and he didn't intend to let go of the next two people. Under the urging of Taiyin's wings, he turned into a gray-black streamer and flashed past in an instant. Against an opponent who is also the third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Long Yu has no pressure at all. A cat and a dog. His words made Yan Shan, the bald general, rolling on the ground, full of anger, but he was pierced by Long Yu with one hand, and half of his whole body was crippled. It is impossible to get up and fight again. What's more, he knows that if he fights again, he will only get more serious injuries, and maybe even lose his life. The Long Yu in front of him is no longer what he is able to deal with now. With the Major General here, let's see how Long Yu can be arrogant. The bald General Yan Shan endured the pain and gritted his teeth, thinking in his mind that his eyes were fixed on Long Yu, who was killing the other two. Neither the fox-eyed General Ma Shirley nor the sturdy General Fu Biaoji is an enemy of Long Yu. Under the sweep of the 9-nether dragon spear, both of them were swept away in an instant. One of them lost a leg, rolled from the fierce horse and fell to the ground, howling in pain. This scene made all the people around them stare wide-eyed, and they couldn't believe it. Originally they thought that this Long Yu would definitely die under the siege of 3 generals, but now it seems that in Long Yu's eyes, those 3 generals are just a cat and a dog, as he said. However, immediately afterward, Long Ji did not give Long Yu any chance to rest. After Fu Biaoji's leg was crippled by Long Yu and he swept off his fierce horse, Long Ji's eyes flickered fiercely, and finally he made a move. The blood dragon True Spirit roared and rolled towards Long Yu. Facing Long Ji was completely different from facing the 3 generals at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Long Yufang defeated the 3 generals with ease, but now, as soon as Long Ji made a move, he could feel the opponent's momentum suppressing him. Long Ji, practice the blood dragon art of the general clan dragon family, condense the true spirit of the blood dragon, and comprehend the domain of the blood dragon. As soon as the blood dragon came out, the field was filled with killing intent, making Long Yu feel as if he was on the battlefield, facing a long dragon composed of thousands of troops and horses. Long Yu's true sun spirit, which had not yet condensed into a solid body, did not dare to confront the opponent's blood dragon true spirit, otherwise it would definitely end up being completely defeated in an instant. The martial arts realms of the 2 sides differ by 2 levels, the gap is really too big. However, Long Yu did not panic, but calmed down. It's not that he has never confronted the 5th-level powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The elder of the Tian sect, Yu Xingshan, has been suppressed by Long Yu's surprise for 100 years. Ghost Flash. Long Yu has been practicing the Ghost Flash martial skill for a long time. Although he doesn't use it often, it can come in handy at many critical moments. Immediately, he turned into ghostly spirit and disappeared from the field. Boom! Long Ji sneered, and the blood dragon true spirit entity didn't stop at all, and slammed down towards the place where Long Yu disappeared. Long Yushan transforms the spirit of ghosts, and within a short period of time, it must still stay in the same place. The blood dragon true spirit crashed down, immediately kicked up a cloud of dust, and the killing intent burst out, covering the audience. However, Long Ji didn't feel anything bombarded by the blood dragon's true spirit. Obviously, Long Yu was no longer in the same place, and in a very short period of time, he turned into ghost spirit, and then urged the Taiyin wings to flash away. When the true spirit of the bloody flying dragon slammed down, Long Yu's figure also appeared behind Long Ji. Looking at the golden-armored Long Ji riding on the fierce horse in front of him, a cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he punched decisively. Drunk in the underworld. The chi of 9 serenities quickly condensed, imitating the road to the underworld, and extending towards the Long Ji shroud. Before that, a shadowless and formless spirit of the underworld had already appeared behind Long Ji, binding him tightly. The perfect state of Zuo Huangquan martial arts, with a single punch, can summon the spirit of Huangquan, completely restraining the opponent silently, and then extending the road to Huangquan. It is easy to completely control the opponent. But this time, Long Yu miscalculated. The spirit of the underworld, restrained and suppressed, the road to the underworld, imitated. Long Yu punched drunk in the underworld, and rushed out, only to see Long Ji's figure in golden armor turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Long Ji, unexpectedly sensed Long Yu's attack first, displayed his physical skills, and quietly dodged. It's a pity that although Long Ji dodged, he couldn't dodge the fierce horse when he sat down. Long Yu punched out, the 9 nether chi condensed, eroding the fierce horse's body in an instant, causing it to fall heavily to the ground amidst the neighing sound, dying. Perhaps because he guessed that he was going to fight Long Yu, the fierce horse that Long Ji rode was not the precious fierce horse he used for the queen, but just an ordinary war horse. In this way, even if the war horse was bombarded and killed, Long Ji would not feel bad at all. Long Yu! Long Ji shouted loudly, and came from behind Long Yu. Although your surname is also Long, in my opinion, you have no right to be named Long. Now, let me show you the real martial arts of the Long family. As soon as the voice fell, a dragon's roar came out, which shocked Long Yu on the spot at this instant. It's a super spiritual martial skill from the Long family of the general clan. The blood dragon shakes the world. It is rumored that this is a sonic martial art move, and once the blood dragon roars, it can shock thousands of troops. This Long Yu is 2 levels lower than Long Ji. Now that he is shocked by this move, he is about to lose. The eyes of the surrounding onlookers suddenly brightened. Needless to say, the martial arts of the Long family of the general clan are extremely powerful, and ordinary martial arts practitioners have no chance to see them. After all, the martial arts of the Long family of the general clan are mostly used to deal with the enemy. The blood dragon shocks the world. This move has long been famous in the Tang dynasty. As early as in the history of the rise of the Tang dynasty, the ancestors of the Long family of the general family used this move to frighten thousands of troops on the battlefield. Wanma laid a solid foundation for the victory of the Tang Wujuan. The blood dragon shakes the world. Long Yu himself was frightened by this move, and his mind went blank. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for him to escape the next Long Ji's attack. However, at this moment, Taiyin wings burst out a burst of Taiyin chi. The sun erupts, undo the deterrence. Long Yu's heart became clear all of a sudden, and his whole body broke free from the oppression of the blood dragon shaking the world in the eruption of the sun. The apocalypse, which fits with the wings of the sun, finally has a key role. After matching the apocalypse with the soldiers will have a self-awareness. Although Taiyin Yui's self-awareness is not very clear, it has an instinct to protect its master. When Long Yu was suddenly shocked by the blood dragon shaking the world, Taiyin Yui's consciousness remained clear. After the wings of Taiyin resonate with each other, they can stimulate the explosion of Taiyin and dispel all deterrence and coercion. Long Ji, I was really beaten to death. I didn't expect Long Yuning and Taiyin wings to match the apocalypse, and easily broke his bloody dragon shock. His punch, which had drawn a blood-colored glow, aimed at Long Yu's back and flew away. However, Long Yu woke up in an instant, the Taiyin wings stretched out behind him, and his whole body flashed to the side at an extremely fast speed, like a gray-black streamer, no one could catch his figure. Boom! Long Ji punched the air, but the power of the blood dragon field exploded, filling the whole field with bloody murderous intent, and the chant of the blood dragon seemed to penetrate everyone's heart. If Long Yu was hit by this punch, there would be absolutely no way out. This Long Ji wanted to kill Long Yu in public. In this way, a cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. If you want to kill me, I will kill you. Long Yu is not a timid person. Could it be that I dare not kill you just because you are the direct descendant of the Long family of the Zhenmo clan? Dream. Long Yu turned back and punched out. Wake up palm reincarnation. A burst of endless reincarnation power enveloped Long Ji's whole body, instantly causing his martial arts realm to drop to the 4th level of the true spirit's secret realm at this moment. It only takes a few breaths, and Long Ji can recover the realm of martial arts, but in the next few breaths, Long Yu will not let him have any chance to breathe. Long Ji, die. Long Yu felt a chill in his heart. He turned around and held the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, and the shadows of the spear swept out, covering Long Ji. The martial skill that can make me temporarily fall to the realm of martial arts, as expected. Long Ji narrowed his eyes, but there was no surprise. Seeing Long Yu coming with a gun, Long Ji didn't flinch at all, but threw out another punch, which was exactly the super spiritual martial skill he used just now to kill Long Yu. Blood Dragon Killing Fist. With one punch, the killing intent was concentrated, and the whole space was covered in blood. Long Yu's heavy spear shadows, accompanied by the Zhentian domain and the Thunder Charm, came with a bang, instantly defeated Long Ji's Blood Dragon domain, and met his Blood Dragon Killing Fist. After falling down a level, Long Yu has already dared to fight Long Ji head-on, and there is no need to back down. Kill. The Blood Dragon Killing Fist released a burst of terrifying killing intent, which erupted instantly before it touched Long Yu's spear shadows. As expected of a super spiritual martial skill, the Blood Dragon Killing Fist can easily crush Long Yu's heavy spears. However, immediately after, Long Yu Yuan swung his fist horizontally, and the energy of reincarnation condensed again. Awakening Palm Reincarnation at the Deshang realm can weaken any martial skill. Even if it is a super spiritual martial skill, it is impossible to exert its original power with the move of Awakening Palm Reincarnation. Long Yu was calm and composed. He punched out, and immediately sent the Blood Dragon Killing Fist into Samsara. The power dropped by more than half in an instant. The heavy gun shadows arrived at this moment, and easily defeated the bloody fist light of the Blood Dragon Killing Fist. What kind of martial art is this? Long Ji frowned. The news he had received did not say that Long Yu would do such a move. It seemed that he had just realized it recently. Long Yu has never performed it in front of others before comprehending the Awakening Palm Reincarnation to the Deshang state. Long Ji, even if he inquired from many sources, it is impossible to guard against his move. Lunar Charm, Frost. With a wave of Long Yu's hand, the charm of Taiyin spread, covering Long Ji's whole body. The law of Taiyin contains the power of endless frost. At this moment, Long Ji's martial arts realm was weakened by 1 level, and he was suddenly affected by Long Yu's charm of Taiyin, and his movements were half a beat slow. 9 Nether Blast. Long Yu punched the ground, and instantly a burst of 9 nether chi condensed and burst out from under Long Ji's feet. Using this trick, Long Yu has killed many experts in the 4th level of the True Spirit's secret realm, not to mention, his current martial arts level is 1 level higher than when he was in Mixed Sound City. Not good. Long Ji was keenly aware of the approaching danger. His pupils contracted, and the Blood Dragon domain erupted again, accompanied by the surging out of the Blood Dragon True Spirit, which completely dispelled the charm of the moon that hindered his movements. Flash. The first time he stepped sideways, the 9 nether chi pillar burst out from where he was originally standing, and rushed up against his back, almost killing him. So close. A fierce light flashed in Long Ji's eyes. This Long Yu was too much of a threat. he must be beheaded today. No matter how confident Long Ji was in his talent, he was shocked by Long Yu's growth rate, and immediately listed Long Yu as a must-kill enemy. However, immediately after, his gaze was attracted by a stunning black figure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yuan stepped into the battle with a dodge, released the phantom domain, enveloped Long Ji within, and radiated an incomparable allure. Long Ji was immediately attracted, and he was taken aback for a moment. Just at this moment, Long Yu punched him, condensed the energy of the 9 secluded worlds, and lay drunk in the underworld. With a bang, Long Ji was blasted flying by Long Yu's fist, and at the same time, the chi of 9 netherness entered his body and began to erode the meridians of Long Ji's whole body. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu and Lu Yuan cooperated and finally blasted Long Ji into the air. Although without Lu Yuan, Long Yu would have been able to defeat Long Ji in the end, but certainly not so neatly. Kill him. This idea came to Long Yu's and Lu Yuan's minds almost at the same time. However, at this moment, a burst of more ferocious blood dragon domain power descended from the sky, followed by a blood dragon true spirit with even stronger killing intent, attacking in an instant. Get away! Long Yu's complexion changed, and before he had time to think about it, he immediately grabbed Lu Yuan beside him, and the wings of Taiyin stretched out behind him. At this moment, Long Yu urged the Taiyin wings to explode with extreme speed. The blood dragon true spirit that quickly attacked had such a strong aura that it must have been released by a strong person in the 6th level of the true spirit's secret realm. Facing such a strong man's obstruction, it was simply impossible for Long Yu and Lu Yuan to kill Long Ji. If they rushed forward blindly, they could only risk their own lives. Fortunately, Long Yu and Taiyin wings are compatible with Tianqi, and the speed at which they erupt is extremely terrifying. Even the 6th level powerhouse of the true spirit secret realm cannot catch up in a short time. In just an instant, Long Yu took Lu Yuan, turned into a gray-black streamer, stepped aside, and returned to the gate of Lu's mansion. Long Yu raised his head and saw 2 familiar figures behind the blood dragon true spirit. It's the princess of the royal family, and the golden-armored youth I saw in the royal ancient ginseng forest before. Long Yu's heart shuddered. With a glance, he saw Long lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment. In front of him was the blood dragon true spirit released by the golden-armored youth. It was this blood dragon true spirit that forced Long Yu and Lu Yuan, who wanted to kill Long Ji, to retreat. And behind Long Ji's embarrassed figure, there are 2 noble figures standing at first sight. One of the girls, wearing a snow-white silk robe, wearing a beautiful flower crown, with a faintly sweet smile on her face, is the princess of the royal Chu family. The other person, a young man in golden armor, is also a member of the Long family of the general clan. Long Yu had seen this golden-armored young man before in the imperial family's ancient ginseng forest. At that time, he thought he was unfathomable, but he never expected that this guy had already reached the 6th level of the true spirit's secret realm. It's the eldest son of the Long family of the general family, the captain of the princess's bodyguard, Long Su. It's really Long Su. Unexpectedly, this major general, Long Ji, was so useless that he was wounded by a kid at the 3rd level of the true spirit's secret realm. It was only through Long Su that he survived. Isn't that kid at the 3rd level of the true spirit's secret realm also a member of the Long family? What happened today can be said to have brought chaos to the Long family. Long Yu has been expelled from the Long family long ago. If you say that he is a member of the Long family, isn't it inappropriate? The surrounding onlookers immediately talked about it, but they didn't dare to be too high profile. After all, the royal princess is still around. The eldest son of the Long family of the general family, the captain of the princess's bodyguard, Long Su. Long Yu squinted his eyes and looked at the young man in golden armor. Now he finally knew his name. Looking at the age of the golden-armored young man Long Su, he is not much older than Long Yu. Unexpectedly, he has reached the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. It is amazing. I don't know where he ranks among the 9 young masters of the Tang dynasty. Mo Fengming from the Mo family of the Xiang family. Now that I think about it, he should be the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and ranked 3rd among the 9 young masters. Looking at the momentum of this Long Su, he is stronger than Mo Fengming, and he should be ranked 1st. It's the 2nd time. Long Yu's thoughts changed sharply, and he quickly calculated Long Su's strength. The current him is definitely not Long Su's opponent. Lu Yuan calmed down, her beautiful figure floated, and she quickly kept a certain distance from Long Yu. Although Long Yu just saved her, she was not very grateful, mainly because she missed the opportunity to kill Long Ji, a beast. Even if Long Ji was killed, she would have to escape from the Great Tang Kingdom and go into exile, but she wanted to avenge Xian Yueya, no matter what. Her white hair fluttered in the night, and the breeze was blowing, stirring the heartstrings of many people. But her icy gaze made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, making one shiver just by looking at it. Do not impulse. Long Yu said in a deep voice. He felt a strong killing intent emanating from Lu Yuan, but at this moment, with Long Su from the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm present, it was basically impossible to kill Long Ji. Forcibly rushing to kill, the only one who suffers in the end is yourself. Lu Yuan snorted coldly and didn't speak. She stared at Long Ji, who was lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment, and found that Long Ji was hit by Long Yu's punch, and his whole body became extremely painful, enduring the torment of the 9 nether chi. This made Lu Yuan feel better. Even if Long Ji couldn't be killed, Long Ji could only live in pain for a period of time to come. Of course, pain and death are 2 different things. If possible, Lu Yuan still hopes to send Long Ji to hell to avenge her junior sister. Long Yu, long time no see. Long Su, a young man in golden armor, still had that hint of arrogance on his face, looked at Long Yu, and chuckled disdainfully. There was a trace of displeasure in his arrogance. When he was in the royal ancient ginseng forest before, this Long Yu actually told him that he grew up in the Ling family villa and concealed his identity. It was not until Wang Tianzhua was abolished and the housekeeper of the Wang family, Gu Hibo, that he finally found out Long Yu's identity. This made Long Su very unhappy. Long Yu, he was obviously playing tricks on him in the royal ancient ginseng forest. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Long Yu in Gushen Forest. At that time, Long Yu had no ability to resist Long Su at all. However, the current Long Yu was able to escape from Long Su's hands. It's been a long time. Long Yu stood calmly, looked at Long Su, and carefully estimated his strength. If Long Su wanted to kill him, how would he resist? Or, just turn around and run? If he escapes, what will the 7 sects do, and who will deal with Yu Channing of the Chenxi sect? Since I was originally from the Long family, I, as a cousin, would like to compete with you to see how far you are from your father. The corner of Long Su's mouth turned up slightly, and he took a step forward. Killing intent immediately filled his body. There is no doubt that Long Su has murderous intentions towards Long Yu. There are too many reasons. Don't say that Long Yu was originally a thorn in the eyes of most people in the Long family of the General clan, but now that Long Yu injured Long Ji, it was impossible for Long Su to spare Long Yu. When Long Su's body was full of murderous intent, the scene in the arena suddenly became tense. Everyone was watching the field intently, for fear of missing a good show, which might be more interesting than the 7 schools of martial arts in a few days' time. I didn't expect that the 3rd level of Long Yutsai's True Spirit Secret Realm would be able to injure Long Ji with one punch. It's too unexpected, but now facing Long Su, there is only one dead end. That's right, the level of martial arts is 3 levels lower. This gap is too big. Long Su is the second among the 9 young masters of the Great Tang Kingdom, second only to the one from the Chu family of the royal family. Now, if you take action against Long Yu, it's really like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. So what? It is said that Long Yu is growing extremely fast. If he can't be killed here, the situation of the Long family of the general clan will probably become more and more difficult in the future. Just relying on this kid at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, he still wants to influence the Long family of the general clan? It's too far-fetched. Everyone stared at the field, vowing to firmly imprint everything that was about to happen in their eyes. However, just as Long Su took 3 steps in succession, and when his blood dragon True Spirit was about to roar out, another tall figure suddenly stopped in front of Long Yu. Father! Long Yu took a quick look and just saw Feng Changge standing in front of him, stopping Long Su. At the same time, he could feel that Feng Changge's martial arts realm had finally recovered to the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. No, not only that, the current Feng Changge is still breaking through to a higher level. The medicinal effect of Budian pill had been brought into play just now, and it healed Feng Changge's injuries. Not only that, in the past 20 years, the aura of heaven and earth accumulated in his body is enough for him to break through to a higher level of martial arts realm. You back off. Feng Changge said in a deep voice, standing firmly in front of Long Yu. With him around, no matter who wants to hurt Long Yu in the slightest, they will have to pass his Feng Changge level. As expected of soldiers who have truly experienced fighting on the battlefield, among the Feng Changge singers, at least thousands of lives were lost to the armed forces of the ancient Mongolian and Eastern Japan countries. At this moment, Feng Changge is going to fight in front of Long Yu. It is like a copper wall and an iron wall, unbreakable. Long Su paused before stepping forward, frowning slightly. Of course he recognized Feng Changge's identity, but he didn't expect that Feng Changge had recovered his former cultivation at this time. But even if the former cultivation base is restored, so what? It's not just the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Trying to stop him, Long Su, is simply a naive delusion. Long Su paused, and continued to move forward. But at this moment, at the gate of the Liu family's mansion, many members of the Liu family had already gathered. Among them was the wife that Feng Changge wanted to see, Liu Yu. Long Song. Liu Yu desperately squeezed out from the crowd, with an anxious look on her face. Although she left Feng Changge in a fit of anger, her heart was still on Feng Changge and Feng Yao. Her whole life was for Feng Changge and Feng Yao. Now, seeing that Feng Changge wanted to stop Long Su in order to help Long Yu, Liu Yu couldn't help shouting. Changge, get out of the way, how can you be the opponent of the Long family of the general clan? Liu Yu shouted loudly. You shut up. Feng Changge's figure was standing still, with an extremely resolute expression on his face. His eyes were fixed on Long Su's footsteps. I have owed so much to General Long in my life. So, no matter what, even if it costs my own life, I won't let Xiao Yu die in front of me. After Feng Changge said this, he also took steps towards Long Su. At the same time, the aura of his whole body was getting higher and higher, and the infinite spiritual energy of heaven and earth accumulated in his body was impacting his recovered Tian Mai, and quickly condensed the true spirit in his Dantian. Feng Changge actually chose to break through at this moment, wanting to step into the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This scene moved everyone around. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The beautiful royal princess in a snow-white silk robe also had a hint of interest on her beautiful and noble face. It is said that Feng Changge was seriously injured in the early years, and his cultivation has been stagnant under the secret realm of the True Spirit. Unexpectedly, he has recovered now. This is obviously a good thing for Datong Kingdom. Not only that, after Feng Changge recovered his cultivation, he used the aura of heaven and earth accumulated over the years to sprint to the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm. The royal princess looked at Feng Chang'e with interest, but didn't say anything. She wanted to see how strong Feng Chang'e had just recovered. Want to break through the realm? The golden-armored young man Long's lips curled up slightly, and he didn't pay attention to Feng Chang'e at all. Even if Feng Chang'e broke through to the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm, so what? A mere Feng Chang'e, practicing military martial arts, is no better than him who cultivates the martial arts of the General family and the Long family. In the Great Tang army, even the strongest commander could not obtain super-spiritual martial skills through formal channels, but the children of the Long family could cultivate super-spiritual martial skills as long as they showed enough talent. Needless to say, the Blood Dragon art is a profound Jade-level cultivation method, and if one comprehends the dragon strategy in the Blood Dragon domain, it can defeat anyone in the 6th level of the ordinary True Spirit secret realm with one move. What's more, Feng Chang'e has been disabled for nearly 20 years, and now that his cultivation has recovered, he may not be able to control the power in his body. With a sneer, Longsa took a step forward, waved his hand, and the true Blood Dragon spirit rose up, filled with killing intent, and quickly enveloped Feng Chang'e. At this time, Feng Chang'e finally succeeded in breaking through the realm and stepped into the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Behind him, a blood-colored giant sword True Spirit entity emerged, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he manipulated the giant sword True Spirit to meet Long's Blood Dragon True Spirit. This killing spirit. Long Yu was not far behind Feng Chang'e, and he could clearly feel the infinite murderous aura contained in the blood-colored giant sword True Spirit, which was even stronger than Long's xuanhuan-level Blood Dragon True Spirit. Feng Chang'e followed Long Zitian in his early years and rushed to kill on the battlefield. The number of enemy troops he killed was at least thousands, or even tens of thousands, which is already innumerable. Even the great sword spirit that he had been dormant for nearly 20 years was surrounded by a strong murderous aura. As soon as he appeared at this moment, the entire field was full of murderous aura like a battlefield. This, even Long's Blood Dragon True Spirit couldn't do it. The blood-colored giant sword True Spirit instantly slashed on the head of the Blood Dragon True Spirit, and the murderous aura immediately dissipated, quickly permeating the surrounding air. This blow was evenly matched. Seeing this, Long's face changed slightly, and then he gritted his teeth, and the profound energy in his body surged. The Blood Dragon True Spirit, which was resisted by the bloody giant sword, immediately roared angrily, with even more killing intent. With a swing of the dragon's tail, it immediately knocked the bloody giant sword True Spirit into the air. Immediately afterwards, the Blood Dragon True Spirit roared, fell from the sky, and fell on the top of Feng Chang'e's head. Sword-killing domain. Feng Chang'e's eyes lit up. What he was waiting for was this moment. The profound energy in his body circulated rapidly, and immediately released a terrifying sword-killing domain. Around his body, blood-colored sword lights began to appear one after another, and each sword light contained extremely strong murderous aura. The sword-killing domain is the law domain that Feng Chang'e comprehended in the battlefield, and it is also a xuanhuan-level law. This scene caused surprise to appear in Long Yu's eyes. Unexpectedly, Feng Chang'e also comprehended the xuanhuan-level law. Once he took the Budian pill and recovered his cultivation, his combat power would be so unstoppable. The next moment, the sword-killing domain enveloped the unprepared Blood Dragon True Spirit. Kill. Countless streaks of blood-colored sword chi slashed towards the real Blood Dragon Spirit, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the blood-colored True Spirit, all of which were injured by the blood-colored sword chi. Not good, Blood Dragon domain. Longsa realized that he had underestimated the enemy, and his expression immediately changed. The Blood Dragon True Spirit roared again, and the Blood Dragon realm came. The forces of both sides are of the nature of killing on the battlefield. At this moment, they are confronting each other, and it seems that the surrounding area has evolved into a tragic battlefield, with blood flying and killing intent. Everyone was shrouded in bloody murderous intent, and they couldn't tell whose power it was. In short, the confrontation between the two made everyone around them shut their mouths tightly and open their eyes wide. The blood dragon shakes the world. Long Su roared angrily, and the sonic martial skill of the spiritual level reappeared, and he wanted to frighten Feng Chang'e all of a sudden. However, Feng Chang'e was calm and composed. Once he gritted his teeth, he used his own willpower to forcibly break through the opponent's deterrence and restraint. Feng Chang'e has experienced many life and death battles, whether it is combat experience or willpower, he is much better than Long Su. Although Long Su's blood dragon shaking the world move was a super spiritual martial skill, it didn't have much impact on Feng Chang'e at all, and instead consumed a lot of his profound energy. This willpower is really terrifying. Among the onlookers, many people expressed admiration for Feng Chang'e. In any case, being able to not be affected by the sonic martial art of the blood dragon shaking the world is enough to prove Feng Chang'e's tyrannical willpower. Such a strong man, if he hadn't been seriously injured and disabled 20 years ago, he might be an important figure in the entire Tang dynasty now. It's a pity that Chu Chaoxing's scheme 20 years ago not only expelled Long Zi Chen, but also eradicated most of the people who threatened him. Feng Chang'e was naturally one of the characters abolished by him. Even if Feng Chang'e recovers now, without 20 years of practice and comprehension, he will not be able to reach that top level after all. Shadow of Killing Sword. Feng Chang'e resisted Long Su's blood dragon shaking the world. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the blood-colored giant sword spirit, released several blood-colored sword shadows, and slashed towards Long Su's location. This martial skill, even if it is not comparable to the martial skill of the Long family of the General clan, but it has reached the top level of the spirit level, and it is the same as the domain of killing swords that he has comprehended. All of these must have been obtained by Feng Chang'e through adventures back then, just like Long Yu's acquisition of the xuanhuan level meteorite. When the sword-killing shadow technique was used, bloody gusts blew up in the arena, as if the entire area had been decorated into a Shura hell. Countless sword-killing shadows, blood-red in color, unparalleled in sharpness, attacked Long Su. At this moment, Feng Chang'e's fighting consciousness was completely awakened, as if he had returned to the passionate age when he followed Long Zi Chen and rode horses to fight against the enemy. And all of this was brought to him by Long Yu. Originally, Feng Chang'e wanted to wait for Long Yu's strength to be stronger, and then display the sword-killing domain and pass it on to him, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Even Long Yu sold the meteorite treasure that also contained the same profound jade-level law, which shows that the current Long Yu doesn't care about the mysterious jade-level law at all. After all, Long Yu owns the Tianbei. Make up the sky pill, sing a long song and laugh again. Feng Chang'e, completely awakened at this moment, with the murderous aura and willpower of fighting all the year round, unexpectedly completely suppressed Long Su's aura. The shadow of the sword killer pierced through the air, leaving countless streams of blood in the air. Blood dragon killing fist. Long Su gritted his teeth, and punched out, and the bloody shadow of the fist immediately faced those sword-killing shadows. The shadow of the fist and the shadow of the sword collided with each other, bursting out with endless killing intent, and the blood color pervaded the surroundings, making the scene in the field blurred. No matter who it is, they can see that the battle between the two is extremely fierce. If they stand in the center, even the aftermath of the collision of martial arts can decapitate them. General Feng, Chief Attendant Long, please stop. At this moment, a soft and gentle girl's voice suddenly came from the side. This made everyone stunned. Royal Princess. Long Yu raised his head and saw the princess of the royal family wearing a snow-white silk robe, with a smile on her face, walked up to Long Su, and stopped Long Su's intention to continue attacking. Princess. Long Su's face changed. He is the captain of the royal princess's bodyguard, so he is called chief of bodyguard. The princess actually stopped him from attacking Feng Chang'e? After thinking about it carefully, Long Su knew the reason, and he couldn't help but feel unwilling. He glanced at Long Yu and Feng Chang'e, and snorted coldly, "Fortunately for you, since the princess has spoken, that's the end of today." He had to listen to what the royal princess said, even though he knew very well the princess' intentions. "It's not certain who is lucky," Feng Chang'e said lightly, looked at the gentle and pleasant-looking princess of the royal family, and bowed slightly. "Chairman Feng Chang'e, pay my respects to the princess." "General Feng doesn't need to be polite." The royal princess smiled gently and waved her hands. "General Feng has just recovered his cultivation, it's best to rest for a while. I hope you don't take what happened today to your heart." Of course Feng Chang'e wouldn't take it to heart. No matter what, he and Long Yu didn't suffer, so why bother? On the other hand, Long Ji was blown away by Long Yu's punch, and the meridians all over his body were eroded by the qi of 9 serenities. It can be said that he was seriously injured. As for Long Su, he wanted to attack Long Yu, but was stopped by Feng Chang'e. Wanting to crush Feng Chang'e, but being crushed and beaten by Feng Chang'e instead, is undoubtedly a shameful thing. It is the other party who suffers. Feng Chang'e is very satisfied. Long Yu was also very satisfied, but he didn't know why the royal princess would come forward to prevent the two sides from continuing to fight. "It's a pity we can't kill that bastard." Lu Yuan at the side watched Long Su take Long Ji away with a bit of resentment. However, she quickly controlled her emotions. After Long Ji's defeat this time, it not only made him unable to heal his wounds and unable to cultivate, but also left a shadow in his heart. When he meets Long Ji in the future, it will be very easy to kill him. Long Yu glanced at Lu Yuan's side face, and felt that this girl was indeed beautiful, especially her flowing white hair, paired with a black outfit, made her look even more glamorous. "Long Yu, come with me." Lu Yuan seemed to have noticed Long Yu's gaze, but she didn't care. After saying this, she turned around and walked into the Lu family's mansion. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. What did Lu Yuan ask him to follow back to Lu's house? However, he didn't think much about it, so let's go. Long Yu just wanted to keep up, but he thought of a problem. The princess of the royal family has already left, and some questions can be asked now, and it is not too late to ask this question first before leaving. "Father, why did that princess stop you from continuing the fight with Long Su? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be with Long Su?" Long Yu raised a question. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. In Long Yu's mind, the royal princess and Long Su are naturally together. In the current situation, it's not bad for the princess not to use her status to suppress Feng Chang'e, but she even asked the two sides to cease fighting? Long Su obviously doesn't want to stop the war. However, after the royal princess spoke, Long Su didn't dare to fight anymore. When Long Yu asked this question, the corners of Feng Chang'e's mouth twitched. "Xiaoyu, the major forces in the imperial city check each other, and the relationship is very complicated. The left Prince Chu Chaoxing has enmity with us, but the Chu family of the royal family among them, there are quite a few people who can't understand Chu Chaoxing." When Feng Chang'e said this, Long Yu immediately understood. "I see." In other words, the princess of the royal family who was with Long Su just now is not a member of the left Prince Chu Chaoxing, and may even have a bit of an antagonistic relationship with Chu Chaoxing. Just like Long Zitian was squeezed out in the Long family of the general family, the Chu family of the royal family is definitely not monolithic. Although Chu Chaoxing wanted to deal with Long Yu and wipe him out, even Long Su and Long Ji wanted to do this, but there were still people in the imperial city who would restrict him. This has a lot to do with Long Yu's talent. Originally, Long Yu's own grandfather was probably the only one in the entire imperial city who was secretly protecting him and playing games with other forces who wanted to deal with him. But as Long Yu's talent was revealed, many people saw his value. Especially among the Chu family of the royal family, those who opposed the left Prince Chu Chaoxing wanted to save Long Yu's life for the time being, so that Long Yu could bring some troubles to Chu Chaoxing and the Long family. This is the game strategy of the superior. As big as a country, as small as a sect, or even a family, those who stand at the top must always consider balance. In the confrontation between the forces of the various camps under his hands, only by maintaining a multi-party balance can it be more conducive to his own dominance. Undoubtedly, Chu Chaoxing, the prince of the left, has made great moves in recent years, which may have touched some other forces in the Chu family of the royal family. Because of this, the princess of the royal family appeared with Long Su to help Long Yu at this time. The princess came forward, and the matter was perfectly resolved, even wiped Long Yu's ass. Because of this, even if Long Ji was seriously injured, the Long family of the general clan would have no reason to deal with Long Yu, and they could only do small moves if they wanted to. If it wasn't for the princess of the royal family to come forward, Long Yu would definitely face great trouble if he injured Long Ji. Long Yu is not a fool. After Feng Changge's explanation, he immediately understood the complexity. This princess of the royal family looks to be only 15 or 16 years old, and her realm is only at the 9th level of martial arts. I don't know, who is the big man standing behind her? Thinking in his heart, Long Yu quickly followed Lu Yuan and entered the Lu family mansion. As for Feng Changge, he must have something to say to Lu Yu now. Now that his cultivation base has recovered and he has even improved to a higher level, he is considered a strong man in the Tang dynasty. It is absolutely competent to talk to Lu Yu of. It's also inconvenient for Long Yu to disturb Feng Changge, so let's follow Lu Yuan first, and see what she has to say for telling him to follow. The rest of the Lu family, the one with the highest cultivation is only the 3rd level of the True Spirit secret realm, so of course they dare not stop Long Yu and Lu Yuan. Lu Zian was blown away by Lu Yuan and fell to the ground. The face of the entire patriarch was lost. Fortunately, no one around noticed him just now. Whether it was the appearance of Long Ji or Long Su, Long Yu or Feng Changge's tyrannical strength, they all attracted the attention of everyone around them. Who would notice the insignificant head of the Lu family, Lu Zian? Long Ji's marriage proposal naturally ended without a problem. Lu Zian's plan was a waste of time, and Lu Yuan was even hit, which can be said to be traumatic and miserable. Seeing Lu Yuan and Long Yu entering Lu's house, Lu Zian didn't dare to say a word, and watched the two of them walking towards the depths of Lu's mansion. Lu Yuan, where are you taking me? Long Yu didn't suspect that Lu Yuan had any ulterior motives, but just took a little precaution, and followed her into the depths of Lu's mansion, and came to a quite secluded place. Go see my dad. Lu Yuan said lightly. To see you. Dad? When Long Yu heard this, he was startled. So take him to meet his parents? He wasn't even prepared for it. My parents went out to hunt monsters when I was young, and encountered an accident. At that time everyone died except my father. A look of sadness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and after my father came back, he also became crazy. Others always said he was completely crazy, but I felt that he had encountered something unusual, but he couldn't explain it. Unusual thing? Long Yu's expression gradually turned serious. There are only a few kinds of things that can make people go crazy, either they are overly frightened or overly sad, in short, they have suffered some unbearable blows. Lu Yuan's father was a martial artist, no matter what, so mental problems definitely wouldn't exist, so becoming crazy must have been caused by that accident back then. However, no one knows what happened to that accident. Your adoptive father was seriously injured, the heavenly veins were damaged, and the realm of martial arts was suppressed under the secret realm of the True Spirit for 20 years. Lu Yuan continued, with a tinge of hope in her words, I was wondering if there is something you can do to cure my father. I'm not good at saving people. Long Yu said bluntly, my adoptive father relied on a mysterious pill to recover. Mysterious grade pill? Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback, obviously a little disappointed. He thought that Feng Chang's recovery would be related to Long Yu, but he didn't expect it was just because of a elixir. Forget it, since you're here, let's take you to see my father. Lu Yuan shook her head, and stepped into a place located in the deepest part of Lu's mansion. In this courtyard, there are 2 thatched cottages, which should have been a relatively quiet place. However, when Long Yu stepped into this place, he found that this was not the case. Those 2 thatched huts were obviously destroyed by someone over and over again, and in a corner of the courtyard, a lunatic figure trembled inside, as if seeing something extremely terrifying. Presumably that is Lu Yuan's father. Don't come here, hellstorm, hellstorm. When that crazy figure saw Long Yu and Lu Yuan, he was frightened immediately. He let out a sound of fear, and his whole body became even more trembling. What, hellstorm? Long Yu didn't know what it was, so he cast his eyes on Lu Yuan, who was standing still. Lu Yuan stopped at the gate of the courtyard, did not enter it, but stared at the figure in the corner and said, after my father came back, he has spent more than 10 years like this, not letting anyone get close to him. What does he mean by hellstorm? Long Yu asked. Have no idea. Lu Yuan frowned, however, among the words he usually yells, I always feel that some of them mean something. For example? Long Yu asked again. Hellstorm, the devil appeared from the storm, took my mother away, and took everyone away. Lu Yuan replied softly. A demon emerging from a hellstorm? Long Yu frowned slightly. Ever since he came to Tianyu continent, he seldom heard of demons and hell. Everyone on this continent only believed in themselves and in martial arts. Gods and ghosts, no one will think it is true. Because of this, when Lu Yuan's father yelled such words, no one believed him, and everyone thought he was a lunatic. But Long Yu's heart moved. He thought that in his memory of 9 nether dragon seals, that world was called Xuanhuan world, not the Tianyu continent. Moreover, the Xuanhuan world in his memory seemed to be much wider than the Tianyu continent. Originally, Long Yu had been guessing whether there were other worlds outside the Tianyu continent. Hearing what Lu Yuan's father said now, he could almost guess some rough truths at once. The Tianyu continent may only be a small part of the Xuanhuan world. Through the so-called Hell Storm, the powerful martial arts from the world of gods and martial arts can come to Tianyu continent. Compared with the martial arts on Tianyu continent, martial arts from the world of gods and martial arts are naturally so powerful that there is no limit. Just like the Jiuyo tribe in Long Yu's memory, the people in it claim to be the descendants of the dragon, the youngest expert in the secret realm of heaven and man, younger than Long Yu. And in the Tianyu continent, Long Yu has never seen any strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man. Now the only person he knows of is a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, and there is only one of the 7 disaster stars that he has not seen yet, Shanghai Impeller. Is it really the world of gods and martial arts outside of Tianyu continent? If not, what kind of connection exists between the two? These speculations just flashed through Long Yu's mind for a moment, and then he comforted him, Lu Yuan, you don't have to be too discouraged. Your father said that your mother was taken away, and she may still be alive now. As long as you keep getting stronger, you will know the truth one day. I thought so too, but it's a pity that my father. There was some sadness in Lu Yuan's eyes. There is no other way, everything happens for a reason. Long Yu said solemnly, if you want to untie your father's knot, you must first know the truth of that day. And if you want to understand the situation at that time, you must have extraordinary strength. Makes sense. Lu Yuan nodded, and then made a suggestion, we each got half of the Sunny Monument, why don't we combine them and study together? No problem. Long Yu agreed without hesitation. As he and the Taiyin Monument are aligned with the apocalypse, he feels that his comprehension of the laws of Taiyin will soon reach a higher level. If he can have a complete comprehension of the lunar monument, it must be excellent. Seeing that Long Yu agreed, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. She was very pleased with Long Yu's reaction, because Long Yu didn't call her father a lunatic like everyone else, but instead comforted her that her mother might still be alive. Of course Lu Yuan didn't know that what Long Yu was thinking was completely beyond her comprehension level. The Xuanhuan continent, the 9 nether tribes, and the mysterious realm of heaven and man, no matter which one, it is impossible for Lu Yuan to come into contact with it at this stage. After dealing with Longji together, the relationship between the two of them suddenly became much closer, so much so that they were willing to take out the monument of the moon and share it with each other. Suddenly, Long Yu felt the 9 nether dragon seal on his chest start to heat up, and it was Lu Yuan's father in the corner who caused this change. This made Long Yu's heart move. What's going on? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. When he just walked to the gate of this courtyard, Long Yu didn't pay much attention. But as he chatted with Lu Yuan for a while, the 9 Serenity Dragon seal on his chest became hotter and hotter, and this actually came from Lu Yuan's father. What happened? Long Yu's face changed, and he immediately began to carefully observe the figure in the corner. Lu Yuan's father, there is nothing special about him, he is just an ordinary martial artist with utterly crippled cultivation, and he is also a little crazy. However, there seemed to be some kind of special existence hidden in his body. Hell. Demon seed. Such a vague consciousness suddenly came from above the 9 nether dragon seal. Immediately following these 4 words was the introduction to this hell demon seed, and this introduction made Long Yu's entire face darken. The demon seed of hell is indeed something from the world of Xuanhuan. This is not something, but just an idea, a terrifying idea from a certain sect in the world of Xuanhuan. This kind of terrifying idea, after being implanted in other people's minds, will take root in the target's body, and can control other people's thoughts. Moreover, the devil seed of hell has the most terrifying characteristic, that is, under 2 circumstances, the devil seed of hell will even explode and spread to the surrounding people. One is the disciples of the sect in the world of Xuanhuan, using sect martial arts to control the explosion of the hell demons, so that the hell demons can spread and control more people. The second is that the person who has been hit by the devil seed of hell is killed. For example, if Lu Yuan's father is killed by someone, the hell demon seed in his body will immediately burst out, spread to the surroundings, and invade everyone. Long Yu and Lu Yuan, who were so close at hand, would definitely not be able to escape, and the scope of the explosion would probably affect the entire Great Tang Imperial City. Through the reminder of the 9 nether dragon seal, Long Yu figured out the characteristics of this hell monster, and his face became extremely ugly. That is to say, now Lu Yuan's father is a ticking time bomb, no matter who it is, if he is killed, all the people in the Imperial City will suffer. This hell demon seed, what kind of sect fiddled with the terrifying idea, it is so evil. Long Yu had killed quite a few people, but when he learned about the hell demon seed, he still shuddered a little. The devil seed of hell can keep the person in the trap in fear for a lifetime, no wonder Lu Yuan's father is so delirious and insane. And the hell storm he mentioned happened to make Long Yu guess something more accurately. At the beginning, I am afraid that it was really a powerful martial artist in the world of martial arts, who opened the passage to Tianyu continent, and captured Lu Yuan's mother and others. As for Lu Yuan's father, I don't know why he stayed in the Tianyu continent, but he was cast as a demon seed of hell. The sect of the world of martial arts, did it do it on purpose? Long Yu fell into deep thought. The opponent is so tyrannical, there is absolutely no possibility that Lu Yuan's father will be left behind, and it is very likely that the opponent did it on purpose. What is the purpose of keeping Lu Yuan's father behind? Obviously, once Lu Yuan's father is killed by someone, the hell demon seed in his body will explode and infect more people. After doing this several times, the martial arts and monsters in the entire Tianyu continent will probably be killed. Infected with Hell Demon Seed. At that time, it will be time for the people from the sect of the Xuanhuan world to come to the Tianyu continent to reap the rewards. At this time, all martial arts practitioners in Tianyu continent will obey the order of that sect. Fortunately, the other party seems to have some scruples about invading the Tianyu continent. Otherwise, if Lu Yuan's father is directly planted with the devil seed of hell, and then killed, the devil seed of hell can easily explode. Long Yu thought in his heart, although the opponent's sect was evil, it seemed to have a lot of scruples, as if he couldn't kill people in Tianyu continent. For these, Long Yu is now completely guessing, but under the vague reminder of Jiuyo Longyin, he guessed 8 to 9. The Tianyu continent is just a continent, and outside of the Tianyu continent is the world of Xuanhuan. The world of martial arts is the real big world. Long Yu didn't know how many people in the Tianyu continent knew the truth, but what was certain was that it was absolutely impossible to get a glimpse of the Xuanhuan world without reaching the secret realm of heaven and man. The Tianyu continent is already so dangerous. Long Yu's reminder of the 9 nether dragon seal is naturally convinced, and apart from Lu Yuan's father, are there any other people who have been planted with the demon seed of hell in the entire Tianyu continent? Long Yu didn't know, and it was impossible to know. Now, he can only try to ask the 9 nether dragon seal, if there is any way to restrain or get rid of the demon seeds of hell. If there is, that would be great. The crisis of Lu Yuan's father can be resolved easily. Even if the hell devil really broke out somewhere later, Long Yu can still prepare a specific way to deal with it. Hell demons belong to spiritual martial arts. If you want to crack spiritual martial arts, you must either have extremely strong willpower, or practice spiritual martial arts as well. Long Yu got the answer from the 9 nether dragon seal. After a little thought, he had never seen any spiritual martial arts. It seems that the world of Xuanhuan is indeed much stronger than the Tianyu continent. In this way, not to mention in the Tang dynasty, even in the entire Tianyu continent, there may be no spiritual martial arts that can eliminate the demons of hell. Lu Yuanxue, with frosty brows, stood to one side, looking at Long Yu a little strangely. Long Yu has maintained this standing posture for quite a long time, staring at her father all the time, but she didn't say a word, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Long Yu, did you see something? Lu Yuan asked tentatively. This clear female voice like a yellow warbler brought Long Yu back from his thoughts to reality. It's one thing to know the situation of the demon seed in hell, and another to solve it. At least in order to ensure the safety of himself and Jin Tianzong and others, Long Yu must ensure that Lu Yuan's father is not killed. Lu Yuan, let me ask you a question. Does your father have any enemies? Will he encounter any danger? Long Yu asked in a deep voice. That's not true. My father used to be kind and taught me this way all the time. It's a pity. As Lu Yuan was talking, her eyes were a little red, but after thinking about it, now is not the time to think about it, so she answered Long Yu again and said, My father has no enemies, and no one would think of a lunatic, right? When she said this, Lu Yuan smiled sadly. Her father is already insane. If anyone wants to get her father's idea, wouldn't it be crazy to the extreme? For so many years, no one paid attention to her father, as if he had left this world. If she hadn't paid for someone to take care of her, I'm afraid her father would not be able to survive long ago. That's good. Long Yu groaned for a moment, but he didn't say anything about the hell demon seed. After all, it was too shocking. Whether Lu Yuan believes it or not is still a problem. Even if she really believes it, it will definitely expose many aspects of Long Yu, which will not benefit Long Yu at all. The point is that it's useless to tell Lu Yuan about this. In any case, it would be a disaster to keep this hell devil seed. Long Yu decided to inquire more about the whereabouts of the spiritual martial arts. It would be great if he could get rid of the hell devil seed. Long Yu thought this way, not for Lu Yuan, but for himself and the people around him. If the devil's seed from hell breaks out, it will endanger the entire Tianyu continent, causing the entire Tianyu continent to become a plaything of that evil sect. As for what will happen after Lu Yuan's father's hell demon seed is released, Long Yu has no way to think about it. Even if he will die, Long Yu can only do it. For Long Yu, Lu Yuan is not someone important to him, and Lu Yuan's father is even less important. You must protect your father's safety. I know that there is a way that may save your father, and that is to practice spiritual martial arts. Long Yu said solemnly. Spiritual martial arts? Lu Yuan was stunned for a while. Obviously, like Long Yu before, she had never heard of this kind of martial arts at all. If you have a chance in the future, you can ask for more information about this at any time. Once you have information, it is possible to save your father. Long Yu continued to speak. Well, I will. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. She wasn't sure if what Long Yu said was true or not, but she always felt that Long Yu was very mysterious and mysterious. At least she and Long Yu fell into the stone room where the Tying Tianbei was at the beginning, and she couldn't figure it out. Why did the two of them fall into it and each get half of the lunar sky monument? It is clear that the Chu family of the royal family sent people to try to find the Tying Tianbei, but it took several years without success, and finally developed the Ling family villa as a mine. She, Lu Yuan, has never been anything special. If it is said that she entered the stone room because of her, even if she was killed, she would not believe it. The problem must be with Long Yu. Lu Yuan, one of the most important reasons for lending her beloved horse to Long Yu at that time was because of this. She wanted to establish a good relationship with Long Yu. So far, this strategy appears to be quite successful. The mysterious Long Yu even said that she has a kind of spiritual martial skill. Maybe she can save her father. Lu Yuan didn't ask Long Yu much. She knew that Long Yu had her own secrets, and if she asked too much, it would definitely cause Long Yu's dissatisfaction. So she turned around and said to Long Yu, let's find a place to comprehend the Tying Tianbei first. I know a good place. I practiced in that place to comprehend the charm of Tying so quickly. Oh? Where? When Long Yu heard this, his interest was also aroused. It is also very useful for him to be able to quickly understand the law of the sun. You'll know when you come with me. Lu Yuan smiled mysteriously, turned around and ran out of Lu's mansion. The place she mentioned, of course, would not be in the Lu family mansion, or even in the Great Tang Imperial City. Long Yu followed her, and soon left the range of the Great Tang Imperial City, heading towards a mountain range not far away. At this moment, Long Yu was still thinking about the devil seed of hell in his mind, so he was careless for a while and didn't notice that a group of people followed them and left the Imperial City. Everyone in this group of people is full of murderous intent, and the target is obviously Long Yu. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. This group of people who want to chase and kill Long Yu are members of the aristocratic Wang family. The head of the Wang family, Gu Hibo, is an old man with white beard and hair, but his expression is extremely firm. He is not only a strong man in the 5th level, but also has extremely rich combat experience. He led more than a dozen real spirit guards from the royal family, set out from the Tang Imperial City, and chased Long Yu and Lu Yuan. Although Long Yu and Lu Yuan teamed up to defeat Long Ji, who was also the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Gu Hibo was different from Long Ji. Long Ji has just stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he has not mastered the power of this level. In addition, he is too young. If he is singled out with Gu Hibo, he will definitely not be Gu Hibo's opponent. What's more, the real spirit guards of the Wang family brought by Gu Hibo this time are all strong in the 3rd and 4th levels of the True Spirit Secret Realm, which is equivalent to almost half of the power of the entire Wang family. The overall strength of the aristocratic royal family is similar to that of Zhenchenzong, and the people led by Gu Hibo can be said to be equivalent to the strength of Zhenchenzong's Elder Pavilion, except that there is a lack of extremely strong men like He Lao. However, to deal with a guy in the third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Gu Hibo didn't think it was necessary to invite someone stronger from the Wang family. He alone was enough. In addition to Gu Hibo, there was also a young man who also followed in the team, who turned out to be the fifth level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This handsome young man is the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Yuanchen. Wang Tianzhui used to respect me quite a lot, but unexpectedly, he was abolished by this dragon emperor. Wang Yuanchen and Gu Hibo ran together, with a ruthless look in their eyes. This time, the eldest son will go out with me, and he will definitely be able to capture that kid alive and get his Tying Tianbei. Gu Hibo said in an old voice. Gu Butler, do you know where this kid and Lu Yuan are going this time? Wang Yuanchen has been practicing outside, and only recently returned to the imperial city, wanting to see what kind of strong men will emerge in the 7 schools of martial arts. Just got the news of Long Yu, and wanted to eradicate him before the 7 schools discuss martial arts. It should be the Cold Pool Ice Valley. Gu Hibo said quite affirmatively, that boy Long Yu is wearing the Tying Tianbei, which is very similar to the overall environment of the Cold Pool Ice Valley. Perhaps he can comprehend the law power of the Tying Tianbei faster in it. Cold Pond Ice Valley. A ruthless look appeared on Wang Yuanchen's handsome face. This cold pond and ice valley is the place where his Long Yu's bones are buried. Lu Yuan led Long Yu all the way forward, and the destination was indeed the Handan Ice Valley in the mountains. This is a valley located in an extremely low terrain. There is a cold pool in the center of the valley, where the ice does not melt all year round, making the whole valley extremely cold. This is indeed very similar to the law power of the Tying Tianbei. If you practice in it, you can obviously comprehend the power of the Tying law faster. Lu Yuan's talent is obviously not as good as that of Long Yu, but like Long Yu, she has already comprehended the charm of Tying, which is the credit of Handan Binggu. In the mountains near the Great Tang Imperial City, there are no monsters. After all, there are too many powerful people in the Great Tang Imperial City. Which monsters will live in the nearby mountains? Isn't that just looking for death? It didn't take long for Long Yu to follow Lu Yuan and go deep into the mountain range, and a faint ray of cold air came from the front. The breath of the cold pool and ice valley seems to have been felt a little bit. Long Yu's heart twitched, and the thoughts immersed in the Hell Devil were pulled back by reality. For the Hell Devil, he has no solution for the moment, only to temporarily ensure the safety of Lu Yuan's father. Of course, a crazy guy, no one should kill him. If there is an enemy, they must have started it long ago, and they will wait until now. Therefore, Long Yu was not too worried about the safety of Lu Yuan's father. The most urgent task is to improve his own strength. Although he has not used all his strength when dealing with Longji, he already feels that it is more difficult. And Longji has just stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Now Long Yu can be sure that Yu Channing of Chanxi sect has definitely advanced to the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The left prince, Chu Chaoxing, has a daughter in the Chanxi sect, which has become a great tool for him to attack the other 7 sects and consolidate his position. To firmly suppress Yu Channing, Long Yu must be stronger. It is a great opportunity to comprehend the law of Tying in this cold pool and ice valley. If the comprehension of the law of Tying can be improved to a higher level, Long Yu's strength will be raised to another level. Follow me. Lu Yuan led Long Yu down the mountain road, and soon stepped into an extremely low valley, and the cold air hit her face. This is the Cold Pool Ice Valley. Long Yu followed Lu Yuan's footsteps, stepped into it, and suddenly became enlightened, as if he had stepped into a kingdom of ice and snow. The location of the Great Tang Imperial City is not particularly northward. Logically speaking, it is impossible for such a world of ice and snow to appear. However, in this extremely low-lying place, there is a cold pond and ice valley. In the middle of this frigid valley, there is a pool of water that is completely frozen into ice. The pool is not big, but it is completely frozen, exuding endless cold air. The coldness in this cold pool and ice valley is obviously not comparable to the level of the law of the sun, but it is also quite difficult for ordinary martial arts to approach. If you don't condense the true spirit and step into the ice valley without authorization, you will easily freeze to death in it. Where we are going is still some distance away. After arriving at the cold pool ice valley, Lu Yuan stood beside Long Yu and smiled a little mysteriously. Is there still a distance? Long Yu was a little surprised. Standing here, he can already feel the Taiyin wings in his arms becoming active. If he understands the laws of Taiyin here, the speed will definitely be more than twice as fast as the outside world. However, Lu Yuan said that this is not the final location. Under Long Yu's puzzled eyes, Lu Yuan walked up to the ice-cold water pool, raised her calf, stepped on it hard, and immediately created several cracks on the ice surface. Let's go to the bottom of the cold pool, where the temperature is the lowest, and it is the most suitable for comprehending the lunar monument. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, and she explained. I see. Long Yu's eyes were a little surprised. This Lu Yuan actually thought of such a way to quickly comprehend the power contained in the Taiyin Tianbei, which is quite clever. It seems that the martial arts practitioners in Tianyu continent are doing everything they can during their cultivation, even if they freeze themselves into ice cubes. As long as they can maintain their consciousness, they can cultivate and comprehend stronger power. Too cloudy monument, take it out. Long Yu groaned, and took out half of the Taiyin Tianbei. At the same time, he walked forward with the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, and the spear slammed down, splitting the entire surface of the cold pool like a spider web. The spear swept across, and the huge force of hundreds of thousands of caddies exploded instantly, creating a deep pit in the center of the cold pool. Long Yu didn't stop, and continued to raise the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear. Using the 10,000 killing martial skill, the killing intent instantly spread, and with the terrifying power, a deep well leading to the bottom was gradually created in the center of the cold pool. This well is deep enough for 2 people to jump down at the same time. At this time, Lu Yuan also took out the Taiyin Tianbei, which had been turned into a jade tablet, looked at Long Yu, and then had a thought to restore the jade tablet of the Taiyin Tianbei to its original size. Immediately, the half-piece of the lunar sky monument in the hands of the two merged together, forming a complete lunar sky monument again. The Taiyin Tianbei was fused completely, and the power of the law of the Taiyin released instantly became several times stronger, making Long Yu and Lu Yuan happy. In this way, the speed at which they comprehend the law of the sun will definitely be greatly improved. The general trend of the sun, I should be able to comprehend it soon. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Lu Yuan. The two nodded at the same time, then threw the Taiyin Tianbei towards the deep pit in the middle of the cold pool, and immediately jumped down. After the fusion of the lunar sky monument was complete, the temperature in the entire Handan Ice Valley dropped sharply. Soon, the deep pit dug out by Long Yu on the surface of the cold pool froze again, and the entire surface of the cold pool returned to level after a short while, as if no one had ever been there. However, the sharp drop in temperature in Handan Ice Valley shows that this place is different from usual. Long Yu and Lu Yuan each put one hand on the Taiyin Tianbei. It didn't take long before they were completely frozen by the terrifying low temperature, and they couldn't move at all. In Long Yu's line of sight, the surface of the ice valley of the cold pool more than 10 feet away could not be seen clearly. He could only faintly feel an extremely weak sunlight shining on the surface of the cold pool, leaving a little bit of light in his eyes. Bright. This kind of cultivation method is extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, the profound energy in their bodies would be exhausted, and they would not be able to break through the ice layer and return to the surface of the cold pool. Then they would freeze to death at the bottom of the cold pool. Although Lu Yuan is already very experienced, but now that the Taiyin Tianbei is fully integrated, the pressure on her has suddenly increased. It seems that this practice can't last for too long, but the effect is better than any previous one. Lu Yuan thought in her heart. However, the two people who were cultivating at the bottom of the cold pool had no idea that at this moment, a group of people followed their tracks and chased them all the way to the ice valley of the cold pool, intending to kill them. Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen, two important figures of the aristocratic Wang family, and the other 9 Wang family's true spirit guards, stepped into the cold pond and ice valley. Where are people? Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen looked at it, only saw the cold pool in the center of the ice valley, and the surrounding snow-white mountain walls, but they didn't see a single person. The temperature here is much lower, they must have been here, and took out the lunar steel. Wang Yuanchen's face darkened, everyone spread out and look for them. As long as you find their traces, immediately notify the others to join them. This time, they must not be allowed to escape. A total of 10 people from the Wang family of the aristocratic family spread out towards the surroundings of Handan Ice Valley at the same time, trying to find the traces of Long Yu and Lu Yuan. They never expected that Long Yu and Lu Yuan would be at the bottom of the cold pond, comprehending the laws of the sun. Of course, with time, sooner or later they realize something. The meeting between the two sides is inevitable. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. A day and a night passed quickly. The 9 true spirit guards of the royal family of the aristocratic family searched around the Handan Ice Valley until dawn, but they couldn't find any traces of Long Yu and Lu Yuan. The mental method cultivated by the Wang family of the aristocratic family is called the Tiger King Ju, and the law they comprehend is the domineering Tiger King law. However, in such a low-temperature cold pool and ice valley, they all become depressed. Where did those 2 guys go? Wang Yuanchen's face was gloomy, and he was very upset. He clearly followed the other party to this cold pool and ice valley. Less than half an hour later, the other party disappeared completely. Only the drastically lowered temperature let them know that Long Yu and Lu Yuan must have been here. In the cold pool ice valley, the ultra-low temperature persists for a long time, and it is very likely that the sunny sky monument has been around here. As expected of his rich experience, Gu Hibo took a look around and finally settled his gaze on the center of the cold pool. He didn't pay much attention to it before, but now he can't find Long Yu anywhere. So he observed more carefully, and finally saw that there was a vaguely chiseled trace in the middle of the cold pool. At the bottom of the cold pond? Gu Hibo's heart skipped a beat, he suddenly thought of this possibility, and was immediately shocked by this guess. The temperature in Handan Ice Valley is already very low, and the valley is always frozen with ice. Now that there is a lunar steel nearby, the temperature is extremely low. Under such a low temperature, Long Yu and Lu Yuan would choose to go deep into the cold pool and be completely frozen by the ice. In this way, it is much easier to comprehend the Taiyin Tianbei, but it is extremely dangerous. Break open the surface of the cold pool, I want to see if they are really hidden inside. When Gu Hibo gave an order, the eyes of the members of the royal family brightened. Hiding at the bottom of the cold pool? This is crazy too. However, this can also explain why they searched everywhere for a day and a night, but they couldn't find any trace of Long Yu and Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in Wang Yuanchen's eyes. Lonely and widowed, it's quite romantic, but it's a pity, we'll let you be a pair of short-lived Mandarin ducks. With Wang Yuanchen waving his hand, the 9 real spirit guards of the Wang family strode towards the center of the cold pool, and immediately threw all their strength towards the ice surface of the cold pool. There was a bang, and it sounded immediately. The bottom of the cold pool. Long Yu and Lu Yuan have been practicing continuously for a day and a night. Long Yu didn't know how Lu Yuan was practicing, he only knew that he had a deeper understanding of the power of the Taiyin Tianbei in one day and one night. Originally, he had comprehended the level of Xuanhuan to the law of Tai Yin, and he was still one step away from the general trend of heaven and earth. And during the time at the bottom of the cold pond, he finally broke through this step, comprehending the law of the sun to the level of the general trend of heaven and earth. Wu shows comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Every time he advances to a level, there is a huge difference. Long Yu, who has comprehended the general trend of the Tai Yin, is finally not inferior to Long Ji, who has comprehended the domain of blood dragons in terms of the strength of the law. Although the domain is one level stronger than the general trend of heaven and earth, the law of the sun is a law of the seal level, which is one level higher than the law of the blood dragon. This difference in level made Long Yu's power in terms of law surpass that of Long Ji, the fifth level of the true spirit secret realm. It can be seen how powerful the Tianbei is. After comprehending the general trend of the world, the profound energy in the body has been almost consumed. This cold pool and the Yin Tianbei are really too cold. Just as Long Yu was thinking this way and wanted to leave, suddenly there was a bang on the ice surface of the cold pool, as if someone was smashing the ice surface. Who is it? Long Yu's face changed. At this time, someone will dig the ice surface? Could it be that he and Lu Yuan were inside? His body was completely frozen by the ice, and he was completely unable to alert Lu Yuan beside him, and he didn't know if Lu Yuan had found out. No matter what, Long Yu must be ready to fight. The profound energy in his body was activated quietly, the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal was activated, and the heat radiated out. 9 Nether Dragon Fist. Long Yu punched loudly, and hit the surface of the cold pool in an instant. Due to the possibility of facing a crisis, Long Yu used all his strength, and this punch instantly pierced through the entire ice layer of the cold pool, making everyone above the ice layer stunned. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's figure was like a cannonball, soaring into the sky from the bottom of the cold pool, and accompanied by the aura of 9 seclusion, it diffused towards the surroundings. One punch, just one punch, the road to the underworld is imitated, the spirit of the underworld quietly gathers, and instantly releases an old man in the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm that Long Yu saw in his eyes, and he is immediately shocked by the road to the underworld. The old man was none other than Gu Hibo, the chief executive of the aristocratic royal family. Gu Hibo did not expect that Long Yu would take the initiative to rush out from the bottom of the cold pool, and directly targeted him. Is it the royal family? Long Yu glanced over and saw the surprised Wang Yuanchen. This guy looked similar to Wang Tianzhua before, making Long Yu guess his identity all of a sudden. Since it is the enemy, there is no need to hold back. The general trend of the sun. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and without any pause at all, he released the great power of the sun, and along with the cold air of the cold pool itself, enveloped the entire audience. Even with the strength of one person, he fought against more than a dozen members of the royal family. Long Yu did not back down at all, because he clearly knew that if he backed down at this moment, it would mean the death of Lu Yuan and the taking of the Taiyin Tianbei. As soon as Long Yu Taiyin came out, the temperature in the cold pool and ice valley immediately dropped by several levels. Under the overwhelming influence of the sun, even the air seemed to be condensed into ice, and the entire valley was filled with icy slag. If ordinary people came in, they would probably be frozen into ice cubes. Including Wang Yuanchen, all members of the Wang family stimulated their profound energy at the same time to resist the invasion of the cold air from the Taiyin. Cooperating with the advantage of the terrain of the cold pool and ice valley, Long Yu's Taiyin situation is too terrifying. If you don't deliberately resist, I am afraid that after a few breaths, the meridians of your whole body will be frozen by the cold air, and you will die in the air. Here. Taiyin wings, hurry up. Long Yu released the general trend of the Yin without any pause at all. The wings of the Yin stretched out from behind, and his whole body burst out at the fastest speed, and he went behind the old man Gu Hibo in an instant. Long Yu and Taiyin wings are in harmony with Tianqi, even the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm can't catch him. let alone Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen only have the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Everyone saw that Long Yu's figure flashed, and he came behind Gu Hibo, and then he punched out. The power of reincarnation spread out in an instant, completely covering Gu Hibo. Gu Butler, be careful. Wang Yuanchen's expression on the side immediately changed. Long Yu's attack was so swift and violent that it caught Gu Hibo off guard, and even completely shocked him. Wang Yuanchen is worthy of being the 5th level powerhouse in the True Spirit Secret Realm. At this moment, he reacted immediately, although he used part of his strength to resist the general trend of the sun, but he was still able to handle it with ease. Wang Yuanchen's figure flickered, and the real spirit of Tiger King appeared behind him instantly. Tiger King domain, suppress it for me. Wang Yuanchen yelled angrily, and at that moment, the Tiger King's realm confronted the general trend of Taiyin, and suddenly broke through the obstacle of the general trend of Taiyin, descending on Long Yu's head. If he confronted Wang Yuanchen alone, Long Yu's Taiyin power would definitely be stronger than Wang Yuanchen's Tiger King domain. But now, Long Yu is suppressing 11 Wang family members at the same time with the great power of Taiyin. It is precisely because of this that his power is dispersed that Wang Yuanchen broke through the obstruction of the great power of Taiyin. Wake up, palm reincarnation. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the power of reincarnation continued to sway. The oppression from the Tiger King's domain made him very strenuous, but as he punched out with his wake-up palm reincarnation, the opponent's Tiger King's domain was instantly weakened by a level. Sky-suppressing domain. Relying on the 3rd layer of the realm of True Spirit Realm, Long Yu fought against the weakened True Spirit of the Tiger King, and for a while it turned out to be evenly matched. It's a pity that after Wang Yuanchen's disturbance, Gu Hibo finally woke up from the road to the underworld, and his whole body burst out with extremely strong power, shattering the spirit of the underworld that bound him. You are very strong, but today, you will definitely die. When Gu Hibo came to his senses, a fierce light flickered in his eyes immediately, and the true spirit of the Tiger King also emerged, condensed out of the Tiger King's domain, and suppressed it towards Long Yu. The double Tiger King domain instantly overwhelmed Long Yu out of breath. Xuanhuan of thunder, explode. As soon as Long Yu gritted his teeth, the power of the destructive thunderbolt law exploded instantly, attached to the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, and he stabbed towards Gu Hibo. Innocent. Gu Hibo punched back, and the terrifying force sent Long Yu's bullet flying. There was a twofold difference in martial arts realm between the two sides, and Wang Yuanchen was still on the sidelines in time to prevent Long Yu from bursting out a series of martial arts. Having lost the opportunity, Long Yu seemed to have no chance of winning, but just when Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen wanted to surround and kill Long Yu, the wings of Taiyin stretched out from behind Long Yu again. Run! They couldn't catch up with Long Yu's speed, let alone in a place like Handan Ice Valley, being suppressed by the general trend of the sun. You guys have no chance of winning. Long Yu's eyes were shining brightly. Really? How long can you spend with us based on the power of the 3rd level of your True Spirit Secret Realm? When your profound energy is exhausted, you will only have a dead end. Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen stood guard on both sides of the ice valley, so even with Long Yu's speed, it was impossible to escape from the ice valley. After all, there is only one exit from Handan Ice Valley, and the side mountain wall is thousands of feet high. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to pass by, not even Long Yu. Although Long Yu can glide, he can't really fly, and it is impossible for him to leap over a 1,000-foot mountain wall. Hand over the lunar steel, and spare your death. Wang Yuanchen said in a cold voice, forming a corner with Gu Hibo, and forced towards Long Yu. Under the staring eyes of the two, it is impossible for Long Yu to make any other moves, otherwise he will face the most powerful attack from the two. As the other 9 real spirit guards of the royal family surrounded Long Yu against the overwhelming force of the sun, Long Yu seemed to have nowhere to go. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu was surrounded by Wang Yuanchen and Gu Hibo, two powerhouses in the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he didn't dare to make any changes. And the surrounding 9 real spirit guards of the royal family approached Long Yu step by step. Of the 11 powerful members of the Wang family present, none of them had a martial arts realm lower than Long Yu's, at least they were at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. 11 beat one of them. No matter how defiant Long Yu was, he might have no way to survive. However, just when Wang Yuanchen and Gu Hibo thought they had the chance to win, the situation on the field changed suddenly. A figure in a black costume suddenly jumped out of the ice cave that Long Yu just jumped out of, and then transformed into a white flowing sword shadow, and quickly killed the 9 real spirit guards of the Wang family. Those 9 true spirit guards all used a large part of their strength to resist Long Yu's overwhelming power. Facing Lu Yuan's sudden attack, they were completely powerless to resist. Streaming sword shadow. The scarlet-red twin swords flashed and killed a head of the real spirit guard in the 4th level of the real spirit secret realm in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan's delicate and agile figure continued to kill other real spirit guards. Lu Yuan, when Long Yu was restraining 2 masters, Wang Yuanchen and Gu Hibo, suddenly attacked, disrupting everyone's position in an instant. Good job. Long Yu laughed. He didn't have the slightest sense of danger of being attacked by 2 strong men. Court death. A fierce light flashed in Wang Yuanchen's eyes, and his body flickered immediately, wanting to kill Lu Yuan quickly. If he didn't make a move, the Wang family's true spirit guards present would probably be killed by Lu Yuan. After all, Long Yu's Taiyin situation was too terrifying, almost forcibly suppressing the strength of the true spirit guards to a level. This group of true spirit guards is nearly half of the strength of the Wang family, and they must not be lost here. Wang Yuanchen was already suffering from a headache when he was suddenly attacked by Lu Yuan and beheaded a head guard of the true spirit, and there could be no more casualties. Originally, Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen wanted to bring people to stop Long Yu and Lu Yuan from escaping, and if many people surrounded and killed them, Long Yu would not be able to pose any threat to them in a panic. But they didn't expect that Long Yu would comprehend the general trend of the Taiyin in such a short period of time. The law of heaven and earth at the seal level, after comprehending the general trend of the world, its power is extremely terrifying. This point, Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen really did not expect it. They have never seen the law of the celestial tablet, and it is precisely because of this that they are so eager for Long Yu's lunar celestial tablet. Wang Yuanchen attacked and killed Lu Yuan, while Long Yu found an opportunity. Gu Herber, dead. Long Yu didn't dare to fight against the 2 powerhouses at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but Gu Hibo was the only one left, so what else would he have to be afraid of? As for Lu Yuan, Long Yu was not very worried. He was consuming a lot of profound energy to maintain the general trend of the sun. Isn't it just to restrain everyone else's actions? At least, the remaining 8 Wang family's true spirit guards are no longer threatening, and Wang Yuanchen also needs to consume a lot of strength to resist the general trend of the sun. Under the situation of being suppressed by the general trend of Taiyin, there must be no problem for Lu Yuan to save her life under Wang Yuanchen's hands. You must know that Lu Yuan is also a person who has comprehended the charm of Taiyin. Dantian. Long Yu's Dantian, which had been tempered by Tian Lei, jumped up quickly at this moment, allowing him to quickly recover from the nearly consumed profound energy in his whole body. For him now, the recovery speed of profound energy is several times faster than that of ordinary martial arts, and the effect of tempering his Dantian with the law of thunder is really too strong. Kill. Long Yu didn't pay attention to Wang Yuanchen and Lu Yuan anymore. To deal with Gu Hibo, he had to go all out, otherwise he would be easily beheaded by the opponent. After all, the basic power gap between the 2 sides lies there, and the other side still has a true spirit condensed into a solid body. Long Yu didn't dare to release the phantom of the true sun spirit in such a battle, otherwise he would definitely be completely defeated by the opponent. Wake up palm reincarnation. Long Yu condensed the energy of reincarnation of the 9 nethers with one fist, and the tiny wings fluttered behind his back, leading his whole body into a gray-black streamer, blasting towards Gu Hibo. Long Yu actually wants to fight Gu Hibo in close quarters. Court death. When Gu Hibo saw Long Yu rushing towards him, he snorted coldly. This kid really doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. He is only the 3rd level of the true spirit secret realm. He really thinks that he can go against the sky and reach the 5th level fighting against the strong? Even if Long Yu was able to fly and seriously injure Long Ji, but if he resisted head-on, Long Yu would definitely not be the opponent of the 5th level powerhouse of the true spirit secret realm. Tiger King Fist Spirit. The power of Gu Hibo's Tiger King domain condensed on his fist, and suddenly a fierce tiger spirit emerged in the air, blasting towards Long Yu's fist with a fierce and domineering wind. The chi of 9 nether reincarnation erupted suddenly, instantly weakening the power of Gu Hibo's Tiger King Fist Spirit move by more than half. Wake up palm reincarnation, break into reincarnation. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu resisted the opponent's punch with his body, and at the same time punched again, knocking Gu Hibo into the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. Bearing Gu Hibo's punch head-on, Long Yu's whole body erupted with thunder and lightning. His strong physical body protected him from being too seriously injured in this punch. However, Gu Hibo was firmly captured by Long Yu. The realm of martial arts has fallen. Gu Hibo's complexion changed drastically. Long Yu's martial skill can be called a killer weapon. He really didn't get any news about this move, and he didn't have any precautions. The Tiger King roars. Gu Hibo activated his profound energy, and the Tiger King true spirit entity roared angrily behind him. Another sonic martial art. The sonic martial arts of the spiritual level, Tiger King's roar, and Tiger King's boxing spirit are both known as the 2 unique skills of the royal family. Sky Suppressing Sect also has only a few high-level spirit-level martial skills, which are already the strongest martial skills that families and sects of this level can obtain. At this moment, facing the incomparably weird Long Yu, Gu Hibo used both of his 2 major martial arts skills without reservation. The sun erupts. There was no need for Long Yu to think about it. Facing the suppressive sonic martial art Tiger King's roar, the vague consciousness of Taiyin wings had already exploded with Taiyin chi, so that Long Yu was not affected in any way. Wake up palm reincarnation. Long Yu's tossing and turning was this move, but this move made Gu Hibo tired of coping. Any of his martial skills, before hitting Long Yu, will be weakened by the move of awakening palm reincarnation, and now he only has the 4th level of cultivation in the true spirit secret realm, so he can't even hurt Long Yu, let alone no need to kill him. Long Yu used Tianlei to train his body for 3 months. During this period, he did not drink a drop of water or eat any food. Even the most powerful martial arts in this world may not be able to persist with the pain and hardship. That feeling of dizziness and pain and dizziness, even if it's only for 2 or 3 days, can drive people crazy. However, Long Yu persisted for 2 or 3 months. He who has achieved the Ji-Lei dominant body has shown his tyrannical combat power at this moment. Confronting the 5th level powerhouse of the true spirit secret realm head-on, he has already been able to completely suppress the opponent. One punch after another, the spirit of reincarnation spread in the field. The general trend of the sun, endless release, made Gu Hibo's figure even more hindered. I can't. Yuan Chen. Gu Hibo's face changed drastically, and he immediately let out a loud cry, but it was already too late. 9 Nether Blast. Long Yu punched the surface of the cold pool, and the aura of the 9 Netherness condensed under Gu Hibo's feet. At the same time, a shadowless and formless spirit of the underworld had restrained him. With Gu Hibo's cultivation level of less than the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm, which has not yet recovered, it is impossible to escape the bombardment of this move. Moments later, the 9 nether chi pillar erupted, and Gu Hebo's screams sounded, but they stopped abruptly. 9 Serenity Explosion is still the most lethal martial skill of Long Yu up to now. So far, no opponent has been able to resist it. Gu Herb, die. Murderous intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and when he turned around, he saw Wang Yuanchen chasing and killing Lu Yuan, and the real spirit entities of the two sides were fighting. Wang Yuanchen's Tiger King True Spirit and Lu Yuan's Black Butterfly True Spirit are releasing their powerful domain power. It was also thanks to Lu Yuan's comprehension of the phantom domain that made Wang Yuanchen lose his mind several times, and she was able to persist for so long. Gu Hebo called for help, but Wang Yuanchen was too late to help. When the screams sounded, Wang Yuanchen finally realized that their operation this time was going to fail. Gu Herber, dead. This is the 3-generation steward of their royal family, who managed the entire royal family in an orderly manner. Many things are in the hands of Gu Hebo. Now that Gu Hebo is dead, the strength of the entire Wang family has dropped a lot. Even, it is very likely that the title of the 4 great aristocratic families of the Great Tang Kingdom will soon be lost. You must know that there are many families in the Great Tang Imperial City who are watching. The death of Gu Hebo will have a great impact on the Wang family. However, the battle in the Cold Pool Ice Valley is not over yet. 10,000 people killed. Long Yu's 9 dragon spear swept across, and the murderous aura spread to the entire Cold Pool Ice Valley. Under the terrifying suppression of the general trend of the sun, the remaining 8 Wang family True Spirit guards could not display their strength at all, and just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. However, how could Long Yu let them escape? Since they are enemies, they must be wiped out at once, and no one can be let go. Die. The tip of Long Yu's spear fell down, and a real spirit guard in the 3rd level of the real spirit secret realm was easily beheaded by him, without any room for retaliation. Kill him, he's almost exhausted. Wang Yuanchen's eyes were about to burst, and he almost let out a roar. Behind him, the true spirit of the Tiger King roared and rushed towards Long Yu. His comprehension of Tiger King's roar move was not even comparable to that of ancient Hebe, and he was more than 10 feet away from Long Yu, and he didn't affect Long Yu at all. Kill! Long Yu let out a snarl, and the tying wings fluttered behind his back, his whole body turned into a stream of light, and instantly beheaded another true spirit guard. Since you are going to kill me to seize the treasure, then I will rise up and resist. Bullying me is a soft persimmon? Too naive. When dealing with the enemy, Long Yu's subordinates will never show mercy, vowing to slaughter the opponent. However, at this moment, just as Wang Yuanchen expected, the profound energy in Long Yu's body was far from enough. Even if his profound energy recovery speed is much faster than that of ordinary martial artists, but at this moment, maintaining the general trend of the sun for too long, the profound energy in his body is about to be consumed. We join hands. Lu Yuan's crisp voice came, and then a pair of crimson daggers turned into flowing sword shadows, attacking Wang Yuanchen's back. Wang Yuanchen never dreamed that Lu Yuan would dare to attack him. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, he turned back and roared, and then punched out, Tiger King's fist spirit. This punch caught Lu Yuan off guard. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Lu Yuan thought that Long Yu was the one Wang Yuanchen wanted to kill the most at this time, but she didn't expect that when she attacked from behind, Wang Yuanchen immediately punched her. Tiger King Boxing Spirit. At this moment, the power of the top-rank martial arts at the spiritual level finally exploded completely. With this punch, the Tiger King's domain was enveloped, and the pressure of the Lord of the Forest erupted instantly. Die. Bloodshot eyes appeared in Wang Yuanchen's eyes, Tiger King's boxing spirit burst out, approaching Lu Yuan's face like a shooting star. Fight with him. As soon as Long Yu saw this scene, he immediately yelled, and at the same time, he punched out his palm and swung out the reincarnation. The power of reincarnation descended, and the next moment Wang Yuanshan's martial Dao realm was pushed into reincarnation, and he fell to the 4th place in the True Spirit secret realm. Heavy. The power of his Tiger King Fist spirit move was greatly reduced immediately, and the momentum of his whole body was stagnant. When Lu Yuan heard Long Yu's shout, she immediately perked up. Fight it. Lu Yuan's Taiyin charm was released, and immediately competed with Wang Yuanshan's Tiger King domain, and no one could do anything to win the other. The next moment, 2 flowing sword shadows were drawn out of the crimson short sword in her hand, and they collided with Wang Yuanshan's punch. The terrifying burst of air sent the 2 of them back more than 10 feet away, but this time in the duel, Lu Yuan was not at a disadvantage at all, and instead retreated 2 steps behind Wang Yuanshan. It can be seen that Wang Yuanshan, who has fallen to the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm, is no longer Lu Yuan's opponent. Dance of the Allure. Lu Yuan didn't pause at all, and immediately unleashed Qingqing Pavilion's spiritual level high-grade martial skill, Dance of Qingqing. This is the bottom-pressing stunt of the disciples of Qingqing Pavilion. Lu Yuan knew that although Wang Yuanshan was suppressed by Long Yu, the suppression could only last for a short period of time. She must defeat Wang Yuanshan as quickly as possible. The allure dance was launched, and Lu Yuan's whole body spun along with the true spirit of the black butterfly, turning into an incomparably gorgeous streamer of light, exuding dazzling brilliance. A burst of phantom law power spread out from her, and Wang Yuanshan couldn't help but be attracted for a moment. So tempting. Lu Yuan, with snowy hair and frosty eyebrows, is as cold as ice, and her exquisite and delicate body under a black dress is extremely fascinating. And when Wang Yuanshan's unbearable attraction appeared, his death was almost at hand. Lu Yuan will never give him any chance. But at this moment, the profound energy in Long Yu's body was finally completely exhausted, and he could no longer maintain the existence of the general trend of the sun. In the next moment, the remaining 6 real spirit guards of the Wang family felt their bodies relax. The general trend of the sun is gone. 10,000 people killed. In Long Yu's hand, the 9-nethered dragon spear swept across, his murderous aura filled the air, and instantly beheaded another Wang family's true spirit guard of the 3rd level of true spirit. There are only 5 of the true spirit guards left, all of whom are martial artists at the 3rd level of the True Spirit secret realm. At this moment, Long Yu had already beheaded Gu Hebo, plus 3 True Spirit guards, completely frightened the remaining 5 True Spirit guards. Run. If you don't run, you will die. Such a thought emerged in everyone's minds that they abandoned Long Yu at the same time, turned around and ran away from the cold pool and ice valley. In fact, if they join forces to deal with Long Yu, now that Long Yu is exhausted, he may not be able to resist. However, these guys paid more attention to their own lives, and turned around and ran away. Puff. Puff. Following the remaining 5 true spirit guards running away, Wang Yuanshan, who had been seduced by Lu Yuan for a moment, also had his head decapitated under Lu Yuan's pair of red daggers. I'm going to hunt and kill. Lu Yuan didn't even look at Wang Yuanshan, and started chasing after him outside the cold pool and ice valley. But at this time, Lu Yuan frowned slightly, because those 5 people were running in different directions, and with her speed, it seemed impossible to catch them all in one go. Go. Long Yu communicated with Taiyin Yui's consciousness, and let Taiyin Yui fly out of thin air, and even brought Lu Yuan alone, chasing one of the 5 people at a very fast speed. Flying like lightning. Lu Yuan was taken aback, but quickly calmed down, and drew a sharp stream of light from the crimson short sword in her hand, beheading the first person in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Taiyin wings glided up with Lu Yuan, and quickly caught up with the second person. After a few breaths, none of the remaining 5 escaped, and all died on Lu Yuan's crimson daggers, making the red on the pair of daggers even brighter. These people are all powerful members of the royal family, since they came to kill them, of course they can't let anyone go, otherwise they will suffer revenge from the royal family. Although these people are already nearly half of the strength of the Yuan family, the strongest member of the Yuan family is the head of the family, that is, Wang Yuanshan's father, who has already reached the realm of unity of true spirit. It is not wise to provoke him now. Fortunately, Long Yu and Taiyin's wings matched with Tianqi, together with Lu Yuan's pair of daggers, finally beheaded everyone. In this way, no one would know that Wang Yuanshan and Gu Hibo were killed by them. Thinking about it, no one would think that Long Yu and Lu Yuan had the ability to kill so many people. In fact, if Long Yu hadn't comprehended the general trend of the Taiyin just at this time, he might not have been able to escape from here, let alone completely annihilate him. Long Yu's dantian jumped and quickly recovered the profound energy in his body. At the same time, together with Lu Yuan, he piled up the corpses of 19 people, including Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanshan, and prepared to set them on fire. While dragging away the corpse, Long Yu quietly brought a few soldiers into the 9 nether space, which should be worth thousands of crystal coins. Gu Hibo didn't bring any valuables, which made Long Yu feel a little pity. Wang Yuanshan, on the other hand, carried a soft-armored soldier with him, but unfortunately he was killed by Lu Yuan, cutting his throat. Even the top-ranked soft-armored soldier at the spiritual level did not have any defensive effect. Who made him so unsteady to be attracted by Lu Yuan's beauty? Deserve it. If it was Long Yu, it would definitely not be like this. Lu Yuan is equal in stature and appearance, but if Long Yu fights with her, she will definitely not be tempted to death like Wang Yuanshan, at most it will be a tremor. Just when the two were about to set fire to the pile of 11 corpses, it suddenly started to rain in the gloomy sky since the morning. This rain came very fast. As soon as the two people's fire was started, it was doused by the heavier and heavier rain, accompanied by thunder, and lightning pierced the sky, as if the whole sky was divided into several sections. This? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. How could all these corpses be destroyed under such a heavy rain? These corpses must not be left behind, otherwise it will be easy to guess who did it, and that would be a sad reminder. Give it to me. Long Yu also felt that it was a bit troublesome. If he couldn't set it on fire, he could only use the power of Lei Xinyun to completely destroy it. The power of the law of thunder suppression is definitely stronger than that of ordinary flames, but now Long Yu only comprehends the charm of thunder suppression, and it is still somewhat difficult to completely destroy the 11 corpses. Fortunately, his profound energy recovered quite quickly, and soon he had enough profound energy to release the thunder charm. Ji Lei, destroy. With a wave of Long Yu's hand, a bolt of thunder flashed, descending on those corpses with destructive force. Lu Yuan's eyes were burning. This was the first time she had the opportunity to carefully observe this kind of power that Long Yu had comprehended, and soon she discovered that it was a tyrannical power no less than the law of Taiyin, and it was much more violent than the law of Taiyin. Another kind of monument power? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and she was finally sure that the rumors were true. That is, Long Yu once broke into the Thunder Pond, and when everyone thought he was dead, he reappeared miraculously. The power displayed by the Dragon Palace now is the power obtained from the Fierce Land and Sky Thunder Pool. Under the destructive power of Ji Lei Xinyun, 11 corpses were completely destroyed, not even leaving ashes, and they were destroyed in the heavy rain. Sharp. Lu Yuan couldn't help admiring. Now, she fully understands Long Yu's strength. This guy is really terrifying. The two kinds of powers of the Heavenly Monument Law, as well as the best martial skills at the spiritual level, and the best fighters at the spiritual level, actually allow him to cross the double level. Realm kills the strong. As soon as Long Yu turned his head, his eyes fixed on Lu Yuan's graceful figure, and he couldn't move away for a while. Under the torrential rain, Lu Yuan was drenched all over, with strands of snow-white long hair hanging down her neck, clinging to her body, accompanied by water droplets dripping down. Time is more attractive. hurry up and get back the lunar sky monument. Lu Yuan didn't notice Long Yu's gaze, turned around and walked towards the cold pool and ice valley. The two faced each other immediately, but the lunar sky monument was still in the cold pool and ice valley, and had not been taken out. Long Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then followed. Soon, the two men took out a sunny sky monument, which was much smaller than the original one, from the bottom of the cold pool. Small. Long Yu frowned slightly. In fact, this is not the first time he has discovered it. Long before, he had noticed that his half of the lunar steel was gradually shrinking as he absorbed and comprehended it, but it was not obvious. However, now, after he has realized the general trend of the Taiyin, the entire Taiyin Tianbei has shrunk significantly. Well, I checked some information. After Wu Shou understands the power in the celestial tablet, it will gradually become smaller. When Wu Shou understands the law of the celestial tablet will disappear completely. Lu Yuan nodded and explained. The two of us comprehend this monument at the same time. In the end, I am afraid that neither of us will be able to comprehend the law. Long Yu continued to frown. What do you think about so much? If you want to understand the law, you must at least step into the realm of the unity of man and nature. I don't think too much about things so far away. Lu Yuan smiled easily. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, let's leave first. After a little thought, Long Yu was about to divide the smaller Taiyin Tianbei into two parts again, but he soon discovered that he was defeated by a difficult problem. This cloudy steel has actually merged into one, and there is no way to split it into two halves. Originally, the Taiyin Tianbei was automatically divided into two halves, each in the hands of Long Yu and Lu Yuan, but now, Long Yu can't even divide it into two halves. This is a big problem. If it cannot be divided into two halves, who does this lunar steel belong to? Long Yu? Lu Yuan? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Since they couldn't clearly decide who would own the Taiyin Tianbei, the two decided to act together for the time being. The cold pond and ice valley couldn't stay any longer, so the two found another colder place in the mountains, found a small cave to hide from the rain, and prepared to comprehend the lunar steel. Of course, before that, the two caught 2 hares, which were roasted by Queen Long with the power of Ji Lei, which can be regarded as supplementing the energy consumption of the day. The two of them entered the small cave with their bodies soaked, and began to comprehend the Taiyin Tianbei. With the strong wind, lightning, and thunder outside the mountains, Long Yu felt that his comprehension of the law of Taiyin could not be broken through for a while, so he went outside the cave, leaving Lu Yuan to comprehend the law of Taiyin alone. So many thunders. Looking around, Long Yu saw that the mountains were full of purple lightning, piercing the sky one after another, causing the gloomy sky to continuously shine with the light of destruction. Why don't you continue to train your body with thunder and try to understand the general trend of thunder? Long Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he acted immediately. The wings of the moon behind him stretched out, gliding out in the rainstorm, and soon came to the highest mountain nearby. This mountain almost towered into the clouds. The lightning and thunder in the clouds are almost in sight. Spiritual charm of thunder. As soon as the profound energy in Long Yu's body was urged, he released the charm of thunder, and suddenly, the lightning and thunder near the mountain top were attracted by Long Yu. One after another, they rushed towards his body. At this moment, although there is no 9 Serenity Dragon seal to absorb the power of these thunders, the power of these ordinary thunders is much smaller than that of Jitian Leiqi. With the lightning overlord body now achieved by Long Yu, it is still possible to resist these thunders. There are still 2 or 3 days left before the 7 schools of martial arts, but Long Yu has not let up at all, and strives to make a breakthrough in this last period. At the same time, in the imperial city of the Tang dynasty, Lu family. Feng Changge and Lu Yu have finished talking, and since Long Yu will definitely go further in the future and will not stay with Feng Changge, Lu Yu reluctantly agrees to follow Feng Chang'e back to Yuguan City. However, both of them are concerned about Feng Yao, and they don't know where Feng Yao is now. If it weren't for Feng Yao sending pigeons to send letters to Lu Yu every once in a while, the two of them would be really worried. Even so, the two were still extremely worried about Feng Yao. Feng Chang'e's cultivation has recovered, and he has broken through to reach the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm. He can be regarded as a strong party in the Tang dynasty. What's more, his accumulation of these 20 years has not been exhausted yet. Feng Chang'e returned to the elegant residence in the mountains, and began to sprint to the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm, the realm of the unity of the True Spirit. If this level can be reached, then Feng Chang'e's strength can be said to be close to the level of the head of the Tian sect, or the head of the 4 great families. It's a pity that the realm of unity of soul and soul is definitely not so easy to achieve. Even with the accumulation of Feng Chang'e's 20 years of accumulation, there is still a very high threshold and bottleneck for the unity of soul and soul. The 7 schools of discussion on martial arts is about to start. Feng Chang'e has a faint premonition in his heart. The left prince, Chu Chaoxing, has probably already arranged everything. Even if Long Yu finally defeated Yu Qianning at that time, there might be other incidents. Chu Chaoxing has always been impeccable in his work, otherwise it would be impossible to expel Long Zitian from the Tang dynasty. It is too terrifying to confront such an opponent. If I can step into the realm of unity of true spirit and spirit before the end of the 7 schools of martial arts, it will be much easier to say. Feng Chang'e thought in his heart, so he worked harder. By the way, he thought of Long Yu and Lu Yuan. They left Lu's house together, and they didn't know where they went, but Feng Chang'e was not worried about them. How many dangers has Long Yu experienced along the way? He even made it back from such a fierce place as Jishinliqi, and achieved the Jilei super body. Feng Chang'e is not worried about Long Yu, but rather interested in his relationship with Lu Yuan. If the two can make a couple, that would be great. Thinking of this, the corners of Feng Chang'e's mouth turned up slightly, looking forward to it. Long Yu's temporary disappearance did not worry many people. Whether it was Feng Chang'e or the Tianzong people, they already had great confidence in Long Yu. On the contrary, Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen of the Wang family have not returned after taking their people away, casting a shadow over the entire Wang family. Whether it was Gu Hibo, Wang Yuanchen, or the 9 true spirit guards they took away, they all seemed to have evaporated from the world out of thin air. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find them. The day before the 7 schools of martial arts, in the magnificent mansion of the royal family. Patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Ju, a strong man in the realm of unity of true spirit. This is a middle-aged man in a golden robe. His figure is as strong as a mountain. He is extremely strong at first glance. His whole body exudes the aura of a strong man, making people afraid to approach him. At this time, Wang Ju, with a gloomy face, was sitting in the hall of the Wang family, listening to the reports brought back by the servants of the Wang family. Not found, still not found. It's been 2 days, and the 7 schools of martial arts are about to start, but Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen disappeared together with others. Of course Wang Ju knew that Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen led the team to deal with Long Yu and Lu Yuan, but how could there be any accidents when dealing with those 2 boys? To Wang Ju's relief, Long Yu and Lu Yuan were also missing, otherwise he would really doubt whether Gu Hibo and his son Wang Yuanchen were both killed by Long Yu. After all, the news that Long Yu bombarded Long Ji at the gate of Lu's mansion, causing him to be seriously injured, had already spread throughout the imperial city. Who doesn't know that although Long Yu is only the 3rd level of the true spirit mystery realm, he already has the strength to fight against the 5th level of the true spirit mystery realm. Just when Wang Ju was getting impatient, a spy ran in suddenly, report that Long Yu and Lu Yuan appeared. Huh? Where? Wang Ju frowned slightly. This is not good news, but if Long Yu can be caught, it is very likely that he can find out the whereabouts of Gu Hebo and his son Wang Yuanchen. In the auction house in the world of buying and selling, someone recognized them. The spy said respectfully. The Lu family's business world. Wang Ju's face changed. Before the 7 schools of martial arts, the Lu family, which had the largest auction, naturally wanted to hold an auction. As the patriarch of the Wang family, of course he didn't want to go, but now that Long Yu and Lu Yuan appeared in the business world, he had to go there himself. He stood up in a golden robe, and left the Wang's mansion alone, heading towards the trading world. Patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Ju, where is he not respected by others? Even if he is alone, no one dares to show any disrespect to him, even a person with the status of a royal princess should respect him. 3 points. In the imperial city, buy and sell the world. Long Yu and Lu Yuan finally rushed back when the Lu family auction started. The good news is that during this period of time, Lu Yuan has finally comprehended the general trend of the Taiyin, and her overall strength has improved a lot. And Long Yu, also under the bombardment of the sky thunder, finally tempered his body to be more domineering. At the same time, the power of the law of lightning strike stored in the 9 nether dragon seal emerged, allowing him to finally comprehend the law of lightning strike to the level of the general trend of the world. The general trend of the sun, the general trend of thunder, and the field of suppressing the sky are the power of laws that Long Yu has now comprehended. The combination of these 3 is absolutely irresistible even for the 5th level powerhouse of the true spirit secret realm. In the entire Great Tang Kingdom, he alone can possess the power of the 2 kinds of heaven and earth monument laws at the same time. As for the artistic conception of the law of the dry marsh that he had comprehended from a mutant snake in the abyss of soaring snakes, Long Yu was not going to comprehend it. The law of dry marsh, although it can entangle the opponent's actions, and the effect of surprise is very good, but it is only good. After all, it is only a law of xuanhuan level. Without the corresponding true spirit, it can't exert much power. Since there is a celestial monument, it is natural to practice mainly based on the principles of the celestial monument. In the world of business, Lu Fuji, an old man in green robe, appeared and greeted Long Yu and Lu Yuan in person, which made Lu Yuan a little surprised. This Lu Fuji is a pivotal figure in the Lu family, even surpassing Gu Hebo's status in the royal family, and now he personally greets Long Yu. It can be seen that Long Yu and the Lu family must have had an extremely huge transaction. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for Lu Fuji to treat a young man like this, especially since this young man is the 3rd level of the true spirit secret realm. In fact, if Long Yu hadn't shown his talent, Lu Fuji would definitely not be so enthusiastic. But since Long Yu is very talented in martial arts, Lu Fuji can clearly see the game of all parties in the imperial city, so he naturally knows that this Long Yu will never be killed by someone so easily. Brother Long, come here to buy and sell the world, do you want to buy something? Lu Fu asked with a gentle face. Well, I want to buy some elixir or monster inner alchemy to improve the realm of martial arts. Long Yu said concisely. Then let's take part in the auction. It just so happens that you also have something to auction, so we can take a look together. Lu Fuji said somewhat mysteriously, at the auction, what you want will appear. As for what it is, you will know when the time comes. Still doing mystery? The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he nodded, not paying attention to the opponent's tricks. The original intention of him and Lu Yuan to come to buy and sell the world is to participate in the auction, and only at the auction will there be real good things. Long Yu wants to step into the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. It is not easy, and it is definitely not something that can be done with just a few spirit level pills. However, it would be different if there were mysterious pills or monster inner pills. Long Yu had seen the mysterious grade skybending pill, although it could only be regarded as a low-grade mysterious grade pill, but the aura contained in it was several times more than the top-grade Long Yu golden pill. Something worth more than 100,000 crystal nuclei, the effect is absolutely good. This time Long Yu participated in the auction of buying and selling the world, just to see if there would be any mysterious pills in the auction. If there were any, he would try his best to buy them. Let's go in. Long Yu greeted Lu Yuan, and the two of them walked to a VIP room in the auction house of Mai Tianxia. In this VIP room, even if they bid for something, no one knew who they were. In the auction house, there has been a lot of voices. After sitting in the VIP room through the curtain, Long Yu quickly saw several familiar figures appearing at the entrance of the auction house, and couldn't help squinting his eyes. Feng Yang, Feng Luo, and Feng Lin, these three children of the Feng family, are now following behind a young man in a well-dressed suit, only looking after him. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Feng Luo taught Long Yu a lesson not long after he first stepped into martial arts. Feng Yang was originally the director of the outer sect of Zhenshenzong, but he was defeated by Long Yu, who had just joined Zhenshenzong, and he was ashamed. As for Feng Lin, he was originally a descendant of the offshoot of the Feng family. During the celebration banquet where Feng Yin became the head of the family, he sneaked up on Long Yu, but was blown away by Long Yu's blow, leaving no face left. Such three people came to the imperial city after the change of the Feng family and became the servants of a young man from a certain big family. Long Yu didn't know who that handsome young man was, but what was certain was that he was definitely not from one of the four great families in the imperial city, but from a small family like the Lu family. Feng Luo, Feng Yang, Feng Lin, the three of them still haven't made much progress, and their martial arts realm has almost stagnated. Looking at it, Long Yu couldn't help shaking his head. These three people had nothing to do with him, so he simply ignored them. The auction will start soon. Long Yu could clearly feel that among the other distinguished guests, there were many powerful presences, for example, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe who came in not long ago, that was the patriarch of the Wan family, Wan Ju. Sitting in the VIP room, Long Yu could feel Wan Ju's sharp eyes as he scanned the audience, as if he was looking for someone. However, Wang Ju was disappointed and did not find a target, and finally entered a VIP room. His figure disappeared from the eyes of Long Yu and Lu Yuan. Is he looking for us? Seeing Wang Ju disappearing, Lu Yuan couldn't help asking softly. It should be, but even if he finds it, he can't do anything to us. Long Yu squinted his eyes. At that time, he insisted that he had never seen Wan Yuanchen and Gu Hebo, so could Wang Ju kill him? On the territory of the Lu family, it is impossible for Wang Ju to be so arrogant. The entire auction room can accommodate 600 to 700 people sitting together. When the auction room is full, the official auction will start soon. In order to arouse the interest of those who participated in the auction, the first item that the Lu family brought out was quite attractive, a long sword of spiritual grade. This long sword, named Xinghai sword by the Lu family, contains the power of the Xinghai Tianbei, and it is of a super spiritual quality. It is extremely powerful, and the starting price is 8,000 crystal coins. The power of Xinghai Law on this long sword is attached by Xinghai Impeller, one of the 7 disaster stars, so it cannot be absorbed and comprehended by martial arts, it can only be used. Therefore, its value is completely different from the meteorite that Long Yu sold to the Lu family. That piece of meteorite is where the law of meteorites originated, and through that piece of meteorite, one can comprehend the law of meteorites. But this long sword can only allow people to use a trace of the power of the Xinghai law, but it cannot be comprehended. The appearance of a super-grade long sword, and it was snatched from the hands of the 7 calamities, made everyone in the field boil. Especially the disciples of the sect who were about to participate in the 7 schools of martial arts, or the elders of the sect, each of them became active. In one of the VIP rooms, 2 swordsmen, one old and one young, stood with their swords in their hands. When they saw the Xinghai sword, their eyes lit up, showing their incomparable desire. The two were one of the 7 great sects, the elder Qiu Shusong, a member of the Falling Rain Sword sect, and Qi Guang, the number 1 core disciple. Qi Guang, this long sword is so powerful that it must be photographed. Qiu Shusong's eyes were full of longing. Originally, Qi Guang was not sure of victory in this 7 martial arts debates, but if he had this long sword, Qi Guang's strength would immediately rise to another level. The young swordsman Qi Guang nodded coldly, and then took off the sword behind him, and shattered the sword with his profound energy. The martial arts realm of the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm gave Qi Guang extremely strong power, and it was easy to shatter a mid-grade spirit-level long sword. This also showed his determination to get that Xinghai sword. 9,000 crystal coins. 10,000 crystal coins. 11,000 crystal coins. For the auction of such a popular item as the Xinghai sword, the price was quickly raised, and the popularity even exceeded Long Yu's estimate. Originally, he thought that it would be good if this long sword could be auctioned for 20,000 crystal coins, but it didn't take long for the auction price to exceed 20,000 crystal coins, and it was even rising. Fortunately, I was careful at the time, otherwise I would have been tricked by Lu Fuji. Long Yu thought in his heart. If this is what Lu Fuji said, if he was given a base price of 8,000 crystal coins, and the excess would be divided 50 to 50, wouldn't Long Yu lose tens of thousands of crystal coins? Fortunately, the final agreement was to divide the auction price into 19%, Long Yu would get 90%, and the world would get 10%. In this way, Long Yu would earn a lot more invisibly. Finally, when the price reached 20,000 crystal coins, there were only 3 parties left to compete. There is no doubt that the people from these 3 parties are all sitting in the VIP room. Apart from those who can be treated as VIPs by Lu Fuji, who else can afford such a high price? 22,000 crystal coins. Qi Guang of the Falling Rain Sword sect made his bid calmly. However, he made another unthinking offer to the VIP opposite him, 25,000 crystal coins. 3 crystal nuclei. Qi Guang raised the price straightforwardly, and it was calculated by the crystal nucleus. If the other party wanted to increase the price again, it would be absolutely embarrassing not to add a crystal nucleus. 4 crystal nuclei. On the other side, someone continued to bid, which made Qi Guang's face darken. 4 crystal nuclei, 40,000 crystal coins. At this price, it is enough to buy 2 ordinary spirit-level supergrade warriors, but now, it is concentrated on a Xinghai sword. There is no doubt that everyone knows the strength of Xinghai sword. If the power of Xinghai Tianbei can be exerted, who can resist it? 5 crystal nuclei. Now that Qi Guang has made up his mind, he won't have any reason, even if his family goes bankrupt. This Xinghai sword is enough to become a powerful soldier who will accompany him for several years. When the price was raised to 5 crystal nuclei, no one bid any more, and this price shocked most people in the auction house. 5th Sister's crystal nucleus, 50,000 crystal coins, what a huge amount of property this is. Sure enough, only at the auction in the Imperial City can someone be so rich and powerful. Following Feng Luo, Feng Yang, and Feng Lin, a young man in a well-dressed suit, the 3 started whispering. I don't know who it is, so rich, they actually paid 50,000 crystal coins to buy a super spiritual level soldier. If it were me, I would rather buy 2 ordinary soldiers than this long sword. Yeah, it's such a prodigal, but I don't know who sold this long sword. Isn't this a big profit? The Lu family has also made a lot of money by trading in the world. This time, 4 or 5,000 crystal coins have been credited. I have never seen so many crystal coins in my life. The 3 of them talked a lot, not knowing at all that this long sword was put up for auction by Long Yu. If they heard the news, they would be so shocked that they would be speechless. The young man in Chinese clothes that the 3 of them followed couldn't help but snorted softly when they heard the 3 of them take a round. Isn't it just 4 or 5,000 crystal coins? It's just a drizzle for the world of buying and selling. This is just the first auction. It's just a product, there will definitely be a finale in the future, and the price will definitely be higher. Master Ji is right. The three of them smiled obsequiously, and began to pat the horse of the handsome young man. Long Yu sat in the VIP room, looked at the flattery of the three people, and felt that it was a shame for him to know these three people. If such a guy stayed in Feng's house, he would definitely be a cancer. Fortunately, he was singing for Feng Chang'e at that time removed these moths. Now Fengjie is thriving, and the situation is completely different from before. Under the leadership of Feng Chang'e, even if the Xinfeng family came to the imperial city, they would have a foothold, much stronger than the Lu family. It can be imagined that at that time, Feng Yang, Feng Luo, and his ilk will definitely regret it. When Feng Chang'e's cultivation is restored, the Xinfeng family is destined to rise. The auction continues. The current Long Yu has nearly 14 crystal nuclei in his total property. If there is something he wants, it is basically impossible for others to snatch it away. Lu Yuan, who was sitting beside Long Yu, was quite interested in this auction. She rarely came to such occasions before. Although she didn't have anything to buy, it was good just to look around, and she could understand the prices of many things. Most of the things in this auction are warriors who can quickly improve their martial arts strength. Compared with them, there are fewer medicine pills and monster inner pills, because they need to be absorbed and cultivated when they are bought back, and their growth is relatively slow. For ordinary people, it is impossible for them to achieve a qualitative change in their strength with just a few pills. It is better to use limited funds to buy the soldiers they need. This phenomenon is not bad for Long Yu, because if there is any high-grade pill, there will not be so many people snatching it from him. However, after more than 20 items, Long Yu didn't see what he wanted. None of the pills and monster inner pills appeared. Next, there is a heavyweight treasure in this auction, please take a look. In the middle of the auction house, the auctioneer who hosted the auction smiled, holding an exquisite jade box, and then slowly opened it, and what appeared in front of everyone was a dragon-shaped grass vine. This is Tianqing dragon grass, which is a Xian-level medicinal herb. If it is refined into a pill, it is very likely to become a Xian-level pill. Its effect is self-evident, and it can even directly improve the level of martial arts. While introducing, the girl admired the fiery eyes of everyone in the audience. Tianqing dragon grass, a mysterious herb. In the Great Tang, Xian-level treasures are extremely rare. Whether it is Xian-level pills or Xian-level soldiers, if they appear, it will definitely have a great impact on the situation of the entire Great Tang. For example, the heaven-replenishing pill that Feng Chang'e took before allowed Feng Chang'e to restore his cultivation, and made Datong Kingdom have an extra strong man who was at least the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. And at this moment, another Tianqing dragon grass appeared. Medicinal herbs, the effect of taking them directly is not very good, but if they are refined into elixir, it will be amazing. Long Yu's eyes lit up. It just so happens that there is an alchemist Bai Lao in Zhenshenzong. If he takes pictures of this Tianqing dragon grass, wouldn't it be very possible to get a mysterious elixir? I just don't know if Bai Lao can refine a mysterious pill. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu doesn't know the method of refining the elixir, but fortunately there is Bai Lao. After taking pictures of Tianqing dragon grass, he can ask Bai Lao. As soon as the Tianqing dragon grass appeared, the arena suddenly became lively. Most of the people who came to this auction site have never seen a mysterious treasure in their entire lives. Even if it is not a finished product of elixir, it is not a mysterious soldier, it is just a mysterious herb, which makes them open their eyes wide. Tianqing dragon grass, the starting price is 5 crystal cores, and each time the price is increased by no less than 1 crystal core, the bidding starts now. The girl looked at the fiery scene in the arena, smiled slightly, and announced the start of the auction. 5 crystal nuclei. 6 crystal nuclei. 10 crystal nuclei. The price rose rapidly, and Long Yu noticed that it was the price spread from the VIP room where the head of the Wang family, Wang Ju, was. 11 crystal nuclei. Long Yu raised the price calmly, but he didn't take any action just now, because he knew that the transaction price of Tianqing dragon grass was definitely more than 10 crystal nuclei. The patriarch of the Wang family on the opposite side seemed a little surprised, and gave a soft "huh," as if he didn't expect that someone would increase the price. The real value of Tianqing dragon grass is around 15 crystal nuclei, however, it needs to be used by a sufficiently strong alchemist to display its due value. Because of this, although the Tianqing dragon grass is expensive and is a mysterious treasure, there are not many bids. Once alchemy fails, such an expensive treasure will be completely wasted. 12 crystal nuclei. Wang Ju considered it and continued to increase the price. 13 crystal nuclei. The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, and he raised the price without thinking. Such a decisive price increase made Wang Ju a little hesitant. He didn't know who the person in Long Yu's VIP room was. Could it be some powerful alchemist? Only an alchemist who is confident enough is willing to bid such a high price for Tianqing dragon grass. I give up. Wang Ju shook his head. Although a Tianqing dragon grass has not reached its own value, he does not want to increase the price. Because the risks involved are too great. At the same time, Wang Ju was very puzzled. Didn't it mean that someone saw Long Yu and Lu Yuan at the auction house where they bought and sold the world? Others came, but how could they not find them? Could it be that Long Yu and Lu Yuan were in the VIP room like him? Buying and selling the world is the domain of the aristocratic Lu family. Even Wang Ju would not dare to mess around without authorization, and it is impossible to find out who is among the other VIPs. Wang Ju didn't wait for the auction to end, and after giving up the competition for this Tianqing dragon grass, he left the trading world directly. He wants to go back to the Wang family to dispatch troops and generals, and let people surround the world of business, so as not to give Long Yu and Lu Yuan any chance to escape. In order to find out the whereabouts of Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen, Wang Ju could only do this. Originally, he thought that he could easily find Long Yu and Lu Yuan, but who would have thought that he would not see them when he came? After a while, as long as Long Yu stays in the trading world, it is absolutely impossible to escape. Long Yu didn't know Wang Ju's departure. However, he also knew in his heart that it was almost time to leave. Together with Lu Yuan, he left through the back door of the VIP room, went to the backstage of the auction house, and found Lu Fuji alone in the backstage, while Lu Yuan was waiting outside. Senior Lu, I want to leave first. Long Yu said to Lu Fuji. This Tianqing dragon grass, you take it, there are a total of 13 crystal nuclei. Lu Fuji squinted his eyes, looking like a profiteer. Here are 8 crystal nuclei, and the Shanghai sword sold 50,000 crystal coins, of which 45,000 crystal coins belong to me, right? Long Yu asked with a smile. That's right, but it's still short of 5,000 crystal coins. Lu Fuji didn't intend to take advantage of Long Yu at all, and he was persistent. This soft armor, top-grade spirit level, plus these soldiers, is worth 5,000 crystal coins, right? Long Yu was calm and composed, and took out the soft-armored soldiers obtained from Wang Yuanchen, as well as some mid-level spirit-level soldiers obtained from other Wang family's true spirit guards. The combined value of these soldiers is probably more than 5,000 crystal coins. After all, soft-armored warriors, like longsword warriors, are very popular types of warriors, and their value will be much more expensive than ordinary warriors of the same level. This is Wang Yuanchen's soft armor of thorns? When Lu Fuji saw the soft armor, his eyelids trembled. He recognized it at a glance, and his heart trembled. Long Yu seemed to have killed Wang Yuanchen, even Gu Hibo might not be spared. No wonder the patriarch of the Wan family, Wan Ju, had such a gloomy expression just now. Of course Lu Fuji would not tell the matter to Wan Ju. He laughed. That's enough, this is Tianqing dragon grass, you take it well. After finishing speaking, he took away Wang Yuanshan's soft armor of thorns, and handed the exquisite jade box containing Tianqing dragon grass to Long Yu. Lu Fuji dared to take away the soft armor and Luo Zixing's previous soft whip, of course, because of their business, not just in Datong. These things are not convenient to appear in the Tang dynasty, but they can be transported abroad to exchange for other soldiers of the same level with martial arts from other countries or Jianghu martial arts. If you come and go twice, the price difference will be earned by the Lu family. With such huge assets, it is logical for the Lu family to become one of the 4 great families in the imperial city. Which one of the 4 great aristocratic families in the imperial city of the Tang dynasty is the richest? The answer is definitely the Lu family. Although the other 3 families also have their own industries, compared with the Lu family's business world, there is still a long way to go. After getting the Tianqing dragon grass, Long Yu bid farewell to Lu Fuji, then took Lu Yuan and left through the back door buying and selling tianxia. Lu Yuan didn't ask Long Yu where she got so much money to take pictures of Tianqing dragon grass. Although she was puzzled, she was not the kind of person who likes to pry into other people's secrets. Go to the elegant residence in the mountains with me? Long Yu asked. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It's not that she really wants to be with Long Yu, it's just that the Tying Tianbei is still in Long Yu's hands, so she doesn't feel at ease leaving alone after all. In addition, she knew very well that she and Long Yu were the key figures that Wang Ju, the patriarch of the Wan family, was looking for. It would not be appropriate to go back to the Lu family alone, and she didn't want to go back to Qingqing Pavilion, so she could only follow Long Yu temporarily. Not long after the two left, Wang Ju brought people to surround the business world, and carefully questioned anyone who came in and out, if they saw the whereabouts of Long Yu and Lu Yuan. This kind of behavior naturally caused some conflicts between Wang Ju and Lu Fuji. As for this, it has nothing to do with Long Yu. An elegant residence in the mountains. Long Yu came back with Lu Yuan, and soon attracted the attention of many disciples of Zhenshenzong, especially the 2 girls Liao Lele and Yu Yexin. As soon as Lu Yuan came back with Long Yu, Liao Lele's eyes quickly showed hostility. Brother Long, who is this? Feng Yusin was better, she only had gratitude and admiration for Long Yu, and she didn't have the same admiration as Liao Lele. The core disciple of Qingqing Pavilion, Lu Yuan. Long Yu then introduced Lu Yuan to everyone. Haha, Lu Yuan, a talented girl from the imperial city, I have admired her name for a long time. Walking with a hearty smile, he looked at Lu Yuan and Long Yu, and felt that the two were quite a match. If they could get together, it would be a beautiful thing. This is Bu. Senior brother, right? Lu Yuan almost called him by his name out of habit, but luckily she changed her words, otherwise she might lose her temper after walking. For one's own name, walking is always very taboo. Good. Long Yu nodded, letting Lu Yuan know that she guessed right. Junior brother Long Yu, I will go out tonight, so I will give you the room. Walking with a malicious smile. When Long Yu heard this, he knew that this guy must be thinking wrong, probably because he thought he had something to do with Lu Yuan. Thank you, brother Bu. Long Yuka did not refuse. Sharing a room with Lu Yuan is better than sharing a room with walking. However, this caused a lot of misunderstanding among the surrounding Tianshenzong disciples. By the way, where's Bai Lao? Long Yu shifted his gaze to Feng Yusin and Liao Lele. In the room, what's the matter, brother Long? Feng Yusin's eyes lit up, and she replied. I got a medicinal herb, and I want Bai Lao to help refine it into an elixir. Long Yu said. Come with me. Feng Yusin nodded, turned around and took Long Yu to find Bai Lao. At first, she thought that Long Yu had obtained ordinary medicinal herbs and wanted to refine some common pills, but when she and Liao Lei brought Long Yu and Lu Yuan to find Bai Lao, she finally realized that Long Yu was actually a prostitute. Arrived at a Tianqing dragon grass. Not only Feng Yusen and Liao Lei, but even Bai Lao, was shocked by Long Yu. Boy Long, this is a mysterious herb, do you really want me to make alchemy? Old Bai was stunned. Even he has never touched a mysterious herb, and as for using Tianqing dragon grass to make alchemy, he is not sure at all. Of course, apart from Bai Lao, I don't know any other alchemists. Long Yu smiled and said, how about Bai Lao, can you refine Xian-level pills? A mysterious pill can definitely allow Long Yu to step into the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm and condense the true spirit into a solid body. The method is yes, but I haven't tried it. Bai Lao pondered for a moment, and said, fortunately, this Tianqing dragon grass has mild medicinal properties, and it is not difficult to deal with. That is to say, can it be done? Long Yu showed joy. It's hard to say. After all, I haven't tried it, and I can't refine the mysterious pill by myself. I need the help of the 4 of you. Bai Lao glanced at the 4 of them solemnly. Mysterious level pills require too much profound energy. With my cultivation, I can't support them, and there are too many details that I can't control alone. To put it simply, Liao Lei and Feng Yusen are needed to help him deal with some details, while Long Yu and Lu Yuan are responsible for providing enough profound energy. Is one night enough? Long Yu asked. If it goes well, it must be enough. The key is to prepare some other auxiliary materials. These auxiliary materials are not cheap, not to mention that I did not bring alchemy tools. The old man's face was troubled. 1 crystal nucleus, is it enough? Long Yu took out the last remaining crystal nucleus and said. 1 crystal nucleus is equivalent to 10,000 crystal coins, which is definitely more than enough to buy alchemy tools and auxiliary materials. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Alchemy requires extremely high control of the alchemist's profound energy, and the most important thing is to have a loyal heart. Only those with a heart of loyalty can refine various medicinal herbs into pills. The reason why Bai Lao accepted Liao Lei and Feng Yusen as his disciples was because the 2 girls had a heart of loyalty, something that ordinary martial artists would not have. There is no one in 10,000 who has a loyal heart, and it is even more rare to have a good martial arts talent while having a loyal heart. For an alchemist, the level of pills that can be refined generally will not exceed his own martial arts realm too much. For example, an alchemist at the 9th level of martial arts can only refine spiritual level pills at most. Elixir, it is impossible. Moreover, the farther the level of pills differs from one's own martial arts realm, the lower the chance of becoming a pill. Now Bai Lao Kai is the 4th level of cultivation in the true spirit secret realm. It is undoubtedly very difficult to refine the mysterious pill, and the success rate is less than 10%. However, with the help of Long Yu, Lu Yuan, Liao Lei, and Feng Yusen it should be more than 30%. A high-quality alchemy furnace can increase the probability of alchemy, and the proficiency of the alchemist can also increase the success rate a lot. Bai Lao's alchemy experience and knowledge are undoubtedly extremely rich. In addition, Tianqing dragon grass is a mysterious herb that is relatively easy to handle. The success rate of refining the mysterious pill this time is as high as 50%. Everyone split up and quickly bought enough alchemy materials with Long Yu's crystal nucleus. Although the alchemy furnace is not very good, it is not the worst level. After all, the amount of 10,000 crystal coins is very large, and it does not need too much to buy an alchemy furnace. In addition, there are some other auxiliary herbs, which are used to neutralize and stimulate the medicinal properties of Tianqing dragon grass. All kinds of them were added together, and more than 7,000 crystal coins were spent, leaving less than 100 yuan for Long Yu. 3,000 crystal coins. 3,000 crystal coins is very little for Long Yu, but in the eyes of ordinary martial arts, it is already very good. After all, it can already buy a high-grade spirit-level soldier, or even a super-level spirit-level warrior up. After the preparations were completed, everyone began to make alchemy. An alchemist, only through his alchemy, can he see the free medicinal properties in the herbs, and then decompose, neutralize, and so on the medicinal properties. Bai Lao explained to Long Yu and Lu Yuan, who had never been in contact with alchemy, this process needs to consume a lot of profound energy. During the alchemy period, Xiao Liao, Xia Feng and I need you to pass on profound energy. Well, Bai Lao, I'll help you, Lu Yuan, you can help Liao Lele and Feng Yusin. Long Yu said. Lu Yuan nodded. Although the refined elixir is not her share, it is also great for her to get in touch with alchemy, not to mention the refining of mysterious elixir. As for Liao Lele, although he has a lot of vigilance and hostility towards Lu Yuan, but in order to make pills for Long Yu, of course he will go all out without reservation at this moment. Due to the tight schedule, the five immediately started alchemy. With a wave of Bai Lao's hand, the field of the law of fire was released, and a flame rose under the alchemy furnace. This is the law of fire that Bai Lao has been using for alchemy, the law of spiritual fire. For alchemy, it is absolutely impossible to use ordinary flames. Only by comprehending the laws of heaven and earth of the flame type can it be used for alchemy. Long Yu watched the flames rising from the alchemy furnace, and he could feel the temperature inside, which was several times higher than ordinary flames. Now start to separate the medicinal properties. Bai Lao said with a smile, it's a pity that only those with a heart can see the medicinal properties of this herb. Long Yu, Lu Yuan, you should not be able to see it. You just need to watch this process. The two nodded each. Lu Yuan looked at Elder Bai holding the Tianqing dragon grass, but she really didn't see anything special about it. However, Long Yu felt that the 9-nethered dragon seal was heating up quietly, and then in his eyes, a hazy layer of white mist appeared on the Tianqing dragon grass. Under Bai Lao's control, this layer of hazy white mist began to be continuously subdivided into hundreds of parts. This is the process of separating the medicinal properties. These hazy mist, could it be the medicinal properties of medicinal herbs? Long Yu's heart moved, and he immediately observed quietly. He didn't have the loyalty that Bai Lao said, but through the Jiuyo dragon seal, he actually saw the medicinal properties. He must keep this matter completely secret, and he must not tell anyone, otherwise it is very likely to be a disaster. After all, the 9-nethered dragon seal is too mysterious. After others find out, God knows how many people will come to trouble him. Following Bai Lao's actions, the hazy white mist finally divided into thousands of parts, and then fell into the alchemy furnace. The Tianqing dragon grass, whose medicinal properties were completely separated, withered as a whole, and finally it was just like a dead grass, which was put aside by Bai Lao. Today, the medicinal properties of the Tianqing dragon grass have been completely separated, so it is useless. And the separated thousands of white aerosol medicinal properties were roasted by the spiritual fire in the alchemy furnace. Come on, the medicinal properties of these auxiliary medicinal materials must also be separated. Bai Lao handed dozens of auxiliary medicinal materials to Liao Lele and Feng Yusin, respectively, and the two women immediately began to separate the medicinal properties of these auxiliary medicinal materials, and sent them into the alchemy furnace in a certain order. The medicinal properties of these auxiliary medicinal materials, according to Long Yuyan, have various colors, blue, green, black, red, each with different properties, which can be used to reconcile the medicinal properties. Bai Lao has rich experience, so he naturally knows how to reconcile the properties of medicines to make the best pills. Liao Lele and Feng Yusin, after following Bai Lao, learned the most about the separation of medicinal properties and medicinal herbs. Only by separating the two can the medicinal properties be freed from all impurities and condensed into pills in the alchemy furnace. When the three of them separated their medicinal properties, Long Yu and Lu Yuan couldn't be idle anymore. The profound energy in the three people's bodies was quickly exhausted. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu and Lu Yuan had to pass the profound energy in their bodies to the three of them. Long Yu pressed his palms on Bai Lao's back, and the profound energy in his body was transmitted into his body through the meridians all over his body, so that he could continue. As for Lu Yuan, her left and right hands were pressed on the backs of Liao Lele and Feng Yusin, respectively, conveying profound energy to the two girls. Dantian, jump. Feeling the rapid loss of profound energy in his body, Long Yu immediately urged his Dantian to beat to speed up the recovery of profound energy in his body. After Bai Lao, Liao Lele, and Feng Yusin's separation of medicinal properties, they needed to rely on their loyalty to manipulate and neutralize the countless Chinese medicinal properties already in the alchemy furnace. This is the most important part of the alchemy process. If this part is not done well, it is very likely that all previous efforts will be wasted. Even if it is not done perfectly, the quality of the final alchemy will definitely not meet expectations. Although Long Yu could see the properties of the medicine, and also see the neutralization and fusion of these medicine properties by the three old men, but without guidance, he really didn't know the reason behind it. If you have a chance, you can learn about alchemy. It should be useful in the future. Long Yu thought in his heart, but now is not the time. Thinking about it with his knees, he knew that alchemy is a very profound knowledge, and it is very dependent on accumulation, and it is definitely not something that can be learned in a short time. Before the end of the 7 schools of martial arts, there is no way for him to learn it. Time kept passing while the 5 of them were busy. Half the night passed by in a hurry. Just before midnight, a burst of intoxicating medicinal fragrance came from the room where the 5 alchemists were making alchemy. The medicinal properties of Tianqing dragon grass and many auxiliary herbs finally settled down and began to condense into pills. Qingdan is another subject of knowledge, but it's a pity that Long Yu can't ask more questions now, for fear of disturbing Bai Lao's train of thought. Open the furnace. Following Bai Lao's soft drink, he opened the alchemy furnace, and then a spiritual elixir came out of the alchemy furnace. Grab it. As soon as Bai Lao's figure moved, he immediately jumped up and wanted to grab it in his hand. However, that white elixir flashed suddenly and escaped Bai Lao's pursuit. Did you take the pill and fly away? Long Yu was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. The Taiyin wings stretched out behind him, bursting out at an incomparably terrifying speed. However, the speed of this elixir was faster than that of Long Yu, and it even slipped away from Long Yu's hand several times. Mysterious grade pills are really extraordinary. Satisfaction appeared in Bai Lao's eyes. No matter what, this elixir cannot escape. Judging from its speed, it is definitely a mysterious elixir. Even though it is only the lowest level of Xian level medicine, it is truly Xian level. Bai Lao had never tried refining Xian level elixir. He never thought that he would succeed in one-off cooperation with 2 female disciples this time. The entire alchemy room was sealed. No matter how fast the pill was, it couldn't escape. Under the siege of everyone, it finally fell into the hands of Long Yu. That feeling is even more difficult than ordinary people catching a fly with bare hands. Heavenly Heart Dragon Pill. Holding the white pill in his hand, Long Yu's eyes shone brightly. It really is a mysterious pill. Feeling the pure medicinal power in it, Long Yu felt that if he swallowed it, he could really try to sprint to the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm in one fell swoop, and condense the True Spirit into a solid body. It's done. Bai Lao smiled gratifiedly, and looked at Long Yu. At first, I thought several times that the alchemy was going to fail this time, because the profound energy in my body was really unsustainable. But Long Yu, you have too much profound energy in your body. For most of the night, there has been an endless stream of life. This is the effect of body training. Long Yu smiled slightly, didn't say much, and changed the subject. Thanks to Lao Bai, Lei, Yusin, and Lu Yuan, everyone has worked hard. You're welcome. Tomorrow, the 7 martial arts discussions will start. Everyone, hurry up. There's still half the night, so take a good rest. Bai Lao waved his hand and sent everyone away. The 2 daughters, Liao Lei and Yu Yuxin, went back to their rooms, and looked at Long Yu and Lu Yuan suspiciously before leaving. Will these 2 really go back to the same room to sleep? Let's go. Long Yu nodded to Lu Yuan, then went back to his room. The 2 really walked together. However, Liao Lei and Feng Yusin wanted to diverge. Long Yu and Lu Yuan walked together, they just wanted to comprehend and practice together. Lu Yuan continued to comprehend the Taiying Tianbei. As for Long Yu, he was preparing to take Tianqin Longdan, trying to condense the true spirit into a solid body. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. It is a huge bottleneck for every martial artist to condense the true spirit into a solid body. If it is said that the difficulty of condensing the true spirit and stepping into the secret realm of the true spirit is 1, then the difficulty of condensing the true spirit into an entity is 10. In the end, only 1/10 of the martial artists who have stepped into the secret realm of the true spirit can condense the true spirit into a solid body, which shows how difficult it is. If it is not for great talent, great perseverance, or great luck, it is absolutely impossible to step into the realm. The 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. Long Yu has the 9 nether dragon seal, so he still has confidence in his talent. As for perseverance, if Long Yu thinks he can't do it, who else can do it? There is also luck. Long Yu has always felt that his luck is not bad. Adding the 3 conditions together, the 4th type of Long Yu stepping into the true spirit secret realm is obviously much easier than ordinary martial arts. Tianqin Longdan, a mysterious pill, the aura contained in it is more than 10 times stronger than the Longyue golden pill I took before. Long Yu holds the Tianqin dragon pill in his hand. This pill has a faster speed than him as soon as it appears, and he wants to fly away, which shows that it is full of spirituality. After he was ready, he swallowed the Tianqin dragon pill in one gulp, feeling the power of the medicine emanating from his body, while the aura of heaven and earth was absorbed by his body by 30%, and the rest was absorbed by the 9 nether dragon seal and stored. The efficiency of Long Yu's absorption of pills is 3 to 5 times that of ordinary martial arts. He took 1 Tiangxin Long pill, which is equivalent to 3 to 5 low-grade Xian level pills taken by ordinary martial artists. It is precisely because of this that he has the confidence to try to hit the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm tonight. After having the 9 nether dragon seal, he can fully utilize the power and aura of any pill he absorbs without any waste. It didn't take long for Long Yu to use this strong aura to refine his own Tianmai to a new level. At the level of the true spirit secret realm, the most important thing for martial arts is to cultivate the Tianmai, and finally make the Tianmai and this world completely merge into one, but this process is quite long. The current Long Yu has just tempered the Tianmai to the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. If the realm does not increase accordingly, it will be difficult to temper the Tianmai up. Immediately afterwards, he used the medicinal power of the Tianqin dragon pill to condense the true sun spirit and the 9 nether dragon true spirit in his body. In the 3rd level of the true spirit secret realm, the form of the double true spirit is about to break away from the phantom, and it is only 1 step away from condensing into a solid body. And this step is a crucial step to step into the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm, which is extremely difficult. Suppressing the sun of the sky, condense. Long Yu began to condense the Tianziang. As long as he condensed the Tianziang into a real body, then his true spirit could finally be released to fight against others. Otherwise, once the phantom of the true sun spirit appears, it will be completely defeated by other people's true spirit entities. If there are Taiying true spirits and Ji-Lei true spirits, my combat power will rise by more than one level, but in that case, it will be too difficult for me to improve my realm, so I don't need to think about it for now. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu gave up the idea of condensing the true spirit of Taiying and the true spirit of thunder. The most important thing now is to improve the realm of martial arts. As he let the medicinal aura of Tianqin Longdan wrap the Zhenqianxiang true spirit, Taiyan's Henxiang condensed at an extremely fast speed, and the shape and shadow became clearer and clearer, and the hazy part of the original phantom was quickly filled. Sky-suppressing sun, in the final analysis, is only the true spirit of the Yellowstone level law, so it is relatively simple to condense. The true sun spirit, condensed into an entity. Long Yu didn't encounter any difficulties, so he condensed the sun true spirit into a solid body. At this time, the 30% Tianqin dragon pill spiritual energy he had absorbed was finally exhausted. Immediately afterwards, he wanted to condense the true spirit of the 9 nether dragon, so he could only use the aura stored in the 9 nether dragon seal. This difficulty is many times greater than that of the entity that condenses the sun of suppressing heaven. The higher the quality of the true spirit, the more difficult it is to improve the realm, and the true spirit of the dragon of the 9 nethers is even a higher level lawful spirit than the law of the sky tablet. The 9 serenities law is the strongest law in the world. Because of this, the true spirit entity of the dragon of 9 serenities cannot be condensed so simply. The bottleneck, there is a bottleneck. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was condensing the true spirit of the 9 nether dragon, he felt a resistance, affecting him to condense it into a solid body. This resistance was obviously due to Long Yu's lack of comprehension of the 9 nether laws. Although he has the 9 nether dragon seal, practiced the 9 nether dragon fist, and condensed the 9 nether dragon true spirit in his body, in fact, he still hasn't been able to comprehend the 9 nether law. I didn't even comprehend the artistic conception. Originally, Long Yu didn't want to comprehend the so-called strongest 9 serenity law, because he was afraid of any sequelae. After all, this thing is too mysterious. However, it seems that if one does not comprehend the law of the 9 nethers, one cannot step into the 4th level of the true spirit mystery realm. What to do? Long Yu frowned. This situation forced him to comprehend the 9 nether laws. This is definitely not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. That is to say, he is still in the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm, and there is still a difficulty after all. Stuck in the bottleneck. The sky was bright, and the disciples and elders of Xintian sect in the elegant residence in the mountains got up one after another to gather. Long Yu and Lu Yuan were no exception. The two appeared together, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. The two slept in the same room last night, and the news spread everywhere. This made Long Yu a little embarrassed, but when he looked at Lu Yuan, his expression was flat, as if it had nothing to do with her. This calm and relaxed attitude made Long Yu feel ashamed. Today is the opening day of the 7 schools of discussion on martial arts, and Lord Zhua of the Great Tang Dynasty will come forward to preside over it. Bai Yunzong stood at the front of the team and said calmly, "The specific rules of the 7 martial arts discussions will also be announced today. The entire 7 martial arts discussions will last for nearly a month. I hope everyone can find their own shortcomings in the competition, place, so as to keep improving." Left Prince Chu Chaoxing. Long Yu's heart trembled. This guy, is he going to show up today? I don't know what kind of cultivation this Xuanhuan Chu Chaoxing has. He can even injure Bai Yunzong. And not only that, today is the first day of the 7 schools of martial arts, and Xuanhuan Chu Chaoxing is announcing the specific rules of the 7 schools of martial arts, so the people from the 7 schools will definitely be there. Whether it is the suzerain, the elders, or the disciples, none of them will be absent. The place everyone is going to is called Forbidden Army Martial Field. This is the place where the imperial guards of the Tang Dynasty usually train. Normally, unrelated people are not allowed to enter. Wu's place. Speaking of which, the golden-armored young man Long Su is the captain of a team of the Imperial Guards. This team is dedicated to protecting a royal princess, called the Princess Guard Team, and Long Su is the head of the Princess Guard. Long Ji was blasted head-on by the 9 Nether Dragon Fist, and the 9 Nether Chi entered his body. Presumably, the Long family of the general clan would be very annoyed, right? Thinking in Long Yu's heart, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The current Long family must want to kill him even more, but it's a pity that they are not covering the sky with all their hands. The high-level power struggle gave Long Yu enough breathing room, and also gave him more time to grow. It's just that I don't know what methods the left prince, Chu Chaoxing, will use. All this will be revealed soon. Everyone followed the trace of Bai Yun and walked towards the Forbidden Army Martial Field, passing through the streets of the Imperial City along the way, attracting the attention of countless people. Who doesn't know that today is the day when the 7 schools of martial arts officially started? It's a pity that for the 7 schools of martial arts, ordinary martial arts practitioners don't even have the qualifications to watch the battles. Only the children of the really powerful families, or the powerful Jianghu martial arts practitioners who have stepped into the secret realm of true spirits, are eligible to enter the Forbidden Army Martial Field and watch the battles. One must know that in the imperial city of the Tang dynasty, the number of martial artists who condense their true spirits is less than 1%, and most of the rest are wandering in the secret realm of quenching bodies, which shows the harsh conditions for watching the battle. It's just that even so, the viewing seats in the entire Forbidden Army Martial Field will definitely be full of people. There is no other reason. The 7 schools of martial arts is definitely a major event in the Tang dynasty, not to mention the 7 schools of martial arts this time, it also determines the survival of the 7 schools. The agreement made between the left prince, Chu Chaoxing, and the various sects has long been known to everyone. If you lose, you will hand over the cultivation methods of your respective sects. If you win, you will take away the cultivation methods of the Qianxi sect. This also fully demonstrates that the overall strength of the Qianxi sect will be very strong in the 7 sects discussions this time. The Forbidden Army Martial Field is located in the west of the Great Tang Imperial City, occupying a large area. Not long after, Bai Yunzong led a total of 70 people from Jin Tianzong to the Forbidden Army Martial Field. Right at the entrance of the Saijin Army Martial Field, when everyone raised their heads, they saw another sect team that had just arrived. Falling Rainsword Sect. A group of more than 60 people, all wearing white robes, or hanging around their waists, or carrying long swords on their backs, are all disciples of the Falling Rain Sword sect practicing swordsmanship. The leader is a middle-aged man with a long beard, with a proud expression on his face. The people of the Falling Rain Sword sect have always had their eyes higher than the top, and a large part of the reason is because of their suzerain, the Huayan scholar. Seeing this, Bai Yunzong lowered his voice and said to everyone, "That middle-aged man with an extremely long beard is the sect master of the Rainfall Sword sect, Scholar Huayan." Behind Huayancher followed a young swordsman in his 20s, and the long sword behind his back fell into Long Yu's eyes, making him squint. Xinghai Sword. This spiritual level supergrade long sword really fell into the hands of someone from the Falling Rain Sword sect, and he was also a strong man in the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Their number 1 core disciple, Qi Guang, seems to have bought the long sword at the auction yesterday, and it is a super spiritual grade. Bai Yunzong continued, "Xiaobu, if you run into him, be careful." "Okay, master." Walking nodded seriously, and looked at the proud young man with a long sword, Qi Guang. All the disciples of the Rainfall Sword sect looked defiant, and when they saw the Suppressing Sky sect coming, they all showed disdain. This made the Tian sect members quite unhappy, but this Rainfall Sword sect has always been this kind of virtue, so there is no need to have the same knowledge as them. The 7 schools of martial arts will start soon, and it won't be too late to compete with them after the 7 schools of martial arts. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Judging from this situation, the Falling Rain Sword sect will not cooperate and deal with Qianxi sect together. In addition, the two sects, Zhangguodian and Duandomen, probably won't cooperate, and even if they cooperate, it is only a hypocrisy. In this way, only Qingqing Pavilion and Hambingmen can unite. The members of Luoyu Sword sect stepped into the Forbidden Army martial field, and then Bai Yunzong also stepped into it with the people of suppressing Tianzong. At the entrance of the Forbidden Army martial field, 2 rows of Forbidden Army martial artists in black armor stood like stakes, each with a dignified expression, and their martial arts realm has reached the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. These black-armored Imperial Guards are all Imperial Guards, belonging to the Royal Chu family. They are called Black Armored Army and they are extremely loyal. They are the strongest force that the Royal Chu family has on the surface. Of course, the Chu family of the royal family must have stronger power behind the scenes, which is beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Even the Long family of the general family may not fully understand the cards of the Chu family of the royal family. When passing by the forbidden military field guarded by the black armored army, everyone felt a burst of murderous aura, almost making people breathless. These black armored guards not only had a very high level of martial arts, but also eradicated countless enemies for the royal Chu family, so they naturally exuded a chilling air. Sharp. Long Yu followed by Yunzong, step by step into the field of the Forbidden Army. These black-armored soldiers were unexpectedly motionless, like standing steel. Although Long Yu had beheaded Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen not long ago, and they were both experts in the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen are definitely not as close as the 2 members of the Black Armored Army. Long Yu reckoned that if he faced 2 members of the Black Armor Army at the same time, he would probably be beaten to the point where he would be powerless to fight back. For members of the Black Armor Army who cooperated tacitly, 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front. Suppressing Tianzong, stop for me. Following the shout, a bald man in a fiery red robe with flame patterns engraved on it led a large group of red-robed martial artists to stop Bai Yunzong. As soon as he saw this posture, Long Yu knew that the people from the Tibetan Fire Palace were looking for trouble. Long Yu killed Huafu, and then killed an elder in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm in the Palace of Hidden Fire, so of course he would be targeted by the Palace of Hidden Fire. Now, the opponent's target must be him, Long Yu. Hua Haishan, what advice do you have? Bai Yunzong didn't blame the other party at all. He stroked his mustache, and said calmly, as the master of the Tibetan Fire Palace, you openly block our way to suppress the Tianzong. Doesn't it seem very good? What's not so good? The bald man in the fiery red robe, Hua Haishan, the master of the Hidden Fire Hall, snorted furiously, and glanced at everyone in Jintian sect, and finally his eyes stopped on Long Yu. Hand over that kid, and I will cooperate with your heaven-suppressing sect. Otherwise, even if I hand over the Zhanghuoju to Chu Chaoxing, I will not stand by your sky-suppressing sect. Hua Haishan said threateningly. It really is Long Yu. In Tian sect, many people moved in their hearts and glanced at Long Yu. Long Yu killed Hua Haishan's son, Huafu, and the news has long been spread. Of course, Hua Haishan can't swallow this breath, and it's normal to want to avenge his son. You think too much. Long Yu is my Tianzong's man. If you want to seek revenge from him, you have to pass me first. Bai Yunzong looked cold, not afraid of Hua Haishan at all. It's a joke. Long Yu's current strength is the only one who can compete with Yu Qianning of Qianxi sect. If something happens to Long Yu, even if there is a hidden fire hall to cooperate, what's the use? According to the traditional rules of the 7 schools of martial arts, it would be extremely difficult to stand out among the 7 schools of martial arts without a strong finale. Even if you don't cooperate with the Tibetan Fire Palace, you must keep Long Yu. Bai Yunzong, are you really going to oppose my Hidden Fire Palace for a mere junior? Huahaishan, the bald man, snorted coldly and asked. Huahaishan, are you mentally ill? Bai Yunzong thought it was funny, your son has repeatedly asked for trouble. He wanted to kill Long Yu, but was killed by Long Yu. Now you, an old fellow, jumped out to avenge him. If you knew this, why not teach your son well in the first place? Make trouble outside. You. These words made Huahaishan extremely angry, his eyes glared at Bai Yunzong angrily, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it in the end. Go ahead and protect him, you will regret it when the 7 schools of martial arts begins. Huahaishan left behind a word, turned around and led the people away. As soon as he entered the Forbidden Army martial field, a conflict broke out with the people from the Palace of Hidden Fire. Long Yu thought to himself, he didn't know what the rules of the 7 schools of martial arts were, and how much influence would he have on the entire battle situation by himself. About the rules of the 7 schools of martial arts, you will know soon. Long Yu didn't ask any more questions, but followed by Yunzong, and quickly went to the 7 great watching seats near the Imperial Army martial field, found a seat, and sat down with him on foot. Together. At this moment, Lu Yuan, who had been with Long Yu all this time, did not sit with everyone in Zhenchenzong, but got up and went to another spectator's seat nearby, and returned to the ranks of Qingqing Pavilion. In the direction of Qingqing Pavilion, there are all beautiful women. The contestants are young girls. Even the elders who lead the team look quite young, which has become a bright spot in the Imperial Army martial arts arena. Long Yu noticed that after Lu Yuan returned, she only greeted the leader, a woman in red. That woman in red seemed to be the owner of Qingqing Pavilion. As for the others, many people cast contempt and hatred on Lu Yuan. Especially a girl in white clothes. Long Yu noticed that the girl hated Lu Yuan very much, as if to the point of mortification. Bai Linsha, the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, was originally the number 1 core disciple of Qingqing Pavilion, but now Lu Yuan has surpassed her. Taking a look in the direction of Qingqing Pavilion on foot, she said with a faint smile, in this way, Bai Linsha naturally hates Lu Yuan to the core. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded, probably knowing the situation. Immediately, he looked around and quickly observed the situation in the entire Forbidden Army martial field. In the center of the Forbidden Army martial field is a large martial arts arena, surrounded by 16 large viewing seats, 7 of which are assigned to the 7 sects. The other 9 seats were provided for some dignitaries in the Great Tang Imperial City, or to step into the secret realm of true spirits to take seats against Jianghu martial arts. For example, each of the 4 major families occupied a battle platform and brought their children to watch the battle. Long Yu was keenly aware that a murderous aura came from a battle platform not far away and shot directly at him. The royal family, the prince. Long Yu glanced over and saw a middle-aged man in a golden robe glaring fiercely at the spectator seats of the Wang family. Do you think I killed Wang Yuanchen? Long Yu sneered in his heart, even if Wang Ju guessed it, it would be impossible to find evidence, let alone attack him at this time. You must know that Bai Yunzong, the lord of Tian Tian sect, is present, and if he wants to move Long Yu, he has to fight Bai Yunzong. Even if Wang Ju can beat Bai Yunzong, he can't make a move now, because the 7 schools of martial arts is about to start. Even if Wang Ju is the head of the royal family, he will definitely not dare to make a big deal at this time. The son's revenge can only be found in the future. When everyone in Zhenchenzong, including Long Yu, stepped into the Forbidden Army martial field, the entire Forbidden Army martial field was filled with a tense atmosphere, and most of them were aimed at Long Yu. For example, on the other side, Chu Shanwu, the master of Duandomen, stared in the direction of Zhen Tianzong with a sneer, sweeping Long Yu, Bai Yunzong and others in the spectator seats of Duandomen. Wu Li, the elder of the Broken Knife sect, was killed by Bai Yunzong in Zhenchenzong. Although they could not blatantly avenge this revenge, but now the 7 schools discuss martial arts, it is an opportunity. In addition, there are aristocratic families like the Luo family and the Yuchi family. The sons and young masters of the two families, Luo Zixing and Yu Qitao, were all taught by Long Yu. Yu Qitao was fine, and did not suffer any big losses from Long Yu's hands, but Luo Zixing was whipped in the face by Long Yu, and he was very embarrassed. Both the Yuqi family and the Luo family have the same grudge against Long Yu. If something happens to Zhen Tianzong or Long Yu, these two great families will definitely make trouble. Long Yu turned his eyes again, and the people from Qianxi sect fell into his sight. Yu Qianning, wearing a goose-yellow shirt, stood proudly on the Qianzong spectator seat. Judging from the aura emanating from her, she had indeed reached the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm should be about the same strength as Longji, but Yu Qianning must be stronger than Longji. Long Yu thought in his heart. At this moment, Yu Qianning looked at him with a look of contempt flashing in his eyes, as if he dismissed Long Yu. And beside Yu Qianning sat a dignified and glamorous woman, who looked somewhat similar to Yu Qianning. She should be Yu Qianning's mother, Yu Ruyan. Yu Ruyan, who used to admire Long Zitian, later gave birth to Yu Qianning with Chu Chaoxing by accident, and Chu Chaoxing used it to direct everything about the 7 sects of martial arts this time. Perhaps, Yu Ruyan had already forgotten Long Zitian, but when the news of Long Yu spread, Yu Ruyan's mood still became very bad. At this moment, Yu Ruyan's face was quite indifferent. In the Ice sect, Long Yu killed Hua Qing, Hua Yun and Hua Buxi. The news naturally spread back to their sect, but the Ice sect didn't seem to care too much about it. On the contrary, Tang Qin, the head of the Ice sect, greeted by Yunzong with a smile when he led the crowd into the arena. Tang Qin was a woman in a blue cloth dress. She looked only in her 30s, but she was the head of the Frost sect, and her martial arts level was almost the same as that of Bai Yunzong. The two parties went to Qianzong together to seek an explanation, but were injured by Chu Chaoxing at the same time, and then they made an appointment to fight. This made Tang Qin and Bai Yunzong resonate somewhat. This time, in the 7 schools of martial arts, Zhenshenzong and Hanbingmen can be said to have formed an ally. And these two sects are also the only ones who have formed allies and want to deal with Qianxi sect together. The rest of the sects don't give Bai Yunzong any face. In other words, they were all blinded by hatred. When Long Yu's eyes swept across the audience, there was a sudden commotion in the audience, and then he heard many people saying, "Lord Zhua is here." Chu Chaoxing. Long Yu's heart moved, and he looked sideways towards the entrance of the Forbidden Army Martial Field. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Chu Chaoxing, the left prince of the Great Tang Kingdom, has extremely high power in the entire Great Tang Kingdom, and it can even be said to be second only to the other members of the royal family. It's a pity that he still failed to step into the legendary realm of harmony between man and nature, otherwise it would be troublesome for Long Yu. As everyone discussed softly, everyone turned their attention to the entrance of the Forbidden Army Martial Field, and then saw a group of people walking around a middle-aged man in a royal robe. This middle-aged man, wearing a golden imperial robe, has a proud figure and stands out among all heroes. On his mature and charming face, there was a faint smile, as if everything in this world was under his control. Chu Chaoxing was originally a collateral child of the Chu family of the royal family. If it weren't for his high talent in martial arts, he would definitely be just a little prince now, and he would never have become such a noble existence as the Zhua prince. What's more, it's no use just being talented in martial arts. The most commendable thing about Chu Chaoxing is his ingenuity. As a member of the royal family, Chu Chaoxing possessed extraordinary wisdom since he was a child, otherwise he would not have reached his current position. Along the way, he has experienced too much and dealt with foreign enemies such as Long Zitian and Man Xian. Enemy within. Long Yu discovered that Chu Chaoxing had just entered the forbidden military arena, and he looked at him at the first sight. There was a hint of amusement in that look. It seemed that Chu Chaoxing was quite interested in the current Long Yu. He presented the Long Yu a golden pill to Long Yu, but although Long Yu took it, he was not affected by the heart grass and the Longyue golden pill, and instead directly relied on the Longyue golden pill to advance. This made Chu Chaoxing more interested in Long Yu. He can be sure that Long Yu definitely has some kind of secret that he doesn't know. Chu Chaoxing's glance made Long Yu vigilant, but he was not afraid of anything. Long Yu knew very well that for Chu Chaoxing, it was much more important to weaken the seven sects by relying on the seven sects discussing martial arts this time than to deal with him alone, and he would definitely not have the time to deal with him for the time being. Long Su and the royal princess. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu saw that behind Chu Chaoxing, Long Su and the princess of the imperial family in snow-white silk robes also came to the imperial army's field. It seems that these 7 schools of discussion on martial arts have indeed attracted the attention of the entire Tang dynasty. At this moment, the princess of the royal family came with Chu Chaoxing. It is self-evident what purpose she has. It must be to restrain Chu Chaoxing and prevent him from messing around in this place. Although the martial arts realm of the royal princess is not high, the identity she represents makes Chu Chaoxing dare not act recklessly. Chu Chaoxing, with Long Su and Chu Feng, quickly arrived at the largest spectator seat in the center and sat down in the center. Immediately after Chu Chaoxing opened his mouth, he announced the beginning of the 7 schools discussion on martial arts. The 7 schools of martial arts has a long history in our great Tang kingdom. It has always been a place for the younger generations of the 7 schools to compete. In the past 7 schools of martial arts, generations of strong men have emerged and become the pillars of our great Tang kingdom. After a series of nonsense, Chu Chaoxing quickly talked about the rules of the 7 schools of martial arts. His voice was very magnetic and contained infinite appeal. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the field stopped whispering. This 7 martial arts debates will last for nearly a month in total, and will be divided into 2 rounds. The front field is the melee stage, and the back field is the stage of individual battles between the strong and the strong. Chu Chaoxing glanced around, and spoke out the rules of the 7 sects on martial arts. In the melee stage, all the people from the 7 sects who are at the same level of martial arts will gather together for a melee, and in the end, 1/7 of the people will be able to serve. Each sect has obtained a certain number of martial arts arrows. Through Chu Chaoxing's explanation, everyone quickly understood the rules of the 7 sects discussing martial arts. Martial arts arrows are props used to calculate the performance of each sect among the 7 sects of martial arts. The more arrows a sect obtains, the better their performance. The final ranking must also be calculated based on the number of martial arts arrows. In the first round of the melee stage, all the disciples of the 8th level of martial arts from the 7 major sects will fight together. If they lose their combat effectiveness or admit defeat, they will be eliminated until the last 1/7 of the number is left. For example, a total of 70 disciples from the 7 major sects who participated in this round of melee, then the 10 people who finally stood in the imperial martial arts field would win a martial arts arrow for their respective sects. The second round of the melee stage is the competition of the 9th level of martial arts. The third round is the competition of the 1st level disciples of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and so on. Since among the disciples of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom, only Yu Qianing, who is under the age of 25, is the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, so there are a total of 6 battles in the melee stage, 1 every 2 days. The victors in the first round will each get 1 martial arts arrow for their sect. In the second round, each person will get 2 arrows. In the third round, each person will get 3 arrows, and so on. In order to show fairness, Yu Qianing, the only one who is at the 5th level of martial arts, does not participate in the melee stage, but he can directly add 7 martial arts arrows to Qianzizong. With Yu Qianing here, Qianzizong led 7 martial arts arrows from the very beginning. For this, even if the other 6 major sects have opinions, it is impossible to raise them, because Yu Channing's cultivation has indeed reached the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and the 7 martial arts arrows are taken for granted by Chansi sect. After the melee stage is over, it is the master competition stage. The rules of the master competition stage are a bit complicated. Chu Chaoxing didn't explain much. Long Yu only knew that if sect disciples want to participate in the master competition stage, they must stand to the end in the melee stage. In the melee stage, the test is the comprehensive strength of the young disciples of the 7 sects. In the master competition stage, the competition is for the top strength of the young and middle-aged disciples of the 7 major sections. Only the truly strong can win the martial arts arrows for their respective sects at this stage. Long Yu can be sure that at this stage, he and Yu Channing, as well as many sect experts, will have a winner. It turns out that it's not just a competition for the strongest. People of the 8th and 9th levels of martial arts can also win honor for their respective sects. It's just. Long Yu squinted his eyes, thinking in his heart. If so, did Chu Chaoxing really have enough confidence for Qianzizong to win in the end? There is no doubt that Chu Chaoxing has definitely arranged certain things to make Qianzizong show a stronger strength. As for Chu Chaoxing's arrangement, no one can imagine, and we can only talk about it when the time comes. Now, let's start the first round of the melee stage. All the disciples of the 7 sects and the 8th level of martial arts, prepare to set foot on the field of the Forbidden Army. Chu Chaoxing waved his hand, and said with a smile, this military arena is usually the training place for the imperial family's imperial army. It is an honor for you all to step on the military field of the imperial family. An honor, indeed an honor. Participating in the 7 schools of discussion on martial arts is considered to be famous in the entire Tang dynasty. After this, the names of young strongmen who have performed outstandingly will definitely spread throughout the entire Tang dynasty. It's a pity that Chu Chaoxing's conspiracy was involved in this time's 7 schools of martial arts, which made many people feel no honor, and some only had the blood to fight and fight. Yue, you must be careful. If you feel bad, get off the stage and admit defeat immediately. Don't be killed. Ling Han was not far from Long Yu, and said solemnly to Ling Yue. Ling Yue's martial arts realm happened to be the 8th level of martial arts, and she was about to participate in the first round of the melee stage. This first round was the round with the largest number of participants. In Tian sect alone, there were 11 young disciples at the 8th level of martial arts. Today, they are the protagonists. Ling Yue is one of them. The current situation of Tian sect is not optimistic. In such a melee, only the Ice sect is a firm ally, and the other 5 sects may all be enemies. Qingqing Pavilion may not be too targeted at Zhenshenzong, but the disciples of Zhang Guodian and Duandomen will definitely not be merciful to Zhenshenzong's disciples. Life is the most precious thing, even if you can't defeat your opponent, as long as you can save your life, you will be considered a success. Brother Ling, don't worry, we will definitely protect the safety of junior sister Ling. In Tian sect, several other young disciples at the 8th level of martial arts immediately stood up and said to Ling Han. In such a melee, unity is the last word, and only in unity can we win in the end. Brother, don't worry, although I'm not strong, I won't hold back the sect. Although Ling Yue is still only a young girl, there is determination in her eyes. At this moment, perhaps only one arrow of martial arts is left to decide the sect's cultivation mentality. Even though Ling Yue only has the 8th level of martial arts, when she can contribute her own strength, she will definitely not back down easily. Be careful. Ling Han nodded, his eyes still filled with worry. Ling Yue, compared with other 8th level martial arts disciples, is really young. You must know that some sect disciples with 8th level martial arts are already 24 or 5 years old. Although they both belong to the 8th level of martial arts, their combat experience is much richer. The stage of the 8th level of martial arts is still mainly in the stage of competition in the use of martial arts. The battles at this stage can be said to be simple and rough, especially in such melees, where one's life may be lost if one is not careful. Of course, the purpose of the 7 schools of martial arts is to learn from each other and make progress together. Therefore, the act of taking human life will undoubtedly cause huge conflicts among the sects. It would undoubtedly be great if he could drive his opponent off the field without using a killer, but in a melee, such opportunities are really too rare. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. The melee at the 8th level of martial arts is about to begin soon. During the preparation stage, all the participants in the battle carefully observed the candidates from other sects. Suppressing Tianzong, there are 11 people in total, and the other 7 major sects. The number of young disciples of the 8th level of martial arts is also about 10 people, the 7 major sects added together, exactly 77 people of the 8th level of martial arts. That is to say, in the end, 11 people can win this round and release 11 martial arts arrows. Which sects can carve up these 11 martial arts arrows? It all depends on the performance of the disciples of the 8th layer of martial arts. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Before going on stage, Bai Yunzong had a special talk with Ling Yue and other 11 disciples at the 8th level of martial arts, and then let them go on stage. When a total of 77 sect disciples of the 8th level of martial arts stepped onto the Imperial Army martial field, everyone's eyes in the entire field were all focused on them. Many people began to sweat their palms and became nervous. It is the first time for many people to fight in such an environment. The people watching the battle around them are all high-ranking and powerful in the entire Tang dynasty. If they can catch their eyes, there will be an extra path for future development. Soon, the 77 people gathered in 7 directions in the forbidden military arena, looking at the disciples of other sects vigilantly. Let's start. Following Chu Chaoxing's order, it was announced that the first round of the melee of the 7 schools of martial arts had begun. In the martial field of the Forbidden Army, the whole atmosphere immediately became solemn, as if there were layers of dark clouds, covering the heads of many disciples participating in the battle. Kill. The disciples of the Luoyu sword sect were the first to attack, and a group of 12 young swordsmen killed the 10 people from the Qianzi sect. Qianzizong won 7 martial arts arrows from the very beginning, which made Liu Jianzong very unhappy. At this moment, the disciples of Qianzizong are going to be the first target. Do it. The disciples of the Hidden Fire Palace and the Broken Knife sect looked at each other, and without hesitation, they charged in the direction of the Tian sect disciples. In an instant, the flames of war erupted. Help! When the disciples of the Ice sect saw this, 10 people rushed over immediately and stood with the disciples of the Xintian sect. In such a melee, forming an alliance is obviously the way to maximize the advantage, but the reasons for forming an alliance are different. Suppressing Tianzong and Hambing men are going to deal with Qianzizong together, trying to dismantle Chu Chaoxing's plan to weaken the 7 major sects. But the Hidden Fire Hall and the Broken Knife Gate have the same enemy, suppressing Tianzong. The 7 major sects have developed to the present, and of course, there have been many frictions among them. Some conflicts are nothing, and you can shake hands to make peace, but some conflicts are deep hatred, and it is absolutely impossible to resolve them peacefully. For example, Long Yu beheaded Huafu, the son of the master of the Tibetan Fire Hall, so as long as Huafu's father, Hua Haishan, was still the master, the enmity between the 2 parties would never be resolved. A scuffle immediately started in the arena, but one sect's disciple stayed out of it, a group of girls from Qingqing Pavilion. The disciples of the Falling Rain Sword sect and the disciples of the Qianzi sect fought together, sword energy flying across the sky, and their shadows wandered around. As soon as they touched each other, the disciples of the Qianzi sect turned into shadows one after another and scattered away from the field, letting the disciples of the Rainfall Sword sect, most of them, fluttered to nothing. Suddenly, the disciples of Qianzi sect flickered, wandering around in the forbidden military arena, and quickly inserted into the melee of other sects, making the whole situation even more chaotic. Seeing that the disciples of the Qianzi sect were scattered, the Falling Rain Sword sect didn't get too entangled. He thought it was because his deterrent power was too great, and he dispersed all the disciples of the Qianzi sect. Holding their swords each, they rushed into the melee crowd, swaying their sword energy wantonly. At this moment, there are a total of 77 disciples at the 8th level of martial arts in the Imperial Army's arena, and the battle will only end if the other 66 are driven out of the arena. And the 11 people left on the field can each win a martial arts arrow for the sect. During the scuffle, the disciples of the Qianzi sect were obviously targeting the disciples of the Tian sect, which greatly increased the pressure on the disciples of the Tian sect and the Ice sect. The situation was extremely chaotic, but Ling Yue was indeed protected by many people in the center. Number disadvantage, can't beat. As time passed quickly, 2 heaven-suppressing sect disciples were injured, they surrendered and withdrew from the martial field, and the remaining suppressing Sky sect disciples were also separated by Qianzi sect disciples in the chaos. Originally, Bai Yunzong wanted to unite with people from other sects to deal with Qianzi sect, but he didn't expect the situation to become that Tian sect was being targeted. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the disciples of Zhenchenzong to stand in the end. Not long after, all the Tian sect disciples, including Ling Yue, surrendered and left the martial field. No one died, only one was seriously injured. Of course, there would be no serious problems for the injured person with the healing elixir prepared by Bai Lao long ago, but in this first round of scuffle, suppressing Tianzong suffered a disastrous defeat. The disciples of the Ice sect, because they were walking with Shen Tianzong, were not much better, and they all conceded defeat and left the stage after not holding on for long. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction in the hearts of the disciples of the Ice sect. If they hadn't formed an alliance with Zhenchenzong, their disciples of the Ice sect would not have been targeted like this. However, Tang Qin, the head of the Ice sect, didn't say much about it. Forming an alliance with Zhenchenzong is the best way Tang Qin can think of now. At least to fight Qianzizong, it is definitely not something that a certain sect can do alone. Anyway, in this scuffle, just do your best to drive the disciples of Qianzi sect out. However, due to the agility of the disciples of the Qianzi sect, they have also practiced some martial arts for manipulating shadows. They can transform themselves into shadows and escape from pursuit. Their life-saving ability is too strong. When Zhenchenzong and Hambingmen were wiped out, only 3 disciples of Qianzizong conceded defeat, and there were also 8 disciples of Qianzizong's 8th-layer martial arts. In the chaos, only about half of the number of Rainfall Sword sect, Hidden Fire Hall, Broken Sword Gate, and Qingqing Pavilion were left. The disciples of Qianzi sect stayed the most in the field. Deal with the Qianzi sect. The remaining disciples of the 4 major sects are not pure idiots either. They know that the biggest enemy of the 7 sects is the Qianzi sect, otherwise their own sects will be shaken at all. At this moment, they finally unite to deal with the disciples of Qianzi sect. A disciple of the Falling Rain Sword sect was chasing the incarnation shadow of a disciple of the Qianzi sect, and kept swaying sword energy. Suddenly, the figure of the Qianzi sect disciple flashed, and the sword energy came crashing down on a Tibetan Hua, the head of the disciple of the hall. This caused the disciple of the Tibetan Fire Hall to back away quickly, and then yelled, "Who are you hitting?" Snort. The disciple of the Falling Rain Sword sect snorted coldly, not paying attention to the disciples of the Xuanhuan Palace at all. He was about to continue chasing and killing the disciple of the Qianzi sect, but the disciples of the Tibetan Fire Palace were upset. "You almost hurt me by mistake, but you snorted and wanted to run away? Die." The disciple of the Hidden Fire Hall waved his hands, and the flame burst out, immediately covering the disciple of the falling rain sword sect. In the entire Forbidden Army martial field, this kind of situation happened one after another. Not long after, there were still 5 disciples of the Qianzi sect, but only 2 or 3 of the other 4 sects were left on the field. Until this time, the disciples of Qianzi sect finally united again and directly surrounded the remaining 3 female disciples of Qingqing Pavilion, forcing them to admit defeat. In the field, there were only 11 people left. There are 5 from Qianzi sect, 2 from Broken Knife sect, 2 from Hidden Fire Hall, and 2 from Rainfall Sword sect. There were 11 people in total, and Qianzizong had the most people left in the field in the end, and they won 5 martial arts arrows for Qianzizong at one time. This is the first round of the melee stage, but Qianzizong's martial arts arrows are already far ahead. The 12 arrows on martial arts surpassed the Duandomen, Zhangguodian and Liujianzong, which were tied for second by 6 times. As for Zhenchenzong, Qingqing Pavilion, and Hanbingmen, they didn't have a single arrow on martial arts. This situation is undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectations. The Qianzi sect should be targeted by everyone, but the most survived, which cast a shadow over the hearts of the other 6 sect disciples, elders, and suzerain masters. It seems that the strategy of the first round was wrong. Especially in Qingqing Pavilion, originally they wanted to stay out of the matter and reap the benefits, but in the end, like Zhenchenzong and Hanbingmen, they didn't even get a single martial arts arrow. This made Feng Qiaoyue, the owner of the Qingqing Pavilion, the red-cloaked woman, her black eyebrows tightly furrowed. Do you still have to form an alliance with a certain party? Because of Chu Chaoxing's strategy, it stands to reason that Feng Qiaoyue should form an alliance with Zhenchenzong to deal with Qianzizong together, but the current situation is that Zhenchenzong is being targeted, and it may not be correct to form an alliance with Zhenchenzong Chu's. If you want to dismantle Chu Chaoxing's scheme, all you need is for any sect to obtain more martial arts arrows than the Qianzi sect. Feng Qiaoyue thought in her heart, raised her head, and took a look at Jin Tianzong's direction. The disciple of Jin Tian's sect, the strongest walker, is the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, followed by Long Yu and Zhuge Jian, both of which are the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Lu Yuan was present. Without Lu Yuan, Long Yu would never have been able to do it. Maybe even Lu Yuan played a key role? Feng Qiaoyue thought so in her heart. Overall, Qingqing Pavilion has Lu Yuan and Bai Linsha, 2 genius disciples at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, who have a great advantage. If Lu Yuan and Bai Linsha joined forces and stood at the end of the 6th round, they would be able to directly win 12 arrows of martial arts, which might not be able to surpass Qianzizong. Moreover, there are quite a few of the 3rd and 2nd levels of the True Spirit Secret Realm in Qingqing Pavilion, at least, more than Zhenchenzong. Feng Qiaoyue thinks that instead of trusting Zhenchenzong, it is better to trust herself in Qingqing Pavilion. Cooperate with Tibetan Fire Palace, first protect yourself, and then deal with Qianzizong together. Feng Qiaoyue made a decision in her heart. However, it can be seen that although the suzerains of the major sects have ordered them to deal with Qianzizong together, various accidents still occurred in the Imperial Army martial field, causing them to have conflicts with each other. This point must be prohibited with all efforts, and it must not happen again in the next round. Otherwise, if Qianzizong wins the previous round, it will be unstoppable, and the end is almost set. The next round of scuffle, Chu Chaoxing, is scheduled to be 2 days later. Feng Qiaoyue still has enough time to discuss cooperation with Tibetan Fire Palace and Duandomen. Today's first round of melee is over, and the martial arts arrows have also been distributed to all sections. Chu Chaoxing is very satisfied with today's results. No matter what happens next, at least the Qianzi sect has gained an absolute advantage now, and the day when he controls the 7 major sects is not far away. The next round of melee will be 2 days later, so don't be absent. After Chu Chaoxing said this, he announced that it was time to end today. Long Yu got up, followed by Yunzong and others to prepare to leave. When he raised his head, he suddenly saw a group of people walking towards them not far away. A member of the Long family of the general clan? Long Yu's heart shuddered. He injured Long Ji, and because of his father Long Zitian, did the members of the Long family finally come to him? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. A group of generals from the Long family, led by a middle-aged man in golden armor, walked towards Zhenchenzong. The reason why Long Yu recognized them was because the Long family all looked similar to him. It's the patriarch of the Long family, Long Ruotian. Bai Yunzong's face darkened, and he lowered his voice to tell Long Yu. The patriarch of the Long family, Long Ruotian, was wearing golden armor with a dignified face. His strength was extremely tyrannical. Although he had not yet reached the realm of harmony between man and nature, he was definitely stronger than Bai Yunzong. The most important thing is that this Long Ruotian is the father of brothers Long Su and Long Ji. But for Long Yu, Long Ruotian is still his uncle, the elder brother of his father Long Zitian. At this moment, they came towards Long Yu. What did they want to do to Long Yu? No matter what, Long Yu injured his son Long Ji. This matter must be settled carefully. Of course, due to the face of the princess of the royal family, this account cannot be settled clearly, so he can only use other reasons to trouble Long Yu. Sect Master Bai, please stay safe. Long Ruotian brought the disciples of the Long family, and a burst of murderous aura rushed over, immediately covering the heads of the entire Zhenchenzong disciples, making them feel awe-inspiring. Everyone in the dragon family of the general clan is a martial arts expert, and they have practiced the blood dragon tactic, comprehended the blood dragon law, condensed the true blood dragon spirit, and have a strong killing spirit. Even when he was greeting Bai Yunzong, the golden-armored middle-aged Long Ruotian exuded an infinite oppressive aura, which was giving Bai Yunzong a blow. It's a pity that although Bai Yunzong's martial arts realm is not as good as the opponent's, he is not so easily scared. I saw him stroking his mustache, and said calmly, "Patriarch Long, what are you doing?" He bit the word patriarch very hard. Obviously, he wanted to remind Long Ruotian how he came to be the patriarch. If Long Zitian hadn't been driven away by Chu Chaoxing, how could the position of patriarch of the Long family be in his hands? It's a pity that Long Ruotian has been the head of the family for so many years, and his mood will not change because of Bai Yunzong's words. He glanced sideways at Long Yu, a member of the Zhenchenzong team, and said with murderous intent, "This person is the son of a traitor from our Long family, Sect Master Bai. You should know that he will not escape death after all." Son of a traitor? Can't escape death? Bai Yunzong laughed lightly. Then why don't you kill him? Obviously, Bai Yunzong concluded that Long Ruotian would not dare to attack Long Yu now. Sure enough, upon hearing Bai Yunzong's words, Long Ruotian sneered, "I don't need to do anything to kill him. I'm here to convey my father's words, Long Yu. If you want to survive, leave as soon as possible." Great Tang Kingdom. Long Ruotian's father? Long Yu heard this and thought, isn't that his grandfather? He had heard before that for a long time, only his grandfather was the only one in the Long family of the generals who cared about him and suppressed some forces that wanted to kill him for him. Now, unexpectedly entrusting Long Ruotian to give him such a warning? There is no doubt that it is impossible for Long Yu to leave the Tang dynasty as soon as possible. No matter what, the 7 schools of martial arts must be finished. Long Yu's whole card must not even be clear to his grandfather. If he is really in mortal danger, he should still have the ability to save his life. 9 Nether Dragon Seal, 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit, this is his trump card. As long as he condenses the true spirit of the dragon of the 9 serenities into a solid body, he may be able to frighten him even in the face of a strong man with the unity of true spirit. And if the power of the 9 Nether Dragon Seal erupts completely, the entire Great Tang Kingdom will be absolutely unstoppable, just like when he frightened Wu Jianxin, the elder of Zhenchenzong. The current him is no longer in the martial arts realm of the past, If the power of the 9 nether dragon seal erupts, how powerful will it be? Of course, unless it is absolutely necessary, Long Yu will not unleash the power of the 9 serenity dragon seal. This is his biggest trump card. Unless he must die, Long Yu would not use it to kill the enemy even if he was escaping. This trump card was his last resort to save his life. The cunning rabbit has 3 caves, let alone Long Yu. No matter when, Long Yu will leave an absolutely safe way out for himself. That's the end of the conversation, whether you listen or not, it's up to you. Long Ruotian glanced at Long Yu, then turned around and left with the children of the Long family. As the members of the Long family left, everyone in the Tian Tian sect was relieved. The terrifying killing atmosphere just now almost made them breathless. However, what Long Ruotian said before leaving made everyone in Tian Tian sect look at Long Yu with suspicion. Long Yu, will you run away? They knew that Jin Tianzong spent a lot of training resources on Long Yu in order to cultivate Long Yu. Now that the 7 schools of martial arts came, if he turned around and ran away, it would be too hateful. Long Yu, if it doesn't work, you'd better leave the Tang Kingdom first. Bai Yunzong's face was extremely dignified. Long Ruotian still obeys your grandfather's words, and your grandfather will not shoot the target indiscriminately. Since he said so, it shows that if you stay in the Tang dynasty, you would be in mortal danger. Yes, junior brother Long. Walking also nodded and persuaded, with your talent, you can even step into the legendary realm of harmony between man and nature. If you lose your life for the 7 schools of martial arts, it's not worth it. Sect Master, Senior Brother Bu, you don't need to say more. Long Yu shook his head, his eyes showed firmness. I will not leave until the end of the 7 schools of martial arts. Zhen Tianzong has high hopes for me, how can I let everyone down? You, oh. Old Bai sighed beside him. He also wanted to let Long Yu leave first, and come back when he reached a higher level of martial arts. At that time, even if the Jintianju was given to Chu Chaoxing, so what? Bai Lao believes that Long Yu's achievements will definitely be higher than Chu Chaoxing. This is an intuition. At that time, Chu Chaoxing would have to return everything intact when he took it back. However, Long Yu was firm and refused to agree to leave now. Whether it was Bai Yunzong or Bai Lao and walking, they all advised him not to move. It's really scary when Long Yu becomes stubborn, no matter who it is, don't try to change his mind. Especially seeing Zhen Tianzong's disastrous defeat in the first round of the 7 schools of martial arts, it is even more impossible for Long Yu to just leave them and leave. Just waiting for the battle of the 3rd stage of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Long Yu will definitely go all out to clear all obstacles for the Zhenchenzong. Soon, everyone in Zhenchenzong returned to the elegant residence in the mountains, and began to sum up the lessons of the first round of fiasco. Ling Yue and the others blamed themselves quite a bit, but this result had nothing to do with them. It was the Tsanghua Palace and the Duandomen who were so ignorant of praise that the people of Qianzizong once again won the big advantage. In the second round, everyone, first of all, don't go head-to-head with others, reserve your combat power for the time being, and wait until the field is almost finished, and then go all out to cull the people of Qianzi sect. The results of such discussions came out quickly. Only in this way can Zhenchenzong be eliminated quickly in the next round. And the second round 2 days later will be the battlefield for the disciples of the 9th level of martial arts. The 3 heroes of the Feng family, Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, Feng Yusen, and Liao Lele, will all play. There are a total of 8 martial arts, 9th level disciples, participating in the Battle of Zhenchenzong, which is not a small number. Tang Qin, the head of the Ice sect, came to the elegant residence in the mountains at night, and had a long talk with Bai Yunzong throughout the night. To deal with the Qianzi sect, all the sects must join forces, but Tang Qin brought even worse news. The disciples of the Frost sect discovered that Feng Qiaoyue, the master of the Qingqing Pavilion, chose to cooperate with the Tibetan Fire Palace and the Broken Knife sect. This is undoubtedly worse for the current situation of Zhenshenzong and Hambingmen. Neither Bai Yunzong nor Tang Qin could do anything. In the final analysis, it still depends on the performance of the sect disciples on the spot. No matter how much you say now, it is very likely that the situation will be different from what you imagined as soon as you play. In that case, no matter how good the plan is, it will be useless. Tang Qin decided to adopt the same phalanx as Bai Yunzong in the early stage of the melee. The focus was on preserving combat effectiveness, the enemy advances and retreats, and the focus is on defense. As long as you persist in this way until the midterm, the advantages will gradually be manifested. After all, the other major sects are by no means monolithic. Just like what the disciples of Qianxi sect did in the first round, they can also provoke the relationship between the disciples of other sects during the main defense process, trying to make them civil strife. 2 days later, tens of thousands of people gathered again in the Forbidden Army martial field, and the audience was full. In the first round of the 7 sects, discussing martial arts, Zhenshenzong, Hambingmen, and Qingqing Pavilion were all annihilated, which made many people sigh secretly. Looking at the situation, I am afraid that Chu Chaoxing's strategy will undoubtedly succeed. Waiting for Chu Chaoxing to gather the cultivation methods of the 7 major sects, at that time, the 7 major sects will undoubtedly be weakened invisibly and decline over time, and Chu Chaoxing's power will be further consolidated. Everyone in Zhenshenzong entered the arena led by Bai Yunzong, but Long Yu did not leave, which surprised many people in the arena, secretly feeling that this kid is really bold. He doesn't even care about his own life. Many people have heard of Grandpa Long Yu's warning that Long Ruotian told him, but now it seems that Long Yu is still like a normal person, wandering around with everyone in Tian sect. This kid, I'm afraid he will die soon. Many people thought of this in their hearts, but they were very curious, who would take Long Yu's life? It is definitely impossible for Chu Chaoxing and the Long family. Chu Chaoxing is restricted by the influence of the royal princess, and the Long family is restricted by Grandpa Long Yu, but besides that, who else? Long Yu didn't think so much. Yusin, Haofeng, Xiaofei, Lei, this round is all up to you, come on. Before the opening, Long Yu solemnly encouraged everyone. Hey, brother Long, don't worry. There was a sly look in Feng Xiaofei's eyes, obviously he had some special plan. Feng Haofeng looked solemn, while Feng Yusin and Liao Lei were a little nervous. They were girls, after all. But when the 2 girls think about it, they can't even compare to Ling Yue, can they? This round, we must fight hard, at least we can't lose as badly as the last round. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. There are 55 disciples from the 7 sects who participated in the second round of the melee. According to the rules, 1/7 of the sect's disciples can stay until the end, which means that in this round, 8 people will win in the end, and they will get 2 martial arts arrows for their respective sects. In this round, there are a total of 16 martial arts arrows produced. If they are played well, it is very possible to regain the advantage of Qianzizong in the previous round. Of course, it is very difficult to achieve this ideal situation. At least, for the 8 9th level martial arts disciples of Zhen Tianzong, it is almost an impossible task. In the martial arts field of the Imperial Army, 55 sect disciples of the 9th level of martial arts gathered very quickly, attracting the attention of everyone in the entire martial field. The 55 sect disciples stood in 7 directions, indicating that they came from different sects. When Xuanhuan Chu Chaoxing, who presides over the 7 schools of martial arts, gave an order to start the battle, the entire Imperial Army martial field suddenly became chaotic. It can be found that the Tian sect disciples and the I sect disciples scattered towards the outer areas with few people from the beginning. Some acted alone, some in groups of 2, and some in groups of 3. Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, and Fen Jiexin are in a group of 3, while Liao Lei is in a group of 1. Such a situation was unexpected for the disciples of Tibetan Fire Hall, Duandomen and Qingqing Pavilion. Originally, Feng Qiaoyue, the owner of the Qingqing Pavilion, decided to form an alliance with the Tibetan Fire Palace, because he wanted to quickly eliminate the disciples of the Tian sect and the Ice sect, and then wipe out the disciples of the Qianxi sect together. And this round, the three parties have strictly prohibited their disciples from confronting each other, in order to prevent the situation of being provoked by Qianxi sect disciples from happening again. Catch them separately. The disciples of Zonghua Palace, Duandomen, and the female disciples of Qingqing Pavilion all formed small teams, chasing and killing the scattered disciples of Zhenshenzong and Hambingmen. Many disciples of Duandao sect's 9th level of martial arts have comprehended the Duandao artistic conception, and after releasing it, they can become extremely fast, and can quickly catch up with their opponents. The same is true for the female disciples of the Qingqing Pavilion. They practice the mental method Phantom Qingqing and comprehend the artistic conception of Phantom. The speed is fast and at the same time it has some charm, which makes people hard to guard against. The disciples of these two sects are best at chasing and killing them. However, the Tian sect disciples and the Ice sect disciples are not easy to deal with. They spread out in 2s and 3s, each using their comprehended sky, suppressing artistic conception and ice-cold artistic conception. The power of suppression and ice immediately filled their surroundings, slowing down the speed of the pursuers. Not only that. It's now, fight back. Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, and Yu Yexin were almost running to the edge of the Forbidden Army's arena. Seeing the 4 broken knife sect disciples attacking behind them, they suddenly turned around violently. Tian Xinyun. Feng Haofeng shouted sharply, and immediately released a terrifying sky, suppressing coercion. Feng Haofeng, who is talented at the 9th level of martial arts, has actually comprehended the charm of the law of suppressing the sky. Although this is still not comparable to Long Yu, it is already very remarkable in terms of ordinary martial arts. When the Jintian Xinyun was released, Feng Xiaofei and Feng Yusin did not hesitate at all, and each displayed the strongest attack method, the mortal supergrade martial arts Tianbua Crossing, Tai Bai Haoqi. With just one blow, the 2 Duandao sect disciples who were suddenly suppressed by Jintian Xinyun were blown away, causing them to fall heavily to the ground and seriously injured. There are 2 more, don't let them go. Feng Xiaofei's eyes were ruthless, his figure flickered, turning the world into a close distance, and instantly appeared beside another person. Tianbua Crossing, kill. Feng Xiaofei waved lightly with one hand, and a white sky wave blasted out, knocking that man into the air with one blow, and he lost his fighting power. And the last person Feng Yusin dealt with had sharp eyesight and quick hands, releasing the artistic conception of breaking the knife, barely resisting Feng Haofeng's suppressing charm, and wanted to escape. However, Feng Yusin also released the heaven-suppressing artistic conception, instantly competing with the man's broken sword artistic conception and cancelling each other out. In this way, that person was once again completely suppressed by Feng Haofeng's heaven-suppressing charm. Too white grandeur. Feng Yusin waved her hand lightly, a burst of Tai Bai Haoqi shone like the sun, completely suppressing the man to the ground. This series of battles took place in an instant, and Feng Haofeng easily eliminated the 4 disciples of the Duandao sect by relying on his comprehension of the heaven-suppressing charm. And these 4 people are half of Duandaemon's strength on the field. The other 3 people in Broken Sword sect were chasing and killing Liao Lele, who was acting alone, but unfortunately Liao Lele's figure was really unpredictable. This girl has practiced most of the martial arts skills of Zhenshenzong. The end of the world, cloud-swinging step, sky-shocking movement, instant wind step, etc., are performed one by one. Even the 3 broken knife sect disciples can't keep up with her pace. Seeing Liao Lele's pretty figure in blue jumping up and down in the forbidden military arena, many people in Zhenshenzong showed joy. This girl really knows how to restrain the opponent's combat power. Those 3 are amazing, let's go meet. The eye-catching performance of Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, and Feng Yusen instantly attracted the attention of several Luoyu sword sect disciples. Originally, the disciples of the Falling Rain sword sect were looking for the disciples of the Qianxi sect to deal with them. However, now, after blowing away a disciple of the Qianxi sect, 3 disciples of the Falling Rain sword sect finally noticed Feng Haofeng and the others. 3 Rainfall sword sect disciples quickly attacked the 3 of them. The disciples of the Falling Rain sword sect practice the Yiyu Ju and comprehend the law of the night rain. Suddenly, the night rain falls, affecting the enemy's vision. Feng Haofeng's face darkened. The leader has already comprehended the charm of Yiyu's law. Xiao Fei, this time it's up to you. Give it to me. The corners of Feng Xiaofei's mouth turned up slightly, but the 3 of them ran as usual, until suddenly they turned around. Tian Shenyun. Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei, the 2 of them unexpectedly released Tian Shenyun at the same time, and instantly enveloped the 3 of Luoyu Jianzong who were chasing after them. 2 geniuses who have comprehended the charm of the law. When this scene appeared, the audience was in an uproar. The 3 disciples of the Falling Rain sword sect who bore the brunt were the most shocked. Originally they thought that among the 3 masters of the Feng family, only Feng Haofeng had comprehended Shenyun, so the 2 sides should be in an evenly matched state. But now it seems that they really underestimated these 3 people. Suppress me. Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei released Shintian Shenyun with all their strength, and the strength of the 2 was concentrated together, making the 3 of Luoyu Jianzong completely unable to resist. Boom. 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 The 3 disciples of the Falling Rain sword sect were thrown out of the Forbidden Army martial field one by Feng Haofeng, losing the qualification to continue fighting. Siege them. Immediately, the disciples of Kang Wodian and Qingqing Pavilion discovered the tyranny of Feng Haofeng and the others. At this moment, they could not care about anything else, and the only way to do it was to drive the 3 of them out of the Forbidden Army martial field. Immediately, a dozen or so sect disciples from Zhang Wodian and Qingqing Pavilion immediately surrounded and killed the 3 of Feng Haofeng. Faced with such a tyrannical encirclement and suppression lineup, Feng Haofeng and the 3 of course did not dare to fight, and immediately used their martial arts at the end of the world, quickly leading them around in circles. It's a pity that the angle of the 10 opponents' encirclement is tricky. No matter where Feng Haofeng and the 3 go, it is impossible to escape their encirclement. Right now, get the others off the stage first. Feng Haofeng yelled loudly, and immediately saw the situation in the field reversed. Originally, it was Duandomen, Zhang Wodian, and Qingqing Pavilion who were chasing the disciples of Zhenshenzong and Hambingmen, but now, most of the opponents are besieging Feng Haofeng and the 3 of them, and there are not many people left. The Ice sect, the disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect, have already been caught up and kicked out 4 or 5 people, but there are still about 10 people left. At this moment, the counterattack finally began. All of a sudden, the situation in the Forbidden Army martial field reversed, and the number of people present quickly decreased to half of what it was at the beginning. There are only 27 people left. Among them, just the 3 of Feng Haofeng sent 7 of them flying, and the powerful force they displayed shocked the audience. Actually, you don't need to encircle the 3 of us. Facing the siege of 10 people, Feng Xiaofei calmly suggested to the people who came over, the 3 of us can only occupy 3 places at most, you step aside now, we will not do anything to people from your sect again. As soon as these words came out, the 10 people who surrounded them looked at each other. However, when they were considering this possibility, a disciple of Qianxi sect suddenly broke in and attacked Feng Haofeng and the others. Kill. The disciple of Qianxi sect, whose body was like a shadow, rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed, releasing Qianxi charm from his whole body, forming a big net of black-lined shadows, enveloping Feng Haofeng and the 3 of them. Good opportunity, go. The 10 Tibetan Fire Hall and Qingqing Pavilion disciples who surrounded the three of Feng Haofeng immediately launched an attack. 10 people, so what? Yusin, it's time for you to perform. Seeing this, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei each heaved a sigh of relief. Now it seems that the other party has begun to relax, and now a counterattack will seal the victory. And the trump card they relied on was Feng Yusin. Xintian, the general trend. With a coquettish shout from Feng Yusin, a terrifying coercion descended from the sky, and descended on the 10 disciples who rushed over, including the Qianzi sect disciple who was sneaking up. Like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, a total of 11 people were all suppressed by this general trend of heaven and earth. Superior. Without any hesitation, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei walked like flying, and drove the Qianzi sect disciple away from the martial field with the fastest speed. Immediately afterwards, each of them released the heaven-suppressing charm, which offset the artistic conception of the law released by the rest, and one dealt with several. Under the shocked eyes of everyone in the Forbidden Army martial field, the three of Feng Haofeng actually joined forces to create a miracle again, blasting away 10 people from Duandomen, Qingqing Pavilion, and 1 person from Qianzizong at the same time. Chu Chaoxing, who was in the largest spectator seat, frowned slightly, as if he had never expected that there would be 3 young disciples with such talent in Tian sect. The most important thing is that its combat strategy is impeccable, from being caught by surprise to luring the enemy to go deep, step by step, and finally laying the foundation for the victory of the whole game. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The performance of the three of Feng Haofeng shocked the audience. The most unexpected thing was that Feng Yusin had already comprehended the general trend of Xintian. Even the people who suppressed Tianzong didn't think of it. Long Yu was even more delighted. He didn't expect Feng Yusin's talent to be so strong. Not only has he become an alchemist with a loyal heart, but he also has such a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. When the group of Tibetan Fire Palace and Qingqing Pavilion disciples were blown away by 3 people, only the last 14 people remained in the field. Among the 14 people, 5 were disciples of Xintian sect, 5 were disciples of Frost Ice sect, and the other 4 were 2 disciples of Qianzi sect and 2 disciples of Rainfall Sword sect. When the 3 of Feng Haofeng fought fiercely, many conflicts broke out in other places. The Tian sect and the disciples of the Ice sect focused on avoiding the battle, and in the end the number of people who survived was the largest. Hidden Fire Hall, Broken Knife Gate, and Qingqing Pavilion, not even a single disciple was able to stay. In the current situation, it is meaningless to dodge anymore. The number and strength have taken advantage, and it is time to end the battle. Chase. The 3 of Feng Haofeng chased and killed a disciple of the Qianzi sect, and they approached a corner in an instant. The 3 of them simultaneously released the heaven-suppressing charm, without giving the opponent a chance. Suddenly, a wave of sky crossed, blasting the disciple of Qianzi sect out, and was eliminated miserably. On the other side, fighting broke out. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining 2 members of Luoyu Sword sect and the last member of Qianzi sect joined forces, and surrounded a disciple of the Ice sect who hadn't had time to join the main force. Without any hesitation, this Ice sect disciple chose to admit defeat. Facing the siege of 3 people, he doesn't have the strength and courage like Feng Haofeng and the others. If he insists on resisting, he may lose his life. Qianzizong and Hambingmen, 1 person each went, and the remaining 5 people from Zhenshenzong gathered together quickly, and the next one was to dominate the audience. There is no chance, let's take advantage of it now. The 2 young swordsmen of the Falling Rain Sword sect looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then rushed towards the 4 disciples of the Ice sect who had gathered together. On Tian sect's side, they didn't dare to have any ideas, but on the side of Frost Gate, they still had a chance. Cooperating with the disciple of Qianzi sect, if the 3 of them can catch all the disciples of the Frost sect, then at least the three of them can win martial arts arrows for their respective sects. 3 against 4, the battle is extremely fierce. It didn't take long for both parties to fight. One person lost their fighting power and voluntarily surrendered. There are only 10 people left in the audience. As long as 2 more people are eliminated, the outcome of this scuffle will be settled. At this moment, the 5 members of the Tian sect finally arrived, and the sky-suppressing force was released, instantly covering the 2 disciples of the Luoyu sword sect and the disciple of the Qianxi sect. Kill. 8 people made a move together, including 3 strong men like Feng Haofeng, and finally secured the victory. The disciples of the Falling Rain sword sect and the Qianxi sect had no chance to resist at all. They were suppressed, sent flying, and hurriedly surrendered. They couldn't lose their lives because of this. If people admit defeat, they can no longer pursue and fight fiercely. As for the last 8 people left on the field, there are 5 disciples from Tianjin sect and 3 disciples from Ice sect. This is the final outcome of the second round of scuffle. Feng Haofeng, Feng Yusen, Feng Xiaofei, and Liao Lele all stood at the end. The 5 Zhenchenzong disciples won 10 arrows of martial arts for Zhenchenzong in one fell swoop. As for the Hambing men, they also got 6 martial arts arrows, becoming the one with the most martial arts arrows among the 7 sects, except Qianzizong and Tianchenzong. It's almost over. The Qianxi sect only has 12 martial arts arrows, which is only 2 more than the Suppressing Heaven sect. In this round of scuffle, Shen Tianzong and Ice sect all won, making Qingqing Pavilion Master Feng Qiaoyun's face darken. Could it be that she chose the wrong position? But she glanced at Shen Tianzong's direction and quickly felt relieved. Sky Suppressing sect is relatively strong in this round of the 9th level of martial arts. In the next round of competition for the first level disciples of the True Spirit Secret Realm, there are only 2 players in the entire Suppressing Sky sect. You must know that in order to prepare for this 7 sects discussion on martial arts, many sects have worked hard to cultivate sect disciples at all stages. In the Qingqing Pavilion alone, there are 4 disciples of the first level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, which is double the number of Zhenchenzong. If it wasn't for Xian Yueya who committed suicide by throwing herself into the lake not long ago, there would be 5 first-level disciples of the True Spirit Secret Realm in Qingqing Pavilion, which is a great advantage. Moreover, in the Tian sect, there is not even a second-level True Spirit Secret Realm, which means that in that round, the Tianjin sect will undoubtedly lose. There are 2 people in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm in Zhenchenzong, and the key is that Long Yu. Feng Qiaoyun squinted her eyes, knowing that in the 3rd battle of the True Spirit Secret Realm, she must restrain Long Yu, otherwise she would definitely lose. Except for Feng Qiaoyun, the other sects who suffered a big defeat in the second round also thought so. Zhenchenzong and Hambing men are stronger this round. And the composition of the disciples of each sect is different, and the strong time is yet to come. But in the Zhenchenzong camp, there is no joy at this time, but everyone is clouded. Because in the second round just now, a disciple of the heaven-suppressing sect was overtaken by 3 people from the Tibetan fire hall, surrounded and killed, without even a chance to admit defeat. Hidden Fire Palace, this is declaring war on them to suppress Tianzong. In the next round, I will definitely kill all the people in the Palace of Hidden Fire. Lu Guanming's black face was full of anger. He raised his fist and smashed it against the stone bench he was sitting on. Don't be careless. Bai Yunzong said with a solemn expression, in the next round, only you and Ling Han will fight in our sky-suppressing sect, and there are nearly 40 disciples of the sect who is the number 1 in the True Spirit Secret Realm. Indeed so. Many disciples of Zhenchenzong observed the direction of other sects, respectively, and each of them lowered their faces. Long Yu also looked around, frowned slightly, and thought to himself, although we have won 10 arrows of martial arts this round, we will have a difficult time in the next round. Even with the addition of 3 disciples from the Ice sect who are the first-level disciples of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, there are only 5 of them. How can they fight against more than 30 people? No matter how strong Ling Han and Lu Guanming are, they are still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and it is difficult to fight more with less. We will only have 2 players in the next round, and even none in the next round. The overall situation is still not optimistic. The disciples of Zhenshenzong were cast a shadow over their hearts. Who said there will only be 2 of us in the next round? At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly came to everyone's ears, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked at it, but saw Liao Lei smiling and saying, 2 days later, I will strive to condense the true spirit and step into the secret realm of the true spirit. Then, I can participate in the battle again, right? She also has the condensing spirit pill left by Long Yu on her body. It is not impossible to step into the true spirit secret realm within 2 days. I just don't know, can the same person participate in 2 rounds of melee? While talking, Liao Lei looked at Bai Yunzong suspiciously. As long as you can break through the realm, what's the point of participating twice? Bai Yunzong smiled slightly. It is extremely difficult to break through within these 2 days if the timing is right, and if it is not a coincidence, it must be impossible. It also happened that Liao Lei had reached the time to condense the true spirit, otherwise, it would be impossible to break through as soon as he wanted, not to mention that the time was only 2 days. The original intention of the discussion on martial arts among the 7 sects is to promote the development of the 7 major sections. If a disciple breaks through, it is only natural that he can enter the competition with his current level of martial arts. Come on. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Liao Lei with expectation. If Liao Lei can really step into the realm of the true spirit, then with her scud-like escape speed, she might be able to create a miracle in the next round. I'll buy you some pills. After Long Yu said these words, he left the Forbidden Army martial field first, and went to buy and sell the world. He has the VIP Jade card of buying and selling world, and he can enjoy a 20% discount when buying pills and buying and selling world, and he still has more than 3,000 crystal coins with him, so it is no problem to buy 3 spiritual level top-grade pills. As long as Liao Lei can advance, he can talk about anything. Not long after, Long Yu went to the world of business and bought 3 high-grade spiritual pills at the price of 2,700 crystal coins. With these 3 pills, together with the congealing pill, which can increase the success rate of condensing the true spirit, the probability of Liao Lei stepping into the secret realm of the true spirit will be quite high. And along the way, Long Yu noticed that many people were following him secretly, and he didn't know who they were. Wang family? The Luo family? Yuqi's family? Or the Long family? Or someone from Chu Chaosheng? Long Yu always felt that Chu Chaosheng had already made preparations against him, but no matter how he guessed, he couldn't guess what kind of tricks Chu Chaosheng would have. Liao Lei is sprinting towards the realm of true spirits. I also want to comprehend the artistic conception of the 9 Nethers law as soon as possible, condense the 9 Nethers and true spirits into reality, and step into the 4th level of the realm of true spirits. No matter when, Long Yu will never relax his cultivation. Now what hinders him from advancing in martial arts is not lack of spiritual energy, but to comprehend the artistic conception of the 9 Nether laws. In this case, no matter how many pills he takes, it will be useless. What's more, the effect of the spirit-level elixir has been negligible for him. In the future, if he wants to advance to the next level, he can only get more Xian-level pills, or he will have to devote himself to practicing for several years, and the difficulty can be imagined. This is why it is difficult for most martial arts to go further when they reach this level. Even if it is the Chu family of the royal family, Xian-level pills are not easy to get out. I'm afraid that even Long Su and Long Ji from the Long family of the generals have never taken the mysterious pills, they just took all the spiritual pills, which allowed them to reach their current level. In the expectation of everyone in Zhenshenzong, Liao Lei lived up to everyone's expectations. Finally, the day before the third round of melee, he condensed the phantom of Xintian's winged true spirit and stepped into the true spirit secret realm. The martial arts practiced by Liao Lele are all physical martial arts, coupled with the effect of Xintian winged true spirit. Her speed has far exceeded the martial arts of the same level, comparable to the third-level martial arts of the ordinary true spirit secret realm speed. When it comes to the chaotic battlefield, can Liao Lele, Lu Guanming, and Ling Han create miracles? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The third round of melee has officially begun. Contrary to everyone's predictions, there were not only 2 players in Tianjin sect, but 3 players. The extra player was a young girl who had an eye-catching performance in the previous round. This girl, who seems to be named Liao Lele, escaped several desperate sieges with her extremely fast speed in the last round. I don't know how she will behave in this round. It's a pity that even if there is one more person, Shen Tianzong will not last long in this third round. Because of the Tian sect and its allies, the Hambing men, only 6 disciples from the first level of the True Spirit Secret Realm participated in the third round of melee. However, there are 19 people in total in Tibetan Fire Palace, Qingqing Pavilion, and Duandomen. In order to deal with the 7 sects discussing martial arts this time, the 3 major sects have dispersed their cultivation resources, allowing many disciples of the sects to finally step into the True Spirit Secret Realm. As for the Chansi sect and the Falling Rain Sword sect, these 2 sects also have 6 and 5 disciples at the first level of the True Spirit Secret Realm respectively. In this way, a total of 35 people participated in the third round of melee, and only 5 people could win in the end. Come on. Liao Lele, Ling Han, and Lu Guanming, the 3 walked onto the stage, attracting many people's attention. Long Yu glanced at Bai Yunzong, and found that Bai Yunzong had a calm expression on his face, obviously quite confident in the 3 of them. This made Long Yu a little curious. Could it be that Lu Guanming, Ling Han, and Liao Lele are strong enough to deal with the third round? Let me wait and see. Long Yu thought in his heart, carefully observing the situation in the arena, not to miss any scene. Following Chu Chaoxing's order, the scuffle finally began. As soon as Liao Lele heard the sound of the start of the scuffle, she immediately used her body and martial arts skills, and rushed towards the periphery, like a cheerfully jumping elf. No one could touch her clothes on the field. But in the beginning, no one was willing to pay attention to Liao Lele. Although she acted alone, her speed was too fast. To encircle and suppress her, at least 5 people had to be dispatched to chase and kill her at the same time. Surrounding her was a waste of combat power. Compared to Liao Lele, they are more willing to focus on Ling Han and Lu Guanming. Unlike the 3 heroes of the Feng family in the previous round, in this round, Lu Guanming and Ling Han did not run away, but stood opposite each other, making a defensive posture. In the siege of the crowd, these 2 chose to defend? Too naive. The disciples of Hidden Fire Palace, Broken Knife Gate and Qingqing Pavilion suddenly saw their eyes light up. The posture of these 2 people is really too attractive. If they didn't blast these 2 out of the field first, they would be too sorry for the advantage of their own sect's large number of people. Go together. 19 disciples from Zhangguodian, Duandomen and Qingqing Pavilion launched an offensive towards Ling Han and Lu Guanming at the same time. Under such circumstances, none of these 19 people released the artistic conception and charm of the law, because they knew in their hearts that their real opponent in this round was the other party. Once the Ice sect and Tian sect disciples are eliminated, the rest of them will definitely kill each other, because only 5 people can win this round. Because of this, 19 people formed a circle and attacked Ling Han and Lu Guanming from different directions, but they only used less than 30% of their strength. Even so, under normal circumstances, it is more than enough to deal with 2 martial artists who are at the same level as them. However, they did not expect that Ling Han and Lu Guanming were not ordinary martial artists. Take a breath of turtle energy, defend yourself. Lu Guanming's face darkened, his eyes were extremely serious, and he stretched his hands outward, and a tortoise-like profound energy barrier suddenly appeared around him and Ling Han. It's Taishi Turtle Chi, a low-level defensive martial skill at the spiritual level, recorded by Zhenshenzong. There are several low-level spiritual level defensive martial arts of Zhenshenzong, but Lu Guanming chose this Taishi Turtle Chi to practice because this move has a very special effect. Humph, can a mere low-grade defensive martial skill at the spiritual level be able to withstand the attack of our 19 people? Zhouman disciples such as Zhang Guodian snorted coldly, as if seeing the scene where the tortoise shell, profound energy barrier was torn apart. But something happened that disappointed them. Turtle breath, tortoise shell carving. Following Lu Guanming's stern shout, he saw that the surface of the tortoise shell profound energy barrier suddenly cracked, condensing into a more vivid tortoise shell pattern, and incorporating a tyrannical sky-suppressing general trend. Lu Guanming had also comprehended the general trend of suppressing the sky. At this moment, he let his Taishi Turtle Chi defense skill display an extremely terrifying defensive power. Amidst the loud bang, the offensive bombardment of the 19 disciples cracked the tortoise shell profound energy barrier, but in the end, they failed to break through its defense. Lu Guanming withstood the attack of 19 people by himself. Even if the 19 people only exerted 30% of their strength in this round of offensive, it is still shocking enough. With such an excellent defensive ability, Lu Guanming's black face suddenly fell into everyone's eyes. Regardless of the outcome of this round of battle, Lu Guanming's name will definitely spread. Come again, they will die, be careful. A disciple of the Xuanhuan temple, who had comprehended the general trend of the Xuanhuan Ju, had a fierce light flashing in his eyes at this moment, and with a wave of his hand, a burst of Tibetan Hua momentum came crashing down, accompanied by a burst of flames and invaded the past. In this move, he had used 60% of his own strength, and after the first attack failed, the other 18 people also strengthened their strength. Either 50% or 60% of the power, the flames, the light of the sword, and the shadow of the streamer came crashing at an extremely fast speed. Have you used 50% or 60% of your strength? This is not enough. Lu Guanming's eyes flickered with brilliance, and he didn't take any measures. He just continued to defend with his profound energy. Exhale tortoise gas too much, condense. Layers of tortoise shell entities condense from the mid-air around the two of them, resisting the simultaneous attacks of 19 opponents. This is the Taishi Tortoise Chi that Lu Guanming has cultivated to a perfect state. The Taishi tortoise shell is condensed into a solid body, and the defense ability is doubled. When the terrorist power of 19 people bombarded those tortoise shells together, they immediately smashed those tortoise shells to pieces. After all, it was the power of 19 people. Together, they may already be equivalent to the 5th-level powerhouse in the secret realm of the true spirit. A full blow. However, such a terrifying bombardment still failed to break through Lu Guanming's tortoise shell defense. This move of Lu Guanming breathed out the tortoise's breath so much that he was really like a tortoise shell. It is undoubtedly extremely difficult for people of the same level to break through his defense. 2 strokes. Having resisted 2 moves, the 19 of them attacked for 2 rounds, but they were all resisted by Lu Guanming, which made the expressions of the 19 people in the Tibetan fire hall suddenly change. This sky-suppressing sect disciple named Lu Guanming, the defense is too tough, right? Like a turtle shell. There are only 3 things, use all your strength to solve them. The leader of the hidden fire hall immediately shouted, knowing that their next move must be to deal with Ling Han and Lu Guanming, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. He quietly hid some strength, exerted 90% of his strength, and a ball of flame burst out instantly. As for the other 18 people, some of them used their full strength, while others also retained 10% of their strength. They each displayed their martial skills and bombarded Ling Han and Lu Guanming. In the entire martial field of the Forbidden Army, the flames, sword lights, and sword shadows erupted again. This time, it's definitely unstoppable. It's a pity that the 19 people have used all their strength, and they don't even have a chance to surrender. If this is the case, they will definitely die in this round of attacks. All the onlookers had their hearts beating faster, and they all looked nervously at the field. For many people, the results of the 7 schools of martial arts have nothing to do with them, but when a strong man like Lu Guanming appears on the spot, it will undoubtedly attract everyone's attention and affect everyone's attention heart. Have you tried your best? It seems that I have to do it too. Facing a desperate situation, Lu Guanming's eyes flashed with madness, and he roared instantly. Taishi Turtle Chi, he has not only cultivated to the perfect state, but if he takes the Taishi Turtle Chi one step further from the perfect state, he will be able to generate a Taishi aura field, which has the most terrifying characteristic rebound attack. Taishi Turtle Chi, once one comprehends transcendence, it is no longer just a defensive martial skill, but a terrifying martial skill for defensive counterattack. When Lu Guanming roared angrily, the profound energy in his body suddenly boiled up, and the sky-suppressing power surged out frantically. 2 breathy aura. A layer of Taishi aura, flowing with tortoiseshell patterns, spread out in an instant, blocking the bombardment of the 19 people from a distance, and suddenly, a strange aura burst out, and the bombardment power of the 19 people was unexpectedly suppressed by Taishi. The aura was completely blocked, and then bounced away. The 19 people did not expect this scene at all. Shocked, each of them was hit by the rebounded martial arts force, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. But at the same time, the breath aura formed by Lu Guanming was also fragmented, unable to withstand all the attacks. The rest of the attack force fell on him, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, and he fell on his back. "Do you died?" Many people's hearts skipped a beat, and they couldn't help being stunned seeing Lu Guanming fall on his back. This guy was so strong that he bounced back the attacks of the 19 people, it was so shocking. However, being attacked by so many people at the same time, no matter how heaven-defying a person is, it is impossible to survive. It's time for me to play. But at this moment, Ling Han, who has always been under the protection of Lu Guanming, finally took a small step. The Fist of Soul. Without hesitation, Ling Han stepped out and punched a disciple of the Tibetan Fire Hall, who was bounced not far away. That disciple of the Tibetan Fire Palace is the leader of the Tibetan Fire Palace, who has retained 10% of his power. Since he retained 10% of his strength, he didn't lose his combat effectiveness when he was rebounded at this moment, but suffered a slight injury. Seeing Ling Han punching Hong Lai, the disciple of the Tibetan Fire Hall sneered, and was about to release the Tibetan fire, but because of being injured by Lu Guanming's rebound, the movement was half a beat slower. Fist of Soul, Seal. Ling Han punched out, and a shocking ripple spread out in the air, instantly covering the disciple of the Tibetan Fire Palace. Being bombarded head-on by the soul-moving fist, the disciples of the Hidden Fire Palace suddenly felt that the meridians all over their bodies were in chaos. At this moment, any martial arts skills could not be used in actual combat. Kill. Seeing that the man had no intention of admitting defeat, Ling Han suddenly had a killing intent in his eyes, and a long-sword soldier appeared in his hand. Tianwei Sword Art. Ling Han slashed down with a sword, and blood spattered. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. In the last round, the disciples of the Tibetan Fire Hall did not give a chance to admit defeat, so the 3 surrounded and killed a Tian sect disciple. But now, Ling Han gave him a chance, and the other party refused to admit defeat, so he made an assassin, beheading that person with one sword. This scene fell into the eyes of the owner of the Tibetan Fire Palace, Hua Haishan, who immediately stood up angrily, and a cluster of flames rose from his head. It's a pity that even if he saw this scene, he would not have any possibility to run into the arena to rescue the disciple of the Tibetan Fire Palace. If you don't admit defeat, you will die. This is the truth in the Imperial military arena, don't think it's just a game. Kill. Ling Han didn't show any mercy, he turned around and aimed his sword at another disciple of the Tibetan Fire Hall. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The Xuanhuan temple disciple hastily conceded defeat, and fled towards the edge of the Imperial Army's arena in a panic. In the presence of tens of thousands of people watching, once he admits defeat, that person will lose the qualification for the competition, and he will either leave the Forbidden Army martial field with his head in his arms, or squat in the Forbidden Army martial field with his head in his arms. Hugging the head is an act of admitting defeat. In addition, the sect disciples who have lost their combat effectiveness can be regarded as surrendering automatically. Although they are still in the field of the Imperial Army, they will not be regarded as targets by others if they cannot stand up. However, they can't make another shot on the field, otherwise it will be considered a foul, and will deprive the disciple of the sect of a certain number of martial arts arrows. Shocked by Lu Guanming's Taishi aura, all the disciples of Zhang Guodian, Duandomen, and Qingqing Pavilion fell on their backs. Under Ling Han's threat, he quickly beheaded a disciple of the Xuanhuan Palace, and scared away 3 disciples of Duan Daomen, 2 disciples of the Xuanhuan Palace, and 4 disciples of Qingqing Pavilion. They were injured by Lu Guanming's move and temporarily lost their fighting power. It may take several hours to recover. At this moment, there is nothing for them on the court. Lu Guanming, with the strength of one person, actually caused one person to be killed and 9 people to admit defeat. However, he himself seemed to have paid a heavy price. Still alive? Among the tens of thousands of people watching, many of them focused on Lu Guanming. As for Ling Han, who came out to pick up cheap after Lu Guanming broke out, there is nothing outstanding for the time being, and of course he can't attract the attention of others. But then, Ling Han finally began to fall into the sight of others. Siege and kill him. The remaining 9 disciples of Kang Wodian, Duandomen, and Qingqing Pavilion rushed towards Ling Han at the same time. They have already lost 10 people. If they don't kill or drive away Ling Han, what face do they have to stay on the field? This time, kill. This Ling Han can't be as perverted as Na Lu Guanming, right? But at this moment, besides Ling Han and the remaining 9 disciples, there were actually disciples from Qianzizong and Liujianzong who ran over to take advantage of it. The disciples of Qianzizong and Liujianzong naturally targeted the disciples of Duandomen, Zhang Guodian and Qingqing Pavilion. As for Ling Han of Zhentianzong, no one cared anymore, because he was left alone. What kind of waves could he cause? The field once again fell into chaos, while the 9 people who killed Ling Han at the same time, 4 of them were held back by the disciples of Qianzizong and Liujianzong. There are only 5, come on. A cold light flashed in Ling Han's eyes, and he swung the long sword in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the surface of his long sword was instantly covered with a layer of frost, exuding an incomparably frightening cold air. Taiyin, Shenyun. Starting from the long sword, Ling Han's whole body was gradually covered by a layer of frost. At the same time, a terrifying charm of the law of the sun spread, suppressing all 5 besieged people. Lunar charm. The charm of the law of the Dixie level Tianbei. For a martial artist at the first level of the true spirit secret realm, this is undoubtedly extremely astonishing, and once it is used, it is also extremely terrifying. Even the 5 disciples of Duandomen, Zhang Guodian and Qingqing Pavilion combined were completely frozen by the charm of Taiyin at this moment. They were first shocked by Lu Guanming. Even if they did not lose their combat effectiveness, they were slightly injured. Now covered by the divine charm of the sun, his whole body was immediately covered with a layer of frost, and his movements instantly became stiff. Tianwei sword art. Ling Han had practiced the heavenly might sword Ju to perfection. At this time, one sword was swung out, and it turned into 5 swords. Each sword contained infinite heavenly power, and descended on the heads of those 5 people. Admit, lose. The 5 of them surrendered with great difficulty at the same time. If they did not admit defeat, they would all be beheaded by one Ling Han. Such a consequence would be more serious than losing a few arrows from the Zhongmen. With these 5 people admitting defeat, the sects of Duandomen, Zhangguodian, and Qingqing Pavilion, the 3 joint sects, were once again close to the group's destruction. Among them, there were only 2 remaining in Qingqing Pavilion, who were respectively entangled by 3 or 4 Qianxi sect disciples, and were soon forced to admit defeat. Duandao sect, the last person left, was fighting alone with a disciple of the Falling Rain Sword sect, but because he was injured by Lu Guanming first, the Duandao sect disciple finally wounded the disciple of the Falling Rain Sword sect. After that, he had no choice but to admit defeat. As for the man in the Hidden Fire Palace, he was chased and killed by 2 disciples of the Falling Rain Sword sect, and he wanted to escape, but he was harassed and stopped by Liao Lele, who was rushing towards him. As a result, the last disciple of the Hidden Fire Palace faced the swordsmanship of 2 disciples of the Falling Rain Sword sect at the same time, and could only choose to admit defeat in the end. The Palace of Hidden Fire, Broken Knife Gate, and Qingqing Pavilion were wiped out once again. Among them, there was a disciple with the highest savvy in the Palace of Hidden Fire, who was beheaded by Ling Han, and the loss was extremely heavy. This made the faces of the heads of the 3 major sects extremely ugly, and Fan Qiaoyun, the master of the Qingqing Pavilion, also began to think, is it wrong for him to form an alliance with the Tibetan Fire Palace and the Duandao sect? Anyway, this 3rd round of melee has nothing to do with these 3 sects. In addition to Ling Han and Liao Lele, there are still 2 disciples from the Hambing men who are still in the process of escaping. In addition, there are 4 disciples of Qianxi sect and 3 disciples of Falling Rain Sword sect. One of the disciples of Falling Rain Sword sect has already been injured by a disciple of Duandao sect. And in this round, only 5 people can survive to the end. Ling Han's Taiyin charm put too much pressure on others, which made the 4 disciples of Qianxi sect and the 3 disciples of Luoyu Sword sect surround Ling Han at the same time. Liao Lele and the 2 disciples of the Ice sect had no opponents to chase them, so they also stopped at this moment, watching from the sidelines. Once Ling Han was attacked, they would immediately go to the rescue. In terms of numbers, coupled with Ling Han's powerful strength, Tianjinzong is not at a big disadvantage in this regard. Strike with all your strength, just want to kill. The disciple of the Falling Rain Sword sect pointed the sword directly at Ling Han, and the 3 sword chis rushed towards Ling Han. Tianwei sword art. Ling Han swung the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy flew horizontally. Although he blocked the opponent's 3 sword energy, he was knocked back several steps by its power. Thousands of charms. Shadows are like spider silk, winding towards Ling Han from the ground, from the sky, and from all directions. At this moment, the profound energy in Ling Han's body was almost exhausted. Facing such a fierce attack from the opponent, he seemed to have no strength to fight any longer. Ling Han, admit defeat. In Zhenchenzong, many people stood up and shouted out. Lu Guanming's life and death are unknown, Ling Han must not be in trouble. However, upon hearing the concerned words from Zhen Tianzong's direction, Ling Han stood in the field and raised his sword one by one. Absolutely, no, yes, lose. These 5 words sounded out of Ling Han's mouth one by one, giving tens of thousands of people in the Imperial Army a sense of shock. Even though he was exhausted, even in the face of several people's siege, this Ling Han still refused to admit defeat. His courage is really outrageous. It is really enviable that such a character will appear in Tian Suppressing School, but it is a pity that such 2 people will die on the stage of the 7 schools of martial arts. It is really sad. Wrong. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Lu Guanming, who had already fallen down, suddenly stood up at this moment, shaking his head in a daze. Lu Guanming, is he not dead? He stands up. Standing up, but still not admitting defeat, it means that he is still standing on the field, and he is a member of Zhenshenzong. This is, the breath of the turtle enters the realm of transformation, and one can breathe like a turtle and enter a state of suspended animation. Beside Long Yu, Walker explained solemnly. Breathing out the breath of the turtle, cultivated into the realm of transformation, and reached the highest level of this martial skill, it turned out to be like a turtle breathing out like a turtle, feigning death to deceive the enemy. Unexpectedly, after Yu Pancher, Lu Guanming cultivated this Taishi turtle chi to the level of transformation, which was completely unexpected, and even caused a thunderous exclamation and applause in the imperial military field. Powerful, really too powerful. Such a terrifying guy with outstanding defense did not die, but stood up. Is he really ready to continue fighting? Lu Guanming, do you have any energy left? Ling Han. Lu Guanming roared angrily, seeing that Ling Han was besieged and killed by 4 disciples of Qianxi sect and 3 disciples of Luoyu sword sect. He immediately rushed over with a strong body. Boom. 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 The hearts of tens of thousands of people seemed to be beating with Lu Guanming's footsteps. Everyone knew that the result of the 3rd round of melee would be revealed in the next moment. Superior. Liao Lele and the other 2 hesitant disciples of the Ice sect also knew that this opportunity must not be missed. If they don't make it again, when Ling Han and Lu Guanming are eliminated, they will also be eliminated, without any chance. Finally, in this situation, the 2 Ice sect disciples don't want to lose. The disciples of Zhenshenzong are really too powerful. It is indeed the right choice for the sect master to cooperate with Zhenshenzong. 5 against 7, Zhenshenzong and Hambing men seem to be at a disadvantage, but the aura of Lu Guanming and Ling Han makes them seem as terrifying as thousands of troops. Kill. As soon as Lu Guanming raised his hand, a rocky shield wall appeared in front of him, and then the rocky shield wall turned into fierce earth fists, blasting towards the opponent. These earth fists, combined with the charm of the Taiyin released by Ling Han with the last remaining profound energy, seemed to be pouring down giant hailstones, hitting the disciples of Qianxi sect and Luoyu sword sect. The 7 people besieged and killed Ling Han, but when they encountered the terrifying aura of Lu Guanming, Liao Lele, and others coming from the outside, they were immediately thrown into disarray, and each of them was dispersed to fight independently. And in this way, their defeat is already set. Admit defeat. A disciple of Qianxi sect was caught up by Lu Guanming. When he saw Lu Guanming's black face, he was startled and hastily surrendered. Lu Guanming alone knocked 19 people into the air. His aura was so terrifying that he didn't even dare to fight, so he just surrendered. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Compared with the second round of the melee, the performances of Lu Guanming and Ling Han can be said to be more eye-catching than the 3 heroes of the Feng family. But from another point of view, the 3 heroes of the Feng family are only 16 or 17 years old, and they may not be less accomplished than Lu Guanming and Ling Han in the future. Ling Han, he also comprehended the charm of Taiyin. Long Yu observed the field and nodded secretly. It seems that Ling Han has absorbed and comprehended the power of the Taiyin fragments, and he grew up in the Ling family villa, so he has a very deep understanding of the laws of Taiyin. It's just that, with the heavenly monument law of the Dixie level, the release of Xinyun requires too much profound energy, and Ling Han, who is the first level in the true spirit secret realm, can't last long at all. Fortunately, Lu Guanming cooperated, otherwise Ling Han alone would be useless in this round of scuffle. In the arena, Lu Guanming frightened a Qianxi sect disciple away, and then finally released the true spirit. Mount Tai's true spirit, press the top. Lu Guanming's true spirit turned out to be a gigantic mountain peak. As soon as it appeared, it instantly suppressed the 2 disciples of the Falling Rain sword sect in front of it with the tyrannical sky-suppressing momentum. Tianwei sword art. Rock Earth Fist. Ling Han and Lu Guanming attacked one after the other, making the 2 Falling Rain sword sects hastily admit defeat. In this case, even admitting defeat is better than losing your life. The entire third round of melee was the performance venue for Ling Han and Lu Guanming, which caused tens of thousands of spectators around to discuss and point their fingers at the venue, each envious and jealous, that Zhen Tianzong could produce such a powerful disciple. It is simply envious of others. In the third round of melee, only 5 people could stay in the end. After Qianzizong and Liu Jianzong's disciples all surrendered, there were only 3 Zhenchenzong and 2 Hambing men left. These 5 people were the final winners of the third round of melee. Everyone can get 3 arrows of martial arts for their sect. In this way, Zhenchenzong has a total of 19 martial arts arrows, surpassing Qianzizong. And the Frost sect also has 12 branches, which are on par with Qianzi sect. Each sect has its own strong stage. The second and third rounds were the Zhenchenzong show, but what happened next was hard to say. In the fourth round, there was a scuffle between the disciples of the second level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The Xintian sect didn't have any disciples in this martial arts realm. Whether it is Lu Guanming or Ling Han, there is no way to step into the second level of the real Spirit Secret Realm in a short time, and it is even more impossible for Liao Lele to jump to the second level of the realm. And even if one of them stepped into the second level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it would be difficult to cause any waves in the fourth round of melee. The fourth round is the strong stage of Hambingmen and Qingqing Pavilion. In the Ice sect, there are 3 disciples of the second level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and they practice special martial arts. The martial arts they practice cooperate with each other, and their power is superb. It's a pity that this round lacks the cooperation of Zhenchenzong. No matter how powerful the 3 members of the Ice sect are, they may not be able to escape the final elimination. 2 days later, the fourth round of melee began. As expected, in this round, without the cooperation of Zhenchenzong, the 3 members of the Frost sect were passive from beginning to end, facing the siege of the 3 major sects. Soon, after defeating the 2 disciples of Kang Huodian and Duandomen, the 3 also conceded defeat and left. This round of melee is destined to be the stage for Qianzizong and Qingqing Pavilion. A total of 23 disciples from the second level of the True Spirit Secret Realm participated in the battle from the 7 major sects, and only 3 of them won in the end. After half a day of twists and turns, Qianzizong finally won 2 people, and Qingqing Pavilion won 1 person, and they each won 4 martial arts arrows for their sect. As a result, Qianzizong's total martial arts arrows reached 20, surpassing Zhenchenzong's 1. Long Yu, it's up to you from now on. In Zhenchenzong, everyone was not in a good mood, but when they thought of Long Yu's appearance in the next round, everyone felt relieved. The disciples of the third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, there are a total of 15 people from the 7 major sections. According to the rules, only 2 people can win in the end. In Zhenchenzong, Long Yu and Zhuge Jian fought, and in Hambingmen, a pair of brothers and sisters from the third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm fought, a total of 4 people. Their situation, in the eyes of many people, is still not optimistic. Although the cooperation of Long Yu and Lu Yuan can injure Long Ji, but without Lu Yuan's cooperation, Long Yu is on the cusp alone. Can he persevere to the end? Before the 5th melee started, Long Yu had already become the focus of everyone's attention. The 5th round of melee is about to begin. Long Yu still failed to comprehend the artistic conception of the 9 nether laws, and stepped into the 4th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, but he was not in a hurry. The breakthrough of this kind of bottleneck needs time most, and it's okay to be slow. Anyway, with his current strength, even if one hits 10, there is no problem, it is extremely easy. This scuffle, Long Yu can definitely be his own performance. The indifferent young man, Zhuge Jian, wearing purple clothes and a purple scabbard, looked at Long Yu coldly, feeling very unhappy. Why, Long Yu and him are both in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but everyone only values Long Yu and ignores the existence of his Zhuge sword. Could it be that he, Zhuge Jian, has practiced outside for many years? Is he not as good as an 18-year-old boy? Thinking of what the left Prince Chu Chaoxing said to him not long ago, Zhuge Jian's hand holding the sword trembled a little. Is it true that he really wants to do what that person said? After a long time, Zhuge Jian finally stabilized the hand holding the sword when everyone stepped onto the field of the Forbidden Army. He decided to follow what xuanhuan Chu Chaoxing said, and fight it out. No matter whether it succeeds or not, it will be beneficial to him. Junior brother Long Yu, let's cooperate and kill them all. A smile appeared on Zhuge Jian's indifferent face, and he and Long Yu stepped onto the field of the Forbidden Army. Long Yu nodded, but he was muttering in his heart, what's the matter with Zhuge Jian? He didn't say a word at first, but now he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Although it is said that they will play together and cooperate, this situation is also a bit abnormal. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Long Yu secretly had a trace of vigilance in his heart. He raised his head, looked around, and found that out of the tens of thousands of people in the Imperial Army martial field, more than 90% of them were looking at him. The feeling of all the attention made Long Yu uncomfortable. What he is best at is actually waiting for his prey in the shadows. However, under the pressure of strength, it doesn't matter whether he adapts or not. He then glanced at the disciples of the major sects on the field, including him, a total of 15 people, of which there are 2 each from the Xintian sect and the Ice sect. In addition, there are 3 people in Hidden Fire Palace and Broken Knife Gate. There is only 1 person in Qingqing Pavilion, and there are 2 people in Rainfall Sword Sect and Shanxi Sect. The disciples at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm are all under 25 years old, and they are considered top geniuses in the entire Tang dynasty. You must know that most of these disciples will be able to step into the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm in the near future and become True Spirit entities. The reason why the 7 schools of martial arts has attracted so many people's attention is because most of these young disciples who participated in the competition will shine with infinite brilliance in the Great Tang Kingdom in the future. The Great Tang Martial Army has hundreds of thousands of people. Although most of them have the strength of the 8th or 9th level of martial arts, they are all very old and have no possibility of improvement. Both the 8th level of martial arts and the 9th level of martial arts, the disciples of the sect who participated in the 7 sects of martial arts are obviously much higher in status. Seeing that the 3 people in Hidden Fire Palace and Broken Knife Gate were all staring at him, Long Yu looked calm and composed on the surface, as if he didn't take them seriously, but he was secretly vigilant in his heart. At any time, do not underestimate the enemy, otherwise it is easy to capsize in the gutter. The 5th round of scuffle, start. In the largest spectator seat, Chu Chaoxing, who was wearing a golden royal robe, stood up. This was the first time he had stood up to watch the scuffle in so many days. On his mature and charming face, with a look full of interest, it is obvious that he is also very interested in Long Yu. Following Chu Chaoxing's start, everyone in the arena took action, except Long Yu. Long Yu still stood calmly on the spot, and did not take the initiative to attack, because once he moved, it would be easy to reveal his flaws and give the enemy a chance to break through. Junior brother Long, I'll help you. Zhuge Jian took out the long sword from the purple scabbard with one hand, held it in his hand, and stepped forward in 3 or 2 steps to face Long Yu back to back, like Ling Han and Lu Guanming in the 3rd round, making a defensive posture. The 2 Ice sect disciples also approached Long Yu subconsciously, but when they saw that almost everyone in the field was heading towards Long Yu, the 2 Ice sect disciples immediately went blank. Obediently, what's the situation? Not only the disciples of Hidden Fire Hall, Duan Dao sect and Qingqing Pavilion, but also the disciples of Qianxi sect and Luoyu Sword sect all rushed towards Long Yu in unison. The 2 Ice sect disciples could only wander around in the outer circle immediately, not daring to get close. Broken Knife Domain. A Broken Knife sect disciple, with a fierce gleam in his eyes, and with a flash of his figure, with his own extremely fast speed, he came to Long Yu in an instant, and a blade light swayed out. Break! Long Yu punched out at will, and the Thunder Overlord body tempered by Tianlei made him smash that sword light into pieces with this simple punch without any power. One blow was ineffective, and the broken knife sect disciple retreated quickly. He knew that Long Yu was very strong, so he must not go head-to-head with Long Yu. We take turns to harass him, first consume his profound energy. I don't know who yelled, and all 11 genius sect disciples at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm surrounded Long Yu and Zhuge Jian. They kept releasing their martial skills from a distance, bombarding and killing Long Yu, without the slightest intention of approaching. This 5th round of scuffle turned into the Tianzong Long Yu, who single-handedly fought against the 3rd disciple of the True Spirit Secret Realm of the 5 major sects. Seeing that everyone started to consume Long Yu's profound energy, many people couldn't help but shook their heads. If Long Yu doesn't take the initiative to attack, he will only lose in the end. However, Long Yu remained calm all the time, standing still on the spot, enduring the martial arts bombardment of everyone, and the Zhuge sword behind him would also block some attacks for him. But in Long Yu's heart, he didn't pay attention to those people's attacks at all. What he is most guarded against now is the Zhuge sword behind him. Finally, Long Yu pretended that his profound energy was insufficient and that he was about to be unable to hold on, and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Zhuge, I am about to be overwhelmed, let's take the initiative to attack." Good. Hearing this, Zhuge Jian's eyes lit up immediately. He sprinted forward with the long sword in his hand, shouted sharply, and then turned around and swung Long Yu's sword. This scene caused an uproar among tens of thousands of people in the audience. What's going on? That Zhuge sword of Tianjin sect turned against him at this critical moment. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Following Zhuge Jian's counterattack and stabbing at Long Yu's neck, there was a burst of hush in the audience. On such an occasion as the 7 schools of martial arts, it is really shocking that someone would openly fight back and attack someone from his own sect. Such a situation is extremely rare in the entire history of the Tang dynasty. Everyone in Zhenshenzong stood up from their seats all at once, with anger on their faces. This Zhuge sword is so shameless, it must have been bought secretly. As for the one who bought him, most likely it was Zhuangye Chu Chaoxing. At this time, Zhuge Jian and Long Yu were standing back to back, there was almost no distance between them. When Zhuge Jian made a counterattack, Long Yu hardly had any time to react. However, no one thought that he was guarding against this Zhuge sword from the very beginning. Tai-yin wings. Long Yu snarled, and suddenly the Tai-yin wings stretched out from behind him, spreading out a burst of turbulent Tai-yin energy. At this moment, the great power of Tai-yin descended on the audience, enveloping the Zhuge sword who was close at hand and came in with a sneak attack. The endless frost power of the sun made Zhuge Jian's body completely stiff, and he barely released the Tianjin domain. After a little resistance, he found that Long Yu had already taken this opportunity to punch back. 9 Nether Dragon Fist. Long Yu's reaction speed exceeded everyone's expectations, and Zhuge Jian couldn't dodge this close-range punch. The chi of 9 Netherness exploded out. Almost at the moment when Zhuge's sword came out of the sword, Long Yu released the great power of Tai-yin, and then swung his fist backwards. This punch was just the most basic 9 Nether Dragon Fist. No road to hell, no spirit of hell, it was useless superior. However, Zhuge Jian couldn't resist just such a punch. Kill. With a bang, Zhuge Jian's figure in purple clothes was blown away by a punch, and he fell heavily to the ground, and the aura of 9 seclusion entered his body instantly. He wanted to attack Long Yu sneakily and kill Long Yu so that he could claim credit with Chu Chaoxing, but unfortunately, Long Yu saw through and flew away with a punch, damaging the meridians all over his body, and even his dantian was seriously injured. Destroyed once. Court death. Faced with such a sneak-attacking guy, Long Yu naturally had no reason to forgive him, and directly twisted his body with the energy of the 9 secluded worlds, destroying his dantian. All of this happened in just 1 or 2 breaths. Before the people around could fully react, Zhuge Jian had already been blown away by Long Yu, crippling his cultivation. Since the general trend of the sun has been released, let's continue to kill. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he didn't pay attention to the 11 people around him at all. With a wave of his hand, the Taiyin wings stretched out, leading him to soar out of thin air. 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, kill 10,000 people. Long Yu's figure descended from the sky, with a pair of lunar wings stretched out, as if a sky eagle descended into the world. With a single shot carrying infinite killing intent, he killed a disciple of Duandao sect. The Broken Knife sect disciple is the one who released the Broken Knife domain, and he is one of the best among the Broken Knife sect disciples. But at this moment, facing Long Yu's spear, he only had the thought of running away, and he didn't have any guts to confront him at all. Run. However, can his speed compare to Long Yu? The 9 Nether Dragon Spear was like a maggot attached to the bone, with a strong killing intent. It lifted the disciple of the Duandao sect flying with one shot, and landed heavily on the edge of the Forbidden Army's field, motionless. Long Yu's shot had already shattered his heart, and he lost his life immediately. Let me remind you that with so many of you besieging me, I couldn't hold back when I was in a hurry. If you lose your life, don't blame me. Holding the 9 Nether Dragon Spear, Long Yu stretched out the Taiyin wings, behind his back, turned around, and stood proudly. With his eyes, he glanced at the remaining 10 sect disciples in the 3rd level of the True Spirit's secret realm. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and he reminded with a sneer. What a loss of life. A disciple of Qianxi sect sneered, this kid is just bluffing and wants us to take the initiative to admit defeat. How is this possible? That's right. Although Long Yu is very strong, we are not weak. If we join forces to deal with him, it is impossible to lose. With the strength of one person, he will definitely not be able to last long. We will continue to consume his profound energy and make him exhausted. They even agreed that Long Yu was bluffing. However, a cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes at this moment. Bluff? I just want to remind you, I give you a chance to admit defeat. If you still don't admit defeat, don't blame me. The next moment, Long Yu's whole body turned into a gray-black streamer, and suddenly he dodged behind the sneering Qianxi sect disciple. You said, I was bluffing? With a faint sound from Long Yu, the 9 Nether Dragon Spear had already pierced through the dantian of that Qianxi sect disciple with endless killing intent. To deal with the Qianxi sect disciple at the 3rd level of the True Spirit's secret realm, Long Yu didn't even need to use any means at all. He could crush him directly with his strength. However, the speed and shadow phantoms that the disciples of Qianxi sect were proud of had no effect at all under Long Yu's faster speed. In an instant, the disciple of Qianxi sect died. Boom. 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 For the remaining 9 people, their hearts beat faster and beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads. This Long Yu was so fast that they couldn't react at all. We gathered together. Someone immediately suggested that as long as the remaining 9 of them gathered together, no matter who Long Yu wants to deal with, they can react as quickly as possible and launch a fatal blow to Long Yu. However, as they gathered together, they realized that their thoughts were too naive. 9 Nether Blast. Long Yu slammed his fist to the ground, and immediately under the ground where the 9 people gathered together, a 9 Nether explosion stream erupted instantly, forming a 9 Nether chi pillar blasting up. This sudden change made the 9 people frightened one after another, fleeing to the side in a hurry. However, there were still 2 people who couldn't dodge in time, and were blasted by the 9 Nether blast. They had no ability to resist at all, and the meridians in their bodies were instantly eroded by the 9 Nether chi. Suppressing the Sky Spear art, multiple spear shadows. Long Yu brandished the 9 Serenity Dragon spear in his hand, and in an instant, a lot of spear shadows appeared, stabbing a disciple of the Xuanhuan temple who was fleeing in a hurry, and he died. Long Yu proved with his actual actions whether he was bluffing or not. He also didn't want to massacre in the 7 schools of martial arts, but the martial arts he cultivated were all killing people. He had given these people a chance to admit defeat, but they thought his bluff and still wanted to join hands to deal with him. That being the case, what is there for Long Yu to feel guilty about? The 11 people who had originally besieged Long Yu in the field were only 5 left in an instant, and the other 6 were either dead or disabled. All of them had lost their combat effectiveness. Such a scene shocked the audience, only in an instant. And seeing this situation, finally someone couldn't sit still. Stop! A loud shout came from the spectator seats of the Tibetan Fire Palace, and then a figure in a fiery red robe leaped out and quickly rushed towards the field. It was the owner of the Tibetan Fire Palace, Huahaishan. Long Yu killed Huahaishan's son, Huafu, and he hadn't taken revenge yet, but now Long Yu was massacring his disciples of the Xuanhuan Palace in front of him. How could he bear it? With the appearance of Huahaishan, Xuanhuan, the head of the broken knife sect, this stout man also held a broken knife, jumping towards the field, extremely fast. Long Yu, the talent displayed is really terrifying. They will never allow such an existence to really grow up. Feng Yin, the owner of the Qingqing Pavilion, the woman in red, did not move much. Her eyes shone brightly, and she realized that although Long Yu had killed many people, he hadn't moved the female disciple who participated in the battle at Qingqing Pavilion. Under such circumstances, she didn't need to take action. When Huahaishan and Xuanhuan, the sect masters of the 2 major sects, attacked the field, the tens of thousands of people in the Forbidden Army field turned their attention to the left Prince Chu Chaoxing, who was sitting in the largest spectator seat. Chu Chaoxing narrowed his eyes slightly, but he never expected that Long Yu would be so brave. He already knew that Long Yu's strength was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that even the 11 sect disciples who were at the same level of martial arts were no match for Long Yu at all. Even the chess piece Zhuge Jian, which he secretly bought, didn't have any effect. Chu Chaoxing could naturally see that Zhuge Jian's sneak attack failed not because Zhuge Jian was too weak, but because Long Yu was too vigilant. Such a kid is really too difficult to deal with. Chu Chaoxing didn't make any move, just watched Huahaishan and Xuanhuan, the 2 masters, rushing towards Long Yu. Dream. In Zhenshenzong, Bai Yunzong yelled sharply when he saw this, and the entity of the real spirit of the spear emerged from behind, rushed to the field at an extremely fast speed, and stopped Huahaishan in front of him. Tang Qin, the head of the Frost sect, also made a move, and the Frost domain made a move, which immediately blocked Xuanhuan's forward pace. In the discussion of martial arts among the 7 sects, the suzerains of the 4 major sects actually confronted each other, and the cause was only a disciple of the Zhentian sect who was the 3rd-level True Spirit Secret Realm. Tang Qin, you really want to be my enemy? Xuanhuan said in a rough voice. He can see that the broken knife in his hand has been covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. Tang Qin's martial arts realm is comparable to his. At this moment, it is impossible for him to break through Tang Qin's block. Xuanhuan, I'm just reminding you, don't break the rules. Tang Qin chuckled, and the graceful figure under the sky-blue silk robe was surrounded by flying ice and snow, making her look extremely beautiful. In the 7 sects of martial arts, the juniors compete and the elders cannot intervene. This is an iron rule. However, Huahaishan and Xuanhuan ignored this rule and wanted to do something to Long Yu, but it was Tang Qin who took up the word reasonable when they said it. Of course she was not afraid. The same is true for Bai Yunzong. He and Tang Qin just blocked 2 guys who wanted to break the rules of the 7 schools of martial arts. However, at this moment, there was another shout from outside the arena. Stinky boy, you dare to massacre the disciples of all the major sects in the 7 schools of martial arts. You are looking for death. Today, I, the prince, will clean up moths like you for Lord Zhua. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Ju, who was wearing a golden robe, leaped high from his seat, his eyes were filled with cold light, and rushed towards Long Yu. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. In the great Tang imperial city, there are too many people who want to deal with Long Yu. Among other things, among the 4 great families alone, people from the 3 great families wanted Long Yu's life: the Wang family, the Yuqi family, and the Luo family. The head of the Wang family, Gu Hibo, and Wang Yuanchen, the son of the patriarch, Wang Ju, went to deal with Long Yu and Lu Yuan, but they never came back. Finally, they found that they seemed to have died in the cold pond ice valley, and even the body could not be found. Whether it is Wang Yuanchen who was killed by Long Yu or not, Wang Ju can only put his hatred on Long Yu's head now. As for the Luo family, Luo Zixing, the son of the Luo family, was playing in the elegant residence in the mountains, but Long Yu took away the soldiers and whipped him in the face. This whip not only hit Luo Zixing's face, but also the face of the entire Luo family. As for the Yuqi family, the son Yuchiteo, it was a personal grievance, but this also made the Yuqi family have a bad impression of Long Yu. Who told him to bully young Master Yuqi's family? Due to the great enmity between him and Long Yu, Wang Ju finally couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up and rushed towards him. The suzerain is dispatched, the patriarch is dispatched, this Long Yu is really powerful. This is undoubtedly breaking the rules of the 7 schools of martial arts, but as long as Chu Chaoxing doesn't say anything, who else can stop them? That's right, it seems that Chu Chaoxing also has an attitude of suppressing Long Yu. Chu Chaoxing didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, but just watched quietly from the side. And when Wang Ju was about to come to the center of the forbidden military field, a bloody fist suddenly pierced through from the side, and punched Wang Ju, who was caught off guard. The power of this bloody fist light is extremely terrifying. Even Wang Ju, who has reached the state of unity of true spirit, can't bear it. He spurts a mouthful of blood and flies out backwards. Someone is helping Long Yu. Immediately, this scene made everyone in the field even more excited. Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin each tried to stop Hua Haishan and Chu Shanwu, but they were just blocking. They didn't really fight. Even if they did fight, they were evenly matched. But now that Wang Ju made a move, he was hit by the bloody fist and spit blood. This undoubtedly showed that the person who shot was much stronger than Wang Ju. Many people looked towards the direction where the bloody fist light flew out, but found that the place was just an ordinary spectator stand, and there was no special person there at all, only some Jianhu martial arts who had just reached the secret realm of true spirits. Who the hell blasted out this bloody fist light? Many people were like a mirror in their hearts, and immediately guessed what was going on. Especially Chu Chaoxing, when he saw the bloody fist glow, he immediately squinted his eyes. Old guy, you can't help but take the shot after all. But even you can't keep your grandson this time. On the martial field of the Imperial Army, Long Yu of course also saw the scene where Wang Ju was blown away by the bloody fist light. Yes, Grandpa. Long Yu's heart trembled. He easily guessed the other party's identity, because the blood-colored fist light, which he had seen before, was none other than the super-spiritual level martial skill of the Jiang clan's Long family, Blood Dragon Killing Fist. Seeing this situation, Long Yu certainly knew that no one else would interfere with him. Immediately, he turned his gaze back to the remaining 5 sect disciples. These 5 people ran away in a panic, avoiding the bombardment of Jiuyo Blast Lu. Seeing the shocking changes in the field, the eyes of each of them looking at Long Yu changed. This kid is simply a monster. In the past few decades in the Tang Kingdom, has there ever been such a terrifyingly talented existence? Not to mention that there are only 5 of them now. Even if there are 50 more, they probably won't be the opponent of Long Yu, right? When they saw Long Yu turn his gaze back to them, they each shivered. I surrender. I also admit defeat. You win. The remaining 5 people all lost their fighting spirit. If the fight continues, all 5 of them will most likely die in the Imperial military arena, which is not worth it. Although they thought that if they continued to fight with Long Yu, they might be able to wait until the moment when he was exhausted and his profound energy was exhausted, but they did not dare to gamble. No one knows how powerful Long Yu can still display, no one knows how much profound energy is left in his body. No one is willing to make a joke of their own life. Admitting defeat became their only option. The 5th scuffle in the 7 schools of martial arts became Long Yu's personal performance. He killed the sneak-attacking Zhuge Jian with the momentum of thunder, and even beheaded 6 opponents who were at the same level of martial arts in a few breaths. Zoman suzerain, aristocratic family patriarch shot. In the end, no one could do anything to win Long Yu. On the field, only Long Yu and the 2 disciples of the Ice Sect who were playing soy sauce were left. 3 people are on the field, but only 2 are allowed to stay this round. I surrender. One of the Ice Sect disciples immediately raised his hands upon seeing this. He knew that it was impossible for the 2 disciples of the Ice Sect to fight against Long Yu, so they might as well just admit defeat. In this round, the Ice Sect and Zhenshenzong were also winners. In fact, if it wasn't for Zhuge Jian's rebellion halfway, things would be more troublesome, but now it's easy. 1 person from Zhenshenzong and Hambingmen each won, and won 5 arrows of martial arts for Zoman. Since then, Zhenshenzong has 24 martial arts arrows, for more than Qianzizong. After adding these 5 branches, the Frost Sect is only 3 branches away from the Qianzi Sect. Facts have proved that the Frost Gate, which has teamed up with Zhenshenzong from the beginning, is much better than the Palace of Hidden Fire, Broken Sword Gate, Rainfall Sword School, and Qingqing Pavilion. Hidden Fire Palace, Broken Knife Gate, and Rainfall Sword Sect, the 3 major sects have only 2 martial arts arrows so far, which is pitifully small. With the end of this round of melee, Hua Haishan and Chu Shanwu didn't have the chance to face Long Yu's opponent, so they could only leave with their respective sect disciples in resentment. This round, they each lost 3 disciples from the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and the loss was extremely heavy. Even, this caused the overall strength of their sect to drop by a level all of a sudden. As for Wang Ju, after being injured by the Bloody Fist Light, he didn't dare to stay for a long time, and hurriedly led the Wang family away from the forbidden military field. Of course he knew who hurt him, but he didn't expect that old man to actually protect Long Yu. This made Wang Ju feel unwilling. However, what if you are unwilling? How could he, the patriarch of the royal family, beat that old man? Even if he was injured in public and lost face, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Little friend Long Yu of Tian Tian sect is really impressive. This round, let us remember the name Long Yu. Chu Chaoxing stood up, said this sentence with a smile, and then led people away. And near Chu Chaoxing, the royal princess wearing a snow-white silk robe smiled at Long Yu, obviously more interested in him. Jin Jialong Su followed beside the royal princess, feeling unhappy. This Long Yu, why is he in such a big limelight? But he, Long Su, could only silently stand beside the royal princess. No one knew just how strong his Long Su was. His strength can only be displayed in front of the enemy. People who saw his true strength had no choice but to die. Because of this, Long Su could not fully display his strength like Long Yu after all. However, he didn't know that Long Yu, who was on the field just now, probably didn't even show any of his real strength. What other means are needed to deal with people of the same realm? No need at all. Before Long Yu left, he looked around the field, but he couldn't find anyone who looked like his grandfather. Why didn't you show up in hiding? Long Yu was puzzled. He wanted to see his grandfather very much now, and know more about his father, but if the other party didn't show up, he couldn't help it. I can only leave first. In the next round, the melee at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This will be the last battle in the melee stage, and each sect will only have 1 or 2 people from the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm participating in the battle. Except for Yu Channing of Qianxi sect, this scuffle was a battle for the strongest disciples of all the sects. Suppressing Tianzong, the core disciples are the first to walk. Duandao sect, the core disciple, is the first to die. These 2 people have long been ranked among the 9 young masters of the Great Tang Kingdom, ranking 8th and 9th respectively, and their strength is even more unfathomable now. Qingqing Pavilion Lu Yuan and Bai Lin Sha were originally the 1st and 2nd core disciples, but now they have changed their rankings, making Qingqing Pavilion the only sect with 2 disciples of the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Qi Guang, the number 1 core disciple of the Falling Rain Sword sect, recently auctioned off a Xinghai sword in the Lu family buying and selling world with great brilliance. In addition, Ouyang Ming, the number 1 core disciple of the Frost sect, Yu Xiao, the number 1 core disciple of the Zhonghua Palace, and Yu Yumei, the core disciple of the Qianxi sect, are all experts in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Tang Wu gained a little fame. Among them, Yu Yumei, a young man from the Qianxi sect, was even more famous throughout the Tang dynasty, not inferior to the Qianxi princess Yu Channing in the slightest. Because this young man, Yu Shimei, is only 14 years old, and he has already stepped into the 4th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, and he is the well-deserved number 1 genius in the Tang dynasty. So many strong players are about to enter the arena, pushing the 7 schools of martial arts to its climax. Even if you don't come to watch the previous games, you must come to watch this battle of the strongest disciple. Junior brother Long, I have a question for you. On the way back, he quietly found Long Yu on foot, and asked in a low voice, "Who will your woman help this round?" "My woman?" Long Yu was taken aback. "Lu Yuan." Wok explained. "She's not my woman." Long Yu shook his head. "As for who she will help, I don't know, senior brother Bu just needs to be careful. She and I are just ordinary friends, we don't have a deep friendship." "That's not easy to do." Hearing the words on foot, he frowned. If Lu Yuan didn't stand on this side, when he and Ouyang Ming from the Frost sect fought against the other people, they would definitely lose more than win. You know, the rules of the 6th round of the scuffle are different from the previous 5 rounds. In this 6th round, the arrows of martial arts will be rewarded according to their rankings, and the 1st to 8th place will be determined according to the order of being eliminated. The last one standing on the field is the first one, who can get 6 martial arts arrows, the second one gets 5 arrows, the third one gets 4, and so on. The first 2 to be eliminated will not receive any rewards. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Qingqing Pavilion is the temporary residence in Datong Imperial City. Lu Yuan and Bai Lin Sha, the 2 disciples of the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, were discussing something with Feng Qiaoyun, the master of the Red Clothes Pavilion, in the same room. The disciple believes that we have an advantage in this 6th round, and there is no need to cooperate with the Tibetan Fire Palace and Duandomen. Lu Yuan said calmly, and it turns out that it was a wrong decision to cooperate with them in the first few rounds. Lu Yuan, are you blaming the pavilion master for making the wrong decision? How daring. The girl in white, Bai Lin Sha, didn't miss any chance to hit Lu Yuan, and said in a cold voice. Lu Yuan glanced at Bai Lin Sha, not paying attention to her at all. In fact, Lu Yuan had already persuaded Feng Qiaoyun in private to let Feng Qiaoyun cooperate with Zhenchenzong, but it was a pity that Feng Qiaoyun had never listened to it, and now it has become like this. Don't talk about anything else, let's just talk about the 5th round that just passed, the round where Long Yu played. Lu Yuan was 100% sure that Long Yu would be the winner in the end, but Feng Qiaoyun didn't believe it. In the end, Long Yu killed everyone and shocked the audience. Feng Qiaoyun must have regretted it too, but at this moment, in front of the 2 disciples, she couldn't show it. Especially when Lu Yuan said so, she was also a little dissatisfied with Lu Yuan. Am I the pavilion master, or are you the pavilion master? I, Feng Qianyun, don't need Lu Yuan to point fingers when I make a decision. Feng Qianyun said coldly, I don't need to say much about this matter. Since we have cooperated with Zhang Guodian and Duandomen, we should cooperate to the end. When you are on the field, you too should try your best to cooperate with Yu Xiao and Duan Mie. Get rid of the stage. Our goal is Qianzizong. If we deliberately target Zhenchenzong, I am afraid that Qianzizong will benefit and win in the end. Lu Yuan couldn't help but said. Although the Qianzi sect still has 4 less martial arts arrows than the Xintian sect, this gap can be recovered very easily. Once Qianzizong is the number 1 among the 7 sects discussing martial arts this time, all 6 major sects will have to hand over their cultivation methods, which will have an extremely far-reaching impact. Even if Qianzizong wins, so what? Feng Qianyun said coldly, you guys, as long as you do what I say, it doesn't matter if you succeed or fail. After saying this, Feng Qianyun got up and left the room, her eyes shining brightly. Indeed, whether Qianzizong wins or not has little to do with her, Feng Qianyun. Even if Qianzi sect would not be able to recruit new disciples because of this, and it would decline for a long time, but by then, Feng Qianyun would be old, so what does this matter have to do with her? Thinking of the benefits that the 2 suzerains, Hua Haishan and Chu Shanwu, promised her not long ago, this is what Feng Qianyun really wants. In the room, Lu Yuan watched Feng Qianyun turn and leave without any emotion in her eyes. She did not expect that Feng Qianyun, as the master of the Qingqing Pavilion, would be so indifferent to the results of the 7 sects martial arts debates, especially in this situation where once they lose, they will have to hand over the sect's cultivation methods. I have failed for several rounds, but I am still so persistent in wanting to cooperate with Tibetan Fire Palace and Duandomen. Could it be that I have received some benefits from them? Lu Yuan couldn't help being suspicious. Anyway, she secretly made a decision in her heart. Junior sister Lu Yuan, I advise you to listen carefully to the pavilion master's words. There are some things that we disciples cannot control. Bai Linsha was on the side, deliberately sneering and attacking ridicule. Bai Linsha. Lu Yuan turned her head sideways, looked at the girl in white clothes, and said lightly, I, Lu Yuan, think that I have never offended you, just because someone said that my strength has surpassed yours. Why are you targeting me like this? Do you really think that your strength has surpassed mine? Bai Linsha raised her eyebrows, a little angry. Do you want to prove that you are stronger than me? Lu Yuan smiled disdainfully, then come and prove it to me when the 7 schools discuss martial arts. These words undoubtedly declared Lu Yuan's determination. In the next new round, she will definitely not follow Feng Qianyun's arrangement like Bai Linsha, only in this way will she be able to face Bai Linsha. Bai Linsha was not a fool, she probably understood Lu Yuan's meaning as soon as she heard it, and she was even more angry. Lu Yuan, how dare you disobey the pavilion master's order? Bai Linsha shouted angrily. A person who doesn't even pay attention to the sex mentality, how can he be qualified to be the master of the Qingqing Pavilion? Lu Yuan sneered, with such a pavilion master, Qingqing Pavilion will perish sooner or later. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yuan got up and left the room, her figure flickered, turned into a flowing sword shadow, and disappeared quickly. Without any hesitation, Bai Linsha ran out to inform Feng Qianyun of the matter. Lu Yuan, it looks like she is going to betray the sect. On this day, the sun is shining and the wind is beautiful. The Imperial Army Martial Field was once again crowded with tens of thousands of people to watch the final round of melee in the 7 sects of martial arts. In this round of melee, the strongest disciples from the 6 major sects except Qianzi sect will appear and compete on the same stage. The disciples of the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm of the 7 major sects are all ready. Originally, once the core disciples of the seven sects reached the fourth level of the true spirit secret realm, most of them would be promoted to elders. But for this time's seven schools of martial arts, these core disciples did not become elders, because once they become elders, they are not eligible to participate in the seven schools of martial arts. This time, the seven sects discuss martial arts, which is related to whether the seven sects cultivate their minds or not. On foot, he stepped onto the Imperial Army martial field. In the ice gate, a young man in a blue shirt, Yang Ming, also walked into the arena and stood with him. The most striking thing was Qianzizong's 14-year-old genius, Yu Yumei, with a faint smile on his immature face, making him look extremely mysterious. The young swordsman of Luoyu sword sect, Qi Guang, with the Xinghai sword hanging on his waist, strode into the Imperial Army's arena with great confidence. Zhang Guodian, Duandomen, and Qingqing Pavilion have already formed obvious allies. Yu Xiao, Duan Mia, and Bai Linsha came together as soon as they entered the arena. No, not right. Where is Lu Yuan, from Qingqing Pavilion, going? In everyone's sight, Lu Yuan, who was wearing a black dress and fluttering snow-white hair, walked towards Shen Tianzong. In the arena, walking on seeing this, he stretched out his hand and greeted with a smile, "Junior sister Lu, welcome." As early as last night, Long Yu told Walker that Lu Yuan decided to side with Shen Tianzong in this round. This phenomenon made Fang Qiaoyun, the owner of the Qingqing Pavilion, turn pale with anger, and Bai Linsha's eyes were full of anger and jealousy. As for the other tens of thousands of martial artists in the field, they were all surprised and inexplicable. Suppressing Heaven sect made a Zhuge sword to rebel against the battle, now this Lu Yuan, is it the same? Or is it that the relationship between Lu Yuan and Long Yu is so good that it has surpassed the sect? After all, everyone knows that the relationship between Long Yu and Lu Yuan is somewhat unclear. No matter what, Lu Yuan is still firmly on the side of Shen Tianzong. In this way, 3 against 3, sky-suppressing sect is not too disadvantaged. The biggest variable is still Qianxi sect's Xuxie charm. I don't know how strong this 14-year-old boy is. The battle begins now. In the spectator seats, the left prince, Chu Chaoxing, who was dressed in a golden royal robe, gave orders faintly. Following his words, everyone in the field immediately moved. Qi Guang of the Falling Rain sword sect set his sights on Qianxi sect's Yu Mimi as soon as he entered the stage, because Yu Mimi's voice was the loudest in the audience. He, Qi Guang, must defeat this kid and let everyone see his Qi Guang's strength. The Xinghai sword is about to shine in Qi Guang's hands. Under Qi Guang's fierce attack, Yu Mimi had no choice but to give up the idea of dealing with Shen Tianzong first. Although he was only 14 years old, his mind was very mature. At this moment, he can only deal with Qi Guang's fierce offensive with all his strength. There were a total of 8 disciples in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. After Qi Guang and Yu Yumei faced each other, the remaining 6 were divided into 2 distinct camps. If Lu Yuan hadn't been on the side of Zhenchenzong, this battle would have been nothing to watch. But now, the 3-on-3 battle must be extremely exciting. Hidden Fire Field. Ice Field. Yu Xiao from the Tibetan Fire Palace released the Tibetan Fire Domain from the very beginning, and a sea of flames suddenly rose around his body. And Ouyang Ming of the Ice Gate, not to be outdone, released the Ice Domain, holding a long sword. A icy sword energy broke through the sea of flames, and hit Yu Xiao's face like a meteor. This is a battle between ice and fire. The Palace of Hidden Fire and the Gate of Ice originally had some enmity. At this moment, between Yu Xiao and Ouyang Ming, these enmity exploded instantly. Duan Mia, old opponent. Take a step forward on foot, staring at Duan Mia on the opposite side. Duan Mia, wearing a black robe all over his body, holding a broken knife, only his eyes are exposed, with a murderous look. He and Paid are indeed old rivals. At the very beginning, they competed for the ranking of the 9 young masters of the Tang dynasty, and they fought more than once. Later, because of the Wu Jianqin and Yu Shuiyun incident, the two also faced each other. At this very moment, they finally face each other head-to-head and compete with each other in the most solemn 7 martial arts debates in the Tang Kingdom. Broken Knife Domain. Duan Mia stimulated the profound energy in his body, and immediately the shadow of broken knives filled the area around his body, raising his speed to an extremely terrifying level. However, immediately after, the Walking Eagle's true spirit was released, and the pressure of the sky-suppressing domain descended, instantly contending with the Duanyang broken knife domain. The speed of Duan Mia suddenly dropped. True spirit cuts off the knife, cuts off the head with one knife. With a cold snort from Duan Mia, the true spirit of Duan Dao emerged from behind, followed by a Dao Duan Dao glow, slashing down. The end of the world barrier. Walking without showing any weakness, he waved his hands to condense out the barrier of the sky to defend, and at the same time released several whirlwind spears, and began to consume the profound energy that was broken. On the other side, Bai Linsha from Qingqing Pavilion shot at Lu Yuan without hesitation. Both of them are from Qingqing Pavilion, but in the arena of the 7 schools of martial arts, they are fighting each other, and they want to fight to the death. Under the phantom field, the figures of the 2 women were as graceful as shadows, and the streamer and sword shadows kept flashing. At first, they were evenly matched. But soon, Lu Yuan decided to show her true strength. Her strongest strength is not learned from Qingqing Pavilion, but the law of the sun and the general trend of the world that she and Long Yu have comprehended together. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. In the competition of the 7 schools of martial arts, if someone has mastered the rules of the Xuanyu class, then it can be said that he will surely win. And the law of Taiyin is 1 level higher than the law of Xuanyu level, it is the law of Tianbei at the seal level. From the last round of Long Yu's battle, it can be seen how powerful this law of Taiyin is. But now, Lu Yuan has also comprehended the general trend of the law of the sun, facing Bai Linsha, she did not hesitate to display it, so as not to have long nights and dreams. The general trend of the sun, the flowing light and sword shadow. Accompanied by the surging tide of the sun, Lu Yuan quickly turned into a flowing sword shadow, and a pair of red short swords in her hands quickly slashed open, heading towards Bai Linsha. Bai Linsha turned pale with shock. She had only heard people say that now Lu Yuan has surpassed her, but she had never seen it before. Originally, Bai Linsha was very confident in herself. After all, she surpassed Lu Yuan in comprehension of Qingqing Pavilion's martial arts. But now, Lu Yuan has actually comprehended such a tyrannical general trend of the world. This is stronger than the laws of mind of the Long family, the Mo family, and the Chu family of the royal family. Bai Linsha gritted her teeth and asked her to admit defeat with Lu Yuan. That was absolutely impossible. Flowing light and sword shadow. The 2 swords in Bai Linsha's hands also drew flowing light and sword shadows. Although under the pressure of the general trend of the sun, he still used this move of comprehension to transcendence. The flowing light and sword shadows of the 2 sides collided quickly, and then Lu Yuan performed the alluring dance, and the whole graceful figure danced immediately, like a black butterfly flying gracefully, and went behind Bai Linsha in an instant. And Bai Linsha was shrouded by the general trend of the sun. Even if she realized something at this moment, her body couldn't react. The general frost of the sun made her movements slow down, more than half of her speed. Streaming sword shadow. Lu Yuan snarled, and attacked Bai Linsha from behind. If there were no accidents, Bai Linsha would definitely not be able to resist this move, but at this moment, a ball of flame suddenly struck from the side, blocking Lu Yuan's move and continuing to move forward. Yu Xiao, from the Palace of Hidden Fire. At the moment when Bai Linsha was about to be defeated, Yu Xiao unexpectedly blasted flames at the very moment, blocking Lu Yuan's sure kill blow. This is the 7 schools of martial arts, it's a melee, not a single fight. Lu Yuan took a few steps back and stood still. Looking sideways, she found that Ouyang Ming from the Frost Gate had already been blown off the stage by Yu Xiao's violent flames. Not even the bitter ice could stop his flames from spreading. Yu Xiao is so much stronger than Ouyang Ming. Soon Lu Yuan knew why, because Yu Xiao was holding a handful of flame banners tightly in his hand, and the two big characters, Tibetan Fire, were engraved on the banners. This flame banner turned out to be the command banner soldier of the Tibetan Fire Palace. The so-called commanding flag soldiers are the iconic soldiers of a large sect, and this flame banner has reached the level of super spiritual level. No wonder Yu Xiaoning defeated Ouyang Ming of the Ice sect so quickly. This is troublesome. Lu Yuan's heart sank. As soon as Ouyang Ming was defeated, she and Pao would fight 2 against 3, and the pressure increased instantly. Although she has comprehended the general trend of the sun, it is not a problem to defeat a mere Bailinsha, but it is not easy to deal with Yu Xiao, who has a super spiritual soldier. The reason why Long Yu is so strong is because she not only comprehended the general trend of the Taiyin, but also possessed 2 top-quality spirit-level warriors and cultivated top-quality spirit-level martial arts. Although Lu Yuan's martial arts realm is 1 level higher than Long Yu's, she is still no match for Long Yu, which shows the importance of soldiers and martial arts levels to the strength of martial arts. Just like on the side, Qi Guang held the super spiritual level Xinghai sword, and also beat Yu Yumei to the point where he couldn't handle it, one sword after another, extremely fierce, completely suppressing Yu Yumei's arrogance. Ouyang Ming of the Frost Gate became the first one to be eliminated in the field. Who will be next? Siege her. Holding a flame banner, Yu Xiao came to Bai Lincha's side, shouted sharply, and shot at Lu Yuan immediately. Bai Lincha was still in shock. Just now she thought she would be killed by Lu Yuan's one move, and was thinking about whether to admit defeat, but she didn't expect Yu Xiao to finish the opponent so quickly and come to help her. What a job! The previous rounds of the Tibetan Fire Palace were scumbag performances, and this round is finally a bit decent. It is not in vain that Pavilion Master Feng Qiaoyun insisted on cooperating with them for a game. Bai Lincha immediately began to cooperate with Yu Xiao to besiege Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan is not like Long Yu, she releases the great power of the Yin, it is impossible to last for too long, after all, it consumes too much, and the profound energy will be exhausted in a short time. She faced 2 people at the same time, so she could only fight and retreat, holding each other back. Now Lu Yuan can only hope on foot. If she can defeat Duan Mia on foot, if she turns around to help her, then she still has to fight this round. It's a pity that Qi Guang and Yu Yumei were the ones who decided the winner immediately. Although Qi Guang has been suppressing Yu Yaomei all this time, when Yu Yaomei erupted instantly, thousands of shadows bloomed, like spider webs, trapping Qi Guang in an instant. This move, Yu Yumei was originally going to use it to kill the quartet, but he didn't expect Qi Guang to be so strong that he had to use this move first to get rid of Qi Guang's opponent. Qi Guang was always in the upper hand, but suddenly he was firmly trapped by this move, like a mosquito trapped in a spider web, and fell into a desperate situation. The number 1 core disciple of the Rainfall Sword sect, Qi Guang, even though he possesses the Xinghai sword and the power of the Xinghai law keeps blooming, he will eventually run out of profound energy. When his offensive weakened, Yu Shimei immediately ushered in a counterattack. This move is the top-grade martial skill of the Chanxi sect, the net of thousands of silk. I didn't expect that Yu Yumei was only 14 years old, but she was able to practice this high-level spiritual martial art to perfection. It's really shocking. Now, this Qi Guang is about to stumble, who told him to have no defense at all. The tens of thousands of people in the audience focused their attention on Qi Guang and Yu Yaomei, because they knew that the next one to be eliminated would be either Qi Guang or Yu Yaomei. As for who it will be, it depends on whether Qi Guang has a trump card at the bottom of the box. It's a pity that Qi Guang, as the core disciple of the Falling Rain Sword sect, has inherited the consistent style of the falling rain sword sect arrogance and conceit. Of course he doesn't have any trump card. As soon as he entered the stage, he wanted to defeat Yushime with lightning speed, but he was relieved by her and seized the opportunity to trap her. You lose. With a touch of determination on Yume's slightly childish face, she stretched out her hand, and thousands of black shadows condensed into silk threads, sweeping towards Qiguang, who was trapped by the cobweb-like shadows. I surrender. Qiguang felt that his life was threatened, even though he was very unwilling, but at this moment, he had no choice but to admit defeat. He didn't expect that he would lose to a 14-year-old kid if he owned the Xinghai sword. This Yumimi, although young, is extremely strong. I won't be wronged if I lose to him. Chu Chaoxing put everything on the Chanxi sect, so how could he not have any cards? It's one of the trump cards. Thinking of this, Qiguang felt much better. He just felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have chosen Yushime as his opponent. He didn't even get any rankings, what a shame. Fortunately, he still has a chance to perform. In the master competition stage after the melee stage, the winners of the first 5 rounds and all the sect disciples in the 6th round can participate. Even if he is eliminated now, he still has a chance to fight again. Qiguang resolutely conceded defeat, and immediately after, Yushime walked quickly towards the walking place with a childish figure without any hesitation. Yume, who will be the next target? It's the walk of Zhenshenzong. Soon everyone found out that Yushime was attacking on foot, who was fighting fiercely with Duan Mie. Walking and Lu Yuan were suddenly caught in the dilemma of 1 against 2. Come yet? Walking felt the murderous aura coming from behind, but he didn't panic, instead the corners of his mouth slightly raised. A web of thousands of wires. Yushime's figure was fast, and the shadow he controlled was even faster, and it reached not far from the foot of the walker in an instant, and suddenly sprang up and condensed into a giant net of thousands of wires, trying to trap the walker like he was dealing with Qiguang. The speed at which the net of thousands of wires appeared is really too fast. Even if you use it on foot, you may not be able to completely avoid it. And as long as he is touched by the shadow of his 1,000-wire web, his actions will be greatly affected. Not only that, Duan Mie of Duan Daomen also seized the opportunity at this moment, and swung countless saber lights towards Walking, up, down, back, left, and right, so that no matter which direction he ran in, he would hit these saber lights. At this critical moment, almost everyone felt that Walking would undoubtedly fail. Faced with a net of thousands of threads and countless lights of swords, it is like a net of heaven and earth. How do you want to escape on foot? However, at this moment, the walking figure suddenly and strangely disappeared from the spot. Yes, without any warning, his figure completely disappeared from the spot. On the spectator stand, Long Yu squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, finally appeared, this move, when he was sparring with Walker. Walker had already used it, it was definitely Walker's trump card. This is a physical martial skill, no doubt, but Long Yu doesn't know its grade. He only knew that once this move was performed, he would never be able to detect any traces of footsteps due to the enchanted and extinct martial arts realm on the field. The ghost shadow walks in vain. Only Bai Yunzong knew the name of this martial skill and its grade spiritual, supergrade martial skill. This move is not a martial skill recorded by Zhenshenzong, but it was obtained by chance while walking. Since it is a super spiritual martial skill, it took a lot of effort on Walking. Now, I have comprehended this ghost shadow to the transcendental state, and I am only one step away from entering the state of transformation and reaching the strongest state. However, even if it's just a transcendent realm, it's more than enough to deal with Yuxiamei and Duan Mie. His figure suddenly disappeared from the field. Yu Mei and Duan Mie frowned slightly, but the attacks under their hands did not stop. As the net of thousands of wires gathered quickly, and the light of swords descended from all directions, the two of them felt at the same time that their martial skills had been emptied, and that walking was really out of place. However, under such circumstances, where can the guy go? Suddenly, there was a cry of eagles not far away, followed by a scream. Walking with the ghost shadow walking, he did not choose to continue to fight against Yu Shimei and Duan Mia, but unexpectedly ran to Lu Yuan's side, and cooperated with Lu Yuan to instantly seriously injure Yu Xiao, the core disciple of the Tibetan Fire Hall. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Yu Xiao, the core disciple of the Hidden Fire Hall, never expected to sneak out and attack him when he faced the siege of 2 people on foot, and he suffered a big loss immediately. Walking and stepping on ghostly steps, he flashed behind Yu Xiao in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind condensed into a giant spear, which shot out quickly, piercing Yu Xiao's thigh in an instant, and blood gushed out. Yu Xiao staggered, the aura of showing off his power with the flame banner in his hand disappeared in an instant. He hurriedly activated his profound energy, and 2 flame wheels appeared under his feet, rolling him into the distance. This is the physical martial skill of the Tibetan Fire Palace, the spiritual top-grade Tibetan Fire Wheel. If you practice it to a transcendent level, you can even step on the Tibetan Fire Wheel to fly, which is a great skill of the Tibetan Fire Palace. After performing this movement and martial skill, Yu Xiao thought that he could escape the pursuit of walking, so he rested for a while, and waited for Yu Shimei and Duan Mia to chase him, and walking would definitely not have time to deal with him. However, as soon as he moved away on the Tibetan Fire Wheel, the walking figure in black tights suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Ghost Shadow Emptiness Step. After comprehending to transcendence, you can turn into a ghost shadow, appearing and disappearing, unless the realm of martial arts is much higher than walking. Don't even think about finding the trace of walking. You still haven't admitted defeat? Walking dodged to Yu Xiao, backhanded a whirlwind giant spear, piercing the air to attack his face. Fire Spider Silk Entanglement. The high-level spiritual level martial arts of the Hidden Fire Palace was displayed by Yu Xiao with ease, and a series of flaming spider threads attacked the whirlwind giant spear. Suddenly, the giant whirlwind spear and the fire spider silk collided with each other, a burst of violent air flow broke out, sparks flew, and the whirlwind scattered. The general trend of the sun. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally seized the opportunity and suddenly released the general trend of the sun, enveloping Yu Xiao in it. Flowing light and sword shadow. Lu Yuan turned into a flowing sword shadow, and instantly stabbed Yu Xiao with a pair of red daggers. Yu Xiao tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't dodge completely. His arm was cut by the sword shadow streamer, and he was injured again. His combat effectiveness has been greatly affected. Even with the flame banner, Yu Xiao at this moment may not be able to beat anyone on the field alone. Under such circumstances, Yu Xiao had no choice but to try his best to escape towards the edge of the Forbidden Army's field by stepping on the Tibetan Fire Wheel. Walker and Lu Yuan wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but Bai Linsha, Yu Yumei, and Duan Mia finally rushed over from behind, blocking Walker and Lu Yuan from 3 directions. Next, Pojiao and Lu Yuan were 2 against 3, and they fell into an absolute disadvantage. Walking is fine, relying on the ghost shadow false walk, while ensuring your own safety, you can consume your opponent with the spear of the whirlwind. But Lu Yuan couldn't hold on, the profound energy in her body was exhausted. If she wanted to win, she had to quickly find a better opportunity and fight with the opponent. Lu Yuan resisted the opponent's attack with all her strength, but fortunately, most of the interests of Yu Shimei and Duan Mia were on foot, so Lu Yuan could barely hold on. Suddenly, Xing Xing once again performed a ghostly step and disappeared from everyone's eyes. This made Yu Yaomei and Duan Mia stunned for a moment, and immediately became alert to prevent a sudden sneak attack on foot. Good chance. With a movement in Lu Yuan's heart, she immediately released the great power of the sun, and the terrifying power of the seal-level law burst out, enveloping Bai Linsha in it. Shadow Sword Dance. Murderous intent flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and a pair of crimson short swords fluttered out in her hands, displaying the top-grade spiritual level martial arts at the bottom of the Qingqing pavilion. Afterimage sword dance. Seeing this, Bai Lincha's face suddenly changed. It turned out to be this martial skill. Seeing Lu Yuan's pair of crimson short swords flying out, drawing countless afterimages of sword light, as if long swords were dancing in the air, Bai Lincha's heart thumped. Remnant shadow sword dance, because it needs to control the short sword soldiers to attack the target in the air, so the requirements for profound energy control are extremely high. In Qingqing Pavilion, even the elders, few people can practice it. Bai Lincha didn't expect that Lu Yuan could practice afterimage sword dance. This move was made at an extremely fast speed, only a thought flashed in Bai Lincha's mind, and the pair of crimson short swords drew an afterimage of sword light and came to her. Dance of the Allure. During the critical time, Bai Lincha mobilized her profound energy as fast as she could, and displayed her top-ranked spiritual martial arts, trying to avoid Lu Yuan's move. However, the speed of the afterimage sword dance was too fast, not to mention that Bai Lincha was still shrouded by the sun, which slowed down her speed a lot. Bai Lincha only felt a pain in her waist, and she was scratched by the afterimage of the sword light, and blood oozed out of a big cut. She groaned in pain, and quickly backed away. He didn't even admit defeat. Bai Lincha knew that this was her only chance to defeat Lu Yuan. She must not give up this chance. Even if she was injured, she could not leave the field earlier than Lu Yuan. The opportunity is fleeting. Lu Yuan failed to kill Bai Lincha with one blow, and was immediately followed by Yu Shimei. This young man with a childish face has slender fingers, and with a slight wave, countless shadow threads are condensed and entangled towards Lu Yuan. Whirlwind Spear. Suddenly a whirlwind condensed into a giant spear, appeared in front of Lu Yuan, and instantly tore those shadow threads to pieces. The walking figure was like a ghost, and dozens of them appeared in the surroundings at the same time, each of them directed towards Yu Yaomei and Duan Mia, and condensed their whirlwind spears to bombard them. Ghost Clone. The method of walking once again shocked tens of thousands of people, including Long Yu. Even Long Yu, facing so many walking ghost clones, has no good way to deal with it. Unless he is crushed by the general trend of the sun and thunder, it will be extremely troublesome. Sharp. Many people exclaimed in their hearts, as one of the 9 young masters of the great Tang kingdom, his strength is really extraordinary. The flames explode. Exploding land. At this moment, Yu Xiao, who was panting by the side, waved the flame streamer and displayed 2 sets of powerful martial arts. Suddenly, a flame spread towards dozens of walking ghost clones. It can be seen that once the walking ghost clone gets close to these high-temperature flames, it will immediately show some signs of blurring, and it seems that it is very afraid of fire. Because of this, Yu Xiao was chosen to attack on foot, but it was a pity that he was not able to kill him, resulting in a fall short. Dozens of ghost shadow clones were quickly extinguished by Yu Xiao waving the flame streamer, but the walking real body did not appear. Obviously, he used the ghost step again, and no one knew where he would appear in the next moment. Yu Xiao. Yu Yaomei and Duan Mia, their eyes flickered at the same time. They each guessed that walking would definitely choose to attack Yu Xiao. The 2 of them moved quickly towards Yu Xiao's place at the same time, trying to stop his attack when they first appeared on foot, so as not to make Yu Xiao suffer. However, as soon as the 2 moved their feet, Bai Lincha on the other side made a helpless voice of admitting defeat. On foot, instead of dealing with Yu Xiao, he used ghostly steps to force the helpless Bai Lincha back and force her to admit defeat. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from her walking body, Bai Lincha had no choice but to admit defeat, otherwise in her current state, she would have no choice but to die. Break the blade light. When Duan Mia saw this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This walk, he was playing him like a monkey by relying on the ghost shadow to make a false step. Do you really think that he has no way to fight back? Following Duan Mia's angry shout, he chopped with the broken knife in his hand, drawing a Duan Kong knife glow. This sword light extended from the place where the knife was broken in his hand, but it broke quickly, and then appeared tens of feet away, and it actually spanned a distance of tens of feet in an instant. Even walking, I couldn't react in time. The characteristic of Duandaomen is just one word, fast. Whether it is a martial skill or a law, there is a word fast, and this move of Duan Kong Daomong is the interpretation of the fast of Duan Daomen to the extreme. When the Duan Kong Daomong came, he subconsciously wanted to use the ghost shadow step to dodge the nearby area, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a sinister aura rushing out of his body. This burst of sinister air spread to his whole body in an instant, making his whole body seem to be paralyzed, unable to move even the slightest bit. Puff! Duan Kong Daoguang slashed down, and blood flew everywhere. In the shocked eyes of everyone, one of the walking arms was cut off by Duan Kong Daoguang. Small steps. In the spectator seats, Bai Yunzong immediately stood up and exclaimed. Long Yu and the others also stood up one after another, looking at the field in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could senior brother Bu have his arms cut off together? Although the Duan Kong Daomong was fast, the ghost's walking was not slow. At least it was more than enough to avoid the Duan Kong Daoguang. How come, failed to escape? Xiaobu's face turned blue, he was poisoned. Soon, Bai Yunzong's face darkened, and he saw the key point at a glance. Poisoned. On foot, he was actually poisoned in the melee of the 7 schools of martial arts. What is going on? Let him admit defeat, the broken arm can still be connected, but if he loses his life, it will be too late. Elder Bai at the side said with a solemn expression. In this continent of Tianyu, breaking an arm is indeed not a rare thing. With Bai Lao's alchemy skills, as long as he is given some time, he will definitely be able to restore his walking to the original state. The key now is to let the walk throw in the towel. However, at this moment, Walker's face turned blue, he couldn't move a single bit, and it seemed that he couldn't even admit defeat. Go to hell. When Duan Mia saw that he had cut off his walking arm with a ray of Duan Kong Dao, he immediately had a bloody look on his face, and with a wave of the Duan Kong Dao, another radiance of Duan Kong Dao slashed down smoothly. At this critical moment, Lu Yuan on the other side finally reacted. She also saw that something was wrong with her walk, and she immediately used the martial art allure dance to dance past Duan Mia's body, which shocked Duan Mia's mind. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan, with white hair floating in the air, crossed a distance of tens of feet in an instant, and came to the walking side. She pulled him on foot and led him out of the Imperial Army martial field. You can't admit defeat on foot. If you want to save his life, you can only take him out of the Imperial Army's field and surrender automatically. Where to run? Duan Mia, Yu Jimei, and Yu Xiao chased after each other. Whether it was Duan Mia or Yu Shimei, they were faster than Lu Yuan, who was walking with him. The general trend of the sun. Lu Yuan released the general trend of the law of the sun, and the infinite frost power blocked the figures of Duan Mia and Yu Shimei for a moment, and then finally stepped out of the forbidden military field. What about going out? Duan Mia broke through the shackles of the Tai Yin, his eyes flashed fiercely, the knife in his hand kept breaking, and a ray of the knife's radiance unexpectedly attacked Lu Yuan and Xing Xing outside the Imperial Army martial field. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Lu Yuan took her foot and ran towards the outside of the Imperial Army's arena. The moment she stepped out of the arena, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she never expected that Duan Mia would not let them go, and swung a Duan Kong knife light from the air. This blade glow was extremely fast, and by the time Lu Yuan saw it, it was already too late. Reverse scale touch. At this moment, a stern shout came from the side, and immediately after that, a long spear with a 9-colored color came attacking, and it was bombarding the blade glow, smashing the blade glow to pieces. Long Yu's figure appeared not far away, approaching with strides. Duan Dao sect, Qianzi sect, you are really shameless, actually poisoning the 7 sects on martial arts, what a good trick. Long Yu sneered as he walked over. These words spread around, causing an uproar immediately. No wonder he was poisoned because he couldn't dodge with his ghostly martial arts on foot. Poisoning in a martial arts competition, this kind of method is really disgusting. Duan Miao was not able to kill Walker, obviously he was not reconciled. But seeing Long Yu appear, he also knew that he had no chance to kill the pedestrian again. Poison? Duan Miao didn't know it, he glanced at the livid face of Walking, thoughtfully, and turned his eyes to Yu Shimei, who was still on the field. When it comes to poisoning, it must be Qianzizong's best. Sure enough, the 14-year-old Yu Mimi showed disdain on her childish face. My Qianzi sect is known for using poison. It would be unfair to go to the battle stage with you. If we are not allowed to use poison, isn't our sect the weakest? The poison of Qianzizong is indeed well known in the entire Tang dynasty. But it's too shameless to use it secretly in the 7 schools of martial arts, right? Tens of thousands of people in the arena cast their eyes on Chu Chaoxing in the spectator seats. The left prince, Chu Chaoxing, was wearing a golden royal robe. At this moment, he stood up and said lightly, "Poisoning is a skill that disciples of the Qianzi sect must master. If it is in the wild or on the battlefield, no matter what method is used, if you lose, you will lose your life. There is no chance. So, this round of competition continues, Wok and Lu Yuan, eliminated." This sentence spread to everyone's ears, and many people were filled with righteous indignation. This Chu Chaoxing was obviously favoring Qianzizong, but what he said was justified, which made it impossible to refute. Everyone in Zhenchenzong was very angry, but they were forcibly suppressed by Baiyunzong. It is obviously not a wise choice to fight against Chu Chaoxing now. This loss, Zhentianzong, can only eat it and swallow it in his stomach. Lu Yuan and he escaped on foot from the Forbidden Army martial field and got 2 and 3 arrows of martial arts, respectively, 2 of which were given to Zhenchenzong and 3 to Qingqing Pavilion. Adding that Bai Linsha still had 1 just now, the total number of martial arts arrows in Qingqing Pavilion finally reached 10. With the addition of 2 from Zhenchenzong, the total number of martial arts arrows has reached 26, which is still in the leading position. It's just that there are still 3 people left in the field, namely Duan Mia, Yu Yumei, and Yu Xiao. Among them, Yu Xiao had been injured a long time ago. After Walking and Lu Yuan left the field, he voluntarily surrendered and won 4 martial arts arrows for the Tibetan Fire Palace. Immediately afterwards, Duan Mia took the initiative to admit defeat and got 5 arrows on martial arts. Qianzizong's Yu Xie became the final winner of this round of melee, and won 6 martial arts arrows for Qianzizong, adding up to 26 arrows, the same as Zhenchenzong. He was only 14 years old and immature, with a gloomy look on his immature face, and he glanced in the direction of Zhentianzong. This time, it was a big loss not to kill Walker. The melee stage is over, and the next stage is the master competition stage. It's a pity that Brother Bu may not be able to participate. Long Yu brought Lu Yuan and Xing Xing back to Zhentianzong's viewing stand, and said with a serious face, "In the next stage, we can only rely on you." "That's right, senior brother Long Yu, senior brother Bu was conspired to poison by that kid from Qianzi sect. It's really infuriating. You must avenge senior brother Bu." A duel between masters, I believe senior brother Long Yu can definitely teach those guys a lesson. Many disciples of Zhenchenzong were all filled with righteous indignation and said angrily, "Walking with a broken arm, he must be treated under the care of Bai Lao and cannot participate in it. Then the hope of suppressing Tianzong rests on Long Yu." "I'll try." Long Yu nodded, looked around, and saw Yu Qianning of Qianzi sect. Yu Qianning was looking towards this side with a sneer, obviously mocking Tian sect's overreaching. Is it the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm? It's not like I, Long Yu, have never killed such a person. Long Yu squinted his eyes, facing Yu Qianning. He really doesn't need to be afraid now. It's just that I don't know what the rules of the next stage of the master competition are. No matter what, once Long Yu has a chance to play, he will never easily forgive those guys who are hostile to Tianzhang Zong. This is the end of the melee stage. Everyone knows the number of martial arts arrows obtained by the various sections. Chu Chaoxing, who was wearing a golden royal robe, stood up, and said with some relief on his face, the Qianxi sect and the Tian sect each have 26 arrows on martial arts, and they are tied for the first place. Next, Han being 17 branches of the gate, 10 branches of the Qingqing Pavilion, 7 branches of the Broken Knife Gate, 6 branches of the Tibetan Fire Hall, and 2 branches of the Falling Rain Sword sect. This achievement made the members of the Falling Rain Sword sect somewhat ashamed. After 6 rounds of scuffle, Rainfall Sword sect only got 2 arrows of martial arts in the first round, and nothing in the next few rounds. Could it be that their Falling Rain Sword sect members are really weak? No, impossible. The 7 debates on martial arts are not over yet. As long as there is no final result, everything is still possible. The corners of Chu Chaoxing's mouth twitched slightly, and he continued, the next few days will be the master competition stage, and the rules of this stage are very simple. Following Chu Chaoxing's explanation, the tens of thousands of people present all understood the way of the next contest. Among the 7 sects, each sect selects a strongest person, and this strongest person is called the challenger. 7 major sects, a total of 7 challengers, each challenger can take the initiative to choose one of the other sects to challenge. In the melee stage, all the disciples who stood at the end and participated in the 6th round of the melee of the True Spirit Secret Realm's 4th level disciples will become defenders. The challenger challenges a certain sect. The goal is to defeat all the defenders of this sect. If they can achieve this, they can plunder all the martial arts arrows of this sect. Like the melee stage, each round of challenges in this master competition stage is held every 2 days, and will last for about half a month in total. The challenge order of the 7 challengers is determined by drawing lots. Under such rules, there is no doubt that only the strongest will be able to capture all the martial arts arrows in the end, but it is quite difficult to plunder the martial arts arrows of other sects. The challenger must defeat all the defenders to be considered successful, and the defenders are all strong players who stand out in every round of melee. If I challenge the disciples of Hidden Fire Palace and Broken Knife Gate, I can easily succeed. However, each challenger can only challenge once. This goal must be chosen carefully. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu cast his gaze in the direction of Qianzizong. If you challenge Qianzizong, the main opponents are Yu Yumei and Yu Qianning. Their strength is too terrifying. Apart from Long Yu, I am afraid that no one will choose to challenge Qianzizong. However, Long Yu has enough confidence in this. The challenge target, Qianzizong, if successful, will be able to capture all 26 martial arts arrows of Qianzizong, and the chances of winning the suppressing Tianzong are extremely high. Of course, the premise is that Long Yu alone can guard the 26 arrows of martial arts of Zhenchenzong. Walking with a broken arm, unable to participate in the battle, the only one left in Zhenchenzong who has enough fighting power is Long Yu. If someone challenges Zhen Tianzong, as long as he defeats Long Yu, he will be able to take away Zhen Tianzong's 26 martial arts arrows. It can be said that the key to the victory of the 7 martial arts this time lies in Long Yu. Soon, the 7 major sects selected a challenger and drew lots on stage. Zhenchenzong is of course Long Yu, and Qianzizong is naturally Yu Qianning. In addition, Yu Xiao of Zonghua Palace, Duandomen Duanmi, Luyujianzong Qiguang, Qingqing Pavilion by Linsha, Hambingmen Ouyang Ming added up to 7 challengers. The result of the lottery will come out soon. The first person to challenge after 2 days was Yu Xiao, a disciple of the Tibetan Fire Palace. Following Yu Xiao are Duan Dao Men Du Mia, Qing Qingge by Lin Sha, Han Bing Men Ouyang Ming, Luo Yu Jianzong Qi Guang, Long Yu ranked second from the bottom, Qian Si Zong Yu Qian Ning, the last challenge. It's a good idea to let Yu Qianning be the last one to fight. No matter what the previous battle situation is, Yu Qianning can easily plunder the martial arts arrows as long as he chooses the sect with the most martial arts arrows to challenge. Wu's number 1. Long Yu saw through Chu Chaoxing's methods at a glance, and the order of the challenge was clearly a manipulation. But it doesn't matter. Long Yu had enough confidence to defeat Yu Qianning, so of course he didn't care about the unfair challenge order. Before Yu Qianning makes a move, grab Qianzizong's arrow of martial arts. Long Yu wanted to see, after Yu Qianning had already lost to him, how dare he challenge Zhenshenzong. After everyone in Zhenshenzong returned to the elegant residence in the mountains, Bai Lao began to refine medicine for walking, and the two of them could not appear in the imperial military field. The next day, it was the first round of the master stage. Yu Xiao challenged. Everyone rushed to the Forbidden Army martial field anxiously, and the news they got was exactly as expected. Yu Xiao, choose to challenge Zhenshenzong. The eyes of tens of thousands of people in the audience all focused on Zhentianzong. Brother Long, are we going to play? Feng Haofeng asked dignifiedly at the Tianzhenzong spectator seat. In this battle, Yu Xiao challenged Zhentianzong, making it clear that he was bullying walking with a broken arm, without a backbone, and also wanted to see Long Yu's true strength. Under such circumstances, it seems inappropriate to let Long Yu fight alone? No matter who dares to challenge Zhentianzong in the future, I will fight alone. After Long Yu said this, he moved and stood on the Imperial Army's arena. He is going to face the strongest core disciples of the 7 major sects of the Great Tang Kingdom alone. Even if he only has the 3rd martial arts realm of the True Spirit Secret Realm, so what? His true strength has already been able to fight against the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and Yu Xiao and his like are not taken seriously by him at all. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. With the anticipation of everyone in Zhenshenzong, Long Yu stepped into the arena and faced Yu Xiao alone. Yu Xiao saw that the boy in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm came up to the stage alone, and couldn't help but sneered, "Stinky boy, you really think you have something, and you choose to face me alone? I will let you know, this is the worst choice of your life." Long Yu went on stage alone, making it clear that he didn't take Yu Xiao seriously. After resting for 2 days, Yu Xiao's injuries from the previous round have healed, and now he's back to full strength. How can he be afraid of Long Yu, who is only the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm? Of course, Yu Xiao also knows that Long Yu's strength is not bad, or very strong. Any person in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is like paper in front of Long Yu. However, Yu Xiao is the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. After condensing the true spirit into a solid body, how huge the gap is, Yu Xiao himself has a deep understanding. After Long Yu entered the field, when he heard Yu Xiao's words, he ignored him at all, held the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear tightly, and raised the tip of the spear until Yu Xiao said, "Let's fight." In Long Yu's eyes, this Yu Xiao is already a dead man, why bother talking nonsense to him? You asked for it. Yu Xiao snorted coldly, and raised the flame flag in his hand, ready to fight. It's one thing for him to disdain Long Yu, but when the battle is about to start, he's really worried about it. All the tens of thousands of people around the Forbidden Army martial field cheered up and watched the field carefully one by one. Most people didn't expect that Long Yu of Zhenshenzong would fight alone. Although this Long Yu was eye-catching in the melee stage before, it was only the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm after all. The gap between him and Yu Xiao, who is in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is definitely not small. This Long Yu dared to fight alone. Could it be that he was so powerful? Chu Chaoxing, who was sitting in the spectator seats, looked at the field indifferently, but it could be seen that there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Of course he knew that Long Yu would not be afraid of this Yu Xiao, but through this Yu Xiao, perhaps he could dig out more secrets of Long Yu. The battle will begin soon. Sky-suppressing domain. Long Yu released the sky-suppressing domain, held the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, and performed a sky-suppressing spear art, condensing the shadows of the spears, and stabbing towards Yu Xiao quickly. Yu Xiao waved the flame streamer. He didn't pay attention to the heavy gun shadows at all. The Fire of the 3 Spirits. A mid-level spirit-level martial skill from the Hidden Fire Palace was quickly displayed in Yu Xiao's hands, and 3 groups of flames split into 3 directions and roared towards Long Yu. And the heavy spear shadows that Long Yu pierced were actually directly blocked by Yu Xiao with the flame banner. As a super spiritual level super soldier, the flame banner is very strong. Relying on the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Long Yu used the mortal level top-grade heaven-suppressing spear art. Even with the spiritual level top-grade 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, it was impossible to break the flame banner. However, facing the fire of the 3 spirits displayed by Yu Xiao, Long Yu didn't pay much attention either, and swung the 9 Nether Dragon Spear in his hand, puff 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 3 times, and shattered the 3 flames. After a short trial with this move, Long Yu already had a rough idea of Yu Xiao's general strength, and immediately felt a killing intent. Once you figure out your opponent, you have nothing to worry about. He had killed the person at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm a long time ago, and now facing Yu Xiao, he didn't have the slightest pressure at all. 9 Nether Dragon Fist. Long Yu punched out, and the aura of the 9 Serenity imitated the road to the underworld, spreading towards Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao felt a strange breath rushing towards his face, and subconsciously waved the flame banner to resist, but he suddenly found that his figure was bound by something invisible and invisible. The spirit of xuanhuan. Long Yu only needed one move to completely restrain Yu Xiao. Kill. Long Yu punched the ground, and the 9 Nether burst erupted instantly, enveloping Yu Xiao, who could not move. The next moment, Yu Xiao's meridians all over his body were eroded by the 9 Nether Qi, and he died in xuanhuan. To deal with Yu Xiao, Long Yu only used a probing move, and then killed him with a punch. When the 9 Nether Qi pillar dissipated with the air, what appeared in front of everyone was a corpse. Yu Xiao, who had no ability to resist, was killed by Long Yu's punch. The flame banner was preserved intact. With Long Yu's martial arts realm, even if he used the 9 Nether Blast Flow, he could not destroy a spirit-level super soldier, which shows how strong the flame banner is. No one saw it, but before the 9 Nether Qi pillar dissipated, Long Yu dodged, and quietly put the flame streamer into the 9 Nether space. This Long Yu actually killed Yu Xiao with one punch, am I right? You read that right. I would never have thought that even though Long Yu was only at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, he could kill a strong man at the 4th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. It's really extraordinary. Suppressing Tianzong's disciples, it's really unexpected. It's a pity that Qianxi Zhongyu Channing is the absolute strongest among the 7 sects this time. No matter how powerful Long Yu is, it is impossible to fight against the No. Yu Channing of the 5th level, right? That's not necessarily true. I heard that Gu Hebo, the steward of the royal family of the aristocratic family, led people to besiege and kill Long Yu, but all of them disappeared. Gu Hebo is the 5th level powerhouse in the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he must be stronger than Yu Qian. Ning is stronger, I am afraid. I'm afraid Gu Hebo was obviously ambushed by others. Don't forget, Wang Ju wanted to kill Long Yu, and someone appeared and injured Wang Ju. Tens of thousands of people were arguing, which completely covered up the cheers of everyone in Tian Tian sect. Although everyone in Tian Tian sect had expected that Long Yu would win, they didn't expect him to win so simply, and killed Yu Xiao with one punch. In this way, the Hidden Fire Palace will suffer heavy losses. In the spectator seats of the Tibetan Fire Hall, there was a deathly scene, and the owner of the hall, Hua Haishan, looked angry. He never expected that when he sent Yu Xiao out to test Long Yu, he would be killed by Long Yu's punch. This is true, without the ability to resist at all. Obviously, this Long Yu is avenging his senior brother on foot. Although walking was not hurt by people from the Tibetan Fire Palace, it still has something to do with Yu Xiao. Hey, where's the flame banner? Huahaishan suddenly thought of something, took a closer look, and suddenly found that there was really no flame banner beside Yu Xiao's body, so he frowned. How can this be? He stood up and shouted sharply, "Bold thief Long Yu, who killed the people in my hidden fire palace, dared to take away my soldiers from the hidden fire palace, so hurry up and hand over the flame banner." In the 7 schools of martial arts, it is okay to kill people, but not to win soldiers. But, who saw Long Yu take away the flame banner? Master Hua, don't talk nonsense, which eye of yours saw me take away that flame banner? Standing next to Yu Xiao's body, Long Yu sneered, where can I hide such a big flame banner? It can only be said that the grade of the flame banner is too low, and I punched it into scum. When these words came out, Huahaishan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The flame banner of spiritual level supergrade can be said to be the strongest warrior in the Tibetan Fire Palace, but Long Yu said that the grade is too low. Does this Long Yu want to be ashamed? But this thing is too weird. When Long Yu punched down, did the flame banner really disappear? Many people in the field, including Huahaishan and Chu Chaoxing, secretly guessed, could it be that Long Yu has a hidden space soldier? But soon, these people all denied this guess. Space warriors are really rare. Even the Chu family of the royal family of the Tang dynasty only has 3 space warriors that can store things. The Long family of the general family and the Mo family of the Xian family each have 1, as for the other families and sects, there are none at all. If you say that Long Yu has space fighters, no one will believe it. But what about the flame banner? Huahaishan was puzzled by this question, and it was impossible for him to really have the opportunity to search Long Yu. Today's battle, Long Yu, the core disciple of Zhenshenzong, opened everyone's eyes. However, killing people indiscriminately in the 7 schools of martial arts is really not in line with the purpose of the 7 schools of martial arts. Chu Chaoxing stood up, looked at Long Yu, and said indifferently, Yu Xiao is an elite of the Tibetan Fire Palace, and an elite of our great Tang kingdom. It is a pity that he died like this. Long Yu, next time, if you go down again assassin, you will be disqualified from participating in the 7 schools of martial arts. As soon as these words came out, the people who suppressed Tianzong were filled with righteous indignation. Why can people from Duandomen and Qianzizong kill people on foot, and Long Yu killed Yu Xiao, so Chu Chaoxing would be so accused? Moreover, if Long Yucai's 3rd level cultivation base of the true spirit secret realm is not used with all his strength, how can he face the strong man at the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm? When fighting, you have to tie your hands and feet to prevent you from being able to kill the opponent. This restriction is too great. Good. Unexpectedly, Long Yu nodded his head in agreement, but then said, but Lord Zhua, if someone wants to kill me first, I will not show mercy. That's natural. It was impossible for Chu Chaoxing to go too far in front of tens of thousands of people, so he could only agree with Long Yu's words. However, how could such an idea of wanting to kill Long Yu be expressed so clearly? Anyway, Chu Chaoxing made up his mind. As long as Long Yu kills again, he will be disqualified from participating in the war. He still can't see through this kid, and it's too dangerous to let him go on like this. However, it won't be long before Long Yu jumps, and soon, someone will come to take his life. In addition, Lord Zhua, it seems that the stage of the expert duel of the 7 schools of martial arts will not take much time. Why don't you let the 2 days be so long, just today, and finish it in one fell swoop? Long Yu raised his head and looked at Chu Chaoxing, who was on the spectator stand. His words were aggressive. When these words came out, many people were shocked. This Long Yu, dare to negotiate conditions with xuanhuan Chu Chaoxing and change the rules of the 7 schools of martial arts? However, if it is true that the master duels are held in one day, it will undoubtedly be much more interesting, otherwise each match will be separated by 2 days, and it will be too troublesome. Chu Chaoxing didn't expect Long Yu to propose such a condition, so he couldn't help squinting his eyes. After pausing for a while to breathe, Chu Chaoxing nodded playfully. Okay, then according to what you said, this stage of the 7 schools of martial arts will be finished at once today. This decision was unexpected. And the challenger next to Yu Xiao is Duan Dao Men Duan Mia, the black-robed Duan Dao man who cut off his walking arm. Seeing Chu Chaoxing nodding in agreement, Long Yu cast his gaze in the direction of Duan Daomen, and gave Duan Mi a provocative look, as if to say, Duan Mi, dare to challenge me to suppress Tianzhou? When the black-robed knifebreaker Duan Mia heard it, he was furious instantly. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. A mere kid in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, even though he is a bit capable, dares to challenge him to be destroyed. Isn't this courting death? Duan Miao let out a cold snort. Wearing a black robe and holding a broken knife, he strode towards the field with big strides. I'm Duan Mia, representing Duan Dao sect, and challenging Zhen Tianzong. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience exclaimed that Long Yu actually provoked Duan Dao men and asked Duan Mia to take the initiative. You must know that Duan Mia's strength is much stronger than Yu Xiao's. Although it is also the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it is not the same level. Duan Mia, but he cut off his walking arm before, how could he be afraid of the last Long Yu? Well done. A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes. I will avenge senior brother Bu's severed arm revenge. After Chu Chaoxing's consent, Long Yu blew up the atmosphere in the audience, and even wanted to face the strongest of the other 6 sects alone in one day. This is really unbelievable, but the more so, the more interested everyone is. Let's see if Long Yu is really so powerful. Duan Mia and Long Yu stood facing each other on the martial field of the Forbidden Army, one holding a broken knife and the other holding a long spear. In an instant, the two shot at the same time. 10,000 people killed. Long Yu's spear shot out like a dragon, roaring towards Duan Mia with endless killing intent. 3 swords. Duan Mia unexpectedly exhibited a mortal-level high-grade martial skill, intending to use this to counter Long Yu's 10,000 killing spear technique. In the next moment, 3 startling sword lights instantly cut into the spear full of murderous intent, and there was no response. It was completely wrong to use mortal high-grade martial arts to fight Long Yu. However, Duan Mia didn't panic. He unleashed the Duan Dao domain, retreated extremely fast, and easily dodged the 10,000 killing spear technique. Your martial arts realm is not as good as mine, that is to say, even if you release the Tianjin domain, it is impossible to suppress me. Duan Mia sneered. His figure was as light as a shadow, extremely fast. Yeah? Long Yu looked calm, and with a wave of his hand, the great power of the sun was released, and a burst of terrifying frost power spread out, covering Duan Mia's body in an instant. The general trend of Taiyin appeared. Duan Mia's figure was blocked, not to mention that Duan Dao's domain was completely suppressed, even his own speed had been reduced to a heinous level. It's too cloudy again. Duan Mia's face changed. How could this year's heaven-suppressing sect disciples be so wicked? That Ling Han comprehended the charm of Taiyin, this Long Yu also comprehended the general trend of Taiyin, and Lu Yuan of Qingqing Pavilion, who had an inexplicable relationship with Long Yu, also comprehended the general trend of Taiyin. As for the law of the Yin, Duan Mia has already learned it. That was 3 years ago, when he faced Mo Fengming of the Mo family of the Shangxiang family. Under Mo Fengming's great power, he was suppressed to the point where he was powerless to fight back. Unexpectedly, now, even Long Yu, Lu Yuan and others have comprehended the general trend of the Yin, which made Duan Mia feel particularly unbalanced. Why can't he obtain such a tyrannical law of the monument? This made Duan Mie's body full of violence, and the broken knife in his hand condensed a layer of black light, and then a light from the broken knife in the air slashed down towards Long Yu. This knife-cutting knife light was exactly the move that made him walk and break his arm. At the beginning, the knife light was still on the broken knife in Duan Mie's hand, but at the next moment, it unexpectedly swept in front of Long Yu by breaking the space. The move of Duan Kong Daomong is really too fast. Tying wings, get up. Long Yu had long been prepared for the move of Duan Mie, and he had already begun preparations when he made a move. At this moment, the sword light descended, and the tying wings stretched out behind him, and instantly flew away sideways with him. With the wings of tying stretched out, Long Yu's speed is unmatched. 10,000 people killed. Relying on his unparalleled speed, Long Yu quickly approached Duan Mie, and stabbed out with a bang, carrying endless killing intent. He has already comprehended the technique of killing thousands of people with a spear, and when he shoots it, the killing intent is full. If it is an opponent of the same level, he may not be able to withstand the pressure of this killing intent. Even Duan Mie felt his heart tremble slightly when he felt the killing intent of Long Yu's spear and his lightning-fast speed. Under the shroud of the general trend of the sun, Duan Mie's movements became quite slow. Facing Long Yu's spear, Duan Mie only had time to raise the Duan saber horizontally, trying to block Long Yu's spear with the Duan saber. However, under the pervasive killing intent, Long Yu's spear instantly contained the destructive power of thunder and lightning. Ding! With one shot, it stabbed on the broken knife, and the destructive power of the thunder burst out instantly. The broken knife in Duan Mie's hand was blasted into pieces in an instant, and then the power of infinite thunder poured into Duan Mie's body along the handle of the knife, trying to destroy all the meridians in his body. Another kind of power of the law of the monument. Many discerning people have seen that Long Yu's spear was able to shatter Duan Mie's broken sword soldiers, but it used another kind of law power at the level of Tianbei. The power of this law is full of destruction, as if anything that stands in front of it will be wiped out. Including Chu Chaoxing in the spectator seats, also squinted his eyes and observed Long Yu carefully. Chu Chaoxing had never seen Long Yu display the power of the Thunderbolt Law before, but seeing it now, his evaluation of Long Yu immediately went up to a higher level. This son is extraordinary. Come to think of it, it was the Tianbei that he got from the Jixianliai pond before, but how did this kid survive in the Jixianliai pond? Chu Chaoxing couldn't figure it out. You must know that even a strong man at his level dare not step into the Jixianliai pond. Once he steps in, he will only have a dead end. On the other side, in the spectator seats of the Xiong family's Mo family, wearing Xingyi, Mo Fengming was sitting leisurely, glanced at Long Yu in the field, with a look of interest in his eyes. Fengming, take a look, if you are also the third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, are you an opponent of Long Yu? Beside Mo Fengming and Xingyi, a middle-aged man also wearing Xingyi asked with a smile. This middle-aged man is Mo Fengming's father, but he is not the head of the Mo family of the Xiong clan. I am not his opponent. Mo Fengming shook his head, telling the truth. It seems that you have a high opinion of Long Yu, but it's a pity that such a proud son of heaven could have been the pillar of my Tang dynasty, but because he is the son of Long Zitian. Mo Fengming's father sighed, shook his head, and didn't say much. Mo Fengming's heart moved. What did his father mean by these words? Now, isn't this Long Yu a disciple of Xintian's sect and a pillar of the Tang dynasty? Could it be that there will be some changes in the near future? Mo Fengming didn't know the inside story, but he was not interested in the inside story either. What he was interested in was the general trend of tying that Long Yu had comprehended. You must know that Mo Fengming had obtained the fragments of tying before, and after relying on it to achieve the general trend of tying, the fragments of tying were consumed. This has caused him to be unable to make any progress in the general trend of the sun in the past few years. If it wasn't for suppressing the Heavenly Thunder Pond, Mo Fengming would have gone to the Ling family villa a long time ago to try to get another piece of Tyene. Got it. It seems that the Leitian monument is in Long Yu's hands. Thinking of this, a bright light flashed in Mo Fengming's eyes. The sky tablet is an extremely precious treasure for any martial artist. He, Mo Fengming, naturally wants to get it. Not to mention Mo Fengming, even at Chu Chaoxing's level, seeing Long Yu displaying the power of the two heavenly monument laws, he couldn't help being a little envious. It's a pity that this Long Yu cannot escape death after all. It was a pity for Chu Chaoxing to think of this, and once Long Yu died, the treasures such as the steel on his body must not belong to him. In the Forbidden Army martial field, Duan Mie's Duan Dao was smashed into pieces by Long Yu's spear, and he froze on the spot. He didn't expect Long Yu to be so tyrannical. However, before he could react, Long Yu held the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear and shot him again. This shot was also a 10,000 killing spear technique, and it also carried the destructive power of lightning. Duan Mie is still shrouded by the general trend of the sun, and has no ability to resist at all. Puff! This shot pierced through Duan Mie's shoulder immediately, and then the power of Ji Lei's destructive power exploded, instantly blasting one of his arms to pieces. Eye for eye. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then he kicked Duan Mie, whose arm had been broken, flying away, and rolled several times on the ground of the martial arts field. With Chu Chaoxing's order, he couldn't kill Duan Mie, but he could still avenge Xing Xing. As for the extinct life, just wait until the walking resumes, and go get it yourself. Long Yu believed that walking was definitely stronger than Duan Mie, but he was poisoned by Qianxi Sec Xu Xiamei on the field. Cut off the broken arm, shocking the audience. Many people cheered loudly, for example, the disciples of Xintian sect, all of them cheered. Brother Bu's revenge was finally avenged. However, more people were impressed by Long Yu's hotness and determination. This kid is young, but he is full of vigor in his actions, and people can't figure it out. It would be too terrifying to become Long Yu's opponent. Chu Xuanhuan, the head of Broken Knife sect, slapped the table, stood up angrily, and stared angrily at Long Yu in the arena. He glanced at Hua Haishan, the master of the hidden fire hall not far away, and found that Hua Haishan was shaking his head at him, signaling him not to be impulsive. In the Forbidden Army martial field, it was clear that there were experts protecting Long Yu. Wang Ju was injured in this way, and he hadn't seen anyone in the past few days. Hua Haishan and Chu Xuanhuan, of course, would no longer act impulsively. However, it is impossible for them to just swallow the anger of their disciples being bullied by Long Yu. Now they can only wait for the opportunity, wait for the best opportunity, and get rid of Long Yu in one fell swoop. Next, Qingqing Pavilion, by Linsha. Long Yu ignored the broken arm, turned his face sideways, and glanced in the direction of Qingqing Pavilion. In Qingqing Pavilion, Lu Yuan was not selected as the challenger, but Bai Linsha was chosen, and by default Bai Linsha was the strongest in Qingqing Pavilion. Bai Linsha was very satisfied with this. Who made Lu Yuan and Long Yu, the thief of Zhenshenzong, get very close? Moreover, it is clear that there is a tendency to betray the sect. As long as the 7 schools of martial arts are over, the pavilion master Feng Qiaoyun will definitely start to deal with this matter and clean up the door for the Qingqing Pavilion. But now there is a problem in front of Bai Linsha. Does she really want to represent Qingqing Pavilion and challenge Zhenshenzong? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. When faced with a choice, Bai Linsha flinched. Not only Bai Linsha, but even Feng Qiaoyun, the owner of Qingqing Pavilion, shook his head and told Bai Linsha not to challenge Zhenshenzong. Even Yu Xiao and Duan Mie couldn't survive a few tricks in Long Yu's hands, and Bai Linsha was not Long Yu's opponent. If it was Lu Yuan, maybe she could. No matter. Thinking of Lu Yuan, anger appeared on Feng Qiaoyun's face. She really didn't understand why Lu Yuan made such a choice to betray the sect. This is really outrageous. Admit defeat, this round, you have nothing to do. After Feng Qianyun said this to Bai Linsha, she closed her eyes and didn't want to say anything more. When Bai Linsha heard this, she felt a chill in her heart. Nothing happened to her. In other words, Feng Qianyun felt that she, Bai Linsha, was very weak. No matter which sect she challenged, she would not be able to win. Rather than challenge and suffer humiliation, it is better to just abstain. Bai Linsha froze, completely shocked by this fact. I abstain. Facing Long Yu's provocation, Bai Linsha lowered her head and said these 3 words. Abstain, abstain. Qingqing Pavilion, in this stage of the master's duel, actually made the strongest Bai Linsha choose to abstain. Doesn't this mean that Bai Linsha is the weakest among the first core disciples of the 7 major sects? Bai Linsha, who was in the 4th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, flinched when faced with Long Yu, who was in the 3rd level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, and chose to abstain. This is undoubtedly the shame of Qingqing Pavilion. However, the greater shame of Qingqing Pavilion is yet to come. Immediately after Bai Linsha, Ouyang Ming of the Ice Gate stood up to challenge. The Frost Sect and Zhenshenzong are allies, so of course Ouyang Ming will not challenge Zhenshenzong, and Ouyang Ming also knows that he is not Long Yu's opponent. Ouyang Ming, who was wearing a blue cloth robe, stood in the field, glanced around, and then cast his gaze in the direction of Qingqing Pavilion. Challenge, Qingqing Pavilion. Ouyang Ming's voice contained a little coldness, and the long sword in his hand was also covered with a layer of ice and snow. The martial arts and mental techniques of the Ice Sect are all related to ice, and the more powerful the disciple of the Ice Sect, the colder they look. Ouyang Ming lost to Yu Xiao in the last round of melee, but that doesn't mean he was weaker than Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao defeated Ouyang Ming only by relying on the super spiritual flame banner in his hand. But at this moment, in order for Ouyang Ming to win, Tang Qin, the head of the Frost Sect, gave Ouyang Ming a spiritual level supergrade saber that he used before to let him fight. If they can defeat Qingqing Pavilion in this battle, then this long sword belongs to Ouyang Ming. With such encouragement, how could Ouyang Ming not go all out? In the martial field of the Imperial Army, Ouyang Ming, 2 defenders of Qingqing Pavilion, Bai Linsha and a female martial artist from the 2nd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, stood soon. As for those with a lower level of martial arts, they don't need to play. Ouyang Ming stands there and lets them fight, and they can't hurt him. At this time, Lu Yuan was sitting on the spectator's seat in the direction of Zhentianzong. Sister Lu, don't you want to help Qingqing Pavilion? Feng Yusen asked a little puzzled. Even the owner of the Qingqing Pavilion doesn't care about the outcome of the 7 martial arts debates. Why should I worry about it? Lu Yuan smiled faintly, and had no intention of making a move at all. In this way, Ouyang Ming from the Frost Sect, Bai Linsha from the Qingqing Pavilion, and another female disciple from the 2nd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm were alone on the field. Let's fight. Ouyang Ming had delicate features, and looked like he was in his early 20s. At this moment, his heart was full of fighting spirit, and he waved the icy long sword in his hand, swaying a icy sword energy, and instantly attacked Bai Linsha. Dance of the Allure. Bai Linsha wouldn't show weakness, and immediately joined hands with the other female disciple, using body skills and martial arts to attack Ouyang Ming from 2 directions. The Dance of the Allure is not only a physical martial skill, but also has a charming effect. In particular, the 2 charming girls performed an alluring dance in front of Ouyang Ming, which immediately attracted Ouyang Ming's eyes. Not good. Ouyang Ming quickly realized, but at this moment, Bai Linsha had already dodged behind him, and the streamer and sword shadow rushed towards him like a shooting star. Ouyang Ming immediately prepared to defend, but at this moment, the female disciple in front of him at the 2nd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm suddenly released a phantom with a streamer of true spirit, accompanied by her own attractive figure, faintly visible. This scene attracted Ouyang Ming for a moment. Ice field. Ouyang Ming had no way to react, so he could only stimulate his profound energy to release the ice field as quickly as possible, and then a true spirit of the ice sword emerged from behind. Clang! Bai Lynch's streamer sword shadow bombarded Ouyang Ming's frost sword true spirit, which had not been completely solidified, and almost shattered the frost sword true spirit. Fortunately, Ouyang Ming's will is still firm, otherwise, Bai Linsha would have beaten him from the start. The two were separated as soon as they touched each other. Bai Linsha stepped back a few steps, and then launched another attack. The dance of the city and the flowing light and sword shadow made her attack speed very fast. Ouyang Ming's will became stronger at this time, and the other female disciple at the second level of the True Spirit Secret Realm could no longer affect him in the slightest. Shadow of Ice. Ouyang Ming swung his long sword, and suddenly dozens of ice shadow clones were condensed from the ice, which not only avoided Bai Lynch's fierce killing move, but also completely confused Bai Linsha. With so many ice shadow clones, which one is real and which one is fake? Long Yu squinted his eyes on the spectator stand. This shadow of ice, which he had experienced before, was a mid-level spirit-level martial skill of the ice sect. When he was still in the Taiyin mine in the Ling family villa, Long Yu had fought with Hua Buxi, the core disciple of the Frost Gate, the second level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and at that time Long Yu had just stepped into the True Spirit Secret Realm. Hua Buxi used the two major martial arts of Ice Shadow and Ice Flow. If Long Yu hadn't released the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit, he might not have been able to deal with it. Now, as the number 1 core disciple of the Frost Sect, Ouyang Ming's comprehension of this trick is naturally more profound than that of Hua Buxi back then. The flow of ice, sweep away. Dozens of Ouyang Ming's ice shadow clones opened their mouths at the same time, which looked spectacular, and then each of these dozens of ice shadow clones condensed a stream of ice, and swept towards Bai Linsha. Faced with so many ice streams, Bai Linsha seemed a little flustered, but as the number 1 core disciple of Qingqing Pavilion, she was not useless. Shadow Sword Dance. This move is very difficult to master in the Qingqing Pavilion, and even Lu Yuan has only comprehended it to the level of Xiaocheng. In the last round of melee, Lu Yuan used the residual Shadow Sword Dance to injure Bai Linsha, and Bai Linsha finally made a breakthrough, and finally comprehended the residual Shadow Sword Dance to the beginner level, and could initially display this martial skill. At this moment, facing Ouyang Ming's dozens of ice shadows and dozens of streams of ice, Bai Linsha didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately swung a pair of daggers out of her hands. Afterimage Sword Dance. The pair of daggers drew countless afterimages of sword light instantly after leaving their hands, and aimed at those streams of ice. Under the flickering sword light, those streams of ice were all cut in half and lost their power. The afterimage sword dance was extremely fast. Dozens of streams of ice failed to reach within 10 feet of Bai Lyncha's side before being crushed by the sword shadow. It's just that when Bai Linsha raised her head, she happened to see the junior sister at the second level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, who was being targeted by several streams of ice, and was forced to admit defeat. If you don't admit defeat, there is only one dead end. Ouyang Ming's 2 moves of Ice Shadow and Ice Flow, although they couldn't deal with Bai Linsha, they forced her helper back. Colorful Butterfly Spirit. Bai Linsha didn't dare to be careless, and immediately released her true spirit, which was a colorful butterfly, similar to Lu Yuan's black butterfly. The colorful butterfly spirit appeared, and the power of Bai Lyncha's phantom law suddenly increased to the extreme. Dozens of Ouyang Ming's ice shadow clones were all attracted by this colorful butterfly accompanied by Bai Lyncha's graceful figure, and were stunned on the spot. Shadow Sword Dance. Bai Linsha seized the opportunity, and once again performed the afterimage sword dance. The sword light danced across the sky, cutting dozens of ice shadow clones into pieces in an instant. Sword of Tianhan. Ouyang Ming's main body suddenly emerged from the broken ice wreckage of dozens of ice shadow clones. In his hands, the super spiritual long sword was finally exerted by him. In other words, what he has been waiting for is this moment. Bai Linxia shattered dozens of ice shadow clones, and before she came back up in one breath, she suddenly faced the attack of the strongest martial arts that Ouyang Ming had comprehended, and she immediately lost any ability to resist. The sword of Tianhan, the sky and the ground are frozen. With one strike, the world is frozen. Ouyang Ming was holding a spiritual level supergrade long sword, and the power of this sword moved even Long Yu. Even if I face this sword, I must go all out. Long Yu's expression was a bit dignified. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Ming's strength would be so terrifying after possessing a spiritual level supergrade long sword. His attainments in swordsmanship were by no means inferior to that of Qi Guanglai, the core disciple of Luoyu sword sect. Under Tianhan's sword, Bai Linxia couldn't resist it, so she had to admit defeat. Ouyang Ming challenged Qingqing Pavilion and succeeded. The original 10 martial arts arrows in Qingqing Pavilion were all taken away by the Hambing men, so that the total number of martial arts arrows in the Hambing men reached 27, becoming the top of the 7 sects. And this is undoubtedly a shame for Qingqing Pavilion. Tang Qin, the owner of the Frost Gate, looked relieved, and smiled at Ouyang Ming, who returned to the stage. You can keep this long sword from now on. Ouyang Ming, remember that you are always the hope of my Frost sect. At any time, you must put your own life first, understand? The disciple understands. Ouyang Ming won the victory, without arrogance or impetuosity, he said respectfully. Bai Linxia left the imperial military arena full of resentment. The head of the Frost sect gave Ouyang Ming all the super spiritual soldiers, but what about Feng Qianyun, the head of the Qingqing Pavilion? Not to mention super spiritual level warriors, it is impossible to hand them over to disciples generously, even middle rank and top rank warriors at the spiritual level. For the disciples of the Qingqing Pavilion sect, it is almost as difficult as reaching the sky if they want to get better soldiers. The pair of red daggers in Lu Yuan's hands were nothing more than outdated spirit-level low-rank warriors, and they were considered pretty good in Qingqing Pavilion. With Bai Linxia's defeat, the number of martial arts arrows owned by the Ice sect suddenly became the most among the 7 sects. And the entire stage of the 7 Masters duels was carried out successively under Long Yu's suggestion, and there were still 3 rounds of challenges left, and it was time to announce the final winner. The next 3 challengers are Qi Guang, Long Yu from Luoyu Sword Sect, and Yu Channing from Qianxi Sect. Of course, Long Yu would not give Yu Channing a chance to challenge. Before Yu Channing challenged, he had to take the initiative to challenge Qianzizong and defeat Yu Chanmei and Yu Channing together. Of course, before that, there was Qi Guang from the Falling Rain Sword Sect to challenge first. After Bai Linxia left the field, the eyes of tens of thousands of people in the field focused on the spectator seats of the Falling Rain Sword Sect, wanting to see which sect Qi Guang would challenge. Is it the Tian sect guarded by Long Yu alone, or the Ice Gate that just defeated the Qingqing Pavilion? It stands to reason that after seeing Long Yu's tyrannical combat power, Qi Guang's chances of winning by challenging the Ice Gate are better. Stain. To wash away this stain, he must choose the strong to challenge. As for Long Yu, who killed Yu Xiao in the Tibetan Fire Palace one after another, and cut off Duan Dao Men Duan Mia's arm, he was undoubtedly a strong man, which made Qi Guang feel excited. Only the strong can achieve the strong. Only by defeating Long Yu can Qi Guang save face. I challenged Shen Tianzong. Qi Guang held the Xinghai sword of the spiritual level and stepped into the Forbidden Army field step by step. Really? The corner of Bai Yunzong's mouth turned up slightly. The people of Luoyu Sword Sect are arrogant, so it is only natural that they will choose the stronger side to challenge. It was delivered to the door. Long Yu smiled slightly, stood up, and walked towards the Forbidden Army martial field. What came to your door? Long Yu's words were of course referring to the Xinghai sword, this super spirit level warrior. Originally, this Xinghai sword was sold by Long Yu to Qi Guang, the Falling Rain Sword Sect, but Qi Guang didn't know about this. Now that Qi Guang chose Long Yu as his opponent, Long Yu really wanted to get it back. Wouldn't that be fun? Anyway, the Rainfall Sword sect is not a good guy, and it targeted Jintian sect several times in the melee stage. Since Qi Guang can't be killed, take away his soldiers and make his heart ache. Long Yu stepped onto the field of the Forbidden Army, and said bluntly, "Let's fight." After saying these two words, he had already held the 9-yu-long spear in his hand, pointing the tip at Qi Guang. Holding the Xinghai sword in his hand, Qi Guang looked at Long Yu, with a fiery fighting intent in his eyes. "Long Yu, I will defeat you and let everyone know my true strength, Qi Guang." There is so much nonsense. Long Yu ignored him at all, holding the 9 Serenity Dragon spear. With a movement of his body, he immediately killed 10,000 people with one shot, and charged towards Qi Guang with endless killing intent. Raining Rain Sword Art. Qi Guang was unhurried, holding the Xinghai sword, and casually holding a sword flower in his hand. Several sword glows followed the raindrops and attacked Long Yu, extremely fierce. Thousands of killing spears condensed endless killing intent, but was swept in by those sword glows, and quickly dissipated. It can be seen that these sword glows are not in vain. "I will beat you as fast as I can." A cold light flashed in Qi Guang's eyes, and he waved the Xinghai sword in his hand, and then a field of the law of night rain descended, enveloping Long Yu. In the field of night rain, Long Yu felt as if his whole body was caught in a violent storm, and the eyes were full of raindrops. And his vision became blurred all of a sudden, and even Qi Guang's figure couldn't be seen clearly. This is the law of night rain contained in the Rainfall Sword sect's Night Rain Ju, which can affect the sight of the enemy within the range, confuse the enemy's judgment, and thus be restricted everywhere in the battle. Sky Suppressing Domain. Long Yu also released the Sky Suppressing Domain, but the Heaven Suppressing Yang True Spirit did not dare to condense it out, so it was still not as powerful as Qi Guang's Night Rain Domain after all. The next moment, several rain sword lights fell from the sky, mixed in the raindrops, invisible and invisible, but Long Yu was keenly aware of the killing intent contained in the sword lights. The sun erupts. Long Yu yelled, and the Taiyin wings stretched out from behind, and then led him into a gray-black streamer, and quickly moved to other places. However, he soon discovered that no matter where he moved, the field of night rain was always covered, and the sword glow like raindrops might fall at any time. Rainy Night Field, watertight. Cooperating with the falling rain sword Ju and blending the sword light into the rainstorm, no one would be able to discover it. If it weren't for Long Yu's sensitivity to killing intent, based on his current martial arts realm, he would have been suppressed to death by Qi Guang long ago. The general trend of the sun. Long Yu knew that it couldn't be delayed. The more the situation dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. When he released the general trend of the sun, the violent storm around his body finally weakened a lot, but he still couldn't find Qi Guang's location. If you can't find the opponent, how can you defeat the opponent? Fortunately, after the general trend of the sun was released, the raindrops falling around began to be condensed into ice by the power of the general trend of the sun, and fell to the ground and shattered into ice chips. As the raindrops around Long Yu condensed into ice, he could finally easily distinguish the raindrops from the falling rain sword light. Raindrops will condense into ice because of the cold, but the falling rain sword light is only slowed down by the general trend of the sun. Taiyin wings, take me away. Long Yu's eyes flickered with brilliance, and his whole body exploded with profound energy, urging the Taiyin wings behind him to flutter, and his whole body walked through the field of night rain at the fastest speed. Almost in an instant, he finally found where Qi Guang was, and then punched out without hesitation. 9-yu-long fist, drunk in the underworld. A punch simulated the road to the underworld, and at the same time, the spirit of the underworld sprang out without a trace, firmly restraining Qi Guang's figure, who was still trying to dodge. At this moment, if Long Yu used the 9-nether blast flow, he could kill Qi Guang in an instant, but because of Chu Chaoxing, he couldn't kill him. Therefore, he could only rely on the wings of the Taiyin and the general trend of the Taiyin to quickly get close to Qi Guang, and then he punched Qi Guang's chest vigorously to condense the energy of Jiuyou. The Qi of Nine Netherness entered his body, causing Qi Guang's meridians all over his body to be eroded by the Qi of Nine Netherness. The night rain field was naturally destroyed, and the Forbidden Army martial field regained its clarity. However, when the tens of thousands of people around the Forbidden Army martial field were able to see the situation in the field again, they were all shocked. Qi Guang had strange black lines appearing on his face, as if he had been corroded by some force, and the Xinghai sword in his hand had disappeared. Qi Guang's night rain field, although it can cover the vision of Long Yu who is in it, can also block the sight of the surrounding observers. Long Yu took the opportunity, and when he punched Qi Guang's chest, he snatched the Xinghai sword and threw it into the Jiuyou space. Qi Guang, who was eroded by the Qi of the Nine Nethers, had no ability to resist at all, and the Xinghai sword was taken away by Long Yu, and he didn't even notice it. Because the Qi of the Nine Nethers entered his body, his whole body was eroded extremely uncomfortable. How can you still care about a soldier? I surrender. Qi Guang fell to the ground, trembling all over, but fortunately he still had the strength to admit defeat, otherwise it would be miserable. The suzerain of the Falling Rain Sword sect, a white-robed Huayan scholar with an extremely long beard, suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. This is too outrageous, the disciples of Zhenshenzong are so rampant. Huayanshi was extremely upset. After all, he thought that he was the strongest in the Falling Rain Sword sect at first, but now it seems that their number one core disciple of the Falling Rain Sword sect is no match for a mere Long Yu. This Long Yu is the third level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Go and bring Qi Guang back. As soon as Huayanshi waved his hand, the elder Qiu Shusong beside him nodded immediately, and hurried to the Imperial Army martial field, and brought Qi Guang back. In any case, Qi Guang is the number one core disciple of their Falling Rain Sword sect. Even if they lose, they have to take good care of them. However, when the elder Qiu Shusong brought Qi Guang back, he suddenly felt a chill and found a problem. Where is Xinghai sword? Qiu Shusong searched Qi Guang's body, but he didn't see a trace of Xinghai sword. Qi Guang, where did Xinghai sword go? Could it be that Long Yu took it away? Qiu Shusong hurriedly asked with a serious expression. Everyone was injured like this, Qiu Shusong didn't care, and instead paid attention to a soldier. It can be seen that there is no human touch in the Luoyu sword sect. No, I don't know. Qi Guang's meridians all over his body were eroded by the Qi of Nine Netherness, so it's not bad if he didn't faint. At this moment, how can he care about Xinghai sword? Qi Guang felt that if he didn't treat him properly, he would die from that strange power. He doesn't think about anything now, as long as he can save his life, he can say anything. Seeing Qi Guang's appearance, Huayanshi, the suzerain of Luoyu sword sect, and the elder Qiu Shusong looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of anger in each other's eyes. That Long Yu of Tianzong suppressing heaven is really too much. However, they didn't even think about it, who encouraged Qi Guang to challenge Shen Tianzong? Now that you have issued a challenge, you must be prepared to fail. Whether you lose miserably or win, it is your choice. The falling rain breaks the string, the falling rain breaks the string. If Qi Guang can learn this move, he won't be defeated by a mere Long Yu. It's a pity. Huayanshi, the patriarch of the Falling Rain Sword sect, sighed secretly. It's a pity that Qi Guang failed to learn how to break the string when the rain fell, and his own battle in the Forbidden Army martial field can be regarded as a string broken by the rain falling. Next, should I challenge? Long Yu stood in the center of the Imperial Army's martial field, raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, and looked at Chu Chaoxing, who was wearing a golden royal robe in the spectator seats. It's your turn. Chu Chaoxing nodded and narrowed his eyes slightly. Not only Chu Chaoxing, everyone in the field wanted to know at this moment, which sect would Long Yu choose as his opponent? However, no matter what, the ending of the 7 schools of martial arts has been confirmed by many people. Yu Channing of Chanxi sect has reached the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. She is definitely the best among all the heroes, and she is also the last challenger. Now no matter who Long Yu challenges, no matter whether he wins or loses, he can't stop Qianzizong from winning the first place. I challenge, Qianzizong. Following Long Yu's words, tens of thousands of people in the entire Forbidden Army martial field were shocked, and the audience fell into silence. Long Yu actually chose to challenge the Chanxi sect, that is to say, he had to face 2 strong men, Yu Yumei and Yu Channing at the same time. This kid, does he have a fever? Long Yu, on the stage of the 7 schools of martial arts, first won the victory for Tianzong by himself in the melee stage, and then in the master competition stage. His performance was once again earth-shattering. Kill Yu Xiao in the Palace of Hidden Fire, cut off Duan Dao Men Duan Mia's arm, and forcefully defeat the Falling Rain Sword sect Qi Guang. It can almost be said that Long Yu alone has defeated all the core disciples of the 7 major sects, and now, when it was Long Yu's turn to take the initiative to challenge, he actually chose Chanxi sect. This has to be shocking. One must know that the strength of Chanxi sect is undoubtedly one of the best among the 7 sects, and the most important thing is the 2 strongest ones, Yu Yumei and Yu Channing. Yu Yumei, although he is only 14 years old, is already a genius strongman in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he is cautious and ruthless. Even the Wok of Zhenshenzong fell into his hands, and he was hit by it. The poison was cut off and his arm was cut off. And Yu Channing is even more extraordinary. The 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. You must know that the 5th level of the martial arts realm of the True Spirit Secret Realm is considered a very important figure even among the 4 great aristocratic families. For example, Gu Hibo, the steward of the royal family of the aristocratic family, can be said to be in charge of most of the affairs of the royal family. Normally, the sect disciple at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm has long been promoted to the existence of an elder. It's just that Yu Channing retained her core disciple status for this time's 7 schools of martial arts, in order to ensure that Chanxi School won the 7 schools of martial arts. It can be said that Yu Channing is almost invincible in this 7 martial arts discussion. Not to mention Long Yu, the 3rd level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Even if all the 4th level powerhouses of the True Spirit Secret Realm are added together, they may not be Yu Channing's opponent. Such a heaven-defying existence, if it were someone else, it would be too late to avoid it. How could it be possible to bump into it on its own initiative? However, Long Yu unexpectedly took the initiative to challenge Qianzizong. This guy, is he jumping over the wall in a hurry? Isn't he courting death for making such a choice? I guess I also see that Qianzizong is about to win. Zhenshenzong can't sit still, no matter what, let's fight first. What's the use of fighting? Yu Channing has reached the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. That's no joke. In my opinion, this Long Yu might not even be able to catch a single move. That's not necessarily the case. In my opinion, there should be no problem in being able to catch 3 moves. All of a sudden, the tens of thousands of people in the Forbidden Army martial field all started talking about it. None of them knew about Long Yu's true strength. At this moment, they naturally felt that Long Yu was not Yu Channing's opponent. After all, since ancient times, the higher the level of martial arts, the stronger the combat power. This is the iron rule of Tianyu continent. Occasionally there are exceptions, and that is also occasionally, and at most one level of realm can be defeated to defeat the opponent, and the right time, place, and people are needed. But now, Long Yu and Yu Channing are 2 levels behind in comparison. Hearing that Long Yu challenged Qianzizong, everyone in Zhenshenzong suddenly became nervous. Everyone knew how strong Qianzizong was, especially the winner of the last round of the melee stage, Yu Yumei, and the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Yu Channing. Either of the two can sweep most of the disciples of the seven major sects, let alone the two joining hands. Although Long Yu is powerful, can he deal with such an opponent? Interesting. Chu Chaoxing, who was wearing a golden royal robe in the spectator seats, smiled faintly, and then waved his hands. Qian Ning, Qi Mei, you can go on stage now. To deal with Long Yu, the rest of the Qianxi sect didn't need to play at all, they were just cannon fodder. Yu Jiamei and Yu Qianing, both of them appeared on the stage at the same time, standing together like siblings, looking at their expressions, they didn't pay much attention to Long Yu. After all, this battle is a crushing battle in the realm of martial arts, and they don't believe that a mere kid in the third level of the True Spirit secret realm can win against the two of them teaming up. What's more, both of them still have hidden strengths, which have not been displayed. Come on, let me give you 3 tricks. Yu Qianing was wearing a goose yellow shirt, staring at Long Yu with indifference in her eyes and said. Her words were full of contempt for Long Yu, but in the eyes of tens of thousands of people in the audience, she was absolutely qualified to show such contempt for Long Yu. This is not the first time Yu Qianing and Long Yu have fought against each other. Just outside the border of the Tang dynasty, near the Jixianliai pond, Yu Qianing had set up an ambush, trying to kill Long Yu, but that time, he let Long Yu run away. Originally, Yu Qianing thought that there was only one way to die for Long Yu breaking into the Jixianliai pond, but he didn't expect this kid to be fatal. Not only did he not die, but he also comprehended the law and power of the Jilishan monument, which is amazing. But even so what? Yu Qianing reached the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Having crossed the double strength advantage, any martial skill that Yu Qianing uses can cause a crushing effect on Long Yu, and Long Yu will try his best to resist with every move. And if she made a move with all her strength, Long Yu would definitely not be able to resist it. The only thing to pay attention to is that this Long Yu is very fast, and the pair of Taiyin wings are the best spirit-level fighters, making Long Yu look like a cunning fly, nimble but annoying. Give me 3 tricks? Long Yu stood far away, watching Yu Jiamei and Yu Qianing standing next to each other. Their casual appearance made it hard to imagine that they were fighting. However, since the other party is so arrogant, there is no need for Long Yu to remind them. Make 3 tricks, let's make 3 moves. Long Yu was vigilant in his heart, and did not expect to defeat Yu Qianing within these 3 moves. You must know that Yu Qianing had practiced hidden martial arts, and no one knew it. Is it her real strength? In comparison, Yu Shimei is much easier to deal with. 3 moves, just 3 moves to deal with him, otherwise he would have to deal with Yu Qianing. Long Yu really might not be able to win. The genius disciples of the 7 major sects are much stronger than those sloppy buckets brought by the ancient Hebo of the Wang family. The strength of Yu Shimei is definitely not comparable to that of the 4th level of the ordinary True Spirit secret realm. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people in the audience, Long Yu made his first move. This first move is a ruthless killing move. Suppressing the sky field, the general trend of the sun, and the general trend of thunder. With the Dragon U9 Serenity Dragon Spear in hand, the power of the 3 laws are fused together and condensed at the tip of the spear. Immediately afterwards, he performed a psychic martial skill against the scales, and the tip of the 9 Nether Dragon Spear, which condensed the power of 3 laws, pointed directly at the 14-year-old boy with a little childish look on his face. Even if the other party is only 14 years old, Long Yu is merciless, because he knows a truth: once he shows mercy now, he will be the one who will fail. The power of the 3 laws merged together, and fell in front of Yu Shimei in an instant. This move can be said to have exceeded Yu Shimei's expectations. He has been observing Long Yu's previous battles, and he knows that the power of law that Long Yu has comprehended is these 3 kinds: the field of suppressing the sky, the general trend of Taiyin, and the general trend of thunder. The suppression of the sky-suppressing domain, the frost of the lunar general trend, and the destruction of the general thunder and thunder trend, the combination of the 3 can definitely cause extremely terrifying destructive power. However, what Yu Shimei didn't expect was that Long Yu would perform such an ultimate move in just one encounter. Senior sister told him to make 3 moves. Since he is targeting me, I have to block it. I want to see what other moves this Long Yu has. Yu Yanmei's childish face was solemn, and as he waved his hands, countless shadows suddenly appeared in front of him, as if they had condensed into a cobweb of shadows. This shadow spider web has a strong defense ability. When he fought Qi Guang before, he relied on this martial skill to defend against Qi Guang's deadly move. At this moment, the shadow spider web reappeared, wanting to resist Long Yu's strongest shot, Enlightenment touch. The power of the 3 laws erupted instantly when the gun's shadow hit the shadow spider web, and the terrifying destructive power of lightning spread along the shadow spider web in an instant, turning the field into a land of thunder and lightning. The general trend of the sun came down with the tip of the spear, freezing all the shadow spider webs into ice cubes, while the general trend of suppressing the sky directly shrouded Yu Shishia's head, making him shudder. True Spirit, Entity. Yu Shimei hastily released her own spider silk True Spirit Entity, condensed into a dark shadow thread, and unexpectedly rolled towards Long Yu. Didn't you tell me to make 3 moves? This is the first move. The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly. This Yu Shimei finally thought of fighting back. This can't be blamed on Yu Shimei, it's because Long Yu put too much pressure on him. He knew that if he didn't fight back, Long Yu would probably defeat him within these 3 moves. Before actually fighting Long Yu, Yu Shimei would never have believed that she would not be able to resist Long Yu's 3 moves. But now, he believed it. Not only did he believe it, but he also knew that the strength possessed by Long Yu had definitely surpassed almost all the experts in the 4th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, approaching the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. Yu Yumei, only when she was sparring with Yu Qianning did she experience such heavy pressure. This pressure forced him to condense the spider silk True Spirit Entity and counterattack Long Yu. However, even if Yu Shimei released the spider silk spirit, it would be in vain, and it would not be able to stop Long Yu's attack at all. 9 Yu Long Fist, drunk in the underworld, kill. Long Yu yelled in his heart, and punched out. The aura of the 9 netherness condensed at a close distance, and the shadowless and invisible spirit of the underworld instantly restrained the Yu Shimei completely. The road to the underworld was imitated, and Yu Shimei was shocked on the spot with one punch. Boom! Long Yu flew up and kicked Yu Shimei's chest directly, kicking his somewhat thin body into the air, and landed outside the Imperial military arena. 2 strokes to repel the rain demon. When Yu Shimei's figure landed outside the Forbidden Army martial field, tens of thousands of people in the audience were in an uproar. This Long Yu is really too strong. Yu Shimei, among the powerhouses in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, can be said to be one of the best existences, but was repelled by Long Yu's face-to-face and 2 moves of martial arts. Could it be that this Long Yu really has the strength to defeat Yu Qianning? At this moment, everyone who originally thought this battle would be boring became excited. It's almost here, the artistic conception of the 9 nether laws. Long Yu frightened Yu Shimei with a fist, and kicked her away heavily. His eyes glistened with brilliance. Every time he casts the 9 nether dragon fist, he can feel that he is getting closer to the artistic conception of the 9 nether law. Just now, that fist was blown out from the drunken world, and a kind of enlightenment suddenly rose in his heart. Comprehend the artistic conception, the breakthrough is imminent. When Long Yu's fist blasted the rain away, Yu Qianning's eyes lit up nearby. This kid, it seems that his strength has progressed well, and he has the strength to fight her, which also makes this battle less boring. It's just not that boring, though. Yu Qianning smiled coldly. Why are you laughing? The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, just in time to see Yu Qianning sneering, and couldn't help but sarcastically said, Is it so funny to see people from my sect being blown away by me? When these words came out, Yu Qianning was a little angry. But before she said anything, Long Yu immediately punched her, cheering her up. Although the power of this punch is not a threat to her, it contains some weirdness, and she still needs to deal with it carefully. This is the third trick you promised me. As Long Yu said lightly, he punched Samsara with his palm, and blasted out. Immediately, the power of Samsara descended, covering Yu Channing's entire body. Awaken the palm of reincarnation. One punch can knock the opponent into reincarnation, and the realm of martial arts will temporarily drop. Even Yu Channing, who was in the 5th level of the true spirit realm, couldn't escape the shackles of reincarnation, and instantly felt that his martial arts realm had fallen to the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. Yu Channing's face changed slightly. What's going on? This kid actually comprehended such a terrifying martial skill. No wonder he was able to save himself from danger many times and defeat martial arts experts who were stronger than himself. The realm of the Emperor. Yu Channing snorted coldly, and immediately released the realm of the Emperor she had cultivated, and the law of the Emperor descended, as if a beam of Emperor's light shone on Long Yu. The general trend of the sun, the general trend of thunder. Not to be outdone, Long Yu also unleashed the power of the 2 Great Seal-level heavenly monuments to fight against Yu Channing's Emperor's domain. If it's the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm, the 2 heavenly monument laws of Long Yu will come out together, and neither of them may be able to fight against Yu Channing's Emperor's domain. After all, Yu Channing's martial Dao realm is too high, and the law of the Emperor is originally at the xuanhuan level, and the gap with the law of the Tianbei is not as big as the law of the ordinary Huangshi level. But now, Yu Channing was punched into reincarnation, and the realm of the Emperor was weakened by more than half. It's good to be able to compete with my Emperor's domain, but it's a pity that your martial arts realm is really too bad. Yu Channing smiled coldly, and suddenly released the true spirit from behind. The Shadow Emperor's true spirit. The true spirit entity of a shadow dancer emerged from behind Yu Channing just like this, and this was the first time most people saw the true spirit condensed by Yu Channing. The true spirit of the Shadow Emperor, the Emperor in the shadow dance. Although it was just a black shadow, it was filled with infinite domineering aura of the Emperor. As soon as it appeared, it was like the arrival of the Emperor, and Yu Channing's pressure in the domain of the Emperor suddenly increased several times. Practice Chansi Yueying Ju and the Spring and Autumn Emperor Sutra at the same time, and comprehend the Huangshi level Chansi domain and the Xuanyu level Emperor domain at the same time. Long Yu felt the imperial coercion of the black shadow true spirit, and his heart shuddered, knowing that this true spirit was much stronger than his sky-suppressing yang true spirit. Now, his heaven-suppressing yang true spirit has condensed into a solid body, but he dare not release it. Because once released, others will be able to see that his sun true spirit has condensed into a solid body, but he has not yet stepped into the 4th level of the true spirit mystery realm. There is only one possibility, that is, he still has the 2nd true spirit, and it didn't have time to condense into a solid body. The current Long Yu doesn't want to expose the fact that he has a 2nd true spirit. The sun erupts. Facing the incomparable coercion of the Emperor's domain, Long Yu gritted his teeth, and the wings of Taiyin stretched out from behind, instantly shaking off the coercion on him. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's body turned into a gray-black streamer, quickly dodged, and in the next instant he was behind Yu Channing. 9 Serenity Dragon Fist, Awaken Palm Reincarnation. Long Yu swung his fist, and the power of reincarnation immediately enveloped the Shadow Emperor's true spirit. In the next moment, the real entity of the Shadow Emperor's true spirit was immediately driven into reincarnation, and its power was reduced by about half. At this level, Long Yu could still fight against the domains of the 2 heavenly monuments and the domain of the Emperor. 9 Nether Dragon Fist, Drunk in the Underworld. Long Yu punched one after another, not giving Yu Channing a chance to breathe. As the shadowless and invisible spirit of the underworld flew out and bound Yu Channing's whole body, the road to the underworld simulated by the spirit of the 9 secluded worlds was about to envelop Yu Channing in it. No, fake? Just when Long Yu was about to hit Yu Channing with a punch, his brows frowned suddenly, and at the next moment, countless shadow threads formed an extremely wide spider web, and descended towards Long Yu from the sky. Sure enough, Yu Channing, who was bound by the spirit of the underworld, was just an afterimage of a clone, while the real Yu Channing had already reached the top of Long Yu's head, displaying the unique skill of the Chanxi sect, the shadow spider web. Compared with Yu Shimei's shadow spider web, Yu Channing's spider web contains a burst of imperial aura, with a strong coercion attached, which is much stronger than it. Thunderbolt momentum, break it for me. Long Yu held the 9 nether dragon spear, the tip of the spear condensed the power of the thunderbolt, and in the flash of the destructive thunder, he directly tore a big hole in the shadow spider web. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's whole body shook the tip of his spear, and Yulong jumped. Facing Yu Channing, who had only the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm left, Long Yu seemed to be able to fight with ease, and would never put himself in danger at any time. With the power to destroy the lightning, after breaking through the shadow spider web, Long Yu fell from a high altitude, and a sky-suppressing spear art followed the general trend of suppressing the sky, crashing down. Even if it's just a Yellowstone-level law, when combined with the heaven-suppressing spear art, it can actually exert a power comparable to that of the xuanhuan-level law. Kill. Long Yuzhen Tian Chongju fell, and a shot blasted on the ground of the Forbidden Army Marshall Field, exploding a cloud of dust and smoke. Yu Channing's speed was extremely fast. The moment she was hit by the Tian Tian spear art, she had quietly dodged away, dodging Long Yu's spear. It's really unusual for Long Yu to be able to fight Yu Channing for so long. That's natural. You can see how strong he is just by seeing how he defeated Yu Yaomei with only 2 moves. It's just that, I think Long Yu is still at a disadvantage now. How can a kid at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm be the opponent of the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm? That's not necessarily the case, you see. Isn't Long Yu completely suppressing Yu Channing? In the spectator seats, tens of thousands of people were discussing and pointing at the battle situation in the field. They didn't know that Yu Channing's current martial Dao realm was beaten into reincarnation by Long Yu, and temporarily fell to the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm. In terms of basic strength, Long Yu and Yu Channing are not much different. If it was an ordinary 5th level powerhouse in the secret realm of true spirits, Long Yu would have killed him long ago, such as Gu Hibo and Wang Yuanchen. But Yu Channing's strength is much stronger than this kind of guy. In the final analysis, it is because Yu Channing received special training from Chu Chaoxing, practiced the Spring and Autumn Emperor Sutra, and comprehended the xuanhuan level law field. Come on, give me another punch. Long Yu punched Yu Channing with a punch, with a cold light in his eyes. With this punch, the 9 nether chi suddenly condensed, forming a black vortex in front of him, followed by a punch, which swept towards Yu Channing head-on. As he continued to use the 9 nether dragon fist, his comprehension of the 9 nether law became more and more profound, and finally it was time to break through. Only 1 step away. It was only the last step before Long Yu could comprehend the artistic conception of the 9 Nether's law, thus condensing the 9 Nether dragon true spirit into a solid body in one fell swoop, thus stepping into the 4th level of the true spirit mystery realm. However, Long Yu felt that he was still a little bit under pressure. Although Yu Channing is strong, she is not strong enough for Long Yu to stimulate her potential. If there is another strong person to fight against, then. Just when Long Yu was thinking this way, Yu Channing floated away to avoid his punch condensed with the spirit of 9 seclusion, and said solemnly, "Stinky boy, it seems that you are not only tough, but also have some fighting skills. It's a pity, if you think that I, Yu Channing, only have this ability, then you are very wrong." Following her words, her momentum suddenly rose steadily. Originally, Long Yu could be sure that he had suppressed her martial arts realm to the 4th level of the true spirit mystery realm with his fist of awakening palm reincarnation. But now, Yu Channing's aura suddenly exploded. The 5th level of the true spirit secret realm. It actually recovered, breaking the shackles of awakening palm reincarnation. It hasn't stopped yet. the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Yu Channing unraveled the concealment of her own strength. It can be seen that she was originally a superpower at the 6th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, but she had been hiding her strength before, which made people feel that she was only the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. True Spirit Secret Realm, the 6th level. Bai Yunzong's expression changed drastically in the Tianquanzong spectator seat. No wonder, Chu Chaoxing is so sure of Yu Channing. This Yu Channing has quietly stepped into the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, the strongest stage before the unity of the True Spirit. Only one step away, Yu Channing will be able to step into the realm of unity of True Spirit, and by then, she will be able to walk sideways even in the entire Tang dynasty. Even the suzerains of the 4 great families and the 7 great sects should be polite when they see Yu Channing again, and they may not win in a fight. You know, Yu Channing has practiced the Spring and Autumn Emperor Sutra and comprehended the xuanhuan level Emperor domain. At this point, Yu Channing has completely suppressed the suzerains of the 7 sects and the patriarchs of the 4 great families. As expected of Princess Chanxi, this aura is too strong. In the arena, there were not only a few who were shocked. There were tens of thousands of people in the audience, and when they saw Yu Channing's true cultivation, they all gasped. Such a young 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, if given enough time, it is entirely possible for her to step into the legendary realm of the unity of man and nature in the future. Long Yu of Zhentianzong, this time he is going to stumble. That's right, no matter how strong he is, it's simply impossible to deal with Yu Channing, who is higher than his triple realm. The basic strength is 7 or 8 times worse. In front of Yu Channing, this Long Yu is like a baby, there is no need to fight at all. Tens of thousands of people came to such a consistent conclusion almost at the same time. Long Yu is definitely about to lose. And there will be no resistance. However, no one knows that the current Long Yu is actually facing a critical moment to break through the realm. Yu Channing was hiding her strength, but when Yu Channing's true strength was revealed, Long Yu felt extremely strong pressure. This pressure immediately made his blood boil, and he broke through the final bottleneck all at once. Jiuyo, artistic conception, comprehend. A burst of strange and secluded aura penetrated Long Yu's whole body and erupted suddenly. When Yu Channing showed her true strength, Long Yu finally transformed under the pressure and comprehended the artistic conception of Jiuyo. Immediately, a burst of 9 netherness breath penetrated his whole body, and the 9 netherness dragon true spirit in his dantian finally began to condense into a solid body, causing his whole aura to change suddenly. Jin advanced. Tens of thousands of people in the Imperial military arena stared at Long Yu in the arena. Each of them opened their eyes wide, a little in disbelief. Yu Channing hid the realm of martial arts, and her original real strength turned out to be the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, which is already surprising enough. But under such pressure, Long Yu of Zhentianzong actually resisted the pressure, condensed the True Spirit into a solid body at this time, and stepped into the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Stepping into the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, my basic strength has doubled, reaching the strength of 8 junctures. Long Yu's eyes shone with confidence. The basic strength has reached 8 June, that is to say, with the effect of Thunderbolt Overlord body, he can have a terrifying power of 12 or 30 June with a random punch. One punch is equivalent to the power generated by 10,000 galloping horses. But the most important change is not here. When he comprehended the 9 netherness artistic conception and made the 9 nether dragon true spirit condense into a solid body, he could feel that the 9 nether dragon seal on his chest had transformed again. Once the transformed 9 nether dragon seal is activated, it can enhance his 10 June strength, making him no less powerful than the 5th level powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm in terms of basic strength. In addition, a set of training methods for powerful martial arts was introduced into his mind from the 9 nether dragon seal, allowing him to practice Yulong 9 explosions. This set of martial arts is said to have surpassed the level of martial arts in the entire Tianyu continent. It is a super powerful martial skill from the Great Desolation era. Today, only the descendants of the dragon from the Joyo tribe can practice successfully. In Long Yu's memory, even people from the Joyo tribe may not be able to successfully practice this trick. The 9 explosions of Yulong, let it go for now. Even if you practice, it is not a short-term matter. It is impossible to practice and comprehend on the battlefield. Long Yu raised his head and focused his gaze on Yu Qianning. Yu Qianning, wearing a goose yellow shirt, exudes the aura of a human emperor at this moment, and the true spirit of the Shadow Emperor emerges behind her, making her as if the Shadow Emperor has descended. It actually broke through. But, even if you break through, at this time, what's the use? With a sneer on Yu Qianning's face, as soon as he raised his hand, the Emperor's domain swept over again, covering Long Yu's entire body. The sun that suppresses the sky. As soon as Long Yu gritted his teeth, he instantly released the condensed true spirit of the sun. Immediately, the sky-suppressing sun emerged from behind him, and a violent sky-suppressing field radiated out. However, even after releasing the sky-suppressing sun, the coercion of Long Yu's sky-suppressing domain was still completely unable to withstand the coercion of Yu Qianning's Emperor's domain. 9 Serenity Dragon Fist, Awaken Palm Reincarnation. Long Yu swung his fist, and the power of reincarnation spread, immediately weakening the descending Emperor's domain by a level. With a loud bang, the heaven-suppressing domain and the Emperor's domain collided with each other. A burst of terrifying air burst out, and Long Yu was bounced back several steps. However, Yu Qianning did not take a single step back, which shows that the basic strength of the two is still too different. Since you have seen my true strength, let me show you the powerful martial arts of the royal Chu family. Yu Qianning smiled coldly. It is an honor for you to be defeated by the imperial martial arts. After the words fell, Yu Qianning raised his hand, and suddenly a burst of imperial aura condensed in his hand, exuding a fierce imperial pressure. Imperial Qi Flow. The spiritual level supergrade martial arts of the Chu family of the royal family, combined with Yu Qianning's 6th level martial arts realm of the true spirit secret realm, this move is enough to cut mountains and rivers. Even if a Mount Tai was in front of Yu Qianning, she could smash it into 2 with one move. A burst of golden imperial aura, the light burst and turned into 5 streams of air, attacking Long Yu from different directions. Every golden air flow contains endless destructive power. If it is hit head-on, even if it is replaced by another strong person in the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm, it will be wiped out in ashes. It turned out to be this trick. Long Yu is in danger. Bai Yunzong's complexion changed drastically at the Tian Sec spectator table. Yu Qianning, who was in the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm, displayed imperial aura, and even Bai Yunzong needed a lot of effort to deal with him. And the current Long Yu has just stepped into the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. How can he deal with it? Why don't you admit defeat? Unfortunately, in Long Yu's mind, the word admit defeat never existed. Imperial Qi Tianlu, the Imperial family's spiritual level supergrade martial arts, let me see how strong you are. Long Yu's heart is full of challenges. The stronger the enemy, the more he can stimulate his will to fight. Yu Qianning, the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm, is still within the range he can deal with. The sun erupts. Wake up palm reincarnation. Taiyan's wings stretched out from Long Yu's back, bursting out at an unparalleled speed, followed by punch after punch, and the power of reincarnation enveloped the 5 royal auras. Under the effect of reincarnation, the power of the 5 royal qi flow dropped by a level in an instant. However, this is still not the level that Long Yu can resist head-on. Immediately afterwards, he turned into a gray-black streamer and quickly circled the arena, and the 5 royal auras followed closely behind him, faster than he could run. Seeing that the golden air of the Emperor was about to hit Long Yu's back, Long Yu punched again, awakening the reincarnation. The power of infinite samsara enveloped Yu Channing's whole body. At this moment, she was sent into samsara again, and the realm of martial arts dropped by one level. Shocking thunder divine charm, slapping thunder dominant body. Lightning flickered all over Long Yu's body. He stood still immediately, turned around and punched the 5 imperial air streams. Weakened Yu Channing's martial arts realm, and also weakened the power of these golden royal auras. Long Yu is confident that he can resist this martial skill head-on. The golden air current and the purple thunder light collided in midair, and a burst of purple-gold air current erupted. In the chaos, Long Yu stepped back again and again, away from the place where the purple-gold air burst out, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. Just a little bit. He was almost unable to withstand the bombardment of the 5 royal auras, which had already been weakened twice by him. The martial arts of the Chu family of the royal family are really extraordinary. Since entering martial arts, Yu Channing is undoubtedly the strongest opponent Long Yu has ever encountered. Yu Channing, who has reached the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is probably already ranked among the 9 young masters of the Tang dynasty. Front row. What is certain is that it is definitely better than Mo Fengming of the Mo family, who was ranked 3rd. The strength is good, and the martial skill is also weird enough. Yu Channing's voice came out coldly, followed by a burst of golden imperial energy, which dispersed the purple-gold air. Her figure in light yellow clothes floated behind the Shadow Emperor's true spirit entity, and appeared in front of Long Yu again. And just at this moment, Yu Channing's martial arts realm has already recovered to the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The effect of awakening the palm of reincarnation, the second time it is used on her, the effect is already negligible, only at that moment has the weakening effect, but it will soon lose effect. However, the move of awakening the palm of reincarnation is a top-notch martial skill at the spiritual level no matter what. When it is really used, it is definitely not weaker than the royal air flow. Fighting against the strong is indeed an excellent way to break through one's own bottleneck. Between life and death, it is easier to break through to a higher level of martial arts practiced. At this moment, Long Yu's heartbeat became extremely fast, and his comprehension of reincarnation seemed to be a little deeper. Jiuyo. Xuanhuan. Reincarnation. In Long Yu's mind, the 3 were connected together, and the artistic conception of Jiuyo quietly emanated from his body. Reincarnation can be used not only on the enemy, but also on yourself. Reincarnation, you can see the past and the future. Awakening palm reincarnation, this move of the best martial skill at the spiritual level, Long Yu finally comprehended it to the peak state after comprehending the 9 serenities artistic conception. And after awakening palm reincarnation reached its peak, Long Yu was able to see his own future with a single punch. In this scene, Long Yu saw that he had stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and with a trick of drunken lying down in the underworld, he actually condensed a burst of 9 secluded qi, forming a barrier around his body to protect himself. This is the Zuo Huangquan who has cultivated to a transcendent state, and he is able to condense the barriers of the Huangquan to protect himself. Immediately, Long Yu also had a little understanding of the trick of drunk lying in the underworld. Seeing the future, comprehending martial arts, and reaching the pinnacle of reincarnation in the palm of his hand, he can actually have such a heaven-defying ability. Although the combat power has not increased, it has greatly increased the speed of Long Yu's cultivation and comprehension of martial arts. You can try it later, condense the energy of the 9 secluded worlds, and form a barrier of the underworld. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu raised his head and looked at Yu Channing. Yu Channing is his opponent, but why not his stepping stone? Stepping on Yu Channing, Long Yu can jump to a higher realm of martial arts, making his heart of martial arts more firm. Imperial Qi Flow. Yu Channing didn't give Long Yu too long a chance to breathe. As soon as he raised his hand, the royal air flowed again. This time, Yu Channing has already resisted the power of awakening palm samsara. Even if she is beaten into samsara, she probably won't fall to the realm of martial arts. As a result, Long Yu could only resist head-on. Wake up, palm reincarnation. As usual, Long Yu threw out several punches one after another, weakening the power of the 5 golden streams of royal aura, and then raised his hand, and began to condense the aura of 9 seclusion around his body. Just like in the future scene that Long Yu saw, a layer of netherworld barrier just appeared beside Long Yu, shining with a strange and secluded light. When the 5 golden streams of imperial energy bombarded the barrier of the underworld, the 9 nether lines appeared on the barrier of the underworld, and the strange power generated completely dispelled the power of the 5 golden streams of imperial energy. Drunk, lying in xuanhuan in the transcendent realm, the barrier of xuanhuan, the defense ability is so terrifying. Not only was Long Yu shocked, but the tens of thousands of people in the entire Forbidden Army martial field could not look away at this moment. Bravo! It's unbelievable that a mere kid at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is able to directly resist the super-spiritual supergrade martial arts of the Chu family of the royal family, with his royal aura. Tens of thousands of people in the imperial military arena were shocked by Long Yu's terrifying fighting power. If such a young man grows up, his achievement will definitely be higher than that of Yu Qianing. He is indeed the son of the former general, Long Zi Chen. The son of the dragon, how could he be ordinary? It's a pity, but many people know that it's very difficult for Long Yu to leave here alive today. It is even hard to say whether this battle can be won. Although everyone has seen how powerful Long Yu is, his opponent is Yu Qianing, the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Snort. As soon as she saw Long Yu, she had actually condensed a weird black barrier to resist her imperial aura, and the disdain in Yu Qianing's eyes also slightly subsided. This kid is really weird. Every time Yu Qianing felt that she would be able to finish off Long Yu, but he unexpectedly repeatedly resisted her attack. It seems that the only way is to use that trick. Yu Qianing made up her mind. With a sneer on her face, she looked at Long Yu like she was looking at a dead person. Immediately afterwards, when she raised her hand, a burst of golden imperial aura surged out, forming a small golden ball in front of her. The golden ball, under the continuous gathering of the golden emperor's breath, became bigger and bigger, and after only a few breaths, it turned into a golden human figure. It's the summoning emperor spirit technique. Among the tens of thousands of people onlookers in the martial field of the imperial army, quite a few of them knew the martial arts of the Chu family of the royal family well, and they immediately recognized what kind of move it was. Summoning the emperor spirit art is the strongest martial skill of the Chu family of the royal family. It has already surpassed the spirit level category, but it is a mysterious level martial skill. Which is stronger, the power of a Xian-level martial skill or a top-level spirit-level martial skill? No one knew before, because no one has ever displayed the best martial arts at the spiritual level, but now, the answer seems to be revealed soon. The spirit of summoning the emperor is to use the aura of the emperor's law to summon the ancient emperor to descend and crush everything. The strength of the ancient emperor summoned is related to the martial arts realm of the person who performed the summoning emperor spirit technique. At this time, Yu Qianing, who is the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, uses this move, then the ancient emperor she summons is the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. What's this? Long Yu stood not far away, removed the barrier of the underworld, and looked at Yu Qianing solemnly. No matter what, he could feel that the golden ball turned into a human form, which contained extremely strong power. If Yu Qianing was allowed to complete this move completely, then Long Yu might only fail. Take the initiative to attack. Without hesitation, Long Yu stretched the tying wings behind him, and ran towards Yu Qianing at the fastest speed. The distance of tens of feet came in an instant, and then Long Yu punched out, and the qi of the netherworld condensed, lying drunk in the underworld. The spirit of xuanhuan was invisible, and immediately restrained Yu Qianing's entire body. The road to the underworld, which was imitated by the qi of the secluded world, was also paved towards Yu Qianing, but at this moment, a trace of contempt flashed in Yu Channing's eyes. You still want to trap me with this trick of yours? What a dream. Yu Channing laughed darkly, and then the golden imperial aura erupted from her body, and immediately, her whole body was tightly wrapped in golden light. The spirit of the underworld that bound her just now was completely dispelled by this burst of golden light. The difference in martial arts realm between the two sides is twofold. This gap is really too big. Immediately afterwards, Yu Channing held the golden human figure condensed from the golden ball, and the figure flashed, leaving only a shadow on the spot, and escaped from the coverage of the road to the underworld. Even though Long Yu's speed was already very fast, Yu Channing's speed was not slow either. If the two simply compete in speed, it can be said that there is not much difference, and they are at the same level. I'll let you experience it for a while, a mysterious martial art, the Emperor summoning spirit art. Yu Channing sneered, and when she raised her hand, the golden figure in her hand suddenly escaped her control, and gradually formed a golden figure holding a big sword in front of her. Mysterious martial arts? Long Yu's heart shuddered. It turned out to be a Xian-level martial skill. No wonder he felt such a strong imperial aura. Long Yu had never seen a mysterious martial art before, but just feeling the aura of Yu Channing's move made him feel extraordinary. This made Long Yu look forward to it even more, and he didn't know how terrifying the power of the martial skill inherited from the great wilderness, Yulong 9 explosions would be. Mysterious martial arts? I really want to see it. Long Yusin was challenged, and at a glance, he saw a golden figure holding a big sword condensed in front of Yu Channing. From his golden pupils, there was an infinite imperial aura. King of Great Swords. It's the Chu family of the royal family, the Emperor of the Great Sword in the previous era. Unexpectedly, Yu Channing summoned the Emperor of the Great Sword. Many people exclaimed. Most of the characters summoned by the Summoning Emperor Spirit technique will be powerful existences in the history of the Chu family of the royal family. Each of these existences has made a significant contribution in the history of the Tang dynasty. The same is true for the King of Great Swords. Rumor has it that the Emperor of the Great Sword has already stepped out of the Tianyu continent and headed for a wider world, but no one knows the details. 100 years have passed since the era of the Emperor of the Great Sword, and even whether he is still alive is still a question. But no matter what, the strength of the Great Sword Emperor is beyond doubt. At only 22 years old, the Emperor of Great Sword stepped into the legendary realm of the unity of man and nature with a peerless appearance, and became a legend in Tianyu continent. The Emperor of the Great Sword can be said to be the strongest existence that has ever appeared in the Chu family of the royal family. It is also because of the appearance of the King of Great Swords that the Chu family has been able to stand in the Tang dynasty for so long. This momentum is terrifying. As soon as Long Yu gritted his teeth, he felt the aura of the Emperor coming from the golden figure of the King of Great Swords wave after wave, which made him almost out of breath. The 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. When Yu Channing casts the Summoning Emperor spiritual art, Long Yu is equivalent to fighting against two powerhouses in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm alone. Such a thing, if it was replaced by any other martial artist in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, he would definitely not even dare to think about it, but now, Long Yu has been aroused with infinite fighting spirit. Emperor of the Great Sword, so what? Long Yu held the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, a cold light flashed in his eyes. No matter how strong the Great Sword Emperor is, he only needs to deal with Yu Channing. As long as Yu Channing is defeated by Yu Channing's Summoning Emperor Spirit technique, the Emperor of the Great Sword will definitely be destroyed without attack. Great Sword Whirlwind. As soon as the golden figure of the Emperor of Great Sword appeared, the great sword in his hand swung horizontally, and a whirlwind of golden sword light came galloping at an incomparably terrifying speed. Seeing this, Long Yu's heart trembled. Strong, really too strong. This big sword whirlwind is definitely a martial skill that surpasses the spirit level. Long Yu never expected that the so-called emperor summoned by Yu Qianning could actually display a mysterious level or even stronger martial skill. You can't fight hard. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately made a decision. Since Yu Qianning used the summoning emperor spiritual technique as his trump card, then the emperor of Great Sword definitely possessed extremely terrifying strength, and was even more difficult to deal with than Yu Qianning himself. Drunk in hell. Long Yu punched out of thin air, and immediately condensed the aura of Nine Seclusion into a barrier of the underworld, blocking him, and then the Taiyin wings stretched out, leading him back and retreating quickly. The whirlwind of the golden great sword cut the barrier of the underworld in an instant, and then continued to attack Long Yu without stopping. The realm of Long Yu martial arts is too low, even if he uses the transcendent state of drunk lying in the underworld, condensing the barriers of the underworld, he can't resist the random move of the Emperor of the Sword. Now, this Long Yu will definitely be defeated. However, I didn't expect that Yu Qianning, who was only 18 years old, could comprehend the spirit of summoning the Emperor and summon the Emperor of the Great Sword. This talent is even more terrifying than Chu Chaoxing himself back then. With the Emperor spirit of the Great Sword Emperor, even Yu Qianning is able to face the 7th-level powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm with ease. Tens of thousands of people exclaimed at the same time. It can be said that this moment is the most exciting moment since the beginning of the 7 schools of martial arts. No matter who it is, what they want to see most is the battle of the strong. Watching the battle between the strong will also have a lot of benefits for their martial arts practice. At this moment, the battle between Yu Qianning and Long Yu has benefited many people a lot. Taiyin wings, it's up to you. Long Yu kept retreating, Taiyin's wings stretched out, immediately took him soaring into the sky, like a monster with wings. This kind of soaring will not last long, but even if it is only a few breaths, if it is used well, it can create an advantage for Long Yu. Fly up, fly up. Long Yu's magic weapon of the highest spiritual level is really amazing. Facing the Emperor spirit of the Great Sword Emperor, does Long Yu still want to resist? All eyes were on Long Yu, who flew into the air. As we all know, only those who have stepped into the legendary realm of the unity of heaven and man can have the ability to walk in the sky, but now, relying on the top-level spirit-level warrior Taiyin wings, Long Yu has actually achieved it. Walking in the sky, like a soaring eagle. Even so, what's the use? Yu Qianning looked contemptuous, and with a wave of her hand, the Emperor of the Great Sword followed her will, condensed a golden whirlwind of sword light, and blasted towards Long Yu in the air. The golden sword light was shining, but Long Yu turned a blind eye to it. Reverse scale touch. He firmly held the 9-nether dragon spear in his hand, a mouthful of blood sprayed on the tip of the spear, followed by a blast of lightning and destructive power, which fell from the sky and directly blasted towards Yu Qianning. At the same time, the Taiyin wings fluttered behind him, making him barely avoid the whirlwind of the golden sword. With one shot, he blasted towards Yu Qianning. The Emperor spirit of the Great Sword Emperor is too strong, and it is impossible for Long Yu to fight against it. In this case, he only needs to use his flexibility in the air to attack Yu Qianning directly. Imperial Chi Flow. Seeing this, Yu Qianning snorted coldly. Long Yu wanted to attack her directly, could she be that weak? 5 streams of golden royal air surged out, from 5 directions, and suddenly attacked Long Yu, who was descending with a bang. 9-nether dragon fist. As soon as Long Yu let go, he let go of the 9-nether dragon spear, allowing the 9-nether dragon spear to directly face the 5 streams of imperial energy. As for himself, he fluttered his wings and flew in another direction, aiming at Yu Qianning with a punch. With this punch, the chi of 9 serenities condensed faster, and the road to the imitation of the underworld was only in an instant. The Zuo Huangquan, which has reached the transcendent state, can not only condense the barriers of Huangquan for defense, but its attack power is several times stronger than before. Yu Qianning's expression changed drastically. She really didn't expect that Long Yu, who relied on the tying winged soldiers, would be so flexible in the air.